Chapter 251. Tsunade is concerned about the village, and the two of them are on a tiring journey. Ino's heart seemed to be hit, and she was depressed and couldn't say anything. The look in Naruto's eyes when he looked at her was so hot that it could melt people. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the entrance, her heart shaking and couldn't calm down. "Thank you." Her voice was as thin as a needle. "Thank me when things are done, it's too early to say it now." As Naruto spoke, his eyes fell on Ino's waist, and his fingers held the round glass. The atmosphere in the living room fell silent, and Ino avoided his eyes, but glanced at his clean and slender hands on the table. She immediately looked away again, thinking that she couldn't stay any longer. She stood up to say goodbye, and Naruto was ready to send her back, but Ino looked nervous. She waved her hands and refused, and ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. The day of the 5-cage summit was approaching, and they were about to leave. The people who saw her off lined up from one end of Konoha Street to the other. Tsunade, who was the princess of the Senju clan, was about to represent Konoha to attend the 5-cage summit for the first time. Everyone rushed out, shoulder to shoulder, to see the beauty of the prosperous age. The excitement was comparable to that of a foreign market, bustling and empty. "Tsunade-sama, be careful. I heard it's the 5-cage summit. This is to make Konoha's reputation resound in the 5 major countries again. Why did you bring such a young boy? Can he do it? The journey to the Iron Country is long and tiring. Can Naruto protect the Hokage-sama with due diligence? Who knows that guy? He looks like he hasn't woken up yet. Hey! Naruto, cheer up a little." Looking at the dense crowd, Naruto suddenly became depressed and muttered. "Trouble. Summer is about to pass, and the sultry air always makes people feel a little breathless. But so many people are crowded together, and the heat waves come in waves." Tsunade smiled at him and patted his arm. "Let's go, what are you complaining about? The Iron Country is far away from here." "Oh." He responded and followed slowly. The location of the 5-cage summit was chosen in the neutral Iron Country, a country composed entirely of armored warriors, located between the great powers. The climate there is cold all year round. Konoha is often still in late summer, but the Iron Country has already entered the cold winter. "Why doesn't Sister Shizune go with us?" Naruto walked on the road board, folded his hands and looked at Tsunade in front of him and asked, "Generally, the cage of each village brings 2 guards. Shizune is in charge of the medical team. I asked her to stay in the village and notify me through the slug if there is any situation." Tsunade said slowly, holding the Hokage hat in her hand. "Being a Hokage is troublesome. I have to think about leaving the village for a long time," he complained. "You are the one who talks too much, and I didn't let you be a Hokage." Tsunade covered his head with the Hokage hat, hugged Naruto's neck tightly, dragged him forward, and warned him. "Don't cause trouble for me when you go to the Iron Kingdom. If you provoke any princesses, you can solve it yourself." "Not that bad, I'm not a princess collector." Naruto laughed awkwardly, feeling the plumpness and softness pressed on his face, and suddenly dared not move. Konoha. In the open-air corridor on the 2nd floor of the Hokage building. Shikamaru, wearing a Chunin uniform, drooped his dead fish eyes and hooked one leg on the railing, looking at the green trees in the distance that were scorched by the sun, and said in his heart that the sun was scorching. The hot wind blew in the afternoon, and Koji stood aside holding potato chips and bit them off with a snap. His small black bean-like eyes turned around and asked. "Shikamaru, do you think Ino has changed recently?" "Who knows?" He looked up at the cloudless blue sky, bored. "Hasn't she always been the same?" "No change, still so irritable." "It's different, she's completely different in front of us and in front of Naruto." Koji crunched on potato chips. "My father said that if a girl changes a lot, she's probably in love. You still care about this kind of thing?" Shikamaru glanced at Koji. "I thought you only cared about potato chips and barbecue." "I just think it's good, my father said that it is something to be happy about." Koji said, "Shikamaru, you should also find someone you like, and then you can tell me what's fun about love." "Tisk, why don't you go?" Shikamaru leaned against the wall, turned his head and stared at Koji. "It's better to find someone who is more virtuous, and don't find someone like my mother, it's simply. My mother is also." Koji suddenly felt cold and shuddered. "It's better not to think about these things." Shikamaru nodded, leaned his head against the vermilion wall, flicked his fingers, and said the famous saying in a chic way. "Women are very troublesome." The wind blew, and the leaves rustled and fluttered all over the sky. "Congratulations, Ino, you are now a chunin." Asuma smiled. Ino received the chunin uniform, and a smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Asuma teacher, I will continue to practice hard." Practice is one thing, and life cannot be sloppy. Asuma showed an expression of an experienced person, patted Ino's shoulder and said solemnly. "Love is also a kind of practice." "Ah!" Ino was stunned for a moment, and the solemn expression disappeared immediately. She waved her hands in panic and explained, "Teacher Asuma, no, it's not what you think." Ino didn't know how to explain. This was not considered love. Nothing was said, nothing was confirmed, just a little bit of heartbeat. But no one knew what Naruto was thinking, and it was impossible for people to completely see through his mind. Even if we take a step back, it is impossible for anyone to like such a playboy. Impossible. Well, except Hinata. Thinking of this, Ino felt a little crazy again. I really don't know what kind of love potion that guy gave Hinata. A good eldest daughter of Hyuga just likes such a person. Forget it, don't think about it. She shook her head and looked at Asuma with a serious face and said. Teacher Asuma, I am definitely not in love. H-shu. Naruto sniffed, took out 2 white Konoha robes from the sealed space, put one on, and turned to hand the other to Tsunade. It gets colder the further west you go, and the temperature difference will be greater after dark. I don't need it. Tsunade looked at him jokingly, what? Your body can't hold on? The journey to the Iron Country is long, what should I do? She was wearing a green robe, looking like nothing happened. Just do it, you're young and don't take care of your body. He swallowed the dirty talk that sperm activity would decrease, and didn't dare to show off in front of Tsunade. You'll suffer a great loss in the future. He said. Seeing that Tsunade didn't take his robe, Naruto simply put the white robe on her manually. Ninjas are not masochists, and it's meaningless to hold on. Can't you keep warm by accelerating the flow of chakra? Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, the ninja school should have taught you that. I skipped class, I didn't listen. He said sullenly, walking ahead with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Tsunade sighed, but didn't take off her robe. At night, the two of them rested around a fire, and the firelight set off Tsunade's face full of collagen. Ninjutsu is indeed magical. In the hands of different people, it presents different effects. Orochimaru saw the hope of immortality, and Tsunade simply preserved her youth and locked her life. The blood of the Senju clan is against the sky, and it is not a problem to live 100 or 200 years under normal conditions. Every time he saw Tsunade, Naruto automatically imagined the female cultivators in the immortal novels, the kind of women in their 40s and 50s who were as beautiful as young girls, wholeheartedly. He was still thinking about it. Tsunade frowned at the fire, as if thinking about something. All along the way, information was continuously transmitted in the form of flying birds. Even if she was far away, she was still concerned about the village. Naruto felt it was boring. Everyone was outside, and he still had to care about that broken village. He got up and took out the tent from the sealed space and slowly set it up. He also prepared water for washing and almost took out the bathtub. Ninjas usually have sealed scrolls for storage when they go out. Tsunade herself also has some, but they are just some clothes and other things. She knew that Naruto could carry a lot of things, so she threw the gift to him before going out. He set up the tent with resentment, feeling that at this moment he just like a little eunuch in the palace, waiting on the nobles to leave the palace. As for why it's not the empress, it's because Tsunade said that no man can catch her eye. Well, it's true. Who can beat her? After playing around for 20 years, she still recognizes this thousand hands princess when she comes back. It's said that debut is the peak, but this ant has never been down. After about half a month of travel, the closer they got to the Iron Country, the colder the temperature became. Fortunately, the two found a small inn in the Iron Country as a place to rest. Finally, they didn't have to camp in the wild. Although there was no harm, sleeping in a tent was a pain for Naruto. A kind of torment. Tsunade probably didn't take him, a little man, seriously. After taking a shower, she casually pulled a piece of clothes to wrap herself up and went back to the tent to continue reading the intelligence. The intelligence of Konoha was transmitted all the way, and Tsunade handled it all the way. Konoha was away from Tsunade for half a month, and Danzo didn't make any waves. The disappearance of the Nine Tails didn't have much impact on Konoha because of the relationship between the Sand Village. Instead, Danzo's series of operations made him die. Tsunade spared no effort to strike the root, and the spearhead was clearly pointed at Danzo. Naruto also kept staring at Danzo, waiting for the day when he jumped up. The Iron Country, in Dot it was icy and snowy outside, and the cold wind was howling. At Naruto's strong request, 2 rooms were opened, and Tsunade had no objection. The two went back to their rooms for a while, and when Naruto went out, he saw the door of the next room open. Tsunade was wearing a white bathrobe and holding a pot of wine in her right hand, and glanced at him with a normal look. "Chat?" she asked. "Okay." Naruto nodded. The hot steam in the bathtub was thick, and Naruto entered the water with a splash, and couldn't help but groaned. All the fatigue from the journey was comforted at this moment. Chapter 252 A Bamboo Board Hot Spring, Tsunade by the Fire. Tsunade gathered her loose golden hair, frowned and pursed her lips. She entered the water with a splash, a little hot, but bearable. But then she thought of Naruto's theory a few days ago, and suddenly felt that there was some truth in it. Ninjas don't need to endure everything to show their differences from ordinary people. So she simply let her body fall into the pool, uttered a soft "ah," and a low gasp jumped out of her throat, her snow-white skin, creating a circle of ripples. In the same bath, a thin bamboo baffle separated the male and female baths. With a splash, Naruto was frightened by the movement of Tsunade and stood up directly, his whole body stiff. "Damn, what is that woman doing again?" After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he sat down again, leaning on the edge of the hot soup and looking at the mist curling. The inn was simple, and there were no guests at this time. There were only 2 guests in the whole inn, him and Tsunade. The boss was a middle-aged man with a lame leg and didn't talk much. Outside the inn, the wind and snow were howling, which was completely different from the climate of Konoha. It was said that there were 2 rooms, but in fact they were 2 super large mixed rooms. Naruto lay in the bath, recalling the scene when he stayed in the hotel. The boss spoke in a low voice, as if he was about to die of illness at any time. "All are mixed accommodation. There are 4 large rooms upstairs, each can accommodate 8 people. If you want 2 rooms, you have to pay the price of 4 people. The place is quite simple, and the requirements are quite high. But fortunately, it is also clean." Naruto didn't waste any words and paid for 2 rooms without hesitation. No one usually comes here. A hot spring pool is divided into 2 parts with a bamboo board, and a man on the left and a woman on the right are hastily pasted on the door. The water in the bath is clear, and it is estimated that no one usually comes. To put it bluntly, it is a bath in a hot spring pool. The bamboo board is old and you can vaguely see the mist on the opposite side through the gap. It's not possible to see what's specific, and he doesn't have the courage. After Tsunade's "ah," there was no movement, and the hot spring pool suddenly became quiet. Naruto also began to take a bath without distraction, but before his mentality stabilized for a long time, a voice slowly came through the bamboo board. It was Tsunade's voice. "What do you think about Danzo?" she asked calmly, and the sound of drinking could be heard faintly. "It's better to uproot the roots," Naruto said. "Danzo is only harmful to the village and completely hinders Konoha's progress. It's not the time yet, we have to wait a little longer." Tsunade's voice came through little by little, without any emotional fluctuations, but with a bit of fatigue. "I know, you don't have to tell me specifically. I'm not that anxious, these things can't be rushed." Naruto smiled, he knew that Tsunade's words were an explanation to him. It's just that Tsunade didn't know that he already had a way to crack the biggest threat Izanagi. Use forbidden techniques to directly erase the effect. Now Danzo is sitting there, no matter when he falls. For Naruto, it's completely unimportant. Just like meat on a chopping board, it's the same when it's cut. "Well, it's good that you understand." She tilted her neck and took a sip of wine, leaning against the bamboo board, her figure towering in the mist. "I thought you would be angry and feel unfair. I didn't think so much. If you really calculate carefully, you can't figure it out." Naruto sighed, and said seriously, "Some people are brilliant, and some people are rusty. In the final analysis, you still have to fight for it yourself. Fairness is punched out. Tsunade-sama has been good enough to me. I feel guilty, so how can I be angry? You don't owe me anything, and you don't need to feel guilty. I won't be polite when I need you. You said a lot, but there was nothing I wanted to hear." Tsunade rubbed her temples. You said it very well, don't say those hypocritical words of guilt next time. After that, the sound of drinking came from the other end. Tsunade likes wine, and this little bit of alcohol is not bad for her body. On the contrary, it can nourish the chi and calm the mind. But she never smoked. Smoking makes people age quickly. Once the organs are damaged, it is difficult to reverse. Even if Tsunade is proficient in medical ninjutsu, she cannot purify herself. Naruto has seen Jiraiya smoking. He rarely smokes in front of people. That time was also accidental. He saw Jiraiya squatting on the stone steps where the light of the store could not reach. There were flickering lights in the darkness. Jiraiya was very silent when he smoked, and he looked older. He seemed to be carrying the heavy fatalism of the ninja world. He has been practicing the prophecy of the old toad all his life and has never lived for himself. When he was young, he accepted disciples, but the disciples died, and his companion Orochimaru also defected. After half a lifetime of wandering, the teacher also died, and died at the hands of Orochimaru, the most proud disciple of the third generation. Later, he also will continue to live according to the toad's prophecy. According to the prophecy, Jiraiya's future has changed. In the future, he will continue to travel and settle down in a place. It is very lively there, with a lot of people. Thoughts drifted away little by little, and Naruto felt that this ending was good for Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, his mission is to find a way to bring peace to the ninja world and find the child of prophecy. His love is great love, from peace in the ninja world to Konoha, and finally to himself who can't help himself. After a while of silence, the sound of water suddenly came from the other end. Are you still wearing the necklace I gave you? She asked lightly. Well, it's still on me. He touched the Hokage necklace on his chest, thinking that the curse of changing the owner 3 times didn't seem to work on him. Could it be that he really has no taboos? Wear it well, don't lose it. Okay, I remember it. After soaking for half an hour, Naruto left the bath, dressed neatly and sat at the door of the curtain, silently waiting for Tsunade to come out. About 10 minutes later, Tsunade also changed her clothes and came out. She was slightly surprised to see Naruto waiting for her. Her wet blonde hair fell to one side, wetting the collar in front of her chest. She reached into her arms and adjusted her underwear while asking him. Wait for me. Yes, you can warm up by the fire downstairs. He skillfully handed over a towel to wipe her hair. The simple and naturally did not provide these, he prepared them himself. The benefits of having a sealed space immediately appeared, and you don't even need to carry a sealing scroll. Tsunade didn't say anything, took the towel and wrapped her hair, and walked downstairs with crisp steps. The boss downstairs had disappeared, and a kettle was burning in the middle, and broken wood was prepared on the side. The wood was free, and you could put it in for the fire. There was no fire in the fire. Naruto sat down first, and built a prototype with firewood. She was speechless as she watched Naruto lying there puffing and blowing the fire, letting it burn up little by little. After a moment, she couldn't help but speak. Can't you use ninjutsu? It's almost on fire. He said without raising his head, and continued to puff. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, hugged her chest and sat there waiting with her wet hair hanging down. Sure enough, the fire caught fire immediately and burned slowly. Using the heat of the fire, Tsunade sat there and warmed her hair, letting it dry up little by little. The snow ravines were lush, and the firelight shone obliquely, as white as pearls and jade. Every move beside the fire created white ripples. Naruto glanced at it and consciously looked away. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. He set up the barbecue grill and began to prepare dinner silently in a corner of the fire. Dinner is also served here, 30 taels per bowl and chopsticks. If you don't mind, you can eat together, no waiting after the time. It was already late when the two moved in, and there was nothing to say, just cook it yourself. The lame boss in the middle came out and told the two not to run around after dark. The village has been uneasy recently. I don't know what kind of people have come. It's not safe to go out at night. He said, and left without pausing. Naruto looked at Tsunade and blinked. The latter calmly took out the unfinished wine and slowly heated it by the fire, seemingly not curious at all. Tsunade-sama has great self-control. He praised. Are you curious? Tsunade glanced at him, and the unconscious anger revealed was charming. No, I'm not curious at all. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow. He smiled awkwardly, even if there is something strange, I'll know it when I get to the inner town of the Iron Country. It's desolate and boring here. It's good to know. She took the wine back comfortably, frowned and took a sip to test the temperature. Don't be so curious when you are out. Got it. He replied, and folded the meat slices and pushed them over. Tsunade took over Naruto's service very much, squinting her eyes and looking at the fire and asked. Do you want to know about the necklace? He wanted to refuse, but seeing that Tsunade seemed to want to say it, he simply nodded directly. I do. Tsunade paused, took another sip of wine, and then began to slowly tell the origin of the necklace. From the first generation to the story of the three ninjas when they were young, and then mentioned her younger brother Nawaki. Naruto responded in a disjointed manner. He was indeed a good listener. He neither made Tsunade feel perfunctory nor made her feel that he was listening seriously, as if he was playing a stranger. The feeling of being able to tell the past to a stranger was somewhat addictive, and the story had already reached the part where Kato was cut off. Chapter 253 The First Meeting of the Five Kage, the Meeting of the New and the Old. Tsunade's casual narration, Naruto didn't hear much. He sizzled the barbecue and took the boiling kettle off to make some hot tea. The sound went in one ear and out the other, and the thin and dense sound accompanied the crackling bonfire, and she was blatantly absent-minded. Tsunade didn't intend to say anything extra, she just wanted to simply talk about the origin of the necklace. She accidentally said a few more things and spoke them out unconsciously. The Hokage necklace went from the first generation's hands to her hands, and was handed over to the person she thought was most important after several rounds of rotation. Now it is in his hands, that's all. So, this necklace carries a curse. She ended her story in this way. Naruto remained calm and methodically divided the grilled meat into plates, served tea and he poured the water into the cup, put the utensils aside, and looked up and said nonchalantly. I have no taboos. The firelight shone on the two of them. In fact, Naruto and Tsunade were a bit similar, both were careless. But Tsunade had a road and a light in her heart. On that road stood the Shadame, the Nidame, the dead Nawaki, and the dead Kato Dan. It clearly led her to the road they had walked or not completed, the road of Hokage. On the contrary, Naruto's carelessness was more like wasting time. He was different from Tsunade. He was careless and didn't care, just because he enjoyed the process of wasting time. There was no self-abandonment, nor was there a broken jar. He didn't mind doing anything troublesome. As long as he liked it, he would still get involved in it even if it was a troublesome matter. There was a beam of fire in his heart, bright and dark, connected to the horizon. Tsunade knew that Naruto had his own ideas, and she didn't force anything to be Hokage. His personality is not suitable for being a Hokage. He doesn't have such thoughts. Nothing will happen to you. I'm just telling you. Tsunade glanced at him calmly, I'm just afraid that you will always think about it after you know it. He smiled, Tsunade-sama is still very good. Hat. The fire in the lobby was bright, and the firewood was burning. Tsunade's hair had dried and she tied it up casually. She sat there drinking slowly and chatted with Naruto. Soon they washed up and went back to their rooms, and the fire was extinguished. The next day, the window on the second floor of the inn creaked open. Naruto glanced at the non-stop wind and snow outside and frowned. It's not a good choice to travel in such weather. In a moment, the window of the next room was also opened. Tsunade casually draped a white warm robe, sleepy eyes and a trace of saliva drooping at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at Naruto next door and wiped it off calmly. I can't leave. She yawned. Wait and see, the snowstorm won't last too long. Naruto added. There was a red wall not far away, standing in the white snow and looking particularly eye-catching. Breakfast was meat porridge, bubbling in the fire, and Tsunade had no appetite. Mumbling, she subconsciously reached for the wine, but was taken away by Naruto. Don't touch the wine just after getting up, he said, throwing the wine directly into the sealed space. Tsunade stared for a few seconds, pretending to be shocked, and took a breath of cold air. Shizune also said the same thing to me. Are you doing something behind my back? Naruto ignored her and responded with two hums. While serving porridge, she replied perfunctorily, in a few years, I will take Sister Shizune away, and no one will miss you anymore. She sneered, Shizune will not leave me. After breakfast, the wind and snow outside stopped. The door of the inn was pushed open with a creak, and the two of them walked out of the door in white robes. The warm winter sun was hanging high, but there was no heat. There were only 2 days left before the meeting, and after calculation, it was just enough to make it. Naruto turned around and looked at Tsunade, who was walking slowly, and shook his head helplessly. Can we calm down that group of people with just 2 of us? Even if Teacher Kakashi doesn't have time, it would be good to bring Teacher Kai out. He complained while standing on the side of the road. Kai. Tsunade hesitated for a while. This is a secret journey. Do you want everyone to know our trajectory? The blue beast of Konoha. This Naruto thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he didn't say anything. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, call the Princess of Sand Village over. We will have 3 people here. Tsunade walked past him. Naruto rolled his eyes. He didn't think of provoking Temari. It was just an accident. But when he mentioned Temari, he immediately thought of the white waist behind the curtain. The thin waist without a trace of fat, thin and soft, white. He just recalled it and didn't have any nostalgia. He looked far ahead and continued to hurry on his way with his head down. 2 days later. In the windy and snowy weather, he saw a row of armored warriors standing guard in the snow like sculptures. These people seemed to be wrapped in a layer of armor, with red eyes and steel light on their masks. Loyalty was written on their faces, as if they were ready to serve the will of the Emperor in the warmer game at any time. What a ghost! He retracted his gaze and took a breath of cold air. What's wrong? Tsunade laughed at him. Have you never seen a warrior country made of steel? No, I want to try on that armor too. Naruto whispered, but it's too ordinary. It would be nice to have an enhanced version of chakra armor. Maybe in the future. Tsunade said casually. Maybe. Naruto didn't stop, and continued to walk forward with Tsunade. The leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, stood in the snow with 2 personal guards to greet the two, with a solemn expression. I've been waiting for a long time, Hokage-sama. Mifune greeted seriously. It's so cold, let's go in and talk first. Tsunade smiled and waved her hand, pointing to the huge council tower behind them. Well, please come this way. Mifune said, and just turned halfway, she added, did Hokage-sama only bring 1 guard this time? Yes, it's not a big deal at the 5-cage summit this time, 1 is enough. She said with a smile. Hearing this, Mifune was slightly stunned. This 5-cage summit was initiated by the Raikage at the request of the Land of Iron, because of the incident in which 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning were kidnapped by wooden men by Uchiha Sasuke. From Tsunade's tone, it seems that she is somewhat dissatisfied with the Raikage's frequent initiation of the 5-cage talks. The 5-cage talks have not yet begun, but the atmosphere has become so tense. Each cage is full of gunpowder. Except for the wind cage and the water cage, who are easier to talk to, the others hard to say. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village is the only one that has lost its tailed beast Jinchuriki. The other countries are doing well and have not lost their tailed beasts yet. Entering the tower, the light was a little dim, and several sights were focused on it. Naruto and Tsunade were calm and walked slowly towards the direction of the elevator. The sound of iron chains rattling came from below, and the huge mechanism started, and the wide elevator rose up immediately. Naruto glanced down before going up, and whispered to Tsunade's side. Is it pulled up by someone? How should I know? Tsunade glanced at him sideways. This is my first time here too, are you interested? No, I'm just asking. Naruto sniffed. The elevator was going up very slowly, the wind was blowing inside. Why is it still leaking? How do you think the Iron Country's neutrality came about? Tsunade said, a truly powerful country cannot be neutral, the Iron Country's neutrality is just a helpless move. The elevator stopped after rising, there was no elevator door, the two walked out of the simple elevator directly. They seemed to be the last to arrive. There was a semicircular long table with curtains on all sides. There was a corresponding curtain behind each shadow's position. Behind the curtain was the rest area for the entourage, which was also the waiting area. Naruto and Tsunade stood at the entrance, and more than a dozen eyes were cast over. The 3 siblings of the Wind Country were familiar faces. Naruto stared at Temari, and quickly looked away. The big enemies of the Land of Lightning had a stern face, and it seemed that their injuries had healed. The 4th Raikage AI had big muscles and only a cloak on his body. 2 guards, Darui and Zilly, stood on the left and right of the 4th Raikage AI, with serious expressions. The only people who had not met each other at the scene were probably Onoki and his 3 people from the Land of Earth, and Terumi Mei and her 3 people from the Land of Water who stood leisurely on the side to watch the excitement. Behind Onoki stood his granddaughter, the long-legged Kuratsuki, who liked to follow her grandfather Onoki around to hang out. She was a proper third-generation Kage, a legitimate hereditary princess. As expected, Kuratsuki was the last candidate for Tsuchikage in the current situation of the lack of talent in the Hidden Rock Village. She became famous for her lava release, but the Raikage suspected her because of her not-so-powerful lava release. After all, looking at the entire ninja world, there were only a handful of people who had lava release Kekii Genkai, and the Raikage clearly remembered that Uchiha Sasuke, who kidnapped the 2 wooden men, used lava release. Onoki's other is Akagi, the powerful ninja from Uegakure. He is tall and can be called the strongest fat tiger in the ninja world. His strength is also extremely strong and difficult to be ignored. At this moment, Naruto didn't even glance at Akagi, but looked at Terumi Mei first, and his gaze paused for a long time. Thanks to the irritable old man Zabuza in the Blood Mist village, all the people of Terumi Mei's age were killed by him alone. So that Terumi Mei is almost 30 years old, and even with a broad mind, she still can't find a suitable marriage partner in the village. She is indeed sitting firmly on the throne of the single queen. Behind him stands the owner of the ninja sword Aya, a pure-hearted man who is a softie at heart, the future 6th generation Mizukage Kojuro. He is cowardly and can barely use the ninja sword Aya. The other person is the old sly guy from the Kirigakure village, Ao. In the Third Ninja World War, he snatched a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan and completed the glorious evolution. Naruto turned his head and glanced at Tsunade, and found that Tsunade didn't look at anyone, but stared at Mei Terumi's chest first. He couldn't help but secretly say, "Damn, it's true that great minds think alike." Tsunade has been around for a long time, and she must know the chest of the heroes in the world. Noticing Naruto's gaze, she met his eyes. A tacit smile made Naruto sweat coldly. Chapter 254 A glance, an uncontrollable heartbeat. Tsunade didn't care, and pulled Naruto closer and lowered her voice. "I told you, Kirigakure, Sand Village, and Uegakure are in a period of transition. Even if there are only 2 people, there is nothing to be afraid of. If you stand here, Konoha will win." As if she saw his doubts, she added another sentence. "Don't worry, with the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, here, there will be no fight here." Naruto was soon relieved, and he was not the only one who could use lava release. The world is so big, there is nothing to be surprised about. Hokage-sama only brought 1 guard? He is really a bold man with great skills. Onoki said indifferently, "This little old man is really domineering." Tsunade smiled, and no emotion could be seen. "There are too many excellent juniors in Konoha, and it's no use choosing anyone. Just bring one to keep things quiet. After all, there doesn't seem to be anything important in this 5-cage talks, right? The guard I brought knows nothing except ninjutsu." These words were spoken in a gentle voice, but they were thorny, and they were also range-based group taunt damage. In addition to Konoha's ally Sand Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, and Cloud Village were all hit at the same time. Translation means, "You guys are almost extinct, and you are still pretending for me? Look at what these thin arms and legs are like." Konoha is a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, and the quality of the new generation is higher than you. What kind of trivial matters can be used to convene the 5-cage talks? I didn't bring my secretary with me. I'll make a quick decision. If there is something to say, I'll say it. I'm in a hurry to go home. Thank you. Originally, there was no serious matter. The Akatsuki organization was suppressed by Naruto as soon as it showed up. There is no movement for the time being. The Raikage asked Mifune to convene the 5-cage talks just for the kidnapping of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. It can be seen that the faces of the 3 people in the Hidden Cloud Village are not very good. They probably don't know that the 2 Yukatos they have been thinking about are now locked in the sealed space. Naruto keeps her and has no plan to let her go for the time being. The Hidden Cloud Village is ambitious and has nothing to do but to think about conquering cities all day long. Isn't this going to kill it? Onoki was choked back. The old man snorted coldly and turned to his seat. Raikage AI looked at Tsunade with some dissatisfaction, but Tsunade ignored him and walked straight to the seat in the middle that belonged to the Hokage. The U-shaped seats, the Hokage's seat is in the middle. On his side are Kazekage Gaara and Tsuchikage Noki, and on the outside are Mizukage Mei Terumi and Raikage AI. As the 5 cages took their seats, their followers and subordinates also quietly retreated behind the scenes on the second floor. The leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, mediated and sat in front of the seats of the 5 cages with a serious face. The lights suddenly came on, illuminating the entire venue. Mifune looked around and said, "Since all the 5 cages are here, let's start." As the conversation began, Naruto yawned behind the curtain. He looked around and saw Temari and Kankuro standing together, and Kuratsuki and Akatsuki on the other side. Temari turned her head and looked back when she noticed his gaze, and met his gaze in the dimness. His eyes were bright, but not the kind that brought sunshine. When he looked at people, his eyelids habitually lifted slightly, with a hint of depth. From a distance, Temari was a little panicked by his gaze, and her heart beat a few times. Her head was a little dizzy, and the blood rushed straight up, which was a little unbearable. She turned her face away and couldn't continue to look. When she looked again after a while, Naruto had lowered his head, and he didn't know what he was stepping on with his toes. Outside the curtain, the conversation of the 5 highest-ranking shadows in the ninja world came in clearly, and it seemed that they were talking about a key issue, and the smell of gunpowder was a little strong. Reikage, the 2 Yukato were kidnapped by Uchiha Sasuke, and Konoha must be held responsible for this. Ridiculous, Uchiha Sasuke has already defected from Konoha. Tsunade glanced at the Reikage. "I'm sure Kumagakure has received this news a long time ago." Hearing this, the 4th Kage AI was full of energy and asked angrily. "That's your Konoha's business. No matter whether it's a traitor or not, Uchiha Sasuke was not captured, which is Konoha's dereliction of duty. We don't have any traitors in Kumagakure." Tsunade snorted and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "Who knows? You." The Reikage gritted his teeth. "Hokage-sama is sharp-tongued, and his reputation is well-deserved," Onoki said sarcastically, "but he still lacks some experience in managing ninjas. After a ninja defected, it is the proper way for a great country to mobilize the power of the village to quietly chase him back. It's really unreasonable to leave it alone, right? Hokage-sama." Tongdong, Tsunade knocked on the table and glanced at Onoki. Her aura was fully open. "As far as I know, Deidara, one of the members of Akatsuki, is from Uegakure village. After defecting, he also caused a lot of casualties to other villages. And this person is also the disciple of Master Tsuchikage, right? That was a long time ago. After the Third Ninja World War, Uegakure village had no extra power to hunt him down, which was understandable." Onoki's face was not very good, and he was obviously hit in the sore spot. "Really? Since so many years have passed, there is still no extra power." Tsunade said, "Master Tsuchikage is old, and if he can't find a suitable successor, I think Uegakure village should just disband in the future." "You?" Onoki was speechless immediately. The Hidden Rock village did have a lack of talent. Listening to Tsunade's complaints, Naruto smiled insincerely. This time, Tsunade didn't come here to solve the problem. On the one hand, she wanted to see the situation, and on the other hand, she wanted to fish for Danzo. It would be strange if Danzo didn't have some tricks when the Hokage was not in the village. Tsunade had already made arrangements for this. It would be best if she could catch him, but if she couldn't, it would be fine. The content of the conversation turned to the Jinchuriki of each village. The Reikage was the first to point out the disappearance of the 9 tails in Konoha. Konoha can completely accept the disappearance of the 9 tails. Konoha is disgusted by the military force obtained by sacrificing the life of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Tsunade was calm throughout the whole process. Peace in the ninja world cannot be created by the tailed beasts. If someone tries to launch an attack through the tailed beasts, Konoha has enough power to strike back. When saying this, Tsunade stared at Kumagakure and said with a smile. "It's too cruel to let the friends of the village become the containers of the tailed beasts, right? Lord Reikage." The 4th Reikage AI has always regarded Killer Bee as his own brother. It is no exaggeration to say that Killer Bee is a minefield that he cannot touch. It will explode if touched. Sure enough, as soon as Tsunade's words fell, the Reikage instantly exploded. With a bang, a big hole was hammered out of the solid iron table. Swish, swish, the moment the Reikage stood up. The 5 shadow guards behind the scenes all appeared instantly, blocking in front of their respective shadows, with alert faces. Only the position of the Hokage seemed a little empty, with only a young man standing there empty-handed. With a cold look in his eyes and no weapons in his hands, he stood in front of Tsunade. It was just right. Protect Tsunade firmly. The conversation was interrupted here. Mifune stood up and arranged food and lodging for the 5 cage. In order to avoid another conflict, the 3 people from Kumigakure were arranged to stay in another place. Sagakure and Konoha lived in the same inn, with 2 floors. Kirigakure and Uegakure lived in the next inn, and the 4 parties were separated from the Kumigakure who came to question the accusation. The problem has not been solved yet, and they can't just go back to the village without reaching an agreement for half a day. Mifune, the leader of the Iron Country, came up with a fair plan, postponed for 1 day, and discussed it again tomorrow. With a click, the door was pushed open from the outside. Naruto walked into the door and looked around, followed by Tsunade, who looked at it casually and exclaimed. "There's a bathtub here. It's not made of iron." After Naruto eliminated the safety risks in the room, he also leaned over to take a few glances. It seems to be quite big. After all, some ninjas have different body shapes. The Iron Country has always been considerate in hospitality, so the size of the bathtub will naturally be taken into consideration. Tsunade said with her hands folded. "Is that so?" He tutted and pretended to lie down in it, but was directly dragged out by Tsunade. "Go lie down by yourself," she said unhappily. "Stingy." Naruto snorted and turned to leave. "Then I'll go back to my room to take a bath and come over. I can have dinner with Lady Tsunade later." "Don't come so fast, I want to take a bath too." She casually spread the blonde hair behind her head, took off her shoes, and stepped on the fluffy carpet on the floor of the room. Almost at the same time, the other hand reached to her back and unbuttoned it in an instant. For a moment, the waves were surging and the elasticity was amazing. Naruto didn't know where to put his eyes for a moment, and looked up at the ceiling and said, "Okay, later." With a splash, Naruto sank into the bathtub and leaned his head back on the edge of the bathtub. With only a slit of his eyes, he squinted slightly, and reviewed what happened today in his mind. The 2 Yukatos were captured by him, using the name of Uchiha Sasuke. Kumigakure blamed Konoha on the surface, but actually wanted to drag everyone down. For Kumigakure, the tailed beast Jinchuriki may die, but the tailed beast will not, it will only disappear temporarily. The purpose of the 5 cage conference is to emphasize that the 2 tails still belong to Kumigakure in name. The 4th generation Reikage AI looks strong and simple-minded, but the perception ninja behind him, XI, is not a vegetarian. Are the 2 Yukatos really important to them? Not necessarily. The 4th generation Reikage AI believes in the law of survival of the fittest, and only his younger brother Killer Bee is an exception. If Naruto took Killer Bee away at that time, then the Reikage's actions would be understandable. But today, the Reikage AI seems to be mentioning the fact that Konoha does not have the 9 tails intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that because of the loss of the 2 tail, Kumigakure intends to propose a reshuffle of the tailed beasts? This possibility is not great, and it does not seem like a strategy that the Reikage can operate. Let's take it one step at a time. He slowly closed his eyes and let his thoughts drift away. Anyway, he just needs to protect Tsunade, and there is no need to think about the rest. Half an hour later. As Naruto put on his clothes, his hair was still wet, and his figure looked thin in the mirror. There was a knock on the door, and his eyes moved over. Tsunade never knocked on the door like him. Chapter 255. Do you still want me? The door was opened, and Temari stood outside with her hands behind her back, looking a little uneasy as if she was having an affair. "What's the matter?" he asked, his voice a little cold. He wore a close-fitting black long-sleeved bottom, outlining large blocks of muscle lines. His tense jaw was slightly raised, and he looked at Temari slowly. Hearing this, Temari subconsciously raised her head and met his eyes again. It seemed that she had just finished a shower and had not had time to wipe it, so the edges of her hair were wet, and her eyes were wet too. "No, about the last time I just wanted to ask you if you were doing well." Temari was confused, and she didn't know what she said. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Naruto looked back at the room and then glanced at the next door. He guessed that Tsunade was still taking a bath, and the quarrels in the meeting were really tiring, so she probably wouldn't have dinner so soon. It just so happened that he also had something to ask Temari. The deep cooperation between Sand Village and Konoha because of him was also thanks to Temari. In terms of emotion and reason, she did help him a lot. Thinking so, he picked up a piece of clothing from the door and glanced at her with his eyes down. "Go out for a walk." "Okay." Temari swallowed her saliva, her mind was a little confused again, and she could only let Naruto's words lead her. Just as he was about to go out, he seemed to remember something, turned back to the room and took another coat and threw it to Temari. He didn't care whether she wanted it or not, and walked out on his own. With a splash of water, Kurotsuki raised her legs in the bathtub, and her toes landed on the absorbent pad. Humming a song, she bent down and wrapped her body with a snow-white bathrobe. The inn on the first floor of the Uegakure village was very wide, with 6 rooms. She lived in one room by herself, and Unaki was old and needed someone to take care of him, so Akito lived in one room with him. The weather in the Iron Country is really bad. It snows for 1/3 of the year. Kurotsuki stood by the window and looked at the heavy snow outside. She stretched lazily. She was naturally not used to the climate here. She glanced outside casually, and her eyes suddenly stopped, and she squinted her eyes. Aren't those people from Konoha and Tsunagakure? How can we go together? Can the allies be so close? In the heavy snow. The two of them stood silently under the eaves of the pentagonal pavilion wearing the same black coat, surrounded by white. Temari was wearing a coat and could smell the faint fragrance of the clothes. Suddenly she remembered the glance Naruto gave her today, and her heart beat violently again. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and she felt that she was hopeless with just one look. She had seen many people since she was a child, and had suffered a lot. When Kankuro was afraid of Gaara when he was a child, she was the one who mediated. Later, she found that her father seemed to want to kill Gaara, and she began to realize that some things were not something she could change. But she still tried her best to do what she could, taking care of family, work hard to practice. There were also people of the same age in the Sand Village who tried to pursue her. Some were good-looking, some were strong, but she looked down on them all. She thought they were too childish, like puppies wagging their tails everywhere. She habitually liked to take care of people and be relied on by her younger brother. But Temari already had 2 younger brothers. What if she found another childish brother as a boyfriend? That was too ridiculous. She was just bored. In the cold wind, she lowered her head and stared at her chest. After thinking for a long time, she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Naruto spoke first, his voice was neither light nor heavy, and there was less coldness. He stared at her with his eyes and said, "I heard about the deepening of the alliance treaty between Sand Village and Konoha. At that time, it was really surprising that Sand Village could make such a decision." Temari listened carefully, and suddenly found that she was not mentioned in the whole sentence. Her expression did not change, but her heart was depressed for a moment. She did not do those things just for Konoha. After saying that, Naruto obviously relaxed, as if he had completed a task. That matter actually, Sand Village just made a decision that was in our interests. After all, we are allies, and we should really unite in Konoha. Temari said with a forced smile, and the smile on her face was almost stiff. At this time, the wind and snow were getting heavier, and Naruto put his hands in the pockets of his coat. Looking at Temari's increasingly reluctant expression, a smile appeared in his eyes. At dusk, the sky was getting darker due to the snow. "Come here," he said, in an imperative tone. Temari couldn't resist, and moved slowly with a red face. She was afraid that she would be disliked if she stood too close, so she stopped cautiously when she was about 3 or 4 steps away from him. Naruto stared at her with some amusement. "I didn't see you so far away that day? Why is he like this now?" "That's not it." Temari was a little depressed. She muttered and stopped talking. She said as if she had given up on herself, "Anyway, whatever you say is what it is." "Thank you anyway," he said directly, "although what you did may not be entirely for me, it did help me a lot, so thank you anyway, Temari." The wind and snow were blowing finely and densely. Temari stood there, and her heart trembled suddenly when her name was called. It was obviously just a very ordinary thank you, but she wanted to jump up and cheer. She had clearly prepared herself mentally before going out, even if his attitude was as impatient and cold as always. But she didn't expect things to develop like this now, a little unexpected. "No, it's okay." Temari squinted and smiled, but it was still a little unnatural. "I was a little rude to you before, I'm not very friendly, I won't do it in the future." Naruto said, "I was just a little angry at the time, and I didn't expect you to be scared." Temari felt a little panicked when she heard it, as if something was wrong. "That I have forgotten everything that happened before, you don't have to take it to heart." She was a little nervous and stammered, I was quite harsh at that time, and I deserved it. Her voice became lower and lower, and she looked up and saw Naruto speaking. You don't have to help me, especially in the future. There are many things I can solve by myself, and there are not many difficulties. Naruto stood there loosely, with a cold expression, keeping people at a distance. Temari's body was a little stiff, her head was buzzing, and she didn't hear a word of what Naruto said later. She didn't notice until Naruto left, and stood there in a daze. The talks broke down again. Looking at the increasingly solemn atmosphere of the 5-cage talks, Naruto sighed. It was more boring than he had imagined, and the Kumagakure was completely unreasonable. Dunaki is an old bastard, who is ridiculed by the crowd at every turn, and he doesn't worry about whether there is anyone to take over from Uegakure. But if Kumagakure is like a gang organization, Uegakure is basically a feudal dynasty. The local tyrant Onoki will pass the position of Tsuchikage to his granddaughter Kuratsuki in the future, just like now. Participating in the 5-cage talks will also help Kuratsuki gain experience. At present, except for Sand Village and Konoha, those standing here are basically the successors of the 5-cage. If the talks fail tomorrow, just leave directly. In the room, Tsunade put down the wine glass, rubbed her temples and said, "It's too exhausting to argue with those stubborn guys. Okay, I'm tired of staying here anyway." He continued, and put away the wine glass with one hand without leaving a trace. "There's no point in staying here. You don't care, I'm the Hokage." Tsunade went to get the wine glass but found nothing, and immediately showed dissatisfaction on her face, and stretched out her other hand to grab Naruto's collar. "Take it out. Drink less." He took half a glass of wine from the seal. The space was brought out. "Hasn't Tsunade-sama been training Kakashi-sensei? You obviously don't want to be tied up in official duties all day long. That's two different things." Tsunade took a sip of wine. "I really don't want to sit in that damn Hokage's office every day, but there is no way at the moment. Konoha needs me. When Kakashi becomes a qualified Hokage, I can leave." "Where to go?" Naruto asked curiously. "Continue traveling, where else can I go?" Tsunade said, "Do you want to stay in this village? Spend every day in memories? Only freshness can dilute memories." Perhaps the meeting was not smooth, and Tsunade opened her heart to Naruto a little bit under the influence of alcohol. "That's right." Naruto echoed, "I want to go around and see. There are no restrictions now. When I become a senior ninja, I will leave the village to travel." "You mean to leave when you become an adult?" Tsunade glanced at him sideways. "Almost." Naruto also mentioned his future plans. "I plan to go to various places and see the local customs and practices of each place. Take 2 or 3 missions a year and earn some money to eat." "Perfect. 2 or 3 missions, enough money." Tsunade sneered. Her neck was a little red after drinking. She pulled her clothes, revealing large patches of whiteness, but she didn't care. Naruto didn't care either. He looked completely immune and stared at her. Lying in the chair, he said with a loose and casual tone and a smile. "If you don't have enough money, ask Tsunade to borrow it. Anyway, you won't starve to death. Look for me." Tsunade smiled, "I can give it to you if you ask me. Just call me sister." Naruto showed the same sneer as Tsunade, "You can lie to me, but it's wrong to lie to yourself." With a bang, Naruto was thrown out of the room by Tsunade with his coat, and hit the wall of the corridor heavily. Tsunade seemed a little drunk, and her knife-like eyes swept him. "Hat, dinner will be sent to my room." After saying that, the door slammed shut. He asked for trouble, touched his hurt back and stood up with a grin. "Fortunately, this floor is owned by Konoha alone, and there is no one in the corridor." He sighed and went back to his room slowly. However, when it was time for dinner, Naruto knocked on Tsunade's door with the dinner cart. The sexy female boss seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness at noon and motioned him to go in. Fortunately, Tsunade did not bear grudges, and the dinner was relaxed and enjoyable. The next day, the last day of the meeting mentioned by Tsunade arrived, and the atmosphere at the meeting table was already tense. It was like a gunpowder barrel that had been squeezed for a long time and exploded at a touch. Even the usually gentle Mizukage Terumi became strong, and angrily scolded Kumagakure and Uegakure at the meeting table. Her philosophy coincided with Tsunade's, and she believed in the power of the younger generation. The 4th Raikage AI is like the godfather of the ninja world. He talks about the rules of the ninja world all the time, the world of the strong. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. The Kazekage Gaara is also very sharp-minded. He looks down on the older generation of Reikage and Tsuchikage Onoki. Although he is young, he seems calm and can respond to Onoki's difficulties word for word. Onoki still looks like an old gangster, relying on his seniority and acting like a local emperor. He speaks with sarcasm and mentions Gaara's blunt remarks about the fourth Kazekage's failure. As for the Hokage Tsunade, she came here to quarrel and had no intention of taking responsibility for the Two Tails incident. Reikage, all the traitorous ninjas are from your 4 villages. Shouldn't you send ninjas to get rid of them? We don't have any traitors in Kumagakure. Onoki, Lord Reikage is going too far. We have issued arrest warrants for the traitorous ninjas and sent them to various countries. Only when we get clues first can we have a clear goal. There is no such thing as looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, the problem of traitorous ninjas has been around for a long time. We can't just waste the resources of the village just because the second tail of Kumagakure was kidnapped. Mei Terumi, Lord Tsuchikage is right. We have had many traitorous ninjas in the Mist Shadow before. Most of the traitorous ninjas that could be traced have been sent to the police over the years. Most of the remaining rebel ninjas have strengths that are not inferior to those of the Jonin, and it will take a lot of manpower and resources to track them down. Gaara crossed his hands on the table. The Sand Village has tracked down an organization called Akatsuki, whose members are all powerful ninjas who defected from various ninja villages. Scorpion, a ninja who defected from the Sand Village many years ago, is serving the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade knocked on the table. Don't waste any more time, Reikage, just say what you want to say. Don't accuse us with some unfounded excuses. What is the real purpose? The meeting failed as expected. The Reikage was furious, and Tsunade left the table directly. The leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, sent someone to come once, and Tsunade said bluntly that there was nothing to talk about. Go tell the people in Kumagakure to either discuss something feasible or just disperse. Tsunade's eyes were a little cold. Tell them to stop talking about Uchiha Sasuke. It's hard to say whether there are any traitors in Kumagakure. Everyone can say nice things. The people from the Iron Country brought the message, but Kumagakure unexpectedly gave in. Naruto was already packing up, but was temporarily notified by Tsunade to stay for another day for the last meeting tomorrow. He left without saying anything else. In the afternoon, Naruto accompanied Tsunade in the room to carefully browse the information sent by Kumagakure. He was a little tired after reading for 2 hours, but turned around and saw Tsunade still after checking meticulously. He yawned and planned to go out for a walk. He did not disturb Tsunade and left quietly by himself. He walked out the door and stood under the eaves of the inn. He looked at the cotton-like snow, exhaled a breath of hot air, and looked into the distance for a while to relieve the fatigue of his eyes. It didn't matter what the attitude of Kumagakure was. Mizukage Mei Terumi seemed to be inclined to Tsunade, but in fact she had reached a temporary tacit understanding with the Tsuchikage. Konoha and Sand Village were allies, so naturally there was no difference of opinion. The Mizukage and the Tsuchikage reached a tacit understanding, and Kumagakure could not morally attack one of them. In this way, the talks formed a three-legged situation. In the end, Kumagakure compromised, and they would solve the two-tail issue privately. This time, the talks were mainly about resources, and they took this opportunity to seek cooperation with the 4 countries. I originally planned to use the two-tail incident to make the 4 countries give in, but I didn't expect that no matter how tense the situation was, none of the 4 shadows would give in. As soon as Tsunade said she was leaving, Kumagakure was dumbfounded. It was impossible to finally convene a meeting of the 5 cages and fail to reach an agreement. The wrangling alone would lead to the failure of the meeting. After thinking about it, Kumagakure gave in first. This was a good sign, at least it broke the deadlock. Just as Naruto was letting his thoughts fly, he suddenly heard someone coming downstairs. He thought it was Tsunade, and turned his head subconsciously, but saw Temari's resentful face. The wind and snow were getting stronger, and a piece of wood was suddenly rolled up and soon swallowed by the snow. The surroundings were not quiet, the wind was howling, and the sound of snow falling could not be heard. But the chaotic white noise made Temari's footsteps and heavy breathing clear. Konoha and Tsunagakure lived on different floors of an inn, and next to it was the inn shared by Uegakure and Kirigakure. Most of the time, no one was seen here. As for Temari's matter, Naruto had made it clear last time. He said that they were starting over, and all the previous grudges were wiped out, so there was no need to deliberately help him. He saw Temari's absent-minded look, and wanted to ask her if she heard it, but after thinking about it, he left first. If she didn't know, she would think he had done something, which would be really troublesome. Temari's voice was a little hoarse, not knowing whether she had caught a cold or something. Do you still want me? Chapter 256. Another year, winter snow at the end of the year, nothing seems to have changed. 10 minutes ago. Gaara's room on the first floor of Sand Village. Kanjiura patted his head and said a little irritably. Gaara, I think the guys from Kumagakure did it on purpose, and I wasted a few days dealing with them in vain. Now that I'm about to leave, they suddenly show their sincerity again. Under the light, Gaara was concentrating on the information on the table. His cold face eased a little when he raised his head, and he looked at Kanjiura and spoke. This is the usual negotiating style of Kumagakure. Their style of doing things is like that of a violent gang. If intimidation fails, they will show their sincerity. Hearing this, Kankuro threw the cooperation materials sent by Kumagakure on the table in a mess. That kind of village is really outrageous. Right, Temari? Kankuro looked at Temari, but found that the other party was a little absent-minded, and immediately shouted again. There's nothing strange about it. Kumagakure has always been domineering. After Temari put down the information, she stood up, left the room after saying I'm going out for some fresh air. Temari has been very strange recently. Kankuro retracted his gaze. Right, Gaara? Yet. Gaara didn't even raise his head, responded, and continued to look at the information. In the corridor, Temari looked at the entrance to the first floor, her mind a little confused. She didn't hear clearly what he said that day, but she understood what he meant. Write it off, then there will probably be no intersection in the future, right? After all, there are two countries between them. Although the Wind Country and the Fire Country are allies, they don't always meet each other at events. She went to the bathroom and washed her face with water. The infrastructure of the Iron Country is good, and hot water is always flowing in the iron pipes. The warm water splashed on her face, and the cool breeze made her instantly sober. Her skin in the mirror was cold and white, with standard beauty bones, and a few strands of golden hair on both sides of her face, adding a touch of tender and abstinence. Temari walked out of the bathroom and stood at the window at the end of the corridor for a while, staring at the white snow scene. She was originally the princess of Sand Village, and she could digest it by herself no matter how bad her mood was. When she was a child, she accidentally overheard that her father was going to send someone to assassinate Gaara, and she was only horrified for a while, and soon she found Gaara and took him away with a normal look. Her childhood was not chaotic, but she was afraid. If she hadn't been stronger, Gaara might not have survived until now. Now that his father is dead, Gaara has gradually become a qualified cage. Things are getting better step by step, but why do I still feel empty in my heart? Just like the little girl who stood behind the door and heard her father was going to kill her brother 7 or 8 years ago. She kept looking forward because she could never look back. That cold family and nightmare-like years made people subconsciously avoid it. While she was in a daze, footsteps suddenly came from downstairs, clearly walking downstairs. Downstairs. Temari's heart skipped a beat. There were only 2 people downstairs. The footsteps could only be him. So, is she also out for some fresh air? She herself didn't know why, but since that time, that person's figure has taken root in her heart, and she can't forget it. There has never been such a situation before, and she was much better when she left. A year later, she would still get nervous again and again when she heard the news about him. Just like now, she has been very restrained, but she can't stand the sound of footsteps. She wants to know Naruto's past and wants to stay by his side. For some reason, she didn't have much love from her parents when she was a child. But she is really good at loving someone and knows how to comfort people's pain. It's like a natural talent, she is born to be a sister. It is precisely because of this that Gaara doesn't listen to anyone, but he will listen to Temari's advice. So when she is kind to others from the bottom of her heart, not many people can stop her. But it has no effect on Naruto. Temari still remembered his usual hot eyes, which were full of scrutiny and no one cared about them. But Temari was very susceptible to him. He stared at her and she would listen to whatever he said. She couldn't help wanting to make it up to him. She covered his pain with tenderness, and her wet heart contained all the unbearable past, and then went up along his neck and ate him in one bite. It seemed to say, "Don't reject me, let me get close to you. Look, I'm good at loving someone, be with me, I know how to love you." Tell him with the most gentle and pious words, believe me, there is light in this world. The Iron Kingdom was covered with wind and snow, and the outside was as abstract as a white paint painting. She was stunned in the corridor for a long time, but couldn't help going downstairs. So the scene just now happened. When Naruto turned around, he saw Temari slowly going downstairs. She stopped about 3 or 4 steps in front of him, with mist in her eyes, and looked up at him slightly. Do you still want me? He stared at her in surprise. His impression of Temari had been completely overturned. At first, he thought she was a bit arrogant, but he found her unexpectedly soft. Some unpleasant things happened in the middle, but after so long, his mood had changed. What do you want? He frowned. The snow fell down, landing on the eaves and in the snow. Temari looked embarrassed, but she had no way out, so she simply moved forward. She stuck to Naruto and was not pushed away as expected. Temari looked up, feeling a little excited. Looking into Naruto's eyes, her heart suddenly tightened, and she felt that she had given up everything. I will be obedient. I can give you anything you want. Don't leave me. The inn was quiet around, but fortunately the white noise of the wind and snow was loud enough to cover up Temari's voice. The whirring wind continued, and with a creak, the branches of the green tree next to it were broken by the heavy snow. Naruto's heart was calm, and his eyes were always the same. People who knew him knew that he looked at a tree or a dog with the same eyes, and he didn't care. Because he was often distracted, he stared for a while before he said, "Oh, it turned out to be a tree." He pushed Temari away and asked lazily, "Do you really want to?" "Yet." Temari lowered her head, and the energy in her heart relaxed, and her face suddenly turned red. Thinking back to what she had just said, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Time is running out. We will probably leave here after the 5-cage talks tomorrow. As he spoke, he grabbed Temari's hand and shuttled through his fingers all the way. Temari couldn't stand it, squinting her eyes and panting slightly. Then what should we do? He pulled Temari to the back of the corner of the stairs, where it was dark and opaque, and the whole space was pitch black. The wind and snow couldn't get in, and neither could the light. It's so dark here, let's go out. She said. She didn't like being controlled by others, but if it was Naruto, she didn't hate it. It's just that Temari was born afraid of the dark. It's okay to stay for a while, but she will feel dizzy if she stays for a long time. Wait a little longer. He came closer, his voice seemed very taboo, with a hint of teasing, "You are afraid of the dark? How can you be a ninja?" "I'm not afraid, but I will feel dizzy if I stay for a long time," Temari said in a low voice, her face flushed. She never thought there would be such a day, and she was not really afraid. In this dark corner of the space, she got what she wanted, and her heart suddenly became hot. She could feel the broad chest and the masculine body that came towards her. There was an itch in her neck, and just when she was at a loss, Naruto let her go. "Let's go. See you next time." She closed her eyes and opened them in a trance. Temari felt her body being pulled out and back under the eaves. The man leaned against the wooden pillar and smiled, staring at her like that again. Temari knew at that moment that she was finished. She would never escape from that man's grasp in this life. At night, there was a knock on Tsunade's door. "Come in," she said in a dull voice without raising her head. The door opened, and Naruto came in with a midnight snack, and placed it lightly a little away from the information. "Take a short break." Hearing this, Tsunade took a deep breath and fell back in the chair. She squinted her eyes and looked at the light above her head, with a tired look on her face. "Rest? What rest? Tomorrow is the last chance for a meeting." Kumagakure is still as unreasonable as ever, using these scheming routines. He pinched his brows. "First, keep finding faults and waste your energy. When the discussion is over, take a step back and send a lot of information like snowflakes. There is only one day, and I can't blame them." After all, they gave in and took a step back. "If we don't finish reading these things, we can't continue the meeting tomorrow." "That's really a bitch." Naruto sat down on the sofa opposite. "Tsunade-sama didn't bring Sister Shizune here, it's really too much. Shizune has to stay in Konoha. On the one hand, the medical team is really too busy, and Sakura can't take charge of the overall situation." Tsunade reached out and fumbled on the table for a while, grabbed the wine glass and took a sip before finding that it was empty. "In short, Konoha has indeed been going downhill in recent years. This is an indisputable fact. It can't be said to be a lack of successors, but it's not much better than the three major ninja villages of Iwagakure, Sand Village, and Tsuchikage. She struggled to get up, but was pushed back by Naruto, who stood up, and then slowly poured her a glass of wine. Won't wars always happen when ninja villages become strong? That being said, we can't let Kumagakure get bigger. Tsunade said, if Kumagakure hadn't shown a tendency to surpass Konoha, this 5-cage meeting wouldn't have been so easy to convene. There's no other way at the moment. Peace in the ninja world is the general trend. We can't let Kumagakure seize on us and start a war. Kuragakure has already lost the 2 tails. Don't worry too much. Naruto comforted, who knows what will happen in the future? Peace is naturally the best. Yet. Tsunade took a sip of wine, looked at Naruto and said, since you're not asleep, help me sort out the pile of information. Oh, okay. The next day. The meeting was completed smoothly, but the 4 cages, except for the Reikage, didn't look very mentally well. Probably because of staying up late to read the information, Onoki looked like he was going to die at any time. A month has passed since returning to Konoha. After escaping from the winter of the Iron Country, and not feeling the autumn of Konoha, winter has come in the blink of an eye. Naruto was completely depressed. He said he would wait for Jiraiya to return to the village, but he waited for a whole winter and didn't see the old guy come back. I don't know if he went to the land of fields to find the snake-skinned monster happy and they fell in love and killed each other. He forgot his apprentice because of his old friend. Autumn. He looked at the heavy snow outside the window and shivered in the quilt. Fortunately, Hinata and Ino would occasionally come to see him, mainly because he was too much of a homebody and would never go out unless there was something to do. Especially in winter, it was almost like hibernation. It is worth mentioning that the Nine-Tails was also afraid of the cold. He didn't hang around on the sofa when he had nothing to do, and he learned to hide in the quilt like Naruto. It was not until Naruto asked someone to replace the new heating equipment that it slowly strode out of the room. Not staying there anymore. He sneered. I couldn't sleep, so I just went out for a walk. Kyuubi jumped into the sofa with a hurdle jump. His movements were smooth and natural. Naruto wanted to throw him to the Olympics. After a while, Kyuubi turned over and saw Naruto still tinkering with the new heating equipment. Are you going out to eat today? Eat every day, what else do you know besides eating? Naruto glanced back at Kyuubi, you're as fat as a pig. Do you remember what breed you are? Kyuubi turned a deaf ear to him. He could lose weight anytime he wanted. He was just a ball of energy in his body. But in the winter, fat can keep warm. The end of the year is approaching. Naruto, who had nothing to do all day, took part in Konoha's winter Chunin exam. Compared with the previous joint exams of the 2 countries, Konoha's Chunin exam was much simpler. It took half a month before and after, and he finally got the title of Chunin. Koji also took the exam with him. Because he missed the autumn exam, he had to retake it once. The 2 brothers in distress gathered together, one fat and one thin, especially conspicuous in the snow. A week before the New Year's festival, the Chunin uniforms came down. Naruto and Koji had agreed to go to the Hokage building together, but they didn't expect Ino to come along. He smiled at the 2 of them and said with gloating. To celebrate that you 2 have finally gotten rid of your genin status, I'll treat you to barbecue. The 2 of us? Naruto was stunned for a moment. Koji pointed at Naruto with a serious face, tightened his cotton coat, and pointed at himself. Shikamaru, Ino, Niji, Xiaoli, even Kaiba is already a Chunin, and only the 2 of us are still genin. After receiving the Chunin uniforms, they went through the formalities in a row. Ino had done it once before, and she took the 2 of them up and down the stairs with familiarity. When they sat in the barbecue restaurant and looked through the menu, it was already noon. The alley was covered with winter snow, and in the warm barbecue restaurant, Koji always felt something was wrong. He looked up at the misty glass, then turned around to look at the 2 people sitting together, and asked in a mutter. Should I go home now? Chapter 257 New Year Festival, Good Things Will Happen. Why go home if there is nothing to do? Naruto leaned back in the soft chair, picked up the juice and glanced at him slowly. After today, it will be difficult for you to see me. There is still a mission at this time. Dinkai was a little surprised, his eyes narrowed, and there was only a slit left. If there is no mission, just stay at home. He said shamelessly, I will be 16 after the new year. I don't want to be drafted, so I just stay at home. What is your excuse? Dinkai was a little speechless. What you said should be done. Could it be Lady Tsunade? Who else but her? Naruto looked nonchalant, reaching out to grab the barbecue, but was slapped by Ino. Not cooked, she said, then turned her head and looked at him seriously with a frown. You can't really not participate in any mission, right? If you continue like this, let alone the rating of Jonin, even the rating of Chunin will be taken back. No. Naruto lay back, looking unmoved. No one offends me at this time, anyway, I am. Ah. Ino, what are you doing? Ino grabbed him and stared at him. Didn't you say that no one can offend you? The Prince of Konoha broke his power on the spot and was immediately wilted. I will report to the Hokage building after the New Year's festival. That's fine, right? Humph. Chisai ate the barbecue with a sour look on his face. He didn't know what was going on with the two people, so he simply didn't think about it. Seeing that the barbecue on the table was already cooked, he directly used a pair of chopsticks in each hand to eat left and right. Eat these two rich dogs bankrupt. 3 rich dogs who were not short of money sat in the barbecue restaurant and ate and drank a lot from afternoon to night. Naruto and Ino sat together openly, with the lights above their heads shining. The two of them watched Chisai perform beyond his level and finish one plate of barbecue after another with boredom. Until the end, Chisai looked at the pile of plates and touched his belly with satisfaction. Burp, full. He said. Naruto was about to get up to pay, but was pulled by Ino. He turned around and saw Ino looking at him worriedly. I'll pay, she said. Okay. Naruto sat down and made way for Ino to get up and pay. Naruto. Koji looked at him straight, almost biting his handkerchief in grievance. So I ate all afternoon and didn't pay you a penny. What? Do you want to eat me to bankruptcy? Naruto leaned lazily on the chair as if his bones had melted. His voice was a little drowsy, but his smile was very arrogant. You let Ino pay? Damn, isn't this a foul? Koji said with narrowed eyes. I didn't say I paid, and Ino said she would treat us to barbecue. Naruto smiled, with a smug look on his face, but he was not in a hurry, and he had no temper with him. Next time I'll pay. I give up. Koji raised a fat middle finger. Ino had already paid and came over. The little rich woman was almost an adult and had no shortage of money. Yamanaka Inoichi had only this one daughter, and he wanted to hold her in his hands. Let's go. She stood in the aisle in a heroic manner, raised her index finger and pointed to the direction of the door. Snow was falling outside the barbecue restaurant. The dim streets of Konoha were lit with some lights. It was just getting dark, and it was the time when the flow of customers was full. The 20% discount during the mealtime was just right to avoid the crowded queues. Koji was full, but went home sour. He planned to consult Shikamaru in a few days about what it felt like to have two good friends who were better than him. Shikamaru would probably tell him that life is short and he should eat on time while disliking it. The New Year festival arrived as scheduled. Naruto had too much money to spend, so he simply bought a batch of gifts. It happened that he asked Ino to pay last time, so he had an excuse to ask her out again, so he chose a bracelet. The price was not too expensive, just the level that could be accepted by someone who was more than a friend but less than a lover. For in order not to be accused of being partial, he bought all the gifts for everyone he could give. From high to low, he bought everything. It might not be possible to give them out, but it's better to be prepared. Giving gifts to a wide range of people is too conspicuous, so he just prepared it. At present, he only planned to give gifts to 2 people quietly. The rest will depend on the situation. If Koji and the others. Tisk, the thought of giving gifts made him feel troublesome. He had never done such a thing. As a result, he tossed and turned and didn't sleep well the night before the New Year's festival, and he simply overslept the next day. When he woke up, it was almost dark. With a bang, dazzling fireworks rose in the distance outside the window. The lights were not on in the room, and his mind was still a little groggy. When the light of the fireworks flashed on his face, Naruto realized that it was already the New Year's festival. The reason why the gifts could not be given out during the day was also due to his subconscious. Send them tomorrow. He lay back down with a thud. After a while, the door was pushed open, and beams of bright light from the living room shone into the room. Nine-tailed Fox walked in with the ruthless steps of a tomcat, and said in a very annoying way. Bye takoyaki. Naruto gave it a light kick, wait outside. After packing up, he squatted in the entrance to change his shoes. The nine-tailed fox opened the door in advance and stood at the door excitedly. The gorgeous fireworks in the night sky illuminated the entrance, a man tied his shoelaces, and a dog stood in front of the door. This scene was so strange no matter how you looked at it. The door slammed shut, locking all the loneliness inside. The man and the dog walked downstairs slowly, and ran towards the bustling Konoha street hungry. The shops along the street were bustling with people, and there were shouts and clashes of bottles everywhere. Naruto and the nine-tailed fox ate everywhere, bought takoyaki, and also bought a lot of nine-tailed fox's exclusive wine. A large number of people and yukatas walked by, and they stood outside the crowd and stretched their necks to look inside. After eating and drinking, the man and the dog walked slowly. Swayed back. The shadow stretched long under the light, which seemed out of tune with the bustling world. How are we going to spend tonight? Kyuubi suddenly asked. Sleeping, how else can we spend it? Naruto glanced at Kyuubi and asked casually, do you tailed beasts also celebrate the New Year's festival? But I don't know what that is. Kyuubi saw that there was no one around, so he simply stood up and walked on two legs, but it seems that you humans will celebrate it, won't you? We are one person and one dog, there is nothing to celebrate. Naruto glanced at Kyuubi lightly, how about, on this New Year's Day, kowtow to me? Nishiyuki. Kyuubi raised a middle finger. Naruto raised his eyebrows, and suddenly remembered the middle finger raised by Koji at the barbecue restaurant last time. This thing is still a trend, and it spreads quickly. After dragging up the stairs, Kyuubi immediately shut up, and Naruto didn't care. Just think it can't be defeated, anyway, it has suffered a lot from him. Standing in front of the door, he slowly took out the key from his pocket, shook it for a long time and found the key to the front door. Aiming at the keyhole, he pushed it in. The door opened, and the light from the living room overflowed like a spider web. He was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and asked Joey, did I turn off the lights before going out? How should I know? Joey muttered softly and stepped in first, but before he could feel comfortable for a few seconds, he found a figure in the living room and was frightened. Meow. Naruto stood outside the door and saw Ino standing there wearing a sweater with lavender fluff. The fireworks in the sky seemed to run into her eyes alone, so bright. Why are you standing there stupidly? She frowned. Chapter 258 Worrying about gains and losses is the norm. Why are you here? Naruto kicked the frightened Joey into the room, and then regained his composure and carried the things into the door. Hehe, why can't I come? Or do you have another date? Ino took the things in his hand and turned to the living room. He was still changing his shoes at the entrance, and the Nine-Tails was already following Ino into the living room. What date can I have? I'm alone and was planning to go to bed directly. He paused and looked at Ino standing in the living room. You sneaked out alone? What about uncle and aunt? Konoha doesn't pay much attention to the New Year's festival, but it is a festival with relatives after all. Although Naruto's friends are already independent chunin. But this is just the village's recognition of them at the ninja business level, and it doesn't mean that they can freely decide not to celebrate the New Year with their families. That is the right of adults. For example, busy with work, special missions, etc. And another example is Kazi brother and Jiraiya, who are as carefree as him. Doing tasks during the New Year is also a common thing. Father is busy with work. Working overtime during the New Year's festival? How inhumane! Naruto was indignant. It's a temporary task entrusted to me by Tsunade-sama. Oh, Tsunade-sama, that's fine. His only sense of justice was very self-aware and shrank back in an instant. He couldn't twist his arm against his thigh, and couldn't fight a giant breast. What about my aunt? My mother Ino sighed, glanced at him and said, she has something to do in Tansho Street and hasn't come back yet. Oh, that's why you came to me. Naruto leaned back on the sofa and looked up at her. The light was clear, and the girl's cheeks were soft and smooth, without any flaws. She just tied a high ponytail casually, but she looked pure and moving. I'm just bored staying at home alone. Ino took a glass of water, and just when she was about to drink it, she suddenly remembered that it was his cup, and put it down again. Are there any other cups? She turned her head and asked. No more. He changed his position on the sofa and answered neatly, if you don't mind, I'll give you some. What do you mean by do? Ino was confused for a moment and asked subconsciously. Naruto didn't say anything, staring lazily at Ino's lips shining with moisture under the light, leaning back on the sofa with a malicious smile on his face. He was almost an adult, and he was not so restrained. After all, copper smelting was illegal, both literally and literally. The sky was different at the age of 16, and some harmless little jokes could still be made. You. Ino noticed his eyes and reacted immediately, I'll go back if you say that again. He didn't say anything after all, because joking too much was also an offense. Even if Ino didn't really get angry because he continued to talk, he still stopped. Seeing his cautious look, Ino still couldn't bear it, and said as if she had given up struggling. I won't leave. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She clearly remembered that she wanted to say that she was too bored to stay at home and would not go back so early, but she said the wrong thing without paying attention. But Naruto didn't seem to react, just smiled at her. I will follow you if you leave. What is this? How can she continue with this? Ino looked at him unhappily, and went straight into the kitchen after saying whatever you want. After a while, there was a ding-dong sound from the kitchen. She was probably looking for a cup. Where is the cup? I remember there were still a lot last time. Ino's voice came from the kitchen, and the heater in the living room was blowing. It was broken by the fox dog, and there is only one left. Naruto said lazily, yawned, and simply closed his eyes on the sofa. How could it be gone? Ino muttered as she walked out of the kitchen. It was broken some time ago, and I didn't have time to buy a new one. He explained casually, his eyes slightly opened. Ino had already picked up the glass of water and drank half of it as if nothing had happened. You drank it? He opened his eyes. Hearing this, Ino's face suddenly turned red and she glared at him. You did it on purpose. Yet. I'll strangle you to death. Ino was almost mad at Naruto's teasing, and she didn't care about anything else. She rushed over and twisted his waist hard. He didn't intend to resist, and was ready for pain. Ino's hand was not heavy, so it would not leave marks, and it was not too painful. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't wait for the expected pain. He looked over, and Ino seemed to have changed her mind again. Under the ceiling light, she smiled at him with a lovely smile in her eyes. In the new year, I won't be angry with you. The curtains on the balcony were not drawn, and you could see that it was snowing outside again, and it was pitch black in the distance. On the sofa in the living room, the two of them pressed together in an ambiguous posture, up and down, with only 3 fists between them. Ino was a little proud at first, but when she noticed that the eyes of the people below had changed, she immediately wanted to get up but was pulled back. What's wrong? Her voice was a little trembling, and the hand wandering around her waist was not honest. It's okay. Naruto quickly let go of Ino, and the sound was like he had just woken up. The living room was silent, with only the whirring sound of the heater, and the door of the room opened. Kyuubi poked his head out and saw the two people almost stacked on top of each other in the living room. He immediately meowed and shrank back. What did you raise? Ino was a little surprised, stood up and patted her clothes, pretending to be calm and asked. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Naruto also stood up from the sofa, covering up his embarrassment just now. Just now Ino blushed and looked away, and asked in a low voice, did you just want to why did you do that suddenly? You were so close, you would be moved if it was you. Naruto didn't make any other excuses, just told the truth. Ino's ears were red, and she was naturally pleased with his words. But she didn't want Naruto to know her thoughts, after all, she was a reserved girl. She was naturally happy that someone was attracted to her, but she didn't show this happiness, especially in front of Naruto. She always felt that she couldn't let him know, otherwise that person would definitely get more and more. Really? Anyway, I don't care. After this little episode, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. The two sat on both sides of the sofa, eating the snacks he brought back, and talking about plans for the new year. The title of Jonin? So that's why you are so desperate to take the task. Naruto looked at Ino in surprise. Don't look at me like that. Ino was a little embarrassed. Isn't it normal to want to get the title of Jonin? After all, you are a ninja, and you all want to become stronger. Then there's no need to be so anxious, right? He wondered whether he should tell Ino the story of forcing the growth of seedlings. Hearing this, Ino suddenly felt like a poor student being attacked by a top student and vomited blood, and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Of course you are not anxious. If I were as strong as you, I would not be anxious either. You are lying all day, but you have made the most progress. He was speechless. Who knows the pain of deep blue points? This topic was skipped. Ino sat on the sofa in a girl's posture, eating takoyaki slowly. Occasionally, she glanced at Naruto, then paused and glared at him fiercely. Girls in ambiguity are always stupid and cute, and they will never realize this. Did you go to Hinata when you came back? She asked after clearing her throat. For some reason, the topic suddenly turned to this, as if it was a random topic. She glanced at Naruto, and her eyes fell on the takoyaki that was almost empty on the table. She took a sour bite and thought that she was just asking casually. Anyway, she didn't show it on her face. She just wanted to know how far he and Hinata had come from a friend's perspective. It was just ordinary concern, which should be taken for granted. I found her, but she didn't have time and had to go on a mission. Naruto said. He told the truth, but omitted some details. For example, the dark history of the nine-tailed fox going to the Hyuga family to drink every day. There was no point in talking about it. Just don't know if it was his illusion, whether it was Ino or Hinata. They were very hard on missions and training in the past 6 months, and they almost didn't see each other. Oh. Ino was a little absent-minded, with a sense of stealing in her heart. Why do I feel guilty, but I am clearly doing it openly. It is normal to go to a friend's house when you are bored during the New Year festival, right? Besides, it's not like I haven't been there before. When she thought about it, her face became hot again. When she looked up, she happened to meet Naruto's thoughtful eyes, and she was immediately flustered and asked. Why are you looking at me? You are pretty, so just look at me a few more times. What's wrong? Naruto was not shy either. Ino took a bite of the last takoyaki, and listening to Naruto's words, whether it was a joke or the truth. She felt like there were ants crawling in her heart. She remembered that Naruto had said he liked her, but he didn't say it explicitly. And in that thunderstorm, her mother was still in the kitchen, and she was the first to speak. The boy would feel excited in that situation. Would his words count? Just like she didn't think so much at that time. After a long time, she came to her senses and realized what she had done, and she was so ashamed that she rolled on the bed. The mother did remind her inadvertently that few of the words a man said in bed were true. Although it was not in bed at that time, but sitting on the sofa. But that situation and atmosphere were similar to the metaphor of the bed. So, what the two said didn't count, right? It can only be regarded as a whim. Although it is a bit perverted to say so, it does not rule out the possibility that this is the truth. He must have forgotten it, he must have forgotten it. Ino, who was deeply trapped in the ambiguity, was a little worried about gains and losses. Once her mind started to work, she couldn't stop, and her logic gradually collapsed bit by bit. Naruto watched Ino eating takoyaki in small bites, and couldn't help wondering, is that thing so delicious? Has it been 5 or 6 minutes? Chapter 259. It's too cold, let's eat together. With a snap, a sharp fire flashed in the living room, and it was suddenly plunged into darkness. Hey! The power outage again. It is normal for Konoha to have insufficient power supply during the New Year's festival. Living in a place a little further away from the village will always face the risk of power outages. What should I do? Then I can only squeeze together when I sleep. He said. No. Ino shook her head immediately. She stood up in the dark and could only roughly determine Naruto's position. It took a while for her eyes to adapt to the darkness. Now is different from the past. As her body grows wildly, she is more and more sensitive to that kind of thing. Her mother occasionally popularizes some knowledge to her, which always makes her blush. It is said that the ignorant are fearless, and the more you know, the more cautious you are. Are you going back? His voice came from the darkness. She heard it clearly, just asking simply. Ino saw him stand up and approach her, and her body stiffened immediately. Relying on his familiarity with the living room, Naruto stood in front of Ino effortlessly. He pulled her arm with one hand and spoke. Where is your coat? On the coat rack. Her voice changed a little. Yet. When he said yet, Ino's back trembled, as if a nerve was touched. Naruto had left slowly, and seemed to be heading towards the coat rack in the dark. After about a while, Naruto turned back and bumped into something in the middle. What's wrong? She asked. It's okay, I bumped into something. He said. Then, Ino felt a thick winter cotton jacket wrapped around her, and Naruto's low voice sounded beside her ears. I'll take you to the entrance to change your shoes now. Okay. This word almost came out of Ino's throat. She was startled when she heard her own trembling voice in the dark, and her face suddenly turned red. She thought to herself that it was a good thing that the power was out and she couldn't see clearly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But Naruto had already reached out to grab her hand, and in a moment of panic, she accidentally put her hand into his clothes. The moment she touched her abdomen, she suddenly realized that something was wrong, and pulled her hand out with a cry. In the dark, Naruto laughed dryly. Why are you touching me? I didn't. Ino denied it flatly. She wanted to be angry but couldn't get angry at all. Her cheeks were red and she was afraid of being seen clearly. I didn't. Okay, you didn't. Naruto smiled and grabbed her hand like coaxing a child. I'll take you to the entrance to change your shoes, and then send you back. He didn't try to get Ino to stay overnight. This was a different time. When the girl realized the change, avoiding suspicion was not a bad thing. This was not an estrangement of the relationship, but a further confirmation of self-conscious emotions. The hug of a 12-year-old and the hug of a 16-year-old are not the same concept, and the latter is often much more complicated. In the dark, Ino was led forward, her heart pounding. Suddenly, a sense of taboo emerged in her heart, as if she had secretly tasted some forbidden fruit. At the same time, she also realized that although Naruto looked thin, he had grown into a man after all. He had everything he should have in his abdomen and back, broad and tight, as if he had been chiseled and carved by a knife and an axe. Naruto held her tightly, and her palms were sweating a little bit. The hot breath beside her made her a little confused. Just when she felt a little bit unbearable, she arrived at the entrance. The door was opened, and the cold wind suddenly poured in, and Ino woke up instantly. Are you going to come back? She asked suddenly. Hey? What? Naruto just opened the door and turned around to ask, and the cold wind blew over his ears and he didn't hear her words clearly. Nothing. She stammered, closing the door first. Let's go first. The whole Konoha was covered with silvery white snow. The two braved the cold wind and arrived at the mountain flower shop with white breath all the way. Naruto's ears were frozen red, and he waved to her. You should go upstairs early, I'll go back first. Wait. Ino called him softly, will you be cold if you go back like this? No way. Naruto said uncertainly, looking at Ino in confusion, what's wrong? Do you want to come up and stay for a while, tomorrow go back tomorrow? Ino stood at the door of the flower shop, under the dim light, her face was brighter than a rose. Roses are still red. Anyway, my parents are not here anyway. After a brief thought, Naruto abandoned his reason without hesitation. Lychees? Ino doesn't want lychees anymore, what's the point of keeping them? Okay. The lazy voice came into her ears, and her reason collapsed immediately. Her heart was pounding, and Ino suddenly realized that this was her own home. What if her father came back tomorrow morning and saw her? She thought so in her heart, but when she regained consciousness, she had already put on an apron and stood in the kitchen. Did she lose memory? She thought about it carefully and found that she didn't. She went upstairs with Naruto, turned on the light and asked him to stay in the living room for a while. She hid in the kitchen under the pretext of cooking some midnight snacks. Looking at the boiling water in the pot, Ino had only one thought in her mind. Crazy. If she really brought Naruto home, what if after a mental struggle, the water in the pot was almost boiled dry, and Ino calmed down. Calm down, it's the New Year's festival now, and no one will find it so late. Father usually comes back around lunchtime, so just let him go out early. As for mother, she won't be back for 2 or 3 days. I took him in because it was too late and it was snowing heavily. It would be too rude to let him go back alone in the cold wind. Yes, courtesy. Naruto subconsciously lay on the sofa, feeling a little restrained, and suddenly realized that this was not his home. He sat up straight and just kept that posture. Even though his uncle and aunt were not there, he still had a sense of propriety. 10 minutes later. Why does your midnight snack look like pot water? Naruto looked at the soup with sauce floating in it, and asked helplessly. I was too nervous and accidentally messed it up. Ino covered her face and said, Are you hungry? I'll make another one. No, I'm not hungry. He refused. Soon, the kitchen was cleaned up. Ino sat down on the edge of the sofa and said nervously. Sorry, It's okay. The atmosphere was tense, and both of them were a little restrained. Even though Naruto was such a carefree person, he couldn't relax. He saw that Ino's fingers were all tangled together, and his eyelids jumped. He thought that she was also nervous, but how could this ordinary night be made like a newlywed's bridal chamber? The sofa in the living room, this small world. The lights were bright, and the boy and girl were alone in a room. It was quiet all around, and any sound would make the two of them particularly sensitive. Suddenly, Ino stood up. She felt that as the host, it was necessary to break the deadlock and say something. If you have nothing to do, go to bed. Ah. No. Ino covered her mouth. Damn, the more nervous she was, the easier it was to say something wrong. I mean to rest together, bah. No rest separately. She gestured for a long time, and she was so anxious that she couldn't say a word. Naruto couldn't bear it anymore, so he stood up and asked. Where is the bathroom? I'll take a shower first. Ino looked at him, her pupils widened, and she looked shocked. He calmed down a little, spread his hands and said, I'm not used to sleeping without a shower. Even if I sleep on the sofa, I will take a shower. Oh. Ino pointed to a room, that's it. I'll get you a bath towel. She said, but halfway through she suddenly realized that the store never accommodated guests, and guests were received in the tribe of the Yamanaka clan. So there were no spare clean bath towels. After struggling for a long time, she paced back and forth in the living room holding her pink bath towel. Bath towels are very personal, and she will need them soon. The moment Naruto came out of the shower, he saw Ino holding the bath towel and mumbling to herself, and was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Ino was also startled, seeing that Naruto had finished showering and was probably standing in the warm air to dry himself. She breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately shook her head and ran into the bathroom. At night, the temperature on the snowy night began to drop sharply, and the living room suddenly became unbearably cold. There were only 3 rooms on the second floor, one for Ino and one for her parents. The remaining one was a utility room for flowers, without a bed. Naruto didn't make it difficult for Ino, and chose to sleep on the sofa. But in the second half of the night, even under the quilt, he could feel the temperature around him drop, but it wasn't too cold. With a click, Ino's door opened a crack. The light in the room leaked out like a thread, and a corner of the sofa cast a dim light. At the crack in the door, Ino showed an eye, but didn't look at him, and said hesitantly. There's no heating in the living room, it's too cold, let's go together, come in. Ah. Naruto was a little confused about the situation, and asked as if he was unsure, what did you say? But Ino had already opened the door, dressed tightly, and said to him seriously. Come in. In the room, under the bright light. Looking at Ino who was wrapped in 3 layers of clothes, Naruto suddenly wanted to laugh. You don't need to cover yourself with a blanket when you're dressed like this, right? Yes. Ino said angrily. Then, she pointed to the other side fiercely and said, sleep over there, don't cross the line, or I'll punch you. Anyway, I have a clear conscience, I can't just watch you freeze to death. Chapter 260 I don't need to guess about many things. It's impossible to freeze to death, the ninja's physique unusually tough, but he couldn't refute it at this moment. The room was brightly lit, as clear as a girl's heart. But there were invisible shadows under the light, and even though Ino was wrapped up in 3 layers, she also had some small thoughts. It was a bit like trying to cover up something, the more it was covered up, the more it existed. Compared to the tangled Ino, he was much calmer. Aren't you hot? He looked at Ino in surprise. No. Ino shook her head, wearing several clothes and standing close to the closet. Oh, can I sleep there? He pointed to the inside of the pink bed, or the other side, it depends on which side you choose. Ino finally chose the inside, so Naruto slowly walked around to the side near the door and began to take off his clothes. What are you doing? She asked nervously. You wear clothes when you sleep. That's right. Ino nodded, and then took off her clothes like taking off armor, until she was in a normal thin pajamas. After turning off the lights, the two of them got into the bed, with a chasm between them. Ino pulled the quilt and slept on the edge of the bed, her head buried in the quilt, her face flushed. Thinking that this quilt was hers, she remembered sleeping in the same bed in his cold room during the New Year's festival. There are always differences in the smell between quilts, but now she remembered them all. Ino's cheeks were a little hot, and her thoughts were fine and dense like a lotus leaf. A girl in love can think of many things in an instant, and her attention is more focused than when she is practicing. But her thoughts will also become contradictory. For example, she can't figure out why Naruto has been silent. It's understandable that there is no movement, and if something really happens, she is not ready. But she didn't say a word, as if she was asleep, but she couldn't be happy. That guy, he won't really come to sleep. Isn't there at least a heart-to-heart talk? Let's not talk about confessing one's true feelings for now. It's always necessary to chat a few words to break the awkwardness, although it seems that only I am embarrassed. After struggling for a while, Ino turned around quietly. Because she was too guilty, her movements were so slow that she turned over slowly, like turning over naturally, little by little. She could still see in the darkness. When she turned around, in the dim light, Naruto just looked at her with his eyes open, with a hint of smile on his face. It seemed as if he was asking, "What are you doing?" Ino's body suddenly stiffened, her little thoughts were discovered, and her neck was instantly stained with a layer of red. "You? What about me? You just have been looking at me?" she asked stutteringly, her cheeks burning like dewdrops reflecting red light at sunrise. "No, I was just woken up by the noise of you turning over." Naruto looked as if it was a matter of course. "You can't sleep either. How can a normal person sleep?" Ino avoided his gaze and covered her head with the quilt angrily. "Sleep?" She tossed and turned all night, but couldn't fall asleep. But she found that the man on the other side was sleeping with his eyes closed. Ino was immediately dissatisfied and gnashed her teeth. She found that Naruto was getting more and more annoying, always liking to tease her. Just like now, she had been looking forward to chatting for a long time, but the other party fell asleep with peace of mind. "Being in the same room with me, is it so that you don't feel anything? There will always be some ambiguity or heartbeat, right? Could it be that the guy didn't think of me as a girl at all? Ah! This is what the guy would do. Damn it! I don't know why the more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's not because I like him, but because I'm simply not convinced." After she was not convinced, she began to think wildly. Could it be that they had not contacted each other much during this period, or that he and Hinata had gotten closer during this period, which was not impossible. Hinata was beautiful and gentle, and had such a good figure, so there was no chance of winning. Ino was a little depressed and couldn't sleep at all. At dawn, Ino was awakened by the sound of at getting up. She was a light sleeper, and she was too concerned about things at home, so she woke up almost as soon as she heard the sound. "Are you awake?" Naruto put on his coat and turned to look at the confused Ino and said. "Hey? Where are you going?" Ino hugged the quilt tightly, her mind was a little confused, and she mumbled. She didn't realize that her voice now was no different from acting like a spoiled child, but she was depressed for a night, and she was highly nervous and didn't sleep well, so her reaction had become slow. "I'm going home, where else can I go?" Naruto squatted at the head of her bed with a bit of amusement, poking her cheek covered by a few strands of blonde hair, and the bouncy touch made him feel a bit amused. Ino didn't seem to turn around, and her cheek rubbed his hand like a kitten, with an extremely cute expression. "Go home? Isn't this your home?" Ino couldn't open her eyelids at all, and seemed to be in a completely relaxed state. She looked a bit childish in a daze. "This is your home," he said with a smile, and gently pinched Ino's face a few times. "If you don't leave now, will Lord Yamanaka see it when he comes back?" "Lord Yamanaka? My father, he won't come back so early." Inoshi rubbed his hand again and muttered, "Stay a little longer." After thinking for a moment, Naruto continued to agree. It's not common to see Ino like this. She can run away from the window if she is discovered, but when has Ino ever been seen acting like a spoiled child? If she wakes up, she will probably be so embarrassed that she will pull him and shake him. In short, he also wants to see where Ino's limit of acting like a spoiled child is in this state. She is still rubbing his fingers with her cheek, and making ambiguous sounds from her mouth. Listening carefully, it seems that she is cursing. Hey? Cursing, who is so unlucky? He thought carefully for a moment and first ruled out himself. After all, he spent a lot of energy last night, so he didn't put the idea in his mind into practice. If it was a few years ago, it would be okay. He could still control the scale if he just teased her. But now the girl has grown up, and her figure is no longer the stage of small lotus with hot dewdrops. It has become history that she can be held in the palm of your hand. Konoha grows new trees every year, and there are always higher mountains. He also couldn't maintain the good qualities of a law-abiding villager who did what he should and didn't do in front of the girl he liked. Of course, he couldn't say this consideration. He tried not to speak. His calm appearance was also pretended. Anyway, it was only 2 years. He planned to avoid the same bed next time, lest he accidentally fire a gun and fall into the abyss of harmony. Naruto. Ino woke up again, slowly opened her eyes, stared at Naruto blankly, and then suddenly stiffened all over. She suddenly sat up from the bed, pulled the quilt up tightly, covering half of her face, leaving only a pair of eyes secretly looking at him. Glanced, and quickly turned away, her ears red like Ganoderma lucidum. What's wrong with me? You touched my face. She stammered, pervert. It's been a long time since I heard this word. Naruto couldn't help but smile on his face and said sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. This is not a compliment. You pervert. A pervert who secretly touches someone's face while they are sleeping. Ino said angrily. So you were awake all the time? He stood up and laughed. No. Ino denied loudly, I thought it was a dream. Her voice lowered again, looking guilty. After all, even if it was a dream, she did that kind of thing, which was equivalent to admitting that she liked him in disguise. But she really liked him. How could this person be so annoying? Ino's blue eyes stared at him. Naruto smiled, thinking how could she be so cute. So he simply leaned over and hugged her through her thin pajamas. The snow outside the window had stopped, and the glass was full of white mist. The heavy snow covered the prosperous and decadent village of Konoha, and also covered all the sins and ugliness. On the morning of the first day after the New Year's festival, in the dimly lit room, young bodies hugged each other. The vigorous vitality is like a bud that continues to grow. Even though the light in the room was not very bright, Ino still hugged Naruto's broad and powerful back accurately. The warm breath rubbed together, and all the grievances disappeared instantly. Naruto hugged Ino tightly, and the tip of his nose was lingering with Ino's faint milky fragrance. The smell of hormones was sweet and tempting. Unlike the smell of perfume, it smelled very comfortable. One hand rubbed the back of her neck until Ino's body softened like cotton. He let the girl go and smiled. I'm going back now. I don't know if it was because of the heating in the room, Ino's eyes were misty. Her face was flushed, and she turned to the other side at a loss. Yet. She squeezed out a word from her throat in response. The sound of the door closing came from downstairs, and the sound of a bang aroused an echo in her heart. Ino pulled the quilt to cover her face, and her heart was beating violently. My emotions fluctuated a lot that night, and my ears were filled with the white noise of my heartbeat. My face was a little hot, and my brain could no longer work. But he left like that, and my heart was still a little empty. She grabbed the quilt in embarrassment, took several deep breaths, and her restless mood was barely calmed down. Her eyes swept across the room aimlessly, and her thoughts were as messy as weeds. Suddenly, on the dressing table, she vaguely saw a small box. She was stunned for a moment, because she had the habit of storing all her things. When did it appear there? Was she too nervous yesterday and forgot to put it away? However, she didn't seem to remember that she had such a box. She loosened the quilt, slowly got out of bed, and walked to the dressing table in cotton shoes. After opening it, there was a bracelet that was not too expensive. A note fell down, and it said, I don't need to guess, the expression on your face right now must be lovely. Happy New Year, Ino. Chapter 261 Replacement. After reading the note, Ino blushed. Her heart was like a knot of weeds, inseparable and untidy. Who would show such an expression? She retorted. She put the bracelet on her hand, raised it and looked at it 7 or 8 times in the light from the window. She blinked, and threw herself into the bed and rolled back and forth. He knew it, so he must have deliberately played a trick on me at night. After being upset for a while, Ino recalled the sudden hug that made her sober instantly, and her body softened again. She covered herself with the quilt and whispered, Happy New Year. Lu on the top, he saw Yamanaka Hiichi who came back from overtime from a distance, and he looked a little tired. He was just followed by a few subordinates, and the direction he was going didn't seem like the Yamanaka flower shop. Strange, is the Hokage building so busy during the New Year? He stood there and watched for a while, but he didn't think of asking Tsunade right after the New Year. The people in the Hokage building were busy, what did it have to do with him? Someone had no sense of being a senior executive, and walked in the cold wind and went back directly. The New Year festival lasted for several days, and the friends were nowhere to be seen, so Naruto simply stayed at home. Until 3 days later, Sakura asked him out. So you stayed at home during the New Year? Sakura asked. What else? Ino, or Hinata? I don't have much time, after all, big families are very busy. Naruto said, under normal circumstances, no girls will come to my house. After all, I'm not a child anymore, I always have to avoid suspicion. He paused and glanced at Kuroyura. How are you? The two of them sat in the snack bar. Sakura smiled and asked while biting the straw. Are you worried about me? Yet. Naruto's clean admission made Sakura stunned for a moment, and then she returned to that smile that made people unable to tell what she was thinking, habitually hiding her emotions. Basically nothing serious, I've gotten much better since that day, anyway, I won't disappear if I'm neither up nor down. What do you mean by neither up nor down? He glanced at Sakura and asked. I may be like this, and I will never get better in my life. Sakura looked at him deeply, her eyes suppressed, forbearing, restrained, and said in a low voice. I also thought about getting rid of the current situation, but failed, so it's good now. Haven't you been in control of the body? Naruto looked down at the modeled wooden table, so what's the situation now? Taking turns to control the body. Of course I'm in control. Sakura replied, but the Shizuke incident had a great impact on her and became an obsession. Shizuke can't come back, and I don't have the heart to look for Shizuke. Naruto rubbed his eyebrows and turned his eyes to the window. You also know that this world can't always go as you wish. I don't have an obsession with Shizuke. Black Sakura leaned forward a little, but it was a pity that it was a thick cotton coat. You know me, usually I just have a weak personality consciousness. It's like a person who only knows how to stare at the electronic screen, watching every move of the main personality in life, or forcing to watch. Now that I'm finally out, how could I make trouble for no reason? So, you don't need to care about that kind of thing. Naruto put down the drink in his hand, frowned slightly, and was about to speak. It happened that the owner of the snack bar came to deliver the food, and left after saying enjoy your meal. The steaming mist blurred the distance between the two people, and Xiaoying saw a pair of bright eyes, like a deep lake. Do you remember what I said before? You told me not to bother you. Xiaoying curled her lips. Not that. He didn't remember saying that, but it didn't matter. Whether it was an angry word or a lie, there was no need to correct it at the moment. Because. Let me be normal, don't say something strange suddenly. Xiaoying counted the treasures, counting on her fingers and said carefully. No. Hey? What's that? Did it tell me not to? Xiaoying asked with her head tilted. Ahem, you haven't changed yet. It doesn't matter, only Naruto-kun can hear it. Her eyes curved into an arc, if it's Naruto-kun, you can do it anytime. Hearing this, Naruto still leaned lazily on the chair, his expression was casual. There was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, just staring at her coldly. Sakura couldn't stand being stared at, and sighed as if she was submissive, begging. I was wrong. What was wrong? He picked up the chopsticks slowly, stuck one chopstick into the hot pot, and let the hot steam roll. He didn't even look at Sakura, and the moment he raised the chopsticks, he closed his eyelids and glanced at her. Shouldn't say she didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and stopped talking. Sakura was a little uneasy in her heart. According to her idea, Naruto would step into the abyss of Hinata and Ino anyway. Anyway, he fell, and she could do it without any burden. At worst, she could do it secretly, anyway, her mind was not completely on love. In fact, she had no concept of love at all, and almost equated the word with an immoral RPG with Naruto. Besides that, she had other things to do to kill time, so she was not bored. And she knew that if she didn't practice hard, she might be disliked. In this way, a year passed unknowingly. Although sometimes she would have the crazy idea of being Naruto's lover, even once. But she was soon convinced by herself that it didn't matter. Even if it was not glorious, as long as it was exciting. But things were not quite what she imagined. Since that time, Naruto didn't hide from her much. He didn't react to her various routines. Yes, sometimes she would occasionally pay attention. But every time she was stared at by his cold eyes, Sakura couldn't help but give in first. I'm not talking about this, you seem to have forgotten something. Naruto said casually, I never thought you were troublesome, and there was no need to deliberately change the subject. Sasuke's matter is indeed troublesome, I have no reason to spend so much effort to help her, but I can help you. Sakura was stunned for a while, the smile on her face disappeared, and she frowned and said. You don't have to do that, I was just joking. Anyway, Sasuke has disappeared. As long as he doesn't appear in front of her, she shouldn't wake up. Besides, didn't you say last time that Sasuke doesn't recognize his relatives? Yet. He nodded, we will meet sooner or later in the future, and we can't just leave you alone like that. Do you have any good ideas now? Sakura asked. No. He said honestly, not yet, but there is still plenty of time, and we should be able to find a solution in the future. No need to wait until later. Sakura stood up, moved from the seat opposite Naruto to his side, and whispered in his ear, I have a good idea now. What is it? He felt his ears itchy. Replace. She whispered, almost leaning on Naruto through the thick cotton jacket. Replace? Replace what? Of course, replace Sasuke's obsession in her heart. Sakura smiled and let go of Naruto, her eyes full of smiles, I like Naruto-kun very much. Oh. The reaction is still really cold. Sakura curled her lips and said with some dissatisfaction. Go on. He said, how to replace. Chapter 262 After the New Year Festival, the price of growth. Just apply a little stimulation, then the main personality will be awakened briefly. Sakura looked around and whispered with her hands. Naruto was a little speechless. If you lower your voice and wrap your hands around others, can't they hear you? The problem is that this posture is more suspicious, right? He stretched out his hand across the table and pulled her hand down. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to be kicked out of Konoha by Tsunade-sama and become a traitor like Sasuke? How is it possible? You don't have any self-awareness at all. Naruto sighed, the disciple of Hokage-sama was raped, just wait and see me being punched to death by Tsunade-sama. Oh. Sakura stuck out her tongue, I should be spared, right? Stop gloating here. He stretched out his hand to knock Sakura's head, and stretched out his bent palm, but Sakura dodged it the next second. Anyway, I will think of other ways. I can't say your suggestion anymore. What are you doing? Before he could retract his hand, Sakura suddenly stood up and bit his two fingers, swallowing them in one gulp. She glanced up and looked at him cautiously. She left in a second, as if revenge was successful, and looked at him triumphantly with a trace of smugness on the corner of her mouth. Punishment. Sakura said. You're sick. Naruto withdrew his hand, glanced at her with dead fish eyes, and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. The dual personality issue will be resolved sooner or later. It would be great if Sakura's main personality could be summoned to talk about it. But even if he knew this, he would not bring it up. If the main personality is summoned, how will Sakura deal with it? He already had a solution, but he just didn't say it. For now, dragging it out is the best way. Drag it out until there is really no other way, then talk about it. Anyway, you asked me out just to eat. Naruto asked after putting down his chopsticks. Is it not possible? Of course, I'm very happy that you invited me to dinner. Really? I can't see why you're happy at all. Sakura glanced at him and said resentfully, if you're really happy to see me, why don't you come to see me? I'm busy, and the time doesn't match. Naruto lowered his head to eat. While eating, the two talked about meaningless topics. Although the topic was not nutritious, it was also their daily life. You are really free. Aren't you free too? Sakura spoke more and more casually, and no longer called Naruto-kun every day. But this made him feel more comfortable, otherwise he always felt that she had some ulterior motives. Okay. You have to work hard and eat 3 bowls today. What are you talking about? Who eats 3 bowls? Sakura's defense was instantly broken, and her cheeks were flushed in the rolling white mist. Why are you so annoying? It's normal for female ninjas to eat more, after all, training also consumes physical strength. He spread his hands and said. Oh, stop talking. Before leaving, Naruto gave Sakura a gift that he had prepared long ago. A bracelet that was not very expensive, put in a gift box and handed it to her casually. New Year's gift. One day after Sakura's dinner date, Ino hurried to Naruto's house. mainly to return the gift, and explained why she had not had time to return the gift in the past few days. It's so troublesome, my mother suddenly took me to meet with the uncles of the main family for dinner. Ino sat on the sofa and kept complaining. Maybe it's because you are old enough, so I'm going to let you get familiar with the affairs of the clan. He took a glass of water, leaned against the door frame and said, this is also a good thing, don't you always say that your father is busy? You can help in the future, and Lord Yamanaka won't be so hard. Yes. Inoue felt that what he said made sense, but then she thought, wouldn't that mean she would have even less time for herself in the future? She wore a thick, close-fitting sweater, which perfectly showed off her extraordinary body curves, but she couldn't be happy at all now. Suddenly she realized that growing up wasn't such a fun thing, and time was like a pile of loose sand, passing by unknowingly. Although they were getting closer and closer, the time they spent together was getting shorter and shorter. Thinking like this, it was not as good as the previous years, when there was endless time and endless words to say. Although there were no thrilling stories, there would never be such a long summer again. The cicadas were chirping, but they couldn't stop the scorching sun. You can lie in the shade, sit on the balcony, on the green trees, and chat and eat with the person you like tacitly. You can share a popsicle, and swing your white and tender feet. After Ino left, Sakura went to eat with Naruto for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, she returned to the Hokage building with a gloomy face. After the New Year festival, everything started to run as usual. Only 2 gifts were given out. Later, they thought it was unnecessary to give them. After all, the New Year festival seemed to be a heavy burden for them. Besides, time has passed and it would be a failure if they gave them. During this period, he did not take the initiative to find Hinata. Just by looking at his feet, he could tell what the Hyuga clan was doing during the New Year festival. The rich and powerful families were troublesome. After staying in the village for half a month, Naruto, who was bored, walked around the Hokage building when he went out for a walk. It seemed that there was an ominous person living in it, and he was afraid of being caught and doing hard labor. In February, Naruto lost the bet to the Nine Tails and could only go out to buy takoyaki for the Nine Tails. It was a bad year, and he was entangled by 3 children at the stall. Brother Naruto. Konohamaru rushed over, missing a tooth and looking not very smart. 2 children followed behind him, the irritable Mogi and the runny-nosed Yuden. But now he seems to have grown up a little and doesn't look so childish. Don't bother me. Naruto looked dead, patted Konohamaru on the head, turned around and continued to wait for takoyaki. What is it, Naruto, we haven't seen each other for so long, don't be so cold. Konohamaru pulled Naruto's clothes, only to get a slap on the head. Annoying little brat, what's wrong? He had taken the takoyaki and was going home to feed the dog. An hour ago, he and the Nine Tails bet on how many seconds it would take for it to show off a bottle of wine, and Naruto lost, so he was forced to run errands. His mood at the moment was not beautiful enough, and Konohamaru was really noisy. Even if he wanted to be calm, he couldn't do it now. Naruto, teach me some powerful ninjutsu. I want to become a Hokage. Konoha said, turning around Naruto like a moth. Yes. I want to learn too. Meng Huang looked positive and also pulled Naruto's clothes. The sky became dark, and the weather changed suddenly, as if it was going to rain soon. Hearing this, Naruto was slightly stunned, and turned to look at the 3 children who suddenly jumped out from nowhere. Although he was indeed bored, it seemed that there was no ninjutsu to teach. For some reason, the evil technique of impure world reincarnation appeared in his mind, which immediately made him sober up. Stop it, I'm not your teacher. He took a step forward, but the 2 children still refused to let go. Don't. Meng Huang pulled his clothes and started to be unreasonable. Naruto glanced at her, and she let go in fear. During the summer camp mission, Naruto still had some dignity as a teacher in Meng Huang's heart. Brother Naruto, it was the Hokage who asked us to come to you. Yuden added awkwardly. He turned to look at Yuden, don't you have a jonin to guide you? Teacher Ebisu went on a mission, so Hokage asked us to find you. She said as long as you agree. Yuden hesitated. Damn it. Naruto's eyelids twitched. This is indeed Tsunade's style. It seems like something that woman can say. But from the New Year's festival, the entire Hokage building is working overtime, and now even an elite teacher like Ebisu needs to do missions. Something extraordinary must have happened in Konoha. After thinking for a while, Naruto gave up thinking. Tsunade is still in the mood to push the task of teaching children to him, which means that things are not yet that important. Besides, what does the important matter of the village have to do with him? Brother Naruto. Okay, go to the training ground and wait for me. Naruto threw down a word and flashed away. Great. Konohamaru cheered. Konohamaru. Mohawang pulled Konohamaru's clothes. What's wrong? Brother Naruto didn't say which training ground it was. Too shameless. Damn it. On the other side, Naruto had returned home without any guilt. He didn't want to waste time playing house with a few kids, and he didn't have any ninjutsu to teach. Ebisu must have taught them the 3 body techniques, and he got the rest of the ninjutsu through the system. He can use it but won't teach it, because he himself has never learned it. Except for the Raise Nan, but he can't teach it in one day. Rather than teaching, he now wants to ask Tsunade about the situation. If he had known earlier, he would go to see her during the New Year's festival. Anyway, she would be with Shizuan. Standing in front of the apartment door, he took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole to open the door in one go. Kyuubi was lying on the sofa, looking like a drunkard, with his eyes slightly open. Takoyaki, for you. The food wrapped in a brown paper bag flew to Kyuubi. The door slammed shut again, and Naruto went out again. He did not go straight to the Hokage building, but went to the nearest training ground first and saw Mohawang guarding there. Where are they? He asked. Brother Naruto didn't say which training ground, so we each guarded a training ground. Mohawang looked up and said, I can teach them after I learn it. No, you go and call them over. He touched Mohawang's head. Oh, okay. Mohawang ran away obediently. He stood there and watched for a while, then left without looking back and went straight to the Hokage building. With a crackling sound, the gloomy sky began to rain. The soil on the ground became soft, and Naruto simply jumped onto the roof to start his journey in order not to dirty his shoes. After taking a shortcut for more than 10 minutes, without any foreplay, Naruto pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. Chapter 263 Heavy rain is coming, Ashura chooses the big enemy. Tsunade didn't seem surprised by his arrival. I left those kids at the training ground near my house, you quickly find someone to take over. Naruto strode to the desk, but didn't sit down. Looking down, he stared at Tsunade calmly with a handful of lake-like eyes. The next second, Tsunade leaned back in the chair with a whoosh and slowly closed her eyes. She showed a tired look on her face, and compromised rarely. I know. Naruto's eyelids twitched, and he sat directly on Tsunade's desk, asking seriously. What happened? Did the lecherous immortal die in battle? The land of grass. Jiraiya sneezed several times in a row, sniffed his nose, looked at the battlefield full of devastation and smoke, and complained a few words in a low voice. Not dead. Tsunade crossed her legs, sat in a chair with her arms around her chest, looking down on the world. Who told you that something happened in the village? I didn't say something happened in the village. What does it have to do with me? He muttered, I just came to see, thinking that something happened to you, Tsunade-sama. After all, the movements of the ninjas in the village have been a bit abnormal recently. It seems that everyone is very busy. Isn't being busy a good thing? Tsunade exhaled, subconsciously reached out to touch the wine glass, but touched Naruto's leg. She took her hand back awkwardly and pinched her eyebrows to cover it up. Have you forgotten that the 5 great nations have signed a preliminary cooperation agreement? In addition, Konoha and Tsunagakure are allies, so it's normal that there are more things to do. Sama Tsunade, don't beat around the bush. Forget it, I'll tell you. Tsunade said as if giving up. Something happened in Tsunagakure. The Akatsuki organization seems to be planning to capture the tailed beast in Gaara's body. When Jiraiya went to investigate Orochimaru's activities in the land of hot water, he suddenly sent back information saying that there were more important things to do, which was related to the peace of the ninja world, and then disappeared. The rebel Uchiha Sasuke has become active recently. He appeared briefly in the land of waves and soon disappeared again. Hearing this, Naruto took a breath of cold air. These things happened at the same time, which was really a headache. Things should be prioritized. He now wants to know where Jiraiya is going, so that he won't forget his instructions. Does Sama Tsunade have a way to contact the lecherous sage? He asked. No. Tsunade shook her head. The lecherous sage wouldn't go to the land of rain to investigate on his own, right? After all, it's about the Akatsuki organization. Naruto asked with some concern, shouldn't he? It's hard to say. Tsunade pondered, with his chauvinistic character, he might have entered the hidden rain village now. Didn't I ask Lady Tsunade to warn him? Naruto scratched his head in annoyance, and his calm mind, as calm as a lake, cracked a little bit. Hey? Are you blaming me? Tsunade glared at him in surprise, suppressed her annoyance, and took out a piece of information from the drawer. I don't know where Jiraiya is going, but there is a piece of information, take a look first. Oh. He reached out and took it. It was a letter, and after being folded several times and opened, there was a string of scribbled handwriting inside. Naruto immediately recognized the owner of the handwriting, it was Jiraiya himself. Prophecy words, son. He raised his head. Tsunade looked at him with a smile, Jiraiya probably didn't go to the land of rain. Tsunade-sama, are you teasing me? Naruto was slightly dissatisfied, and his eyes became more unscrupulous. Ha ha ha, seeing you like that when you came in, it would be a pity not to tease you. Tsunade laughed so hard that her chest almost popped out, and waved her hand. Well, don't be angry. Looking at Tsunade like that, Naruto was not angry. When he saw Tsunade's tired expression when he came in, it didn't seem like she was pretending, so it was okay for her to tease her. Some people will show another side when they are in stressful and high-intensity work. In short, the scene of Nabai, who is almost 404, is not bad now. Time passed, and he did feel the changes in growth. Not only physically, there is also the attitude and way of getting along with people around him. They basically treat him as an adult. There are many 16-year-old ninjas who fall in love and then break up. He is an adult soul himself, and he adapts to this very quickly. It probably means that he will be independent in the future, and the exclusive relief funds have been stopped for a long time. He stared at Tsunade for a long time, and his eyes swept over her, and the childish aura on his body was swept away. It was like snow that was dried in the winter, revealing the green treetops. It seemed to smile, so the lecherous immortal went to find the child of prophecy mentioned in this intelligence. Yet, seeing that he was not angry, Tsunade showed a rare and lovely expression on her face. Why don't you seem angry at all? Why should I be angry? Are you bored? Tisk, boring. Tisk, bad taste. Naruto also clasped his hands and retorted. So cold. Tsunade wanted to lie on the table, but found that she couldn't do it, so she put the two little Tsunade on the table, looking depressed. What is this child of prophecy? Naruto sniffed. There was a rumble outside the window, and heavy rain suddenly poured down. The temperature around suddenly dropped, and the sticky feeling on the skin disappeared. The rain was so refreshing. Cool raindrops blew in from the window gap in the corridor. I don't know, maybe someone who changes the future of the ninja world. Tsunade supported her head with her hands, looking lazy, but is there really such a person? Don't change the future of the ninja world, save me. Yeah, give me some money by the way. Naruto said casually. Tsunade looked at him and asked, are you short of money recently? No, just complaining. Naruto said, I don't have much to spend money on, and the money is enough for the time being. Oh, you have to develop a good consumption concept. She warned, but the words of a gambler are really not credible. Tsunade-sama hasn't played small steel balls for a long time, right? He asked. Yeah, I haven't had much private time since I succeeded the Hokage. I really hope Kakashi can take charge of things on his own sooner. Tsunade stretched her body, her face was white and thrilling. Naruto relaxed when he saw the news about the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy is someone else, it doesn't matter who it is, anyway, Ashura's fate is not going to end well. As for Ashura's chakra, the system should have helped him squeeze it out, no wonder there will be a new child of prophecy. However, if that's the case, isn't that thing the system? The sunny and cheerful big boy is the invincible system of the Virgin Mary, but he just can't talk. But the system doesn't care, then he doesn't care either. After all, even the evil god and the god of death have been poached by the system, so there's nothing to worry about. He should just be his old yinbai honestly, and happily break everyone's defense with his mouth. Teacher Kakashi is so pitiful, he has to be caught to be the Hokage at such a young age. Naruto shook his head and sighed to express his sympathy. The heavy rain outside the window turned smaller, and the rain was heavy. Yeah, it's really pitiful. Tsunade also expressed sympathy, but before that, Danzo was ahead of him. After all, this thing still depends on seniority. That old guy is really annoying. Naruto sat at the corner of the table and complained. Yeah, it's annoying. Just find a way to take him down, so that Kakashi teacher can become Hokage smoothly. He said casually, then Tsunade-sama can also rest. That's right. Tsunade's face was full of laziness, as if she didn't want to go to work. The topic stopped here, as if it was just a daily complaint. But Tsunade and Naruto both understood that if they said anything more, the only thing left was how to kill the old guy. After all, Danzo had made contributions to Konoha, so he had to show his feet first before there was evidence to take action against him. Tsunade didn't have time to target Danzo, and Naruto was more concerned about when Jiraiya would return to the village, so the time was not yet ripe. The office fell into a brief silence, and Tsunade covered her eyes with one hand, as if she was resting. The sound of rain outside the window was clear, crackling and seeping in little by little. It seems that there are no missions recently. He asked. Aren't you only interested in Jiraiya's mission? Tsunade said lazily, there was a mission assigned to you, and I turned it down for you. Sure enough, Tsunade-sama understands me. Thank you. He stretched out his hand to support the table and left the table. I should go too. Since the lecherous sage is fine, I will go back to take care of the 3 children. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tsunade's tone was still lazy, and her hand covering her eyes did not move away. Remember to bring some food next time you come. He walked halfway and suddenly remembered Kakashi, who had been working part-time, and turned back and said. Give my regards to Kakashi-sensei, and wish him to become the 6th generation of the village soon. Okay, I hope so too. Tsunade closed her eyes and lay in the chair. Naruto walked to the door and stepped on the stairs, with a hint of perfume lingering on his nose. After thinking about it, he returned to Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade was yelling and making him feel upset. Naruto. Can you be quiet? Tsunade was completely relaxed and ignored him. She tilted her head back and looked at him with her eyes slit open. My chest is too big to sleep on the table. He didn't want to hear the explanation, so he could only perfunctorily say, yes, yes, my shoulders are sore too. It's not easy for Tsunade-sama. Tsunade seemed to be very pleased after hearing this, and nodded solemnly. Finally said something human. Naruto, ... Before leaving the office, Naruto gently hugged Tsunade, without any other meaning, just thinking that he could not help but this. Tsunade did not react, and fell asleep in the chair. When returning to the training ground, Naruto took the 3 silly kids who were caught in the rain home, asked them to clean themselves up one by one, and then took the water ball to start teaching the Raise Nan. Chapter 264 A belated date, a huge stuffed bear in and out. You little brats, practice hard, don't be lazy. This is the 4th generation Hokage's unique secret technique with extremely high difficulty. It is not passed on to men or women. If I wasn't in a good mood today, I wouldn't bother to teach you. A yellow-haired man said this while lying on the sofa. Auntie. Konohamaru's face flushed red, holding the water ball in his hand, and making a shocking sound. Those who knew him were practicing, but those who didn't thought he was crying for his aunt. Ah! Turn it! Meng Huang tried very hard to make the water in the water ball rotate, constantly injecting weak chakra into it. Hey! The water moved. Yuden shouted in surprise. What moved? It was obviously you who moved it. Konohamaru pointed at Yuden's hand and said, it's just your imagination. Konohamaru, stop arguing. In response, Naruto turned a deaf ear and covered his head to sleep on the sofa. After a long time, he took a glass of ice water and stood on the balcony waiting for a while. Seeing that the heavy rain outside the window showed no sign of stopping, he simply went back to his room to sleep without any sense of responsibility. The living room was filled with the endless shouting of 3 children, and Joey had just woken up from his room. He jumped on the floor with a dazed head and was stunned as soon as he opened the door. 3 pairs of eyes stared at it, and the fur on Kyubai's back suddenly exploded. Ah! Dog! Mo Huang screamed, with a piercing force that soared into the sky, and a little love suddenly appeared in his eyes. Kyubai was not so scared when he faced the 1st generation Senju Hashirama. Facts have proved that human children are still the most terrifying creatures in the world. It ran away, but it was still a step too late, and was directly pounced on by Mohawang. Damn kid! The rain stopped, Naruto opened the door and stretched. Ignoring the ravaged Kyuubi, he called the 3 children to go home quickly. Before closing the door, he threw a bottle of good wine to Kyuubi, and then left. Time flies, and February passed in a blink of an eye. Why is there no news from Tsunagakure? Naruto leaned back in the chair in the office with his arms and legs long, looking at Tsunade with a relaxed face and asked. What news can come from Sand Village? Tsunade said, they are busy guarding against Akatsuki. There are no tailed beasts in the land of fire, but we still can't let our guard down. After all, Akatsuki will not believe rumors. We have to destroy Akatsuki when we have time. That's true. Naruto agreed. He had no reason to interfere in Sand Village's affairs for a while. It was impossible that there was no news from there. He ran over and pointed at the Sand Village's headquarters and said that there was a traitor here. There was no news of Jiraiya returning to the village. He waited for 3 months and 3 months. There were only 3 months in a year. It was really like spring and winter. Summer was coming soon, but Jiraiya was still nowhere to be seen. He said he was looking for the son of prophecy, but he was more concerned about it than looking for a wife. The friends around him were all busy with construction sites, busy doing tasks like slaves. Only he, relying on the green light given to him by Tsunade, lay down for several months. Sakura was busy learning medical ninjutsu all day and had no time to meet him. It seems that everyone's life trajectory has changed since the new year when they turned 16. Shikamaru has no intention of entering the upper echelons. Even though he won the Chunin early, he is only interested in shogi. He has complained to Naruto more than once that the elders of the Nara clan seem to intend to train Shikamaru to take over Shikaku. In addition to the mission, Ino was busy getting familiar with Yamanaka Inoichi's work. Koji was a little more relaxed, but his weight gain caused him to sleep longer every day. Hinata's caged bird has not been solved, and Niji seems to no longer be entangled in that problem. Hinata is busy practicing, and occasionally runs into Naruto who is doing nothing. In general, everyone is still busy most of the time, and there is not much time to meet. Only Naruto is always idle. The next day, the rainy weather that has been raining for several days finally cleared up, and the sun was shining outside the window. Naruto remembered the invitation to Hinata 6 months apart, and today he finally got the time. He has always been like this, never owing others, and he will never forget his promise. Hinata was so busy during the New Year festival that she was dizzy. Even though they often met on the street after the New Year, Hinata was always in a hurry. Missions came one after another, and there was really no way to delay. In the past 6 months, except for the stagnant Team 7, all the genin teams have come this way. Haiga Station. In the clan leader's mansion, Hinata hurriedly ran out with her skirt pressed down, but saw her stern old father in the corridor. She was immediately startled and slowed down. Haiga Hayashi, who was standing quietly in the corridor, also found Hinata and frowned slightly. Hinata lowered her head and walked quickly. When she came to her old father, she quickly bowed her head and bowed her head. She knelt down and bowed, calling him father nervously. A mission? Hinata Hayashi glanced at his daughter's outfit and asked knowingly. Who wears a skirt on a mission? But Hinata's mind was almost confused at the moment. She hurriedly hummed and left quickly. Hinata Hayashi stood there with a frown. Perhaps because he was used to being majestic, he didn't know what to say, so he could only let Hinata leave with a red face and lowered her head. It was the first time he stood in front of the gate of Haiga waiting. The sunlight was dense and the shadows of the trees were swaying. The warm sunlight hit the boy's body, leaving a faint shadow on the courtyard wall. There was a movement in the gate, and Hinata walked out nervously. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Hinata saluted in a panic, her long black hair flying. No. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Even though he knew that Hinata was beautiful and had a good figure, she usually hid it in conservative long clothes and trousers. Even in summer, she still dresses the same way, without any change. But today, for some reason, Hinata wore a white long skirt for the first time, revealing a section of her fair calves. Her skin is porcelain white as jade. Hair seems to have been specially groomed, with long black hair that does not reach her shoulders. It seems that this is her first time trying this kind of dress, and she is still a little uncomfortable. Her cheeks are as red as cherry blossoms, white and rosy, and extremely beautiful. Naruto-kun. Hinata saw that Naruto was staring at her, and immediately lowered her head. "Oh, I was distracted, sorry." Naruto praised Hinata without hiding his praise. "Hinata, you look really good in this dress, it suits your figure very well." "Thank you." Hinata showed a shy and satisfied smile. Although she wore a skirt at first just to make some changes before she was almost an adult, she did not mean to dress up for a date. But she still had a little expectation in her heart, expecting to be praised. She is different from other girls. If other girls need a bucket of praise to satisfy them, Hinata only needs a small cup. A little bit of praise is enough to support her and then spend a while happily. This kind of happiness can last for a long time, even half a year. And Naruto is used to praising Hinata when he sees her. Anyway, he doesn't need to spend much time to move his mouth. Besides, Hinata is really beautiful with smooth and tender skin. "I don't think you had this hairstyle last time? Have you changed your hairstyle?" Naruto asked curiously. "Well, I made some changes, but not much." Hinata looked at the roadside with a vague look, pinching the hem of her skirt with her hand, her face red. "Really? It suits you very well, and it looks so cute." Naruto praised her. "But... cute." Hinata felt her heartbeat speeding up to the point where she couldn't stand it, and she turned her head suddenly and exhaled quietly. If she only needs a small cup of praise to be happy for a long time, then Naruto is now driving a sanitation sprinkler truck and pouring water into the cup with a thick water pipe. The two are completely different levels. The two walked all the way, and Hinata's heart rate increased throughout the journey. However, Naruto was too good at teasing people, and he had become numb to the point of becoming a passive skill. He didn't feel that he said anything special. Seeing Hinata blushing throughout the whole process, he even touched her forehead with his hand. "Hey, isn't she sick?" Since it is confirmed that she is not sick, then she is happy. "Hinata? What's wrong with you?" Naruto shouted several times in a row, and Hinata came back to her senses. She shook her head violently, clenched her palms as if she was not very comfortable, and responded nervously a few times. "No, nothing." Last year, the Nine Tails ran to Hinata to drink, and Naruto never had time to repay the favor. The main reason was that Hinata was either doing tasks or dealing with family affairs, and had no time to accept the appointment. A date has been postponed from last year to now, but all the waiting is worth it. It's not the thief who steals, but the thief who remembers it. Damn, this thief has a good memory. "Oh, let's pick a gift together and see if you like it." Naruto said with a smile. "We agreed that thank you for taking care of my dog." "Ah? Don't take that kind of thing to heart." Hinata lifted the hair beside her ear with a guilty conscience. She didn't dare to say that she thought of Kyuubi as Naruto during that time. Because she couldn't see Naruto at all during that time, she almost closed her heart after the separation that day. She was thinking about practicing and completing tasks to become stronger. Until she accidentally met Kyuubi on the wall, the fiery red oily fur was too eye-catching, so Hinata recognized Kyuubi instantly. And Kyuubi also recognized Hinata, the other owner of the little devil. Then things went smoothly. Kyuubi, that stupid dog, only knew how to drink. At the beginning, Hinata fed him good sashimi, and the stupid dog vomited it directly. He wrote the word wine on the ground with his paws, revealing a dog-licking expression. Although Hinata was shocked, she secretly stole the premium wine specially supplied by the Hyuga family because it was Naruto's dog. Kyuubi enjoyed the fine wine for half a year, but was finally discovered by Naruto and forced to take it back. It was very simple. In fact, he didn't have to take Hinata to choose the gift in person. He had already chosen the gift during the New Year's festival, but after thinking about it, he didn't give it. Giving a gift is not a problem, but it's a pity to waste an excuse for a date. He has been too idle, waiting for news from Sand Village. Hinata didn't understand much, nodded and followed Naruto into the gift shop. The gift shop in Konoha didn't have much new ideas, most of them were stuffed toys and other things that little girls would like. Although Hinata was rich and lowly, she was very sensible. Perhaps because she didn't want to spend too much money on him, she was entangled in front of two small stuffed bears. "Do you like this?" he asked. "Yeah." Hinata blushed for a while, and was worried that Naruto would think she was childish, so she looked up and quickly added, "Hanabi likes it too." Hanabi was innocently caught in the crossfire. She was practicing the 8 diagrams 32 palms on the wooden stake in the courtyard. The wooden stake was smashed into pieces by her dense palm method, and her bandaged hands hit the wooden stake again and again. She didn't like stuffed bears, but preferred slightly uglier boy toys, such as ninja tools. But at this moment, she didn't feel the backstab from her sister, and she was still practicing seriously. The guilt of dragging his sister into the water has not disappeared yet. Naruto said, "Oh. Fortunately, he is not a scumbag who would add a sentence like 'should I give her one?'" Although Naruto usually looks not serious, he still knows the priorities. "Ah, as long as you like it." Naruto looked around and pointed at the largest plush bear and said, "Why don't we buy the largest one?" "No. No." Hinata waved her hands repeatedly. She wanted to say that Naruto didn't do any tasks and maybe didn't have much money. But it would be bad to say it out loud, and she was afraid of hurting Naruto's self-esteem, so she simply didn't say it. In a panic, she looked at the huge size of the plush bear and found a random excuse. Too big, I can't take it back." Naruto looked at the bear, then looked at Hinata, touched his chin, and smiled wittily. "Don't worry about this." On the way, Hinata's eyes were filled with mist. She walked a few steps and turned to look at Naruto, with a hint of pleading in her voice. "Naruto-kun, that gift. What's wrong with the gift?" He looked at Hinata seriously. "Is it not enough? Let's go buy some more." "I have no problem at all." "No, I bought too much." Hinata quietly rolled up one hand, looked around nervously, and made sure that there was no one before lowering her voice and whispering. "Can I don't have so much?" "No." Naruto stopped and said seriously, "This is my heart, how can I not have it?" Will Hinata be confused by this? Hinata was so skilled in a set of words that she hesitated for a long time without saying a word of no. So, at the door of the Hyuga clan, Naruto calmly took out the human-sized plush bear from the sealed space. He handed it to Hinata seriously and said, "I am an outsider and I will not help you deliver it. This is my little gift to Hinata. There is more than just this one. Remember to come out and get it." Hinata hugged the stuffed bear and blushed and hummed. Under the slightly surprised eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, he watched his eldest daughter blushing and going in and out of the house 7 or 8 times, each time holding a huge stuffed bear. He couldn't help but feel that he had seen a ghost. What was going on? But in order to maintain the dignity of his father, he pretended not to see it. Hinata's heart was about to jump out, feeling ashamed and happy. Chapter 265. Something happened in Tsunagakure, and it was a troubled time before leaving. Hinata went in and out 7 or 8 times in a row, and finally took all of Naruto's gifts in. Holding the last stuffed bear, Hinata's mouth shrank, and she looked like she was bullied. Naruto's mouth twitched, and he asked seriously, trying not to laugh. "What's wrong with you?" "Too much." She stammered, looking like she was about to cry, "The room can't fit it all." "It's okay, just find a place to put it." He liked to bully Hinata, looking at her aggrieved expression of wanting to cry but unable to, and hiding it. I wondered for no reason whether Hinata would also be the introverted type who covered her mouth and tried not to cry out in the future. In mid-March, something happened in Tsunagakure. When Naruto heard the news, he jumped up from the bed and looked at the secretary Uzuki Yujeo, who was standing outside the window to pass on the message. "Really? Can the news from Lady Tsunade be false?" Uzuki Yujeo said helplessly, secretly cursing him as an idiot in her heart. "You know the Hokage building?" After saying that, she disappeared instantly. The light and shadows danced, and Naruto stood on the bed and thought for a while. If the Akatsuki organization was already doing something to extract the tailed beasts, then he probably couldn't deal with the Akatsuki organization alone. The best helpers are Jiraiya or Kakashi, Might Guy, but these people are already the backbone of the Konoha ninja lineage. Letting them all participate in the action is almost equivalent to the direct destruction of the Konoha Hokage faction. Such a large-scale battle must be supported by sufficient intelligence and can only be decided after the resolution of the top leaders. Danzo's root has talents, but Danzo is the kind of old shaman who would rather watch Konoha destroyed than preserve its strength. His heart has long been twisted, and the root is a time bomb. Besides, the 2 old advisors of Konoha will not intervene under normal circumstances. For those old guys, it is a shame for a village to fall to the point where the advisors have to take action. Shaking his head, Naruto came back to his senses and frowned slightly. The biggest problem now is that Jiraiya doesn't know what will happen. What happened, it was unclear and kept dragging on. Something about the child of prophecy, Ashura's chakra has found another great enemy who has reincarnated. After a quick wash, he dragged to the entrance to change his shoes. The Nine-Tails was still lying there to rest, looking drunk. Before leaving, he turned his head and glanced at the Nine-Tails, revealing a thoughtful expression. The evil god's lackey locked the Nine-Tails, and also restricted the external force extraction of the Akatsuki organization, which was equivalent to putting a layer of armor on this dead dog. If Pain raided Konoha, he would just throw the Nine-Tails out and get beaten. The door closed with a bang, and the Nine-Tails didn't know that it had been calculated, and turned over comfortably and continued to sleep. Hokage Building. In the corridor, dense sunlight was on the wall, and Naruto pushed the door open. There was a circle of people standing densely inside. The Inoshikajo trio stood at the innermost, and then the third team where Niji was. Sakura stood alone, her pale arms hanging down. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that this mission required so many people. He could understand dispatching Team 3 where Niji was, but what about Team 10 where Shikamaru was? Ino glanced at Naruto, her mouth slightly pursed. He saw it, but didn't know how he had offended her, so he simply pretended to be blind. He coughed and knocked on the door in a pretentious manner. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm glad you knocked on the door. Tsunade looked at him speechlessly, but I don't like you knocking from the inside of the door. Whether you like it or not doesn't stop me from knocking on the door, he silently retorted in his heart. After a while of noise, Tsunade got to the point. The Tsunagakuer has sent a message for help. The Akatsuki organization injured and took away the Kazekage-gara. This time we are facing the Akatsuki organization, so we must not take it lightly. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Naruto couldn't help interrupting Tsunade and asked. Where is Kakashi-ji? Where is such a big Kakashi-ji? The two people in Akatsuki responsible for capturing Gaara are most likely Sasori and Deidara. It is really inconvenient without Keiko. But in front of all the friends, he can't just say that the enemy is too strong and I'm afraid you can't do it. Once the words are out, they can't be taken back. If they are younger, it doesn't matter. Children speak without restraint. But now the friends around him are all 16 or 17 years old, half a foot into the 18 plus 18 people. They have all the self-esteem they should have. The better the relationship with friends, the more carefully they should be maintained. Otherwise, it really fits the saying that the older you get, the lonelier you will be. Kakashi is on a mission and won't be back so soon. I've sent him a message. He will go directly to the direction of Sand Village to support. Tsunade said with her hands crossed. Oh, there is no need for Teacher Kakashi at all. There are so many of us. Naruto said. Konoha doesn't know much about the members of the Akatsuki organization, but according to the information sent by Sand Village, their strength is far beyond that of ordinary jonin. Tsunade frowned and looked at the crowd and said. This mission will be completed by the 8 of you, Shikamaru will be the captain, and Uzumaki Naruto will be honest. The mission content is to support Sand Village, and the mission is tentatively set as a yes. Shikamaru cheered up and took the mission. What do you mean I should be honest? Naruto was a little speechless. Wasn't he honest enough? He stayed in the village for so long, and he didn't even bully a dog. Tsunade ignored him and looked directly at Ino. Ino, keep an eye on him, don't let that kid ruin the relationship with the allies. The sudden call caught Ino off guard, and the whole person subconsciously straightened up, and his face turned red after hearing the content clearly. Sakura stood aside, her expression did not change at all. She had known about the relationship between Naruto and Ino for a long time, and had never thought deeply about the future. She was just squandering her time with a day-to-day mentality. For her, traditional moral sense was already hard to excite her, let alone love. Shikamaru didn't look at Ino, but glanced at Naruto with dead fish eyes, thinking that this man was really boring. The fact that he could get along well with several girls proved that Naruto had some brains, and was even very smart. But every time he was asked to play shogi, that guy would always make all kinds of excuses to refuse. What's fun about women? They would only affect his thinking speed when playing shogi. A smile appeared on Koji's face. Last time he had a barbecue, he wanted to rip off Naruto, but in the end, it was Ino who paid for it. He didn't know if he was full of barbecue, but he was full of dog food. He had specifically asked Shikamaru about the close relationship between his best friend. Koji remembered it very clearly. Shikamaru looked up at the sky and said idiot after a long while. Tionation's eyes were on the idle Tsunade, and he didn't notice that there was something wrong with that sentence. Xiao Li didn't have any women in his eyes, so he didn't react. Ningji understood, but the cold man didn't care. Naruto didn't care, and his psychological quality was quite strong. Tsunade's words didn't stir up any waves in his heart, and he even thought the words were too childish. I. Tsunade-sama, I can't do that kind of thing. Ino showed a shy expression on her face, and subconsciously waved her hands to deny it. But in her heart, she was a little confused and happy, and her face was directly red. Maybe she could feel seeing the attention from all around. Ino could hardly lift her head. Before Tsunade could reply, Naruto spoke first. Alright, I'll be honest, alright. Hearing this, Tsunade's mouth slightly curled, watching Naruto's humiliation, as if she had discovered his little secret, and immediately revealed a triumphant smile. But soon she realized that this was a formal occasion, and instantly withdrew her smile. Naruto also saw Tsunade's expression, and his eyelids twitched, thinking it was not good. Based on his understanding of Tsunade, the unscrupulous woman, she was probably going to rely on Ino to take advantage of herself. But he didn't care. Okay, the old rules, get ready, and set off in 2 hours. Shikamaru turned around and said to everyone. The dog-headed military advisor was still very reliable, and left directly after a few instructions. Everyone dispersed, and Ino was about to leave, but was directly pulled by Naruto. What's wrong? Ino turned around, and Tsunade was still sitting there. Naruto looked at Ino's blushing cheeks with some confusion, wondering what was wrong with this cute expression in front of her husband. No, Tsunade is a woman. Humph. Tsunade stared at the boy and girl holding hands in front of her with interest, at least that's what she thought. She leaned lazily in the chair, subconsciously touched the wine pot but found it empty, and was stunned for a moment. She remembered that there was still half a pot of wine just now. How come it was gone again? What are you nervous about? Naruto pinched Ino's little hand secretly without changing his expression, and asked, Wait for me downstairs, I have something to tell you. Ino didn't answer immediately, first carefully glanced at Tsunade who was distracted by looking for wine, and then hummed softly. Gently broke free from his hand, turned around and left quickly. Tsunade was still frowning over there, recalling how much wine she drank in the morning, and Naruto coughed and said. Don't look for it. I confiscated the wine. You. Tsunade was so angry that she wanted to flip over the table and punch him into the wall, so that he couldn't get out. Don't drink and slack off during work hours. Only good work can make a good Hokage. Naruto said with a righteous face and a stern face. What's wrong with your brain? Let me check it for you. Tsunade looked around and saw that there was no one around. She simply put her calf on the edge of the table and rested her head on the soft chair. If you need to cut it, you have to cut it. The sooner you treat it, the sooner you will recover. When Naruto heard the word cut from Tsunade's mouth, he always felt a chill. Frowning, he said straight to the point. Can Mr. Kakashi support you in time? Hearing this, Tsunade's face became serious and she retracted her calf. She pondered for a while, knocked on the table again, and then spoke. It should be possible. Don't say it should be possible. I just wanted to say that the more people there are, the more likely it is to cause trouble. He said, 7 or 8 Junins, if they run into Akatsuki, it will be all over. I know. Tsunade pinched her brows and sighed, the incident happened suddenly. There is no news from Jiraiya yet, and the Akatsuki intelligence cannot be fed back in time. Even if you want to dispatch elite Jonin, it will be very troublesome. After all, there is no accurate information to round up Akatsuki members. If it fails, it will leave a handle for wasting village resources. And this time the mission is only to support Tsunagakure. Some elders of Tsunagakure are still diehards and have deep prejudices against Konoha. Speaking of this, Tsunade subconsciously touched the wine glass, touched nothing, and then gave up, and continued. Including that old consultant of Tsunagakure, they don't believe that Konoha can easily reach a reconciliation with Tsunagakure. Their thoughts are still stuck in the period of the Third Ninja World War. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't think so deeply. Shouldn't we send a Jonin to lead the team? If we just go there, wouldn't it be a problem for the Sand Village? I'm busy with the mission recently, so let it go. Those people think that every dog in Konoha is black, so it doesn't matter. Tsunade waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Looking at Tsunade's nonchalant behavior, Naruto didn't know what to say for a while. Anyway, I'm not asking you to follow up to cause trouble. Tsunade continued, don't have too much conflict with the Sand Village, after all, they are allies. Also, don't let those kids suffer too much grievances. I'll cover for you if something goes wrong. Tsunade has subconsciously ignored Naruto's age and excluded him from the group of kids. Naruto didn't think there was anything wrong with her and nodded. As long as we don't run into the Akatsuki organization on the way, there's a chance that a fight will break out, he said with some concern. Is there still no news from the lecherous sage? No. Tsunade shook her head, he's always been used to being free, and he won't pass on any news without getting accurate intelligence. The conversation ended here. Naruto walked downstairs slowly with something on his mind, and saw Ino pacing downstairs. Her eyes were not directly on Naruto, but looked behind him, and she breathed a sigh of relief until she was sure that Tsunade didn't go downstairs. Facing the mental pressure of the Hokage was still too great. Naruto could chat with Tsunade casually, but it didn't mean that the others could. Although Tsunade has always been very friendly and has no airs. But after all, she is the idol of all the female ninjas of Konoha, the Slug Princess, one of the 3 ninjas. No matter what, she can't be as casual as Naruto. What are you looking at? He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ino casually. I was scared to death by what Lady Tsunade just said. Ino was a little. He patted his chest in fear and said with a guilty look, are you scared? Oh, I'm scared. He said. Ino couldn't help but hit him, and instantly realized that this was a disguised admission. She was suddenly flustered and a little tangled, as if this was also good. But she was a little unsure about Naruto's thoughts. Thinking of Hinata, she frowned and her tone became dissatisfied. What do you want to say to me? Naruto was a little amazed at Ino's expression every few seconds, thinking that this woman changes her face faster than the weather. She was happy just now, and changed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 266 Let him go. Where is the bracelet I gave you? He glanced at Ino's white wrist and asked with some dissatisfaction. It's gone. Ino hid her hand behind her back, looking reluctant, but she didn't dare to look at his eyes, so she could only look at the ground on the other side. Find it back. I'll go with you. Naruto seemed to have nothing to do and ignored the words of gathering in 2 hours. In fact, he had nothing to pack, and he was sure that Ino didn't lose the bracelet. He just found an excuse to disrupt Ino's mood and adjust from passive to active. Ino's breathing really became rapid. She had kept the bracelet well, and what she said just now was just angry words. The 2 of them hadn't met much during this period, mainly because Ino was too busy. She wanted to meet Naruto, but didn't want to be so obvious about the initiative. The mission is about to go out, it's too late to find it now. Ino found an excuse, but she was a little worried that he would really say oh and turn around and leave. I don't need to prepare, go to your house, you just prepare, I'll help you find it. Naruto looked at the sunlight in the distance and squinted his eyes. There was nothing special about him looking for Ino, but he saw that she was a little emotional. But after seeing it, he wouldn't be stupid and keep asking. The relationship between the 2 of them is still ambiguous, and it would be a miracle if he could find out the truth by digging deep. He went around, and finding the bracelet was just an excuse, and going to her house was the main point. After thinking about it, Ino didn't refuse, and said oh and started walking outside the Hokage building. Naruto followed slowly, not in a hurry at all. Ino's long legs swayed in front of her, and her slender figure was very pleasing to the eye. 2 red hairpins were pinned on both sides, and her thick golden bangs fell down. In fact, Ino would look better if she clipped her bangs. He wanted to coax Ino, but then he thought that he was the one questioning, and he couldn't lower his posture. After all, there was no definite news about the lost bracelet. Although he didn't have to pretend to be angry, he had to be sulky. No matter how childish the thing was, if you do it with someone you like, even if you are sulking, it will be fun. No words along the way. When she was about to arrive at the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino estimated that she had spent nearly 20 minutes on the road. Including the time she waited downstairs, she only had about an hour and a half left. Okay, I didn't lose the bracelet. I kept it well. Ino still couldn't keep calm, turned her head and confessed to Naruto. At this moment, they were not far from the big green tree across the street from the Yamanaka flower shop. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her first and pretended to be unbelieving. You are lying to me, right? I worked hard to save money to give you the bracelet, and you threw it away. I didn't throw it away. Ino raised her voice and emphasized again, I said I put it away. I'll show it to you later and you'll know. I really didn't lie to you. The two walked forward slowly. Then you just said, he asked hesitantly, turning his head to look at Ino. Ino couldn't stand the look in her eyes, and said in surrender, I just said it casually to annoy you. Who knows how many girls you gave bracelets like this? Only you. He said. The bracelet was indeed only given to Ino, the bracelet given to Sakura, and the ones given to Hinata were a few stuffed bear toys. In this way, he was actually telling the truth. Tisk, I don't believe it. Ino muttered, but still a little happy. You are so stubborn. Naruto complained. Ino reacted strongly and stretched out her hand to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. Naruto dodged but failed to dodge completely. While the two of them were playing and fighting, they had already arrived at the door of the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino, there is someone at the door. He was sharp-eyed and saw a boy who was 1 or 2 years older than the two standing at the door. Customer. Ino said. I don't know, maybe he's here to buy flowers. Naruto got closer and saw that the man was not a stranger. He had met him once or twice, so he didn't have a very good impression of him. Ino had grown up 2 years ago, and the edges of a little girl had grown up. She was plump where she should be and thin where she should be thin. There were also some suitors in the village. But they were young at that time, just graduated from the ninja school, and they were thin-skinned and had no money in their pockets, so they didn't have any real suitors. Naruto only vaguely remembered that Ino's popularity seemed to be quite high, but the two of them had a close relationship at that time, which persuaded many people to leave. The two didn't meet too many times this year, and Ino was busy with work, so Naruto didn't bother her unless he had something to do. In addition, as time went by, the little dogs in the village grew up. Occasionally, someone would be particularly he ran to the Yamanaka flower shop to buy flowers and find a chance to talk to Ino. As time went by, Ino got a little bored, and then she remembered that she planned to take over her father's work first. The man in front of him had black hair, about 18 or 19 years old, with a fair face and a slender figure. He forgot his name, but he had seen him twice. I met him at the New Year's festival, from the Ching-Cheng clan. Ino lowered her voice and said in his ear. She wanted to explain it more clearly. But she changed her mind and didn't know why she stopped talking. She was not interested in others, and the Yamanaka family poured all their love on her alone. It's not an exaggeration to say that Ino was raised in wealth. She was still the kind of girl who grew up in a honey jar. She didn't lack love, and she would never be moved just because someone treated her well. She had her own set of standards for right and wrong for the people she liked, and she also knew how to love someone. The man from the Ching-Cheng clan was holding a gift box with something in it. He smiled at Ino first, and his face stiffened again when he saw Naruto. But he soon relaxed again and handed over the gift box and said. This is peaches and apples. It is very good for your skin for people of your age. No, Mr. Ching-Cheng, you go back first. I have something else to do. Ino smiled and declined, while walking to the door and opening it with the key. Naruto and the man looked at each other, and the man quickly looked away. Can I take up some of your time to buy a bunch of flowers? The man changed his words. Sorry, I really have something urgent to do. Mr. Ching-Cheng, please wait until my mother comes back before coming. Ino held the glass handle at the door of the flower shop and explained patiently. It won't take too long. I'll pick a bunch. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by, and Naruto strode over directly. Without giving Ino any time to react, he opened the door and carried Ino in. The glass door closed and locked with a click. The man from the Ching-Cheng clan stared at Naruto with a calm look, and with a rustle, he pulled the black roller blind down to below his waist. Outside the store, the sunlight was dense. The man from the Ching-Cheng clan held the gift box and watched the glass door not far away locked and half pulled the roller blind. What was even more damning was that the roller blind was not fully pulled down, and he could see Ino's legs and Naruto's legs. He suddenly became nervous. He stood there without moving. His hand holding the gift box had begun to lose some strength, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Ms. Ino, are you okay? He stood there and shouted loudly. Inside the store, on the inside of the glass door. There was no light on inside, and only the sunlight that only reached the calf came in from the glass door. Ino could barely see Naruto's appearance. Naruto pressed her against the inside of the glass door. Young body, hot soul, Naruto hugged her tightly. His movements were a bit rough, causing Ino's arms to hurt. Their feet were crossed while they stood. Ino panted. When she thought of someone outside the door, she didn't care about the slight pain, but felt a little excited. Who is that person outside the door? He sniffed at Ino's neck, and moved his lips and teeth on her white skin. Who? I don't know. A guest. Ino was a little confused. Let him go. Naruto pressed his face tightly against hers, panting and biting her earlobe, and said in a strong tone, let him go right away. Don't talk to him next time, do you hear me? Ino's body was completely controlled, her heartbeat accelerated violently, and the two had never been so close before. The chest was tightly hugged, as if the whole person was about to melt into it. All her little tempers, worries, grievances, and depression were washed away at this moment. Reason sank in desire, like an endless stream of stars. Under his wolf-like attack, Ino was defeated, hugged him tightly with a hint of tears, and responded to him eagerly with trembling. Okay. Okay. I only like you. The two of them were in full swing behind the glass door. Ino leaned to Naruto's neck, biting him closely and kissing his Adam's apple with her wild instinct. Outside the door, the man from the Ching Cheng clan had already crashed. Looking at the person he was pursuing, the two pairs of legs were pressed together, and even a fool knew what was going on inside. The heat rushed straight to his head. It's not that he had never been rejected before, but it was just a small wind and wave for him. But when has he ever seen such a scene as today, directly in front of him? He stared at the lower side of the half-opened glass door, thinking that if a pair of legs disappeared, today would probably be included in the shadow record of life. Ino's eyes were messy, her golden hair was scattered, and she looked up at Naruto blankly. She opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to kiss. This was her first time, and she was a little nervous and a little expectant. Just now, the two of them rubbed each other's necks like beasts for a long time. She was nibbled with a light blush everywhere, but the only thing missing was the last step of kissing. The two looked at each other, and a tacit desire flashed in their eyes. She panted and asked Naruto with messy hair, do you want him to leave now? She looked at those eyes, as if the world flashed with a faint light. Her body suddenly became numb, and her voice became weaker and weaker. You are like this now, as if I did something to you. He smiled. Kiss? She looked up and asked. Yet. There was a rustling sound at the door. A voice came from Miss Yamanaka Lino, guest, why are you standing at the door? Chapter 267 Hiding secretly, unable to hide shyness. Hearing the voice of her mother, Miss Lino, Ino felt the boiling blood in her body cool down instantly, and her messy hair covered her confused and horrified eyes. It's over. At the scene of the adultery, she touched her neck, looked up and saw Naruto smiling again. She was immediately dissatisfied, lowered her voice and frowned. I'm going to die. My mother is back. And she's still smiling. He let go of her hand and panted slightly. He was no longer surprised by such scenes. Seeing Ino standing at the glass door and frantically tidying up her messy hair, he couldn't help laughing again. Go upstairs and wait for me in my room. Ino pushed him away angrily, so that the legs under the curtain would not be discovered by her mother. As for the man from the Ching Cheng clan outside, she didn't care at all, and she just wanted to bite it to death that she was the only one. Her heart was beating very fast. She trembled as she took out a red hairpin from her pocket and pinned up the hair on both sides of her face. She glanced at Naruto, who was walking up the stairs slowly. Seeing him stop halfway up the stairs and look back, she immediately gave him a murderous look. The light in the store was dim, and she didn't know if he could see her. After pinning her hair, she skillfully unlocked the lock with a few fingers from the inside, and wrapped her neck with a layer of gauze left by her mother at the counter. Then she pulled up the roller blinds and opened the glass door with a rustling sound. Why is mother back? Ino smiled sweetly, looking very well behaved. She looked outside and saw that the man from the Ching Cheng clan had left. He was probably stimulated. She didn't know if he had said anything nonsense in front of her mother. She really wanted to silence him. The man from the Ching Cheng clan was wandering empty-handed on the streets of Konoha at this moment. The sunlight was cold and the gift box had been thrown away long ago. Seeing the person she liked being taken away by other men first, and swearing sovereignty in front of them, he felt like he was going to break down, and what was even more terrifying was that while he was sad, he actually felt a little excited, which made him doubt his life. Naruto walked into Ino's room with ease, sat down by the window and waited silently, without a trace of nervousness in his heart. He didn't know that his casual declaration of sovereignty actually opened up a man's unspeakable sexual pie. Yamanaka Rino glanced at her daughter in confusion, her eyes fixed on the silk scarf around her neck. "Why are you pulling the curtain in broad daylight?" Hearing this, Ino also instantly realized that the man from the Ching Cheng clan didn't say anything gossipy, and immediately her little thoughts of dissatisfaction with that man disappeared. "No, nothing, mother, I'm about to go on a mission, I'm almost too late." Ino turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by her mother. "Wait." Yamanaka Rino stared at her strangely, reaching out to touch the scarf on Ino's neck. "Don't you dislike wearing scarves?" "Why today?" Ino's heart sank, her neck was still red, she couldn't say she was just playing around. But she couldn't dodge it blatantly, otherwise it would be a case of trying to cover up something. Just as Yamanaka Rino's hand was about to touch the scarf on her neck, a muffled sound suddenly came from upstairs. "What's that sound?" Yamanaka Rino's hand stopped in mid-air, and she turned to look at the direction of the stairs. "It came from my room, maybe something fell down." Ino felt relieved, turned around and ran upstairs, saying, "I'll go up and take a look." "Hey, slow down." "Got it." Upstairs, Ino opened the door and saw Naruto smiling at the scarf on her neck, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She pulled it off, revealing her red neck in the snow. He rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Still laughing? It's all your fault that you tried so hard. You've turned red." He sat by the window, leaning against it with his hands outstretched, his long legs casually straddling it. He was slouched, like the state of smoking a cigarette. With a smile on his face, he looked at Ino's shy face and the red marks on her neck. He thought that Suzuhimo really understood men. The greatest satisfaction in life is just to see a girl's shyness when she lowered her head. Naruto vaguely remembered that the original words were the most gentle when she lowered her head, like a water lotus shying in the cool breeze, but this version is still too literary. To be more straightforward, it's probably that the girl turned over and poked you, her face was hot and wet, and she whispered to you that she had actually gone there several times just now. Slut or literati slut, among ninjas, probably only Jiraiya can resonate with Naruto in the field of art. The wild thoughts flashed through his mind, and he raised his head and pointed at the shallow red marks on his neck and said with a smile, "Aren't you also quite devoted? Go to hell." Ino threw a pillow over, crouched down with a red face and began to pack her ninja tool bag. The mission is about to start, and there is almost no time to prepare. "Are you sure you don't want to go home?" "No, there is nothing to pack." Naruto looked out the window. The marks on the necks of both of them were relatively shallow and would disappear in a while. When Ino was almost done packing, he hooked his finger at Ino to signal her to come over. "What?" Ino pouted, looking unhappy. She remembered that just now downstairs, she was excited and exposed all her cards, and she was the first to say that she liked him. But the person opposite said it once, and it was still. After calming down, Ino felt more and more at a loss, thinking about the fact that she couldn't help but say that she only liked him, and immediately felt ashamed and angry. Even so, she still walked over. Naruto directly embraced her slender waist, took off her red hairpin with his other hand, and slowly helped her to tidy up her hair. The mission is about to start. Ino saw that he was just concentrating on helping her to tidy up her hair, and her voice softened. "There are still 40 minutes, in time," he said slowly, his hands moving non-stop, his eyes full of affection. But Ino already knew this guy's routine. He has a pair of peach blossom eyes. As long as he is empty or focused, he will look at a dog on the street with affection. Last time I saw him staring at a little girl on the street with affection, and it took a long time to find out that it was misplaced. He was holding a popsicle and staring at a big yellow dog in a daze, and I don't know what he was thinking. Just now." "What?" he asked. "Just now doesn't count," Ino said a little annoyed. If it doesn't count, why did you kiss so hard?" Naruto glanced at her, put his hand down and raised her face again. "You kissed my neck and almost broke it." "No way." Ino turned her head away, refusing to admit it. After a minute, Naruto didn't move, so Ino turned her head carefully and touched his Adam's apple, asking if it really hurt. Of course he lied to her. But Naruto didn't talk about it in depth. One is that the mission gathering is imminent, and the other is that he is afraid of losing control. Ino is a little cute, the kind of person who will say it doesn't hurt even if her face is pale. After a few words, he turned over from the windowsill and left. Gather at the village entrance. Shikamaru and Koji stood together, each wearing a green vest of Chunin. Naruto thought about it and took out the green vest in the sealed space. The two Yukatos have been in prison for half a year, and their treatment is similar to that of the Nine Tails before. The difference is that the sealed space is not in Naruto's body, but a separate space. Even if the two Yukatos want to escape, it is probably a pipe dream. Naruto's purpose is to suppress Kumagakure and use Sasuke's identity to make a small warning. He can catch the two-tailed beast under the eyes of Kumagakure, and he can capture Killer Bee, the most cherished brother of the fourth Raikage AI, one day. The two Yukatos were implicated for no reason, but it is better to be imprisoned than to lose their lives. It is impossible to release them, so just lock them up first. Anyway, Naruto has no idea about the current situation. There are too many tricky things to sort out one by one. Putting on the green vest of the Chunin that symbolizes the weak, Naruto felt that his sense of existence was weakened, and he couldn't help but take a breath. Damn! Is this the reason why Konoha Chunin has no sense of existence? He looked up at his familiar friend. Every day, Niji was dressed normally, but Koji was not wearing anything because he was not wearing anything in his size. Seeing his good brother standing out from the crowd, Naruto felt a little bit reluctant. So he took off his vest and stood beside Koji, bumping into his tumbler-like body and said, "Chokji, I don't wear clothes either." Hearing this, Koji was confused. "I wear clothes." Naruto. "I'm talking about Chunin's clothes." "Oh, that, I can't find clothes that big." Koji patted his belly and said, "And if I activate the multiplication technique, my Chunin vest will burst." As soon as he said this, Naruto turned his head to him and began to look him up and down. Chokji felt a little uncomfortable under his disgusting eyes, took a step back with a chill, and said with his fat hands covering his chest, "If you have something to say, just tell your brother. Don't look at me like that. I'm just asking if your clothes are inherited from your ancestors." Naruto lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, with an expression that said, "I won't tell anyone." To be honest, even he envied the ability to make his body bigger or smaller at will. But at the same time, he was also very curious whether Koji's clothes were bought from the same store as the Hulk's trouser pockets. What a mess! Koji was a little embarrassed, but when he saw that there were familiar people around him, he simply let go of his face, just put some chakra in the clothes. "Oh, it's so convenient to be able to make it bigger or smaller," Naruto exclaimed sincerely. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Tian, who was waiting on the side, accidentally heard the conversation between the two, and her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head quietly. He thought to himself that the chat between boys was so perverted. There was still some time before the gathering, and Xiao Li couldn't stay idle. When he finished doing push UPS, he took in the chat between the two and joined Naruto and Koji after getting up. The round eyes looked at the clothes on Koji, and then looked at his green training suit. Suddenly he became excited and pointed at the clothes on Koji. "Awesome! It can grow bigger and smaller." Tian couldn't stand it anymore, and hit Xiao Li on the head and yelled, "Xiao Li! Don't say that!" "Ah! Why?" Xiao Li was caught in the crossfire for no reason, and he didn't realize how wonderful it was to change with age. In short, his mind became dirty when he grew up. The mountains are not like ordinary mountains, and the water is not like ordinary water. Shikamaru had a bitter face, and as the leader, he didn't participate in the casual chat. This mission is difficult, and the raid span is long, and it also involves diplomacy. More importantly, there may be unknown dangers on the road. The pressure to bear with a team of 7 or 8 people is not ordinary. Listening to the topic of growing bigger and smaller, Koji, Naruto and Xiao Li showed a bitter smile on his face. Another troublesome thing happened, but the problem is that he can't avoid it. Shikamaru's eyes flickered casually, and suddenly stayed on Naruto's neck for a moment, and asked, "Naruto, what's wrong with your neck?" "It's a mosquito." He didn't even think about it, and blurted out instinctively. Those who make up a lie are mediocre, and Naruto, who has been beaten several times, has entered the realm of lying. Fortunately, Shikamaru didn't care and just asked casually. But Niji glanced at him, and his pair of white eyes made Naruto feel a little urinary. "Are there mosquitoes at this time of year? It shouldn't be summer yet." Xiao Li asked. "Mutated mosquitoes, the world is so big, it's normal to have a few different mosquitoes." Naruto casually fooled around and changed the subject. Little Lee, did you cut your hair? No. Sakura and Tian stood together and chatted. She glanced at Naruto who was playing around, and her eyes drooped to the ground with a faint smile. After a while, Ino also ran over panting, finally arriving. Naruto looked at the pink band-aid on her neck and immediately understood what she had been doing. But Tian looked at Ino with some curiosity and asked. Ino, what's wrong with your neck? Oh, she was about to say that she was bitten by a bug, but her eyes met Naruto involuntarily. Her sixth sense suddenly felt bad, so she changed her words and said, I was accidentally rubbed by the flowers. Oh, Ino is also very hard-working. Tian sighed. Don't sound like an uncle, Tian. Ino said with her hand on her forehead. The three girls were playing together, but Sakura looked thoughtful. She glanced at Naruto the moment she turned her head, and her eyes left him. Okay, since everyone is here, let's go. Shikamaru gave the order. Yes. After entering the mission state, everyone put away their relaxed and joking state and became serious again. Shikamaru led the way, Nisi conducted reconnaissance, and Naruto followed behind. The team's ratio was relatively balanced. Sakura was responsible for medical ninjutsu, and Ino also knew some simple medical ninjutsu. The two of them together made up half of a medical team. In a team of 8 people, 1.5 medical ninjas were already considered rich. There was Nisi for reconnaissance. The third team, which was good at long range and close combat, was responsible for raiding, and the 10th team had secret control ninjutsu, and Naruto was responsible for output. Even if it was an ordinary Jonin team, the few people could deal with it calmly. The journey was long and monotonous. After several days of twists and turns, the group finally arrived at the sand village. When the wind and sand were everywhere, several people met the people who were receiving the sand village. 1 or 2 senior ninjas plus several female ninjas. Temari stood in the middle. Chapter 268 The person I want to see most, the reincarnation under the wind and sand. The wind country is full of sand, and there are flying sand and rocks everywhere. In order to avoid sand and soil entering the eyes and hair, most ninjas choose to wrap their heads and add curtains on both sides of their cheeks. It is simple and convenient. Temari herself is a wind ninja, and she is the princess of Sand Village, so there is no need for this. But at this moment, Temari looked a little tired, and there was a gloom around her eyes. Seeing the arrival of Konoha, she had to force herself to cheer up and walk forward. Kyohou Daijia, everyone in Konoha, is the journey smooth? Temari asked. Fortunately nothing happened. Shikamaru scratched his head, revealing an expression that something was very troublesome. Anyway, the mission is important, take us to see it. Yes. On the way, Temari and Sakura handed over, and it was almost as expected. Kankuro was seriously injured, and Gaara was kidnapped. Naruto followed the team at the end and seemed to be doing nothing. He had expected this result. It's just that Tsunagakure was too far away, and there was no reason to do anything strange to intervene. Anyway, he didn't really care about the lives of others, and Gaara had a resurrection armor. After thinking about it, he just sat and waited. Temari talked to Sakura while walking, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Can it be cured? I don't know, I'll know when I see the situation on the spot. Sakura was still very serious about work, and tied her pink hair neatly. Anyway, please rest assured, I will do my best. Sakura's state is like a doctor who is striding towards the operating room, with a firm and serious light in her eyes. Temari's face is pale and she is in a state of panic. The atmosphere in the sand village is extremely depressing. In the village made of sand and soil, only the smoke from cooking can be seen, and there are no pedestrians on the street. The doors and windows of every household are closed, and it is silent. Walking on the street, a group of people led by Temari rushed to the direction of the sand village hospital. Koji's fat body bumped into Naruto and winked at him. But Naruto couldn't see the little fat man's mung bean-sized eyes clearly, so he leaned over and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Why does this village feel like someone has died? Koji deliberately distanced himself from the person in front of him, and the two communicated in a lower voice. Get rid of the feeling, the shadow man in their village is gone. Naruto said calmly, you'd better be careful with your words, otherwise you will be dragged out and beaten. Is it so serious? Dinkai immediately closed his mouth and laughed dryly. What you said makes me a little scared. Look at the grief-stricken people in Sand Village, and didn't you just hear what the Sand Village princess said? Naruto coughed. The fifth Kazekage was captured and seriously injured, and the Kazekage's brother Kankuro was dying and waiting for Sakura to save him. The village is full of blood, and the bodies must have been collected not long ago. Where are they? Koji looked forward, and Shikamaru and Niji disappeared. Let's go first. He didn't look anxious at all, but leisurely looked at the appearance of Sand Village. Shouldn't we find someone to ask for directions and then follow them? Koji was confused. Why did he feel that Naruto was not panicking at all, and even had a bad feeling in his stomach? Why follow? Watching Sakura have surgery without anesthesia? He glanced at Koji and said with a curled lip. No anesthesia? Koji's scalp tingled when he thought about that scene. Sakura would really do that. After all, it was a chakra ninjutsu. If you can press it, press it. If it is really dangerous, then use anesthesia. Then let's wait a little longer. Naruto was just scaring him. He turned around and started to take Koji around slowly. The range was not very large. He just pretended to be lost and looked around. Until the people from the Sand Village building came out to find them, the two followed them back. The operating room is just ahead. The man who led the way bowed and slowly retreated. Only Naruto and Koji were left in the huge corridor. Outside the window was the quiet Sand Village. At the end of the corridor was a cocky door. There is something strange about this place. Koji said in a low voice. Where? People are not united. Koji said bluntly. As expected of you, Koji, you can see it at a glance. Naruto opened his mouth with habitual praise, the pride of the Akimichi clan, the posture of the emperor. Listening to the guy's more and more outrageous praise, Koji's chubby face twitched. Stop, what's the use of our discovery of this information? It's completely useless. He turned around and said. It's useless for us to wander around for a long time. Koji was a little speechless, his eyes turned around, and he sighed and said, let's hurry up and find Shikamaru. Don't worry, stay in Tsunagakure for a while. Naruto leaned against the wall and said, we can't help now if we go in, you go in first, I'll take a breath at the door. This Koji hesitated for a moment, but turned and entered the operating room. Naruto didn't go in. There was no point in so many people crowding together. At present, only Kankuro probably has the clues about the Red Sand Scorpion, so the situation is so passive. Even if it is Shikamaru, he has to wait quietly in the face of no clues. Everyone will pin their hopes on Sakura, waiting for her to save Kankuro. He stood at the window, his eyes moving to the sky above Tsunagakure. The Red Sand Scorpion. I'm sorry first, I'm going to be a non-human. The door of the operating room was pushed open, and Konoha's group was sitting outside waiting. Temari, as a family member, followed the medical ninja of Tsunagakure into the operating room. At present, Sakura was operating in the operating room herself. Shikamaru turned his head and saw Koji stunned for a moment, and asked seriously. Where's Naruto? He said it was stuffy inside, so he took a breath outside. Shinkai said, before he finished speaking, Shikamaru's face changed and he couldn't help but stutter. What happened? Shikamaru held his forehead and sighed. You'll know if you go to the door. Shinkai didn't understand, turned around and opened the door to go out, and came back a little while later, his face pale. Naruto is gone. Ino stood up suddenly, completely unsettled. She looked at Jinsei, then turned to look at Shikamaru, and asked in a panic. Did he just go to the toilet? Shikamaru glanced back at Ino, you should know him better than us. Although he is usually lazy, he is very decisive in major events. That guy, I guess he has already found a way to find someone from the Akatsuki organization. How can it be so dangerous? Ino said anxiously, looking at the door, almost planning to leave and find someone. The three of them grew up together, and Shikamaru knew what Ino was going to do by looking at her eyes. He moved a step towards the door without making a sound, with a troubled expression on his face. Ino, calm down. This is Tsunagakure, not Konoha. Shikamaru turned to look at Niji and the other two, and raised his chin slightly to signal them. Sit still, don't move, lest Tsunagakure find out the problem. Shikamaru stood there, blocking the only way out of the operating hall. The people from Tsunagakure were in the operating room for the time being, and the hall was empty with only the 6 of them. Sakura was having surgery, Naruto was missing, and the 6 of them couldn't leave the operating hall for the time being. Naruto is missing. Tian was stunned. Sit for the time being, listen to Shikamaru. Niji was obviously calmer, and he also pulled Xiao Li, who was about to stand up, down. What should we do? Koji looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru is still the leader this time. If there are few people, we can still argue a little, but if there are many people, there must be no chaos. There must be a backbone. Don't panic, just pretend nothing happened. It's good that it happens. Shikamaru looked at the others and said, we don't know anything about the Akatsuki organization at the moment, and Naruto is probably just trying to find clues. It's good to wait for him to come back after his failure. The most important thing is that we are in someone else's village, and we must not lose our composure. Otherwise, Naruto will also be in danger. It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on him. Ino blamed herself a little. That guy is full of bad water and lawless. Even Tsunade can't control him. Shikamaru smiled helplessly and comforted. In any case, Ino, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Although I don't want to admit it, Naruto is much smarter than us. Let's keep it a secret for him for now, and we'll talk about it after Sakura makes progress. Speaking of this, Shikamaru scratched his head and said with a smile. Anyway, Teacher Kakashi should be here soon, let him worry about it. In the operating room, Temari looked at Kankuro's painful expression with a pale face. Sakura washed her hands and directed several people expressionlessly in front of the prepared medicine. Prepare for surgery, hold him down. Yes. The Sand Village medical ninja nodded. Kanjuro looked painful, and Temari's mind was completely on her two younger brothers. It seemed that everything was getting better. Gaara had changed and started to learn to be a better Kazekage than his father. The relationship between the siblings was more harmonious, and they were more like a family since their father's death. Even the vague and indescribable emotions seemed to have broken the ice. But now, everything was broken. Gaara was taken away, and his life or death was uncertain. Kanjuro's life was hanging by a thread, and he relied on this operation to keep his life. And she could do nothing, and she didn't even know who the enemy was. She could only stand on the operating table and hold Kanjuro to prevent him from struggling because of the pain of the operation. Sorry, this operation requires the patient to be awake and cannot be anesthetized. Sakura seemed to see Temari's reluctance and said without any emotion. Next, I will take out the toxins in his body. In the Sand Village, in front of a desolate stone tomb somewhere. The wind and sand rolled, and the smoke and dust rose. Countless rough stone tombstones stood here, and the inscriptions had long been eroded by the wind and sand, and the text content could not be seen clearly. Naruto spit out a mouthful of sand from his mouth, looked around, and thought for a moment. It seems that the technique can limit the scope, and only needs to let people with that strength to be reincarnated. So, Naruto stretched out his hands and whispered. Wake up! Chapter 269 What kind of big villain in the ninja world? Uchiha Sasuke is a soul.com. The dripping sound of the instruments in the operating room was monotonous and steady. Sakura didn't know the situation outside, but just lowered her head to perform the toxin traction operation on Kankuro again and again. Ah! Kankuro could not bear the excessive pain, and his head almost broke free from control. Sakura skillfully stabilized the operation, thus preventing the chakra scalpel from accidentally injuring Kankuro's internal organs. After doing this, she glanced at Temari, who almost failed the operation due to distraction. Please hold him down, the operation is very dangerous. Temari felt a little ashamed by that look, and vaguely felt that the look was so much like a person. But Kankuro's painful howl instantly brought her back to reality. Cheer up, she decided not to think about Gaara for the time being, and to accompany Kankuro through the dangerous period. Outside the operating room, Koji couldn't stand it anymore, and got up to go outside for some fresh air, but turned around and found that Ino had opened the door and went out. Shikamaru. He turned his head and looked at the backbone of the team in a panic. It's okay. Shikamaru nodded, Ino is not that grandson, he won't mess around. After hearing this, Koji felt relieved. But after glancing at the lighted operating room, his chubby cheeks suddenly wrinkled again, and he asked in a low voice. Sakura doesn't know yet. Let's talk about it later. Naruto is so careful, nothing serious will happen. Shikamaru sat in the operating room and sighed a little depressed. He estimated how long it would take Kakashi to get here. He looked at the display screen with the words and surgery with his deep eyes for several times, and then lowered his head patiently. There is actually nothing to visit in the sand village. The houses are covered with sand. The yellow sand is everywhere, and there is martial law everywhere. The air is filled with a faint smell of blood. The ninjas of Sand Village are walking downstairs. The atmosphere is tense and the footsteps are hurried. Suppressed crying can be heard in the distance, and it stops abruptly after a moment and returns to silence. Ino leaned on the railing, silently looking at the desert in the distance in a trance. With such tight defense, where can he go? But with his ability, he can probably avoid everyone if he gets serious. Getting along too well, she had been away for so long that she almost forgot that Naruto was someone who could get along with the Hokage. She had no idea why Naruto left alone. After thinking about it, she was still confused, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it had already happened, so she would wait and see what happened. She would stabilize the situation for the time being, and when he came back, she would definitely beat him up when she saw him again. When she pushed the door and returned to the operating room, the lights in the operating room were still on. Ino found a seat and sat down. Time passed quickly, and the operation was finally over at sunset. Kankuro was not in danger of life for the time being, and Sakura still needed to continue to develop the antidote. When she came out, she asked about Naruto, but after getting an ambiguous answer, she didn't ask again. She turned around expressionlessly and continued to be busy. It seems that the Sand Village has been busy since Kankuro. Jolang got incredible information, but he didn't share it with Konoha at the first time, probably because he didn't trust the younger generation. Until Kakashi, who hadn't been seen for a long time, rushed to Tsunagakure, the situation got better. "Hello, everyone." Kakashi scratched his head and smiled warmly. "Teacher Kakashi." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi was the real backbone, and Tsunagakure only gave Kakashi face. But listening to Shikamaru calmly explaining the news of Naruto's disappearance, Kakashi was still a little dumbfounded. Scratching his head, opening his mouth again, and finally saying "let's see." When Tsunagakure heard that Kakashi was coming, they directly sent someone to invite him to attend the meeting. "Shikamaru, I always feel that Teacher Kakashi seems to have a good relationship with the people in Tsunagakure village." Koji whispered in Shikamaru's ear. "The future 6th Hokage, how can Tsunagakure not take him seriously?" Shikamaru said with dead eyes, "I heard my father mention that Kakashi-sensei has deep roots in various ninja villages. Even if it is something outside the mission, he handles it very well, and over time he has a good reputation among the 5 major countries. Several people are almost adults, and basically they have begun to get involved in family affairs, or work in the Hokage building. The deeper they understand, the more amazed they are at the legendary figure of Kakashi, who is famous in the ninja world. It's like not realizing it in school, only to find out how awesome your mentor was after graduation. Of course, Kakashi is someone else's mentor." "Shikamaru, do you think Naruto will not die?" Koji asked again. "Achoo! Achoo!" Naruto, who was rushing at the border of Tsunagakure, sneezed twice in a row and muttered, "Damn, it must be that fat guy Koji who is saying something unlucky again." The sky was full of yellow sand, and there were several vague figures following behind him. He looked back and complained silently in his heart. The lecherous immortal really forgot about his cheap apprentice after he got the child of prophecy, otherwise he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Digging other people's ancestral graves. If he told others about it, he would be beaten to death. No, his body would be hung on the street lamp. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Because he was too scared, Naruto used the transformation technique to change into Sasuke's appearance. He looked around and felt a little relieved. He patted his head and muttered to himself. "Every grievance has its perpetrator, Sasuke, I will help you defend the glory of the Uchiha clan." After saying that, he continued to travel with peace of mind. According to his plan last year, after he completed the Snow Country mission and got the full-level Flying Thunder God, he could take down the Akatsuki organization's lair with Jiraiya. Beat Pain and squeeze Konan. In front of their 2 masters, the Master Ba, educate them in person. Everything was harmonious, and with the information he had, the probability of the plan's success was as high as 70%. However, Jiraiya, that old frivolous man, was deceived by the old toad to find the child of prophecy. It's fine if he chased the footsteps of the snake-skinned monster on weekdays, but he had to find the child of prophecy. After going around in circles, it was still a waste. Anyway, the era of ninjas will eventually end with the Otsutsuki. Originally, this mission was within his expectations. Either Jiraiya and his apprentice would work together to achieve a breakthrough, or he would call for more helpers, preferably with Kai, to step on Nagato's life tube. Who knew that in the end, he would still be left alone? Although he also wanted to trust Shikamaru and Niji's gang, trust cannot be eaten. Facing the Akatsuki organization, the more rookies there are, the more likely there will be casualties. The casualties are all brothers and sisters, beloved relatives and friends. It would be safer for him to go and find Gaara alone. Although it was a bit conceited to say this, he really thought so. I originally wanted to solve the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible, and then spend 2 years of peaceful life to accumulate strength. But plans cannot keep up with changes, and now I can only start with Delata and Scorpion. Uchiha Sasuke has already impure his parents, and he has won by 70% before the battle. Damn, what an evil Uchiha! He thought in his heart without any guilt, and became more determined on the path he chose, to finish the fight as soon as possible. Tianziguo. In the deep cave, the fire was swirling. Sasuke, who had not appeared for a long time, had an icy face, his chest was exposed, and his eyes were as calm as still water as he looked at Orochimaru with a greedy face. The reincarnation ceremony has begun, and Indra's soul is slowly taking effect. The setting sun was like blood, and the clouds of fire covered the entire sky. After a few hours, everything returned to silence. Uchiha Sasuke pushed open the door, walked slowly in the dim passage, and looked up to meet the returning Yakushi Kabuto. In his panic and bewildered eyes, he slowly stopped. "Are you Lord Orochimaru or Sasuke?" Yakushi Kabuto's forehead was sweating coldly, and the clouds were burning and the sky was full of strange phenomena, which was an ominous sign. Hearing this, Sasuke laughed contemptuously. "Orochimaru? I took everything from him." Seeing Sasuke draw his sword, Yakushi Kabuto's back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. Looking at Sasuke, he stammered. "Wait, I brought back some information about you." "I'm not interested." Sasuke drew his long sword, his face full of contempt after victory. At this moment, he finally understood where the pride of the family came from. Relying on the pair of eyes that Uchiha was proud of, he easily took away everything that Orochimaru had carefully planned. Just like a god who had been sleeping for a long time, he lightly wiped out an ant. "You will be interested." Kabuto Yakushi swallowed his saliva and pushed his glasses that had slipped down due to excessive nervousness. "The 5 major countries are all looking for you, saying that you attacked the Hidden Cloud Village and took away the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village." "Hey!" Sasuke was stunned for a moment. "What? Say it again." So Kabuto Yakushi repeated the information he got in detail, even including the details of Sasuke's blasphemy against the previous generation of the Hidden Cloud, and explained everything in detail. The more Sasuke listened, the more confused he became, and his face became colder and colder. The joy of victory was completely diluted by this disgusting news. "I don't know that kind of technique," he said lightly. "Someone is impersonating me. Is there any other information about that person?" Under the calm face, there is a heart that is twisted with anger. "It feels like I haven't been online for 3 years. When I open my phone, it's www.com. Isn't this pure disgusting? What big villain in Taiba? Sun Xiaochuan of the ninja world. The clues are broken in the Hidden Cloud Village, and it's hard to continue investigating." Kabuto Yakushi said truthfully. Uchiha Sasuke's face twitched, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. He sheathed the long sword without vision and walked past Kabuto Yakushi step by step. The night wind whistled, leaving only a faint sentence. "I will find that person." After Sasuke left, Kabuto Yakushi, who was standing there, took a breath suddenly, as if he had never breathed before. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and went into the base. The Hidden Sand Village. Kakashi, the socialite of the ninja world, rubbed his eyebrows and leaned back in his chair to think about the countermeasures. Shikamaru, who was on the side, fell into silence after receiving the information repeated by Kakashi. "There is no time. Let's set off tomorrow morning when the ninja dog Parker comes back," the future 6th generation Kadano said. Chapter 270. What is the top 6th? Not a human. As the ancients said, attacking the heart is the best. The land of rivers. A couple of reincarnated couples led the way in front, and Naruto followed behind them in the appearance of Sasuke, with a guilty look on his face. It was really a bit hellish to use the reincarnated Scorpion's parents to find Scorpion's location by induction. But when he thought that he was now in the appearance of Suzuki, his back straightened a little. The glory of Uchiha is really useful. He grinned. Good brothers are used to be bullied, and this kind of wicked pot can only be pressed on Sasuke's head. Anyway, the second pillar is also a cruel person, and it doesn't matter if there is one more black material. Naruto just wants to live a leisurely daily life, and really doesn't want to get involved in the big trouble of digging up people's ancestral graves. It is worth mentioning that the body of the third generation Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage, cannot be found, and now he should be made into a puppet in Scorpion's hands. So that he know, it was the evil Uchiha who only reincarnated the first and second generation Kazekage and Scorpion's parents. In my memory, when Akatsuki extracted the tailed beast from Gaara's body, only Scorpion and Deidara were actually present. The rest of the people gathered remotely through ninjutsu and participated in the ceremony of extracting the tailed beast. It takes 3 days and 3 nights to extract one tail, and now it takes him almost a day to travel. Counting the time wasted on the road from Konoha, minus the time it took Scorpion and Deidara to take Gaara away, it can be roughly concluded that the ceremony of extracting the tailed beast has roughly begun, or even halfway through. The good news is, only Scorpion and Deidara are in the country of River. The bad news is, the rest of the Akatsuki can use some kind of puppet ninjutsu to descend remotely with 30% of their own chakra. Fortunately, there are only 2 puppets. On the other hand, Naruto can only rely on the impure world reincarnation to move forward with 4 corpses. Scorpion's parents are a sharp weapon against Scorpion. Naruto is confident that he can use his mouth to make him let go of his obsession and die early. No, reunite with his parents early. The first and second Kazekage only have a few of their strengths in life, so it shouldn't be a problem to contain Deidara. He can only face 2 puppets alone, but it's not clear which 2 people in Akatsuki are controlling the puppets. If the puppets only have 30% of the chakra of the original body, the 2 together are about half of the Akatsuki members. After careful calculation, the advantage is on me. What's more, he has the impure world reincarnation, so he won't lack manpower even if he fights halfway. He can summon the third Kazekage by getting the skin fragments of the third Kazekage in Scorpion's hand. If he can't beat them, he can ask the summoned beasts for help. The toads in Miyaboku Mountain and the slugs in the Wetbone Forest should be idle. Wonderful. Where did Naruto run to? Shikamaru asked with a frown. In the desert, Kakashi led the team, and the 3rd and 10th teams, as well as Sakura, rushed to the final destination, the Land of Rivers. The journey was long, and they could only hurry, and there was no rush. I don't know. He has no direction. He probably went to investigate alone. Koji said during a break. Maybe he got lost. Kakashi said casually, leaning against the tree trunk and taking out the intimate paradise from the ninja tool bag behind his waist, and slowly looked at it. I haven't done such a leisurely task for a long time. I should be able to reach the destination in another day. Teacher Kakashi, what tasks have you done during this period? Sakura couldn't help but complain. Well, Kakashi, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, her face was pale, and she said depressedly, I haven't had a vacation for a year. How pitiful. Koji stood there and sighed instinctively. But Kakashi-sensei, you should still be single, it doesn't matter if you are busy. Sakura suddenly comforted her. Is that so? Kakashi's face became worse. I'm so sorry to live in this world, I want to die. Little Sakura, don't talk nonsense. Tenten hurriedly pulled Sakura away, laughed and comforted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, don't take it to heart. Ino sat on the ground worriedly, took out a water bottle from her waist and drank a sip of water silently, listening to the constant noise around her in silence. She knew that Naruto didn't need anyone to worry about him. Even Kakashi and Sakura were only shocked for a while after knowing that Naruto was missing, and then they didn't mention it again. Isn't Kakashi-sensei worried about Naruto? Koji asked again. Worried about him? Kakashi looked up at the sky with a messy head of white hair. Don't worry, that guy can leave the Sand Village under martial law without anyone noticing, he must have his own plans. Maybe he is ahead of us now, just hurry up. Hearing this, Ino felt a little relieved, but her brows were unconsciously knitted. Just when she was depressed, a white and tender hand quietly approached and suddenly tore off the bandage on her neck. Ah! She looked up suddenly and saw Sakura's smiling eyes, and suddenly felt guilty. What's wrong? Ino subconsciously wanted to cover her neck. It's okay, just check if there is a wound on your neck. Sakura said, wounds heal naturally and easily leave scars. I can help you remove them. It shouldn't be. She said hesitantly. Why is your face so red? Hot. And sweating. Yes, so hot. Ino turned her head away, and thought of the ridiculous things behind the glass door again, her heart pounding. Fortunately, Sakura didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to continue talking to Tenten. Tsunagakure. Kankuro, who had just escaped from the brink of death, lay in the ward, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He struggled to sit up until the door of the ward was pushed open. Temari? What's the situation? He asked anxiously. The people of Konoha went to find Gaara. The high-level officials meant to guard the border and prevent neighboring countries from taking advantage of the emptiness of the wind shadow and wantonly entering the territory of the wind country. Temari sighed and said, standing beside the bed. You should take good care of your wounds. We can only wait for news from Konoha about Gaara. Are you kidding me? What are those elders doing? Kanjuro was so excited that he suddenly coughed up blood and said angrily, Gaara is the village's shadow. Now we have to rely on outsiders to save him. I finally understand. Those elders don't even have Gaara in their eyes. They just treat Gaara as a tool. Kankuro, calm down. Temari said with a sad look on her face. How can I calm down? Gaara fought hard to protect the village, but he was treated like this. It's ridiculous. Kanjuro slammed down on the bed. How can those people in Konoha try their best to save Gaara? Hearing this, Temari's eyes dimmed and she couldn't say a word. In this situation, she couldn't do anything. The order from the top had already come down. Chiyo's words came to her mind, the so-called allies are nothing more than a piece of paper, just for the sake of interests. If Tsunagakure really takes it seriously, it would be too ridiculous. After a long pause, Temari spoke. Yesterday, the consultant Joe also went. What? Kankuro was stunned, going alone. Well, after the group of people from Konoha left. Temari said, probably went for Scorpion, maybe Cho can save Gaara if she goes. Well. Kankuro was silent. Only people like Cho and Scorpion of the Red Sand can stand at the top of the puppeteer. If Cho can't do it, then he will die if he goes. Temari actually didn't say that sentence. She felt that the group of people from Konoha might not be able to bring Gaara back. Whether the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure is really close or not, it's not worth it. But at least she knew that the three siblings had a good personal relationship with Konoha, and at least they supported the Hokage and Naruto at the critical moment. Just for this reason, the Hokage would not be perfunctory. Everything is like this, cause and effect cycle. All she can do now is to obey orders and take people to guard the border. I hope that the people of Konoha can bring Gaara back safely. Before that, she has to stabilize the situation for Gaara. Kankuro, you take good care of your injuries. Leaving such a sentence, Temari glanced at him and turned to leave the ward. Kawa no Kuni. In the secret base where the Akatsuki organization temporarily withdrew the tailed beast, the interior of the cave was dim. Two figures and several phantoms stood on the outstretched fingers of a hideous sculpture, working together to pull out the tailed beast. Gaara looked painful, his body floating in the air, and colorful energy surrounded him. The light red-tailed beast chakra was constantly pouring out of his 7 orifices. The enemy is approaching. Zetsu said. Who is it? Deidara was stunned for a moment and asked. The tailed beast Jinchuriki was brought back by him and Scorpion. He and Scorpion were the only ones who existed in real flesh in this cave. The rest of the people were using ninjutsu to maintain the spiritual chakra phantom state. In this way, he was naturally more concerned about the chasing enemy than others. Uchiha Sasuke. Zetsu answered, and Uchiha. Scorpion's eyes turned directly to Uchiha Itachi standing there in phantom, staring at him with his peripheral vision, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Mr. Itachi's Hashigaki Kisame's expression was somewhat moved. Itachi, is it true? Pain Tiendeo asked, and no emotion could be heard. Not sure. Uchiha Itachi's expression was as cold as usual, and his face did not change. He seemed to be completely unconcerned about that kind of thing. Since he is an old acquaintance, let Kisame go and take a look. Pain Tiendeo said, using that technique, although it consumes 30% of chakra. 30% of chakra is nothing to me. Kisame smiled, revealing his cold white teeth. That's true. Pain Tiandeo said. As soon as the voice fell, Zetsu's voice continued, and the voice seemed to be a bit tricky. In addition to Uchiha Sasuke, there are 4 other people who seem to have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. It seems that they are the first and second generation Kazekage, and Scorpion's relatives. Scorpion was stunned, and the ugly puppet turned his head to look in the direction of Zetsu and asked in a hoarse voice. What did you say? Imperial world reincarnation. Pain Tiandeo's eyes became sharp, and his eyes glanced at Uchiha Itachi vaguely. How could Uchiha Sasuke know that kind of forbidden technique? Uchiha Itachi just pretended not to hear, ignored it, and said nothing. Since there are 2 puppets, then Pain Tiandeo has been staring at Uchiha Itachi's phantom, and it seems that he has decided to let Uchiha Itachi go to see the situation. Let me go. Scorpion said coldly. There was silence in the cave for a while, and after a moment, Pain Tiandeo finally let go and spoke. Yet. On the way. Naruto was riding a horse. No, he was galloping. Galloping past, a cloud of dust rose behind him. Until 2 rumbling sounds, 2 figures wrapped in black robes and dotted with red clouds appeared, which forced him to stop. Looking up, 2 ugly faces appeared in the dust. They were the puppet body of Scorpion, the red sand, and the ghost face of Hoshigaki Kisame that didn't look like a human. At this moment, Naruto was still using the appearance of Uchiha Sasuke. He was just stunned for a moment and immediately regained his composure. But he didn't speak, and his eyes quietly looked at Scorpion. Hoshigaki Kisame showed a hideous smile and shouted at Naruto with contempt. Long time no see, Uchiha Sasuke. Scorpion, hiding in the Hirako, said nothing, looking at his parents who looked like puppets, and the anger in his heart was hard to hide. You deserve to die. Naruto smiled, and was very satisfied with Scorpion's reaction. I silently said in my heart, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and then said disapprovingly. Really? But I suggest you get out of that damn puppet, otherwise your parents won't recognize you. Looking for death. Scorpion directly controlled the Feiluhu to rush out, as fast as lightning, with a huge stinger erected on the back, and rushed straight to Naruto like a poisonous scorpion. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame also took action directly, and a water escape changed the terrain, and the mountains and forests suddenly became a vast ocean. The first and second generation of the wind shadow rushed up to Hoshigaki Kisame, and the wind escape ninjutsu started, spraying on the water surface. Suddenly, the surroundings were dark, as if covered by heavy rain. Facing the full-strength stab of Scorpion's puppet Feiluhu, Naruto did not move, and directly used his parents to block the gun. Silently threw an invisible flying thunder god Kunao, and then just looked at him quietly. This move was too hellish, but Naruto's mouth curled slightly, feeling the pleasure. Since Scorpion could join the Akatsuki organization, he was definitely not a good person. His hands were stained with blood countless times, and he had made hundreds of people into puppets. He was cruel and ruthless. In his eyes, perhaps he had long lost the concept of human beings. Not to mention qualities like kindness, only a few people could make him show a trace of human emotions. Naruto had no sympathy for his enemies, and did not treat them as human beings. No matter what his background was, as long as he was an enemy, he would be killed. Scorpion really failed to attack his parents after the impure world reincarnation, even though the stinger could not hurt them, or even make them feel pain. The stinger suddenly turned and stabbed Naruto from above. At the moment when he was about to stab, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second, Naruto appeared above the puppet Hiragoku where Scorpion was hiding. He punched down, and the blood-red-tailed beast chakra wrapped around his fist, as thick as blood. The puppet Feiluhu began to collapse from the head, and quickly cracked with the fist as the center. The crisp explosion sound made people's scalp numb. What's more terrifying is that the puppet was directly torn apart by his fist wind. The Kusanagi sword was instantly summoned from the sealed space, and a knife spread and chopped down heavily, directly slashing at the Scorpion hiding in it. Too weak, too slow. Just a head-on fight, Naruto realized that the Scorpion in front of him was not his real body. This is Pain's ninjutsu puppet, which means that the Scorpion in front of him is only 30% of the chakra strength of the original body. So, is the Akatsuki organization extracting the power of Shikaku from Gaara? They are completely inseparable? That's a coincidence. He showed a sinister smile on his face. As the ancients said, attacking the heart is the best. Chapter 271 Uchiha Itaki, Get Up Here. Get Down. Scorpion is a relatively pure abnormal human being, and cannot be simply distinguished by good or bad. His brain is abnormal, but pure. Such people are not easy to fool, but once fooled successfully, even if they die, they will be willing to count money for you. If Naruto is still a scumbag at this time, he will definitely try his best to weave a perfect dream with his reincarnated parents and subdue him to work for him. But unfortunately, he is not weak now, and he is not in the mood to accept subordinates. In the Akatsuki organization, only Nagato and Uchiha Itaka can make him a little afraid. Scorpion has lost the meaning of existence, and the best destination is death. After punching the Hiryu Ember, the puppet exploded and the red sand scorpion revealed his original appearance. Unfortunately, he was facing the Kusanagi sword. He decisively pierced the core of the scorpion with a sword, ignoring the scimitar that broke through the wind. Flying Thunder God changed his position again, and stabbed the scorpion's body from a tricky angle from the side with a sword from a distance. Without any mercy, with a bang, the jar-like core was directly picked out of his body. The scorpion in front of him was just a substitute puppet. After a bang and white smoke, the corpse lying on the ground turned into a strange man. The chakra of the scorpion attached to the man dissipated instantly, and the scorpion in the cave lost 30% of its chakra. He turned his head to look at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was fighting with the first and second generation Kazekage, but unfortunately he could not absorb the chakra of the corpse reborn by the system. Naruto threw two invisible flying thunder gods, changed positions twice, and kicked Hoshigaki Kisame's chest to pieces. With a bang, white smoke flashed, and the corpse on the ground was not Kisame. Just a glance, Naruto stretched out his hand and used a lava escape to destroy the two puppet corpses. Then, he took the 4 corpses of the impure world reincarnation and swaggered to the cave where the Akatsuki organization extracted the power of the tailed beasts. In the cave, Scorpion Shin regained his soul and said lightly, "Failed." Not long after, Hoshigaki Kisame also regained consciousness. He grinned sinisterly, without any frustration. "Sorry, Mr. Itaka's brother is too strong." The sealing technique to extract the tailed beast Jinchuriki, the Phantom Dragon 9 sealing, was still going on, and Gaara unconsciously let out a painful howl. The Akatsuki organization is extracting the power of the tailed beast in Gaara's body into the body of the Outer Path Demon statue. When one of the 9 eyes on the face of the Outer Path Demon statue is fully opened, it means that the sealing technique is successful. Don't waste time. In the corner, Konan, who had been silent all the time, spoke up, "There is a sealing technique at the door, and outsiders can't get in for the time being. Speed up the sealing." She didn't need to appear in such occasions, but after Kakuzu and Haiden in the Akatsuki organization were beaten by Naruto, the Akatsuki organization was once in an economic crisis. The funds to maintain the daily activities of the old members are very difficult, and there is no energy to recruit new members. The strength of the new recruits is also hard to describe, so it has been delayed until now. Adhering to the principle of going to the sea personally if no one else is on the Angel, Konan replaced Kakuzu and Haiden and tried her best to maintain the sealing technique. On the other hand, Uchiha Itaki, the most lazy employee, is obviously powerful, but he is unwilling to do more for the organization. Following the principle of doing one job for one salary, he would not talk if he could. From beginning to end, Uchiha Itaki was just absent-mindedly maintaining the sealing technique. Hearing Konan's words that he wanted to speed up the sealing, he increased the output speed of chakra in the virtual shadow state. This effort was only compared to the previous slacking state. The 2 puppets have been used up, and the sealing technique is almost completed. Pain's original body Tiendeo said, "The sealing technique at the door can delay for a while, and there is still time to speed up." At this time, Naruto has arrived at his destination. The sun is going down, and the forest is warm. Blocking the mountain forest is a small rift valley, and there is a wide river in the valley. There is a vermilion torii on the cliff on one side of the river bank, and the huge stone behind the torii covers the entrance of the cave. A small sealing talisman is attached to the big stone at the entrance of the cave, swaying gently in the wind facing the sunlight. He jumped down and touched the sealing talisman. 5 seals, put talismans in 5 places respectively, and the seal can only be unlocked by removing them at the same time. Naruto muttered to himself, and then tore off the seal talisman directly. At the moment when the barrier was about to backfire on him, Naruto stretched out his hand and shouted, "4 symbol seal!" The ruthless black hole rotated and directly swallowed up the barrier that launched the backlash. In terms of sealing techniques, the most domineering one is the 4-symbol seal given by the system for free. The 4-symbol seal is a powerful seal that uses the cycle of the 4 symbols to block the evil power. Whether it is sealing the 9 tails or the Shikigami Fujin, it is modified based on the 4-symbol seal. Plus, it is produced by the system, so it must be a fine product. The 4-symbol seal in his hand now has completely transcended ordinary sealing techniques. Not only does it have an independent sealing space like the Kamui, it may also be a product of the system's direct magic modification based on the 9-tails cell. In short, the 4-symbol seal is extremely domineering and is his last life killer. Oh no! The barrier is broken. Xionin looked up suddenly. Pain Tiandeo obviously also realized the situation. The seriousness of the situation, raised his head and looked at the cave exit. The others looked sideways, and Uchiha Itachi also looked at the cave entrance with his peripheral vision. The silence did not last for 2 seconds, and with a bang, the cave entrance was kicked open. The hard rock weighing several tons was kicked away like a ball, and flew towards the outer demon statue that was performing the sealing technique with rolling momentum. Scorpion made a decisive move, and the poisonous stinger on the back of the Feilyuhu directly broke into the boulder. With a bang, the rock broke into small pieces in the violent collision, and fell like a rain of stones. A ray of light pierced into the cave entrance, hitting the rock wall at the entrance of the cave like a blade. Although Scorpion broke the boulder with his poisonous stinger, he was also backlashed and groaned. The corresponding sealing technique chakra chain shook, making the already barely sealed technique even more shaky. Gaara, who was in a coma, was continuously drained of the tailed beast's chakra, and at this moment his eyes barely opened a crack. While enduring great pain, his eyes subconsciously caught the last ray of light in his sight. The sound was completely inaudible, and in the darkness, it was as if the door was suddenly opened. It was like lightning piercing through the dark clouds, and the light poured in like a thread. At the end of the light, a figure stood there. The sound slowly returned like an insect, and the ears heard more sounds besides the buzzing. Apart from the sound of 10,000 bees flapping their wings at the same time in the depths of the ears, there was another voice that became clearer and clearer. The voice came from the figure in the light, and the tone sounded familiar, arrogant and arrogant. Like a young man who always has the upper hand, he shouted with a tone that looked down on the world. Uchiha Itachi! Get down! The scene froze, and everyone looked at the cave entrance and couldn't speak. The man who walked in seemed to be Uchiha Sasuke, and the handsome guy with no blind spots was facing the sunlight. It was very jumpy and arrogant and pointed directly at Uchiha Itachi, as if he had known that Uchiha Itachi was involved. That's Uchiha Sasuke? Just like what Hoshigaki Kisame said, he seems to hate Senior Itachi. The youngest Deidara said with emotion. Don't say sarcastic words, Scorpion, go stop him. Konan said coldly. Without Scorpion, can the sealing technique still hold up? Itachi should be able to barely hold up if he tries a little. Yet. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, and his eyes were withdrawn from the man at the entrance of the cave. With just a glance, he completely saw through that the man was not Sasuke. As for who was so bored to pretend to be Sasuke, he was not interested in knowing. At this time, only Scorpion and Deidara were the real bodies in the cave. Even if Uchiha Itachi wanted to do something, he was not strong enough. Since the other party could easily get here, his strength was definitely not small. Everyone else, complete the sealing technique as soon as possible. Pain Tiandeo ordered. No chance. Naruto's voice rang out, and his figure suddenly appeared in the sealing magic circle, silently, and no one noticed how he appeared there so quickly. Scorpion, who went to stop him, fell into a quagmire of 4 against 1. Facing his parents who were reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, he was tied up and couldn't resist at all. 4-symbol seal. Naruto did not hesitate and put Gaara directly into the sealing space. The 4-symbol seal blocked the progress of the sealing technique Phantom Dragon 9 sealings very domineeringly. With a snap, all the chakra lines were broken, and the half-opened eyes of the outer path demon statue closed again. The efforts of the Akatsuki organization for many days fell short, and he successfully intercepted them. There was silence at the scene for a moment, and everyone's eyes looked at him. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi couldn't keep silent anymore, and asked decisively. Me? Can't you see? Naruto glanced at everyone, turned around in Pain's bloody eyes, and showed a shameless Uchiha laugh. Ha ha ha. I wanted to meet you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was strangeness and alienation. Since you asked sincerely, then I will tell you with great mercy. I am the last glory of Uchiha, a man who never talks about hypocritical righteousness, Uchiha Sasuke. I have been forbearing for a long time, and the 3-year period has come. This Dragon King no, this uncle is finally back. Damn Uchiha Itachi. The revenge of the shadow knocking on the door is about to be avenged, I will never let you go. You wait for me. The same broken voice as Brother Tiger. All the people in the Akatsuki organization, except Scorpion who was fighting hard, looked at Uchiha Itachi. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi couldn't stand it anymore and said, "You're not Sasuke." "You said I'm not, so I'm not." Naruto spat at the outer path demon statue, and said with disdain to Sasuke's face, "What kind of person are you, a genocide guy? Are you qualified to say that about me?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes were like knives, staring at him intently. "What are you looking at?" Naruto was very calm, with a passion that had nowhere to be released. The more he cursed, the brighter his eyes became. "How did you feel when you stabbed your parents with a knife? Would you feel sad when the knife got stuck in your ribs? Would you feel when you pierced your internal organs?" "Shut up." Uchiha Itachi's eyes fluctuated slightly. The hellish remarks really made him a little difficult to bear. Even though he had no doubt about the path he was taking, he was still passively broken. Naruto's eyes became more and more fanatical, as if he was sick. He wanted to take revenge on all the psychological shadows accumulated over the years. Now he finally had the strength to stand in front of Uchiha Itachi. And now he is just a shadow. He can't cause any substantial harm. If you want to get rid of his hellish speech, you have to cut off the communication. But Naruto also knows that Uchiha Itachi is so proud that he will never do that. Uchiha's pride is hidden in his bones, and he will never expose his weaknesses. Even if his teeth are broken, he will swallow them down and there is absolutely no reason to spit them out. No matter how Naruto attacks in hell, Uchiha Itachi is silent, as if he has entered a static state. Pain Tiandeo realized that the failure of the seal was a foregone conclusion. He stared at Naruto for a long time and interrupted. "We are the gods who maintain order. You will pay the price for interrupting the ritual of God." "What?" Naruto laughed out loud, and glanced at Scorpion, who was entangled and had exposed his true body, and then glanced at Deidara, the only one who could move freely. "So, what can you do to me?" "Excuse me, I'm not targeting Uchiha Itachi, I mean everyone here is trash. You are not Uchiha Sasuke, you have the chakra fluctuations of the tailed beast on your body." Pain Tiandeo remained calm. 2 tail? 8 tail? Or 9 tail? Guess. Naruto stretched out his hand and pointed at Dalada. "Is the order you are talking about the order raised by a bitch?" Deidara was excited and threw the clay bomb directly. At that moment, funeral of Kuroki Rega suddenly started, locking the clay and Deidara together. Regular ninjutsu, unless it is a ninja who is much stronger than him, there is no room for resistance. The white coffin locked Dalada and the clay bomb together with a bang, and with a bang, the dead Kuroki Rega appeared in the muffled sound of the explosion. Stepping on the billowing black smoke after the explosion, he led the black-robed man who appeared out of thin air behind him to carry the coffin, and then burst into tears. Crying. Kuroki Rega's funeral song. Kuroki Rega ignores everything and treats everyone equally. Whenever he appears, he will put people in the coffin, which perfectly explains what it means to be ominous in life but super fierce after death. The scene was silent. Naruto drew out the Kusanagi sword and showed his fangs for the first time. "Whether it is Uchiha Itachi or you, the guy who calls himself a god, I will find you. Wait for me, you must wait for me, don't die so easily." After saying that, Naruto's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he stabbed heavily into the core column of Scorpion, who was sandwiched between his parents. Coincidentally, the time of the impure world reincarnation ended at this time. Scorpion's parents lifted the impure world reincarnation, and at the last moment of dissipation, they recognized Scorpion in the white light. The three hugged each other tightly. Chapter 272 Black Silk Under the Table, Leisure after completing the task. Naruto glanced at Scorpion and did not stay for long. He did not care how Scorpion died. In short, it was important for him to not have Scorpion. His figure disappeared again. The invisible flying thunder god changed his position and reached the white coffin in one step. While lifting the funeral of Kuroki Rega, he kicked up, and the sound of breaking the wind was like the sound of a drum. A foot mixed with blood-red chakra stepped down heavily, with the power of thunder, without any hesitation at all. Deodara, who had been injured by the explosion, was inconvenient to move, but he did not seem to have lost his mobility. Deodara dodged instantly, and threw out a mixture of various explosive clays with his injured right hand, and the ugly white monsters swarmed up. Go to hell! Soul! Deodara controlled the white clay monsters to attack, while laughing crazily and retreating rapidly, and with a bang, he directly detonated all the white clay monsters. The expected scene of flesh and blood exploding did not happen. Naruto relied on the flying thunder gods that were inserted all over the ground and appeared behind Deodara without anyone noticing. He kicked Deodara's back hard, and the blood-red chakra was like blood-red thunder, cutting through the airflow and making a sharp sound. The air vibrated violently, as if it was all squeezed and emptied by this kick. With a bang, a kick exploded heavily on Deodara's back, and the ribs collapsed. The whole back collapsed instantly, and Deodara was stepped heavily into the rocky ground like a ball. The red cloud and black robe were broken, and half of Deodara's body collapsed, completely unable to move. He struggled, gritted his teeth, and used the only remaining hand to tear his clothes, revealing the sealed mouth on his chest. The sutures were quickly pulled open, the blood-red tongue was spit out, and a bag of clay was stuffed into the mouth on his chest. Deodara laughed wildly, struggled to get up and stared at Naruto. Damn you, you pushed me to this point, then I'll show you my ultimate art. A 10-kilometer radius of self-destruction. After failing to extract the tailed beast, Scorpion died and Deodara was about to self-destruct. Pain Tendal went offline directly, his shadow disappeared, and the rest of the members also went offline coldly. On the contrary, Naruto was not in a hurry, watching Deodara's body crack and become nothingness. At the moment of the explosion, Naruto calmly put his hands in his pockets. Funeral of Kuroki Rega. The white coffin rose from the ground and directly locked Deodara, who was about to self-destruct, inside. In the last second before the self-destruction, Deodara's pupils dilated and roared. Damn you! A muffled sound came from the coffin, and Kuroki Rega appeared again with the coffin. Naruto sneered, one move can eat all the delicious food in the world, and I can defeat you to death. Parker, why did it stop? Kakashi landed on a tree trunk and asked Parker, who suddenly stopped in front of him. Kakashi, I don't know how to say it. Parker turned his dog head and said seriously, Gaara's breath has completely disappeared. Hey! Kakashi was also stunned for a moment, where did it disappear? Take us to see it first. The things went surprisingly smoothly afterwards. Naruto took Gaara back to Sand Village first, and their personal relationship was indeed a step forward. The Konoha team led by Kakashi had not returned yet, so he could only stay in Sand Village and wait. Temari, who got the news, returned from the front line and saw Gaara, who had temporarily fallen asleep in front of the ward. The moment she relaxed, her legs softened and she sat on the ground. The worries of the past few days turned into flying sand and disappeared without a trace in this yellow sand-covered place. Everything was settled. After returning to Konoha, Kakashi went to a new mission. The future 6th generation still has a long way to go. If he doesn't have enough qualifications, he will have to make up for it with tasks. He has completely fallen into a ruthless mission. Machine. Ino was so angry that she didn't talk to him for several days. His inexplicable disappearance made several friends very resentful. Even though the mission was successfully completed in the end, they were still very unhappy. In response, Naruto said that he was no longer suitable for group missions. So that one person disappeared, the whole team was nervous. In short, Tsunade should take at least half of the blame. The sky was clear. Team 3 had a long-awaited holiday, so they decided to have a barbecue outdoors. Open space in the woods. When Tian Tian rushed there with drinks and food, Niji had already set up the grill, and Xiao Li was lighting coal to help start the fire. Teacher Kai didn't come. Xiao Li raised his head and asked. Yes, he said he wanted to catch up with Teacher Kakashi. Tian Tian sighed, put down the things in his hand and said, say that again, what lifelong rival? They have been good friends since childhood, right? Ninkai sorted the ingredients. Tenten had already prepared all the ingredients before coming, so he just started to skewer them. The sound of bottles and jars of seasonings colliding sounded, and the leaves rustled. Yeah, very good friends, just like us. Tenten smiled, took the iron skewer from Xiao Li without even looking at it, and skillfully skewered a skewer of meat. Tenten is so amazing. Xiao Li looked at Tenten's dazzling skewering skills and couldn't help but admire. I'm not amazing. If you want to eat, it's that guy. Tenten suddenly got angry halfway through. I don't know what Naruto is doing lying at home. He didn't respond when he asked him to come over. I don't know. Nisi didn't stop working, but rarely continued the topic and said a few more words from his heart. When I was in the ninja school before, the pressure was unimaginable when the graduation exam was approaching. In every graduating class, there are very few people who can get guidance from the senior ninja and become real ninjas. When I looked up from the examination room, it was dark. I graduated with the first place in the exam, and I was actually a little conceited. I think I am a genius, and all this is due to my hard work. The charcoal fire was burning silently. Tenten and Xiao Li lowered their heads to do their own things. They didn't know what was wrong with Ninkai, and they didn't interrupt him. Originally, I also thought that the so-called geniuses were like Uchiha Sasuke, who were all people with a heavy past. Only with enough motivation will they want to become stronger. Ninkai paused, picked up the sauce bottle and started to mix it, and continued with his head down. But later, I accidentally learned about Naruto's life experience from the clan leader Hayashi, and I didn't quite believe it. Why can he still laugh all day long with such a past? I think fate cannot be changed. It is destined from the moment a person is born. If you carry the name of a genius, you need to keep working hard. The main family is the main family, and the branch family will always be the branch family. Ningji. Tian was very happy that Niji could open his heart in front of her and Xiao Li, which showed that Niji really regarded them as his most trusted partners. But Niji's opening his heart like this was no different from tearing his heart apart. Just the plain words made people feel a little distressed. I'm fine. Niji said. Later, after a mission, I needed to submit a mission report. I saw Naruto arguing with Tsunade-sama in the Hokage's office. Naruto really didn't seem to take Tsunade-sama seriously at all. The relationship between the two was so good that it was enviable. At that time, I realized that there were really people who didn't care about the past at all. The guy sat in a corner of the desk, arguing with Tsunade-sama all the time, and smiling all the time. The whole person looked indifferent, as if nothing in the world could be taken seriously by him. That atmosphere was really sunny and enviable. Just standing there made people feel relaxed. It turned out that a person could choose to live less tired. Ninkai Xiao Li looked at him with some concern. You have always been a genius. Yes, I am a genius. He smiled, relieved, always, so I think I can't change my fate, but I have the right to choose, the right not to make myself so tired. You can ignore the past, don't care about the main family, and choose to die. Ninkai. Tenten dropped the string in his hand to the ground. Ninkai. Xiao Li leaned over directly, his thick eyebrows almost touching his face. I just said it casually. Niji was a little embarrassed. Who would choose to die? I'm a genius. What I mean is that I can live a little easier in the future. Number 404, Konoha Street. Naruto went downstairs wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt, yawning and looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. I was hungry, so I had to find something to eat. I wandered around the street for a long time, and hesitated for a long time in front of a store, not knowing what to eat. At this moment, someone suddenly patted my shoulder gently. A faint fragrance blew, with a hint of disinfectant. What are you doing standing here? He turned around and saw Sakura standing there brightly, smiling as always. Her white arms fell down and tied behind her, her waist was slender, her figure was exquisite, and she was wearing black stockings. For some reason, Hei Ying always gave him a sense of serious fooling. Her smile was real and fake, and she was the kind of person who would seriously fool you even if she was impatient. So she was really popular in Konoha Hospital, so popular that half of the patients in the building would come out to see the ridiculous excitement when they stood there. Naruto remembered that once he went to Konoha Hospital to visit the injured Koji, the man in the next bed kept pestering Sakura with a small wound and asked if she was okay. Sakura perfunctorily answered him tirelessly, but her tone and expression were quite serious. Probably something like, "Am I okay? If you don't tear the wound open or soak it in water, it's okay. You can consult other departments. If you don't want to waste time, you can also ask in the archives room." What is the archives room? It records a lot of dangerous cases, which can also be used as a reference for your recovery. In case it gets worse, you can be prepared. Really? Will I be okay? He saw with his own eyes a man who wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but in the end he really went back for a follow-up visit with a panicked look on his face. Of course, nothing was found out when he looked back. Sometimes she likes to talk halfway, which is actually quite suspenseful. But if someone asks again with an anxious look, she will shake her head innocently. But this trick will only be used on Naruto. Sometimes Naruto will cooperate with her when he is in a good mood. Listening to the taboo words that pop out from her mouth from time to time, he is indifferent. The older he gets, the less burden Naruto feels in his heart. On the contrary, Black Sakura is often embarrassed by her dirty words. Most of the time, Naruto always has the upper hand in the confrontation between the two. But occasionally, Sakura also wants to turn over and gain the upper hand. Hey? What are you daydreaming about? Don't you want to eat? Sakura stretched out her hand in front of him and waved it, smiling. You want to eat too? He asked. Are you asking me out? She asked with a smile. Eat it or not? Naruto turned and entered a store. While looking for a table, he saw Sakura followed him in. Most of the restaurants in Konoha are concentrated in the central area, including Ichiraku Ramen. Towards the edge, the food was a little scarce, but the quality was surprisingly good. What do you want to eat? He asked. Sakura stared at him, looking like she was being mean to him. Naruto didn't care, stretched out his hand to ruffle her hair, leaned back in his chair and slowly looked at the menu. Finally, he ordered 2 dishes and put the menu over. Naruto. She called out. How are you and Ino? Sakura asked. What do you mean? Naruto said, you haven't paid any attention to me since I came back from the last mission, what else can I do? Are you not going to coax her? Let's talk about it later, I can't even see the young lady. Naruto played with the chopsticks in his hand and said nonchalantly, I may not do group missions with them for the time being. Are you angry? She asked. No, it's just not suitable. Naruto said. Tsunade-sama also agreed. Under normal circumstances, you should team up with a jonin, unless your teammates have strong self-protection capabilities. What should I do? Sakura was stunned. You are a medical ninja, so it's an exception. Naruto glanced at her and said half-truthfully, if there is danger, I still have to rely on you to keep my life. I don't believe it. Sakura smiled, unless you with me too. Ahem. Naruto was drinking water and choked directly. His throat was half hoarse. He looked up and asked, what did you just say? Before the mission, you and Ino did something strange, right? I want one too. Sakura tilted her head. The dishes have been served, and Naruto handed the chopsticks to Sakura. Do you think this is a toy distribution? You want one too, what do you want? Did you misunderstand something? Impossible, the red mark on Ino's neck was left by you, right? I don't care, I want one too, anyway, no one else knows. Sakura picked up the dishes and was suddenly spicy again. He hurriedly fanned himself with his hands, and then took a sip of water, swallowing it whole, leaving water stains at the corners of his mouth. Do whatever you want, I'll do whatever you want, as long as it's you. Sakura said, stirring under the table, and a few seconds later Naruto suddenly felt something reaching out from under the table. He looked down and saw a jade foot wrapped in black silk, rubbing against his legs. Are you crazy? He was shocked and almost stood up in fear. This is a public area, and as long as someone in the store walks a little from the corridor, they can see the provocative leg under the table. Chapter 273 seems to have noticed some strange attributes. Are you really not afraid of being seen? Naruto stared at her, speechless, wondering why she was so brave. How is it? Couples should do such bold things, right? Sakura did not restrain herself at all. Naruto. What a thrill, who would be excited by such a thing? Naruto grabbed her feet mercilessly, drank tea with one hand and played with them with the other hand for a while and then sent them back. Why do you think of me for nothing? He put his attention back to the dining table and concentrated on picking up the dishes. Aren't you busy with training and work at this time? I'm here to eat with you. Shizune-sama is in the medical class and Ino is in the Hokage's office. I don't have to run between the two. Sakura said after taking a bite of the dish. Why did Ino go to the office? Naruto was stunned for a moment, put down his chopsticks and looked up. It's a temporary secondment. Who knows what's going on in the Hokage building? Sakura said without raising her head. Now that you know where she is, why don't you go and coax her? You have to eat first. You can't go hungry. Naruto said. How are you going to thank me for telling you this news? She asked. Free meals. Deal. Sakura ate seriously. I'll be counting on you for half a month. I can't afford to eat. A half-month secondment? So long. Naruto had an idea in his mind, but he didn't care too much. It's just a secondment, not something too unusual. Are you short of money? Yes. The salary from working in Konoha hospital can barely support my life. Sakura had almost finished eating, put down her chopsticks and complained. I'm lucky to be Tsunade-sama's disciple. It's too much to ask for special treatment. Besides, I've seen a house recently. Naruto asked directly. It's interesting. Buying a house in Konoha. Aren't you the only daughter in your family? Yes. Sakura said, clenching her fists and said, I don't plan to tell my parents, I'll buy it secretly. Let me guess, you're not going to buy the one next door to mine, are you? He frowned and stared at Sakura and asked. No. That's good. I'll buy yours and become your landlord. She said. What? Naruto almost stood up directly, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Waste this money. I've inquired, your apartment is rented, I want to buy it directly. Sakura said, counting on her fingers, I'm still short of money now. Wait, do you have a grudge against me, Haruno Sakura? No. Sakura turned sideways, looking shy. Seeing this, Naruto's eyelids couldn't help but jump, staring at her and said. You have no grudge, but you still want to make me homeless? Hehe, I just want to try what it feels like to be your landlord, right? Sakura said half-truthfully, making Naruto a little confused about her thoughts. Whatever you want. Naruto said, how much money do you need? You want to lend it to me? Sakura seemed a little excited. You can consider it. It's not auspicious to ask friends to lend it to you. I'll just give it to you. He thought for a while and said. Really? Not true. Naruto rolled his eyes at her and reached out to mess up her hair again. What the hell are you thinking about? I'm sick to lend it to you. What do you have to exchange? He leaned back in his chair and asked casually. All. She said half-jokingly. Naruto turned his head away from her and thought for a moment before saying nothing. Seeing that he was silent, Sakura also kept silent. The two looked at each other across a table. Are you serious? He asked. Yes, seriously. Sakura nodded. Then let's talk about it. Come on time tomorrow and eat for free. That's it. He stood up and said. You cook it yourself. Sakura was a little surprised. She thought to herself that you can't really save costs just because I eat for free, right? That would be too much of a disregard for me as an outsider. No. Oh, then where are we going to eat tomorrow? What where? Of course I won't cook it, you will cook it. Sakura was stunned. She looked at Naruto with a puzzled look. Are you serious? Of course. Naruto was ready to go out. Money doesn't come from the wind. You should save it if you can. As for the ingredients, I will prepare them for you. It's cold tomorrow. Remember to wear black stockings when wearing jeans. Sakura was stunned, watching Naruto pay and turn around and leave. She lowered her head and thought, isn't this equivalent to selling herself? A free cook? It seems to be no loss, but it seems to be no gain either, it's really a waste. Afternoon. Naruto found Hinata who had just taken a vacation, and as soon as they met, he took her hand and took her to a remote place in the bamboo forest. The shade was cool and the spring breeze was blowing. Hinata's face flushed red, and she didn't dare to look up the whole time, for fear of running into her tribe. She carefully controlled her breathing all the way, and finally arrived at the bamboo forest without any danger. That Hinata, do you still have the wine from last time? Ah. Hinata was stunned for a moment, looked up and asked, what wine? It's the wine you fed the fox dog. Please. Give me some more of that kind of wine, please. Naruto said, holding Hinata's hand. That's no problem. Hinata's voice gradually lowered, "That Naruto-kun, let me go first, I'll get it for you. I want a bottle." He didn't let go immediately, but squeezed the soft little hand. "Do you have a bottle?" "Yes." Hinata's voice was almost trembling, and she saw a tribe member walking towards this side not far away, and her body almost went limp. Naruto turned his head and obviously found the passerby. Without thinking too much, he directly pulled Hinata over and hugged her in front of him and hid behind the tree together. He planned to ask the nine-tailed fox to do something, but he couldn't let go of his face and didn't want to lower his posture. He wanted to fish for the nine-tailed fox, so he found Hinata and asked the Hyuga family for the secret wine. While holding Hinata, he was still thinking about how to let the nine-tailed fox take the initiative to take the bait. Suddenly, he felt that the girl in his arms moved, so he lowered his head to check. Hinata's face was red all the way to her ears, and her body seemed to be about to turn into water, which almost made him a little dazed. "Hinata, are you okay?" He supported Hinata. "I'm fine." Hinata hurriedly escaped from Naruto's arms, took a few steps back and almost fell down, stammering, "I go back first, wait for me for a while." Looking at Hinata's hurriedly leaving back, Naruto looked at the passers-by who had already left, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. He knew that Sakura just liked to talk nonsense, and she would slip away if she took it seriously, very cowardly. However, Hinata would not be the type who enjoys excitement, right? It seems that he has noticed some strange attributes of Hinata. Chapter 274 The Whirlpool Fisherman is busy, disturbing the nine-tailed fox. The bamboo forest is quiet and the spring is fading. Hinata has gone back to get the wine. Naruto leaned against a green bamboo, took out the intimate paradise, and waited patiently while watching. Thinking that time passed quickly, it was about to enter early summer. The Akatsuki organization's plan to capture the one-tailed fox failed, Jiraiya had not returned from looking for the child of prophecy, and Kakashi was busy. The investigation mission of the Rain Country was far away, and he could only make some preparations by himself. Putting other things aside, it was very important to him that there was no Akatsuki organization in this world. This was fate. A destined life and death battle. Either all members of the Akatsuki organization will die, or he will die. As for the row of hidden treasures under the land of whirlpools, he has no time to care about it for the time being. The talk of making the land of whirlpools great again is just a lie to the ancestors after all. Which person with a missing brainstem would have a harem on an isolated island? While he was thinking absent-mindedly, a figure flashed over the Hyuga gate. It was clearly in broad daylight, but he looked around cautiously, as if he was stealing someone. Okay, now he has basically confirmed that Hinata is just simply timid. "Here, Naruto-kun, is this enough?" She handed over a bottle of wine in a jade bottle, and it was obvious that the bottle was more expensive than the wine. "If it's not enough, I will." "Enough, enough." Naruto took it, thinking that with this bait, he was not afraid that the nine-tail would not take the bait. "Thank you, Hinata, I'll treat you to dinner next time," he said with a smile, and seeing Hinata blushing, he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her face. He left immediately without making any extra movements. I'm also very happy to help Naruto-kun." Hinata said hesitantly, "I'm fine. You're a big help." Naruto put the jade bottle into the sealed space, and suddenly remembered Sakura's words, and couldn't help but be curious. "Hinata, are you busy recently?" "Ah." Hinata was obviously a little surprised. I'm not busy." "Don't you have any tasks recently?" he asked with some doubts. It's not Naruto's fault. He really hasn't participated in many missions recently. He has been almost isolated by Tsunade. Kakashi is studying, Sakura is also studying, Sasuke has transferred to Orochimaru and is likely to have betrayed his teacher. Team 7 is in name only, and the so-called reorganization has been suppressed. The village has begun to train ninjas of Konohamaru's generation and has devoted more teacher resources to the ninja school. He knows this, so he taught Konohamaru the Raise Nan that day. There are fewer missions recently. After all, I'm about to become a senior ninja. Hinata whispered, people like Shino who are strong will have more missions. As for me, if Team 8 doesn't have a special mission, I will probably come back to participate in the daily affairs of the family. Divided. Naruto murmured. What? Nothing. He changed the subject and said, did the last training go smoothly? The bamboo leaves rustle, and the sound of the wind is in my ears. The moist air makes people feel relaxed and happy. Hinata subconsciously puts her hair behind her ears, and the tension in her heart is relieved. Hearing this, her face visibly dimmed. Failed. Oh, it's okay, don't be discouraged. Naruto comforted, glancing at Hinata's white eyes for a moment, thinking that Hinata should have the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura in her body. There will be opportunities in the future. Besides, being strong also brings a lot of trouble. You see, Tsunade-sama is like a shrew all day long, and every time she gets drunk, she shouts to retire. In short, that kind of thing can't be rushed. This is what he really thinks. If there is no choice, he doesn't want to deal with the Akatsuki organization all day long. What he wants to be most is the kind of person like Kakashi, who is strong but not being people are thinking about him. If you want to be at ease, just be at ease for a while. Just refuse to do things you don't want to do. The so-called freedom is probably to not do what you don't want to do. But it's useless to think so much now. Let's take it one step at a time. I just hope Jiraiya can be more powerful and bring back some fresh information. His thoughts flashed by, and Hinata's voice brought him back to reality again. Well, I know. Hinata glanced at him secretly again. Naruto-kun, do you have time tomorrow? You have always taken good care of me before. I want to treat you to a meal. Tomorrow. Ah. If you don't have time, forget it. Hinata seemed very flustered. She didn't dare to look up at all. Her hands were tightly holding the corners of her clothes. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask Naruto out. She didn't have this courage before. Just talking normally had consumed all her strength. But Naruto has always been very good to her, and she is getting older and older. But when she thought that Ino and Naruto had a much better relationship than her, it was obvious that the three of them were very good friends. If we wait any longer, maybe. Tomorrow night? He asked. Remembering that he had just agreed to let Sakura eat lunch as the price for exchanging information, it would be a bit bad to break the contract on the first day. If it was arranged at night, it would be fine. Okay. Hinata nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and ran away after saying a word, then see you at the wall tomorrow night. Wall? He turned and looked into the distance. There was an old alley blocked by the wall. It was not far from the Haiga station, and it was located on the back of Konoha Street. Climb over the alley, pass through the roofs of several buildings, and go directly to number 404 Konoha Street. It was not a very remote location, but it was not the center of the village. Hinata had disappeared long ago. He thought about it and didn't take it too seriously because it was just a meal. While thinking about how to fish for the nine-tailed fox, he slowly turned around and left. At the gate of the Haiga station, Hinata secretly leaned out half of her body, blushed, and took a look, and watched him leave. The next second, a familiar voice sounded. Sister, is there anything outside? Ah! Hinata was startled, turned around and saw Haiga Hanabi looking at her with a puzzled look, and her face suddenly turned red as if on fire. No, nothing. Let me see. Haiga Hanabi turned sideways and was about to go out to see, but was suddenly stopped by the panicked Hinata. It's really nothing. Don't look. Hinata hooked her sister's neck and forcibly pulled her into the Haiga station. Let's go home, I have something to tell you. But sister, I have to go out. Wait a minute. Hinata's heart was pounding, and she took Haiga Hanabi away by force. If the secret was discovered by Hanabi, she could die on the spot. Number 404, Konoha Street. After returning home, Naruto changed his shoes at the entrance, walked into the living room, and first glanced at it calmly. The Nine-Tails was drunk and was sleeping soundly on the sofa. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails was a tailed beast, and its energy body would not get dirty and did not need to pee, otherwise he would definitely throw this drunkard fox out. The living room was filled with a faint smell of alcohol. Naruto silently returned to the room, closed the door, and took out the good wine of the Haiga family that Hinata got from Hinata. Then he took out 10 high-end bottles bought from the street from the sealed space and placed them in a row on the ground. Pour the high-quality wine of the Haiga family from the jade bottle into the high-quality bottle, and then pour the low-quality wine in the sealed space into the other 9 high-end bottles of the same quality. After doing all this, he put away all the utensils, opened the door, and walked to the living room in a swagger. Not long after sitting down, he took out the bottle of high-quality wine. With the sound of a wave, the bottle was opened directly, and the faint aroma of wine filled the air. The sleeping Kyuubi's nose moved, and he pulled himself out of his dreamland and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were attracted by the high-end wine bottle on the table, and his eyes were almost blinded by it. Good wine. Kyuubi stood up and reached out to touch it, but was opened by Naruto. What are you doing? What are you doing? Naruto resealed the wine and glanced at the hungry Kyuubi slowly. I'm using it to worship my ancestors. What kind of ancestors are you worshipping, you little brat? I've never seen you worship your ancestors, so why don't you worship me directly? It's a waste to keep it anyway, so why not give it to me? What nonsense are you talking about? Did the money come from the wind? Naruto was merciless. Kyuubi, you have to make some contributions to this family, otherwise why should you drink the wine for worshipping the ancestors? This. Kyuubi was speechless. Besides, there are only 10 bottles of wine for ancestral sacrifice, and there is no extra preparation. Naruto calmly took out another 9 bottles of inferior wine from the sealed space. 10 bottles. Is this not enough? Kyuubi said in surprise. Is it not okay to have more ancestors? Why do you have nothing to do to sacrifice ancestors? Kyuubi's eyes never left the 10 bottles of wine on the table, and he stretched out his claws to reach for them. It's useless to say it, you can't help anyway, don't ask. As he said that, Naruto took the 10 bottles of wine and put them on the table. All were put away, and after thinking about it, 2 bottles of ordinary wine were left. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With the good wine gone, Joey suddenly felt bored, but when he thought of that guy who always liked to fish in a mysterious way, Joey didn't stop him and let him go. Hearing the door slam shut, the living room returned to silence again. A refreshing breeze blew from the balcony, and the curtains were gently lifted. Joey suddenly felt that life was boring again. Lying back heavily on the sofa, it stared at the 2 bottles of ordinary wine on the table. It subconsciously reached out to take them but found that it had no desire to drink. Its eyes were empty and staring at the ceiling. The light in the living room was dim. The golden and jade-like packaging of the 10 bottles of good wine was like 10 female foxes with snow-white fur and eyes. In its heart, it was tickled and itchy. 10 seconds later, with a bang, Joey stood up directly on his feet and said viciously. Damn it! The fisherman deserves death. The sunset was dim. The shadow of the Hokage building stretched long, towering in the orange dusk. The office on the 5th floor was pushed open from the outside. Tsunade lay in the chair with her head up, and said without opening her eyes, It's time to get off work. That bastard was the only one in the whole village who never knocked on the door. Tsunade had been working non-stop for almost a month and was tired like a dog. After finally finishing all the work, she naturally had no time to pay attention to him. Ino stood at the file cabinet to organize the documents and prepare to get off work. Turning around, she saw Naruto, who had not been seen for many days, came here directly, and she was so nervous that she wanted to hide in the file cabinet. On an ordinary evening afternoon, the windows of the Hokage's office were wide open. The setting sun climbed in from the window without any scruples, and the whole office was covered with a layer of pale orange light. Tsunade lay in the chair with a tired face, and Ino was wearing a neat and tidy professional suit. The white long-sleeved shirt fully showed her slender figure, and the lower body was a black hip-wrapped half-length professional skirt. Her snow-white long legs were exposed in the dusk, and her face looked flustered and hurried. He was standing at the door, dressed in black, just as clean, and even his hat was black. He didn't just know how to practice to become a predecessor of Hokage, he would occasionally pay attention to dressing up. The boyish spirit could not be concealed under the loose clothes, and the outline of the body could be vaguely seen. The shoulders were broad, and the boy's strong figure was outlined when the wind blew. The whole person looked thin, and his eyes looked a little deep when he didn't speak, which was a little different from usual. Ino's heart suddenly beat a little faster, and she felt like she had done something wrong. She glanced at Naruto's smooth jawline at the door and turned away. What is Tsunade-sama busy with recently? Naruto took off his hat, smiled, and strode in. The atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Ino stood at the cabinet by the wall with her head down and continued to sort out the documents, like a primary school student who was punished to face the wall for doing something wrong. What? You want to share my worries? Tsunade yawned, and the exposed part was snowy and upright. Forget it, I am not born to be a clerical worker. Naruto put his hat on the desk and glanced at Ino who was facing away from him in the corner. He said while staring at her. Next time you have a high-risk mission, you can find me. Anyway, I'm lucky and was born to do that. Just keep talking, wait until Jiraiya comes back. Tsunade raised a hand to cover her eyes, and said lazily, now only Niji and Shino have missions. This summer, their qualifications should be enough to be rated as the first batch of Jonin. Jonin, when can I become a Jonin? Forget it, you don't care at all. Tsunade said lazily, don't pretend, it's time to get off work, leave quickly, don't stand here and bother me. Tsunade had already issued an order to expel him. She was too tired to argue with Naruto, so she waved her hand and drove him away. It's time to get off work now, right? Yet. Can I take the person with me? Hearing this, Ino, who was sorting out documents in the corner, suddenly stopped for a moment, her heart pounding. What did he just say? No way, but... Ask yourself, don't ask me. Tsunade changed her position and continued to sleep on her side. Ino wanted to continue to organize the information, but found that her thoughts were already confused. Just when she wanted to cheer up and continue to do the finishing work, she suddenly felt her shoulder being grabbed, and she couldn't help but tremble all over, and then she felt him leaning over. Crazy. This is the office, and Lady Tsunade is still there. How could he be in such a place? Ino felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Hearing hot air in her ears, he quietly twisted her shoulders, without any intention of restraining himself. Sister, I was wrong. With a bang, Ino's brain was blank in an instant. Chapter 275 The Joy of Youth. Gathering and dispersing quickly, the evening breeze with hot air continued. Ino's whole body was completely soft, and the taboo feeling that surged in her mind immediately threw the well-built rationality out of the sky. I can't remember what I was angry about. I want to push him away but I have no strength. Tsunade on the chair opened her eyes a little, glanced at the two of them, and closed them again. The sunset was filled with warm breeze, accompanying people to sleep. Naruto took Ino's wrist and took her out of the office directly, gently closing the door. In the corridor, Ino was wearing a professional suit skirt, with slender and white wrists. It took some effort to break free from his hand breathlessly. You. What are you doing? Tsunade-sama said it's time to get off work, didn't you hear it? He said with a smile. Behind him was a wide open window, large patches of sunset fell on his broad back. He looked thin, and the edges seemed to be painted with a layer of golden light. I haven't finished my work yet. She said hesitantly, turning her head to one side, her face red. Her mind kept thinking about the almost numb sister, and her heart was pounding. I don't know where he learned to call her, anyway, it's impossible for me to fall. Then I'll go in with you. Naruto looked at her with a smile, I'll help you finish, anyway, I'm with you, otherwise I'll always follow you. When Ino thought that Tsunade-sama was still resting there, she didn't dare to go back. If that person was dishonest again and made some trouble, she would never face anyone again. No. Off work. She said in a bit of a huff. I don't know why, she wasn't that angry. But as soon as she saw him, Ino felt angry, but he always brushed her off. Naruto held her, his eyes full of smiles, hiding the kindness of a young man. In the empty corridor, there was endless warm wind, and the shadows of the two folded on the wall. He pressed Ino against the wall, leaned close to her neck to smell her scent, rubbing her itchy. Are you sulking? Even I'm gone, huh? Hiding from me? I'm not. Ino's psychological defense line completely collapsed, mist in her eyes, trembling to retort, I'm not hiding from you. You're not hiding from me, why didn't you tell me that you were transferred to the Hokage building? Naruto let go of her, his eyes a little cold, as if he would leave at any time. No. Ino's voice became lower and lower. Really? He asked, as if he would disappear immediately after she nodded. I was a little angry, but I wasn't angry anymore when you did that in the office just now. She said with an embarrassed look on her face. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Take you for a walk in the evening. Where to go? The main street of Konoha, just stroll around and have something to eat. Naruto said casually, and then asked, Are you going to work tomorrow? Yet. She nodded, I've been a little busy lately, and I may get off work very late. Later than today. It should be, about midnight. Tomorrow is the end of the month, and the task information must be sorted and organized, so Ino whispered. Hearing Ino say this, he realized that it was the end of March and April was coming soon. Okay, I'll pick you up at midnight. He said, pulling Ino out. Why? She looked at the figure who was half a step ahead with burning eyes and asked in a muffled voice. Why so many whys? I don't want you to go home so late alone. He said, if I didn't know, it would be fine, but if I heard it, I can't just pretend I didn't hear it. But what if there are times when we need to walk at night in the future? Ino followed him downstairs, her steps seemed to be on cotton, and her mood tightened a little bit. As long as you say it, I will come to pick you up. Yet. Ino responded, feeling a little happy, like a broken cookie, the sweetness will spread faintly in the mouth when bitten. On the stairs, Naruto always held her hand, he walked in front of her and lowered her a little. The moment the stairs turned the corner, he met her eyes. In the dimly lit small space, the cold and forbearing eyes made Ino's heart jump. She didn't know how to read his eyes, as if he wanted her. But his eyes quickly swept to the bottom of the stairs, as if he was concentrating on watching the road. Ino's face suddenly, her face turned red at a visible speed, as if it was on fire. Thinking about a certain possibility, it turned red all the way to the roots of her ears. Her teeth were so tense that they felt like they were sore, and her heart was beating fast. In fact, Konoha is still quite prosperous, with a large population density and a wide range of shops and daily necessities stores. The spending power of the ninjas in the village is not bad, and under Tsunade's governance, there are signs of a second spring. The bustling streets of Konoha are brightly lit. Ino seems to be a little uncomfortable with being held by the hand, but she tried to break free and found that she couldn't break free at all, so she just let him do it. Why are you nervous? He asked in surprise when he turned his head. I didn't. She hurriedly argued. You lie too obviously, cover it up a little next time. Naruto glanced at her slowly and found that she looked a little cute when she argued. But when he thought of her expression just now, like a little girl who stole the forbidden fruit for the first time, he couldn't help but frown and asked another question. Did you misunderstand something? No, she denied it at first, and then, taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people on the road, she leaned close to his shoulder and whispered, do you want to take me to that place? That what? It's just Ino gritted her teeth, and her white hands hooked Naruto's head and pulled him down, close to his ears, and her palms had to cover them tightly to prevent the sound from being transmitted. Oh! Naruto pulled her hand away and looked at Ino in shock, I should have recorded it. You! Ino punched him, I was kidding. At the open-air barbecue stall, Ino took off her shoes, revealing her snow-white feet, and swayed under the table. She took a bite of the juicy barbecue, drank a sip of the drink, and her face suddenly showed happiness and squinted her eyes. Ha! So cool! She sighed, thank God I can get off work on time today. I'm so tired these days. Looking at Ino, whose mood seemed to have recovered, Naruto sat there and grilled meat slowly. The early summer night was lively, and the sound of wine glasses clinking was heard all around. This made him feel a little itchy. Drinking in summer is indeed a good choice. But thinking that it wouldn't make a difference in a year or two, he suppressed the idea. Ino handed a piece of fat and lean barbecue to him and looked at him with a smile. Chapter 276 Summer Barbecue, bright and dark, long and long, my boy only hopes that he will be happy for the rest of his life. He didn't hesitate, opened his mouth and swallowed the barbecue in one bite. The bright and dark lights lingered, the surroundings were bustling, and the light of the street was like a light strip. Ino covered her mouth with one hand vertically, and her peach blossom eyes were like a crescent moon. The smile was clean and warm, with a smoky smell, and a look of success, looking at him. Is it delicious? Yet. He lowered his eyelids and smiled. He is not the kind of person who cannot lower himself to coax others. Even if he did nothing wrong, he does not mind admitting his mistakes. It is just a matter of moving his mouth. For him, admitting mistakes and flirting are not contradictory. Ino is soft-hearted and will be happy after a little coaxing. The joy of youth is like clouds, gathering and dispersing at will. More importantly, Ino will respond, and every word will have a response. It is like throwing a stone into a deep pool. No matter how long it takes, there will be an echo, and it will not be fooled. This serious attitude makes people feel comfortable, and the occasional temper is harmless. Why were you transferred to the Hokage building? He leaned back in the chair, the firelight not far away danced in his eyes, his forehead was white, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Being disliked. Ino saw a mouthful of barbecue stuffed into his mouth, with the corners of his mouth greasy, chewing it in big mouthfuls as if he was angry. Who can dislike you? You are so popular that people chase you to the door of the store, hey. He glanced at Ino sideways and said lazily. Do you still remember that? Ino felt a little guilty, but when he thought about what he had done, he immediately raised his head and chest. I didn't want to either, I had already clearly refused. Yet. He responded. Ino watched him reach for the drink, and his white and slender fingers gently hooked the drink cup in his hand. This action made her heart tremble inexplicably, as if the fingers were hooked on her heart. She looked away, but her thoughts spread like creepers. His hands seemed very beautiful, and it would definitely be very comfortable to be touched by such fingertips. The fingertips stroked across the spine, from the shoulder blades to the collarbone, and then down. What are you thinking about? Ah! Ino almost fell off the chair. After realizing what she had just thought, she was too embarrassed to look at him, let alone his hands. No. Nothing. It's just I was distracted, haha. The work is very tiring, and it's normal to be distracted occasionally. He said. Yes, yes. Ino smiled a little guilty, it must be because of the tiring work. It's all my father's fault. He insisted on transferring me away from the intelligence department. Isn't your work serious? No way. She raised her chopsticks and retorted, took a sip of the drink, and put it heavily on the table. He actually said that I was too popular and standing there would affect the work. His own daughter, he was transferred away just like that. Really? Old-fashioned. Hearing this, Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He thought that it was obvious that your old father was helping you to improve your qualifications while Sakura was on vacation, and besides, the Hokage's office is a place where ordinary people can stay if they want. So how long will you stay in the Hokage's office? I don't know, at least wait until Sakura comes back from vacation, but Sakura hasn't been seen recently. Ino murmured, looking at Naruto. Have you seen Sakura recently? We just had lunch together at noon today. He had nothing to hide, so he said directly. Why doesn't she eat with me? Ino pouted and frowned. I took her shift, shouldn't she ask me out for dinner? Oh, she owes me a meal. She pays. Ino was stunned for a moment. She's been stingy lately, saying she wants to save money for something big, and I always pay for dinner with her. I paid, she has no money. Naruto said calmly. What kind of dinner is this? I didn't expect her to pay. You two are a flower of the intelligence department, and the other is a flower of the medical team, you are a good match. He said casually. Really? Which one do you like more? Ino asked with her hands on her face. Oh, by the way, including Hinata, who do you like more? You. So perfunctory. Ino snorted, holding the drink and blowing it carefully, but I'm still very happy to hear you say that. Do you think I'm very? She raised her head, but was stunned. Naruto was looking at her and smiling, his eyes reflecting the eager light of fireworks. The moment their eyes met at that moment, Ino felt as if she didn't care about anything anymore. Promises can change, people's hearts can change, but the sincerity of youth will not change. At this moment, she knew that no matter what the answer was, it didn't matter. She had seen Naruto's lazy appearance in the old-fashioned apartment a few years ago, and his gloomy triangular eyes on the street. The whole person looked like a scarred beast that was not showing any signs of violence. Until Tsunade came, things turned around. The things she couldn't solve were solved one by one over time, and he finally became a normal person as he wished. Looking at the peaceful and warm smile in his eyes, Ino really hoped that all the discrimination and injustice in the world would disappear, and all the hatred would not approach him. I hope he will always walk on the bustling avenue, away from all diseases and misfortunes, across all sadness and separation, and she will say that she likes him in the crowd. If the person she met was an ordinary boy, she would want to possess him. But if it was Naruto, she only hoped that the world would treat him as well as she did. And she also understood that no matter whether she would go to him or not, as long as he stands there, someone will love him. No one asks him to shine, but only to live a happy life. I'm so full, she said, leaning back in her chair, looking at the starry sky above her head, touching her slightly bulging belly and saying, You will come to pick me up from get off work tomorrow, right? If you want, it's not impossible to pick me up every day. He said lightly, after all, you have so many suitors, it's good to keep some. Yes. Then you have to come every day. Ino's mood suddenly became very good because of this sentence. She smiled and kicked him lightly with her feet while drinking a drink. The hot evening breeze kept blowing, the leaves of the green trees rustled, the taste of being exposed to the sun was covered by the smoke of barbecue, and the air soaked into the lungs and only a little bit of sweetness could be smelled. The atmosphere was just right, and the noise of the crowd on the street came through. Neither of them spoke, and their snow-white feet rubbed his trouser legs gently. Until both of them had smiles on their faces, they stared at each other for a long time, and the feelings in their eyes piled up little by little. It was like playing house and stacking a mountain of sand, cautiously but greedily wanting to pile more and higher. In that eye-to-eye exchange that could strip clothes off, Ino was defeated and sighed, "How many girls have you deceived, you bastard? Your eyes can be drawn." Chapter 277 Akamaru was injured, so Sakura came to the door in cool clothes, probably as free labor. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto was about to go out to buy groceries, and was bending over to change shoes in the entrance. He looked up and saw the nine-tailed fox poking its head out from the sofa, and then quickly retracted it. He couldn't help but sneer, thinking that the bait was in his hand. "You didn't move on the first day, and you didn't move on the second day. You can only survive the first day but not the 15th day. Sooner or later, you will be hooked. Are you okay?" Naruto, who had put on his shoes, stood in the entrance and deliberately asked the nine-tailed fox in the living room. "Oh, nothing, where are you going?" Kyubai's dog head appeared from the sofa again, with a somewhat awkward tone. Usually, it never cared where Naruto was going, but today it looked like it had other intentions. The pretentious questioning almost made Naruto laugh. "Go buy some sacrificial supplies, and start the sacrifice in 2 days," Naruto said seriously. He knew he was fishing, but he didn't mind letting it know. This was a naked conspiracy, and the old comrade was thoughtful, which was beyond the control of Kyubai. Sacrifice? How to sacrifice? Kyubai stood on the sofa with a tangled expression. "Fall on the ground, soak the soil with wine." "What? What? Fall on the ground?" Kyubai stood directly on the sofa, with a shocked and heartbroken look on his face. "Isn't this a waste?" Looking at Kyubai's heartbroken expression, Naruto even suspected that it would lie on the ground and open its mouth to drink wine on the day of the sacrifice. In fact, there was no sacrifice at all, it was just an excuse to go fishing. "Silly dog, what's the point of wasting sacrifices?" Naruto glanced at it coldly, holding the door handle and said, "I have something else to do, I'm leaving first." With a bang, the door closed. He went out for a walk and bought some food. It was still early, so Naruto bought some drinks and a batch of good wine. Fishing for the nine-tailed fox with inferior goods was just a delaying tactic. After all, he couldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask Hinata to get 10 bottles of Hyaga's wine. But 1 bottle was obviously not enough, so he had to resort to this last resort. But he still needed to compensate the nine-tailed fox afterwards. He was now waiting for the nine-tailed fox to bite the hook and take it to fight the Akatsuki organization. Anyway, with the skin of the evil god's lackey, the nine-tailed fox would at most be beaten up even if it was defeated. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. There are only a few gods in the ninja world, and the so-called peak ninja god is just the heretic of the Otsutsuki. There are also gods at the end of the Otsutsuki, which is just another civilization after all. As a stranger, he used the power of the evil god and the god of death, and possessed ninjutsu. Was this considered to be the NTR of the gods? But calming down and thinking carefully, he actually only took some superficial things. Natural energy cannot be absorbed, and it is impossible to cultivate into the sage mode. The funeral of the evil god's lackey and the black Horega are also props modified by the system. The unsacrificed version of the impure world reincarnation is also a cracked version of the evil god of death opened by the system. But he didn't care, anyway, he didn't think about becoming a god. A god that can be cracked by the system is nothing. "Hi Tui." He spitted and left with a look of disdain on his face. Naruto. To his surprise, he was stopped before he took a few steps. Turning around, he saw that it was Inuzuka Kaiba, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, who called him breathlessly. He and Kaiba have always been on good terms. Although they like to quarrel with each other when they meet less often as they get older. Even if they want to quarrel, they only say a few appropriate words. It's not like a few years ago when they could quarrel with each other for a whole day. After all, that leisurely and wealthy time is gone forever. What's the matter with your dress? He was a little surprised. I couldn't tell from a distance for a while, but when I looked closer, I found that Inyazuka Kaiba's face and body were wrapped in bandages. His nose and eyes were swollen, which looked a little scary, but fortunately he didn't disfigure himself. Were you caught peeping into the bath? Go to hell, how could I do that? Inyazuka Kaiba accidentally saw Naruto and was very happy, but it turned out that the guy couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. One sentence made him lose interest, and he wanted to turn around and leave. How did you get all these injuries? Can't humans satisfy your XP? Naruto was shocked. No, what about Akamaru? You are such a mean guy. Inyazuka Kaiba wanted to beat him up, but when he thought that he might not be able to beat him in his current condition, he gave up. Akamaru is more seriously injured than me. My sister said that Akamaru is still in danger. He said with a lonely face, do you have a way to ask Lady Tsunade? Realizing that the situation was serious, Naruto's smile faded and asked seriously. What happened? Nothing, it has nothing to do with you. It's not good for you to ask so many questions. Inyazuka Kaiba said hesitantly, anyway, can you ask Lady Tsunade for me? I'm really worried about Akamaru now, Naruto, brother, I haven't asked you for anything. Ahem. Naruto interrupted him and took a step back subconsciously, you can ask Lady Tsunade, but you have to tell me what happened first. Hearing this, Inyazuka Kaiba hesitated for a moment, perhaps thinking that Akamaru's life and death were uncertain, he gritted his teeth and spoke. It was the ninjas from the route. We had a conflict with them during the mission. If I were not a member of the Inyazuka clan, I would have been. Okay, the dog's life is important. I'll help you with this. Naruto said while standing on the street with vegetables in one hand, but Lady Tsunade may not have time, so don't have too much hope. Sakura is not busy recently. If Lady Tsunade doesn't have time, I can help you make an appointment with Sakura. I see, Naruto, thank you anyway. Inyazuka Kaiba said sincerely, although you are usually a loser, I didn't expect you to be so reliable at the critical moment. Naruto's face was full of black lines, if you can't praise people, shut up as soon as possible, and call me clan leader from now on. You, what clan leader are you? Inyazuka Kaiba was a little surprised. Naruto patted him heavily on the shoulder, which made Inyazuka Kaiba grin in pain. Naruto carried the vegetables, his figure covered with golden light in the sunlight, and he said earnestly. Ukano, the chief of the Konoha branch of the Uzumaki clan is currently absorbing fresh blood. Are you interested in making our Uzumaki clan great? No, I can't betray my ancestors. Maybe next time. Inyazuka Kaiba declined politely. Naruto felt quite sorry that the glory of the Uzumaki clan would eventually belong to him alone. However, looking at the back of Inyazuka Kaiba limping away, an immature idea inexplicably arose in his heart. It may not be possible to overthrow the old thief Danzo, but it can disgust him. However, Akamaru's life is in danger at present. As a foster father, I'd better help Inyazuka Kaiba to rescue Akamaru first. Anyway, it's just a greeting and asking, it's not much trouble. Hokage's office. The little secretary Ino was diligently sorting out the materials, and Tsunade was pretending to be slacking off, occasionally looking at various affairs books and making some replies. The door was pushed open without warning, and Naruto walked in unscrupulously with a bag of vegetables. No one has ever brought vegetables into the Hokage's office, so he is the first and the last. Hey, rare guest, Lord Naruto, are you using my office as a kitchen? Tsunade sneered with her hand, and spoke coldly. Hearing this, Ino's body trembled violently, and she breathed carefully. She only dared to look at Naruto with the corner of her eyes, fearing that the fight between gods would affect innocent people. I don't care if I have nothing to do. He carried the vegetables and put them on the chair carelessly. He sat on the chair loosely, and the whole person floated. Little Tsunade. Puff. Naruto was knocked away by a punch, and the whole person and the chair flew directly to the wall of the corridor. Little Ino stood aside trembling, lowering her head and working silently. A minute later, Naruto came in again carrying half a chair, and he was obviously much more restrained. Lord Tsunade. What's the matter? She looked at Naruto sideways. I'd like to ask Lady Tsunade for help with something. I wonder if Lady Tsunade is free. As he said that, he took out the bottle of good wine he had asked for from Hinata from the sealed space. Opening the bottle, the aroma of mellow wine filled the air, and he poured it for Tsunade obediently. I don't have much time, let's talk about what's going on first. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were long and narrow, she squinted her eyes and took a sip of wine, her body relaxed throughout the whole process, not looking angry. Naruto knew that she would fall for this, and repeated the story of Inuzuka Kaiba without any bias. Tsunade stopped talking, Ino looked over there with her peripheral vision, pursed her lips and worked silently. Suddenly the office fell into silence, leaving only the rustling sound of turning pages. Let Sakura go, I can't spare the time here. She said. Okay. Naruto nodded and left with the dishes. He knew very well that Tsunade had her own concerns, and she couldn't personally participate in everything. The head of the Inuzuka clan didn't come to invite her, so naturally she had no reason to get close. Many of the twists and turns cannot be expressed clearly in words. Number 404, Konoha Street. Naruto put the dishes in his hand into the kitchen, and sat down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and resting. Kyuubi came over and asked about the details of the sacrifice. He answered in a disjointed manner, and suddenly remembered that the only real sake had been given to Tsunade, and he felt guilty. Okay, let's talk about it later. The sacrifice is also impossible. He stood up directly, fanned the wind and said, I encountered something that can't be solved. What is it? Kyuubi knew it was a trap, but he couldn't help but bite the hook. Just when Naruto was about to speak, the doorbell suddenly rang. Open the door. Sakura stood outside the corridor with a smile. It was summer, and she was wearing cool clothes. She wore a close-fitting pink sleeveless top on her upper body and denim hot pants and black stockings on her lower body. I'm here to eat for free. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan thought that you came at the right time, free labor +1, and it was the kind that came to the door. Come in first. He made way to one side. Excuse me. Sakura walked into the entrance with light steps and bent down to change shoes. The difference was that her legs did not bend, but her overly soft waist was bent down. The black silk was moist and translucent, making people unable to take their eyes away. Ahem, too much, pay attention next time. Naruto coughed, walked to the sofa unmoved, lay on the sofa skillfully, and said with his head tilted. The kitchen is over there, the vegetables are bought, go cook it yourself. My cooking skills are average. Sakura pulled off the hairband, bit it in her mouth, stretched out her hand to tie up all the short hair behind her head, and tied it up again with one hand. It's okay, make do with it, I'm not picky. Naruto didn't care much. I mean, do you want to try something else? I'm good at other things. Sakura added, with a sly smile on her face. No, go cook. He sneered. He is a fishing master in a double sense. 2 minutes ago, he was still luring the nine-tailed fox to take the bait. Now she wants him to bite the hook? It's ridiculous. You lose as soon as you fall for it. Oh. Sakura went to cook, and Naruto took the opportunity to look at the nine tails. Because of Sakura's presence, the fishing conversation between one man and one dog could only be temporarily interrupted. It stared at Naruto, and saw it silently saying drink. Good fellow, the dagger is revealed. Naruto shook his head again. Liu Bei invited Zhuge and was caught 3 times, and Zhuge captured Meng Huo 7 times. History has proved that you need patience to fish. You want to refuse but also welcome, and pull wildly, in order to maximize the value of the trump card in your hand. The sound of cutting vegetables came from the kitchen, the chopping board made a rhythmic thumping sound, and the sound of splashing water came from the half-open glass door. Naruto looked back and saw the half-covered black silk in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Sakura was cutting vegetables, silently thinking about whether to change into an apron. But fearing the counter effect, he shook his head and dispersed the idea. However, the less interested Naruto was in her, the more she wanted him to show his affection. Being in the same room was far from satisfying her, there must be something more exciting to do. During the cooking break, she lowered her head and took a look inside her clothes, thinking that this was normal size. The book said that when kissing, you will subconsciously. Anyway, the book said that if a couple reaches the point where their wet fingertips can pull a thin thread, then it is not their responsibility even if it becomes strange. It must be because of Naruto that it became like that. It's not bad to be a little worse, anyway, the whole life is chaotic. Then, make it more chaotic. Thinking of this, Sakura became happy again, humming and humming to prepare the meal. Let's eat. She shouted, pulling open the kitchen door. Naruto was communicating with the nine-tailed fox in sign language. Hearing this, he turned back and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 278 Unpredictable Truth, Flowers Blooming Under the Street Light. Okay, leave it there. He stood up and interrupted the negotiation and tug-of-war with the nine-tailed fox. He really got something for nothing now. The nine-tailed fox was convinced that he still had 10 bottles of Hyuga clan's good wine. Like Patrick Star teasing the bait, he frantically tested the hook. It looked like a cunning person who wanted to eat the bait but didn't want to pay the price. But how could Naruto let it do what it wanted? No matter what the nine-tailed fox said, it would not let go. He just waited for it to ask him what trouble he had encountered, and then dragged it onto the pirate ship to annihilate pain. The negotiations were interrupted, and the nine-tailed fox looked disappointed and went back to the room in disgrace. This scene was seen by Naruto with his peripheral vision, and he sneered in his heart. How could the stupid pink thing escape from his clutches? Sakura had already cleaned up the table, and when Naruto sat down, she stretched out her hand. When he reached for the chopsticks, he touched something warm. Their fingertips pressed together, but Naruto didn't react and pinched the chopsticks. Sakura was stunned for a moment and pulled her hand back suddenly. He didn't have any emotion, just glanced at her calmly and took it back leisurely. He was completely immune to Sakura's tricks and had no inner fluctuations. On the contrary, Sakura's reaction was unexpectedly violent. Not only did she pull her hand back quickly, but she also put her hand under the table. Her face turned red, but she was still pretending to be calm. He used to be quite afraid of Sakura, but the incident of Black Sakura almost dying had a deep impact on Naruto and made him see his heart clearly. The so-called impartial observation was just an excuse. When it really came to that time, he still preferred the obedient Black Sakura. After thinking it through, he was too lazy to hide. "Are you free this afternoon?" he asked. "Yes, what's wrong?" Sakura felt a little guilty. She blushed when she failed to tease her, which made her a little uneasy. "How much skills have you learned from Tsunade-sama? Why are you asking this?" Sakura was stunned for a moment, and looked at Naruto. "Do you have a hidden illness?" "Ahem. You have a hidden illness?" Naruto was almost choked to death by Sakura's shocking tone. "Can you speak properly? Then why are you asking this?" "It can't be." Sakura glanced at him, then pulled out the chair and stood up and walked to his side, leaning over and whispering in his ear. "It's okay, the nurse will also help you check it out today." Naruto looked indifferent, stretched out his hand to push her face away. "Can you be more normal? I'm talking to you about business." What business?" She waved her hand desperately, and found that she couldn't get close, so she had to give up. "Akamaru was seriously injured and is still in danger." Naruto pinched her face and pushed her a little further away. "You asked me to ask Lady Tsunade. But Lady Tsunade is very busy, and the people of the Inuzuka clan didn't make it public. This matter is suspicious. I mentioned the matter to Lady Tsunade, and her opinion is the same as mine. Let you go and take a look first." "But I'm not a veterinarian, how can this be connected?" Sakura frowned beside her. "So, I want to ask your opinion." Naruto stopped using his chopsticks. "This is not a mission." Kaiba is also hesitant. Medical ninjutsu and veterinary medicine may not be the same. If you don't want to, don't worry so much. I can help you refuse. How can I refuse? After all, we are friends. Anyway, I'm on vacation, so I have to go and see. Sakura sighed and said, "But I may not be able to help." "Friendship is friendship, but one thing is one thing." Naruto said, "I will accompany you to see it, and I will come back after the visit. Don't have any psychological burden." "I'll try, but when you say that, it seems that things are indeed strange." Sakura sat back in her original position. "Why is it related to Tsunade-sama?" Naruto thinks that this matter may be related to Denzo, but he can't be completely sure at the moment. Inuzuka Kaiba looks weird, but it doesn't seem like he is lying. After finishing lunch in a hurry, Sakura was about to leave, but was stopped by Naruto. "Rest for a while and come back later." "Yes." Originally, Sakura wanted to ask a few more questions, such as whether Akamaru had not yet passed the danger. But after looking into Naruto's deep eyes, she swallowed the words in her throat. "It doesn't matter, just listen to him." At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two went out together. Even at this time of the day when the temperature is the highest, the sun in early summer is not hot, but warm. Naruto is tall and big, and he took the lead. He held the sunlight in the corridor, raised his eyelids loosely, and the whole person seemed to be not awake. Sakura felt that this person seemed to have a special magic. No matter where he stood, the sunlight would follow closely. Looking up, the whole body was warm. She followed Naruto, about 2 or 3 steps behind, stepping on his shadow step by step. With her hands behind her back, she stepped on it, and her mouth was excited, and she soon walked to the end of the corridor. After a few turns, the two went downstairs and wandered around the street for a while to find the direction. Main street of Konoha. Don't talk or move when you get there. Stand behind me. I'll let you move. He said casually, come back after you're done. Don't force yourself. Yet. Sakura didn't ask anything. Along the way, she looked at Naruto beside her with her peripheral vision. The sunlight penetrated the leaves, casting a mottled shadow of the tree. The boy's clean profile was reflected in her heart. Entering the Inuzuka clan's territory, in the scattered houses, a tall building similar to a pet hospital was found. The red glazed roof was 5 stories high. The status of the ninja dog in the Inuzuka clan is very high, and it is the companion of the Inuzuka clan. Every household raises and trains ninja dogs, and the ninja dogs and the clan members almost grew up together. It is precisely because of this that the scale of the ninja dog hospital is almost half the size of the Konoha hospital. After entering the door and informing the purpose of the visit, he smoothly met Akamaru and Inuzuka Kaiba, who was standing by. Akamaru looked painful, lying on a small pet bed with an 4 drip hanging beside the bed. Inuzuka Kaiba's eyes were red. He stood up to greet the two and said in a muffled voice. Naruto, Sakura, are you here? Well, Lady Tsunade is busy, so let Sakura come over first. Naruto said, reaching back and grabbing Sakura's wrist to signal her not to speak. Hearing this, Inuzuka Kaiba's eyes dimmed for a moment, then recovered. Thank you. It's okay. Naruto nodded, and glanced around the ward, and didn't find anything wrong. Please move aside first, let Sakura check Akamaru. Oh okay, sorry. Inuzuka Kaiba took a step back. Move back a little, the light is blocked, and I can't see Akamaru's condition clearly. He said. Okay, sorry. Inuzuka Kaiba stepped back again. Naruto held Sakura's wrist tightly. Even if he said that he wanted Sakura to check Akamaru, he still held it tightly and didn't let go. Sakura's wrist was thin and smooth, and one hand was enough to hold it tightly. At the moment of giving way, he lowered his head, and the action seemed a little intimate to outsiders. But Naruto seemed unaware, like a couple whispering in Sakura's ear. Don't release chakra. You two have such a good relationship. Inuzuka Kaiba said. Well, we are partners after all. Naruto did not refute, and let go of Sakura's wrist while giving way. Sakura frowned, although she didn't quite understand Naruto's intention. After all, how could she check the injury without chakra? But in the end she chose to believe it, simply flipped it open and retreated directly. Akamaru's injury is a bit serious, I have to go back to check the information. She said. Sakura, can't you treat it directly with medical ninjutsu? Inuzuka Kaiba asked anxiously. Sorry. It was 2 hours after leaving the Inuzuka clan's clan land, and Sakura couldn't help asking when she walked to the vicinity of the Hokage building. What happened? It's okay. Don't get close to the Inuzuka clan's base for now. Let's go see Lady Tsunade first. Naruto said, there are some weird things in the Inuzuka clan, and so does Kaiba. Weird? I think he's quite normal, but Akamaru seems to be seriously injured. Sakura muttered to herself. That guy is so proud. When have I ever seen him so polite? He glanced at Sakura and said, besides, Akamaru was so seriously injured that he should have died long ago. Is he pretending to be a fake? I don't know. It has nothing to do with us. Lady Tsunade will take care of it. Naruto pulled her and almost made her stumble. Fortunately, Naruto stabilized her. Go and tell Lady Tsunade, she will understand. What about you? Sakura asked, with the orange sunset on her face, as if she had put on makeup. Behind her were dense green trees, villages, and the endless Konoha street. The endless sunset glow hung over the distant Hokage rock, and the whole village seemed to be immersed in the sunset glow. Standing in this vast sunset glow, the girl's eyes showed confusion, and her whole figure looked rare and gentle. The facial lines were clean and clear, and the pink short hair was reflected in orange, like an obedient girl next door. I have an appointment, so I don't have time, he said neatly, with a casual tone, which even made people feel that it was a matter of course. Sakura's face flushed, and she couldn't find a word to blame him. Yes, he just asked you to eat for free, and then caught you to be a free labor. But it's not a date after all, what's wrong with him dating another girl? Even telling her so honestly made her feel more heartbroken. Can't you hide it from yourself? In this case, you can still find a reason to make a fuss. But he was so bright and sunny, and couldn't even find a word to complain. With Ino? She asked sourly. No. Sakura was shocked. Hinata. He nodded, patted her on the head, turned around and said, remember to inform Lady Tsunade later, I'm leaving first. Sakura. After a long time, until she saw the back disappear, Sakura sighed. While walking towards the Hokage building, she lowered her head and muttered. At least tell a lie, you bastard. After Sakura left, Naruto, who had walked far away, returned to the original place with the help of Flying Thunder God. He made sure that nothing was following Sakura before leaving again. He didn't need to worry about the Inuzuka clan. As I said before, he was not the Hokage. If there was any need, Tsunade would notify him. Hyuga Station. It was dark, and Naruto rushed to the agreed place, under the dark wall. There was a dim street lamp in the distance, barely illuminating the wall and the street. Hinata was also on vacation. From a distance, she seemed to be wearing a long skirt, with her arms wrapped in white ice gauze sleeves. She looked graceful and generous, and her blushing face added a touch of cuteness. After getting closer, Naruto discovered that Hinata seemed to be holding a cute bag in her hand. It was the kind of sky blue bag that little girls would like, and there was a bow tied with silk thread on the outside. Under the street lamp, Hinata's face looked to the other side, and she looked like she was throwing a tantrum. But Naruto knew she was shy and didn't dare to look at him. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I'm late. She apologized in a low voice, have you been here for a long time? It's okay, I just got here too. Naruto turned around. He naturally pulled her hand, and the two of them walked towards the direction of Konoha Street. Don't take that kind of thing to heart. Well, that. With a rustle, Hinata seemed to have made up her mind and thrust the paper bag forward. She handed it to him and said with a red face. For you, please accept it. Okay, then I'll accept it. Naruto took the blue paper bag without hesitation and saw the card sandwiched outside the paper bag. There was a sentence written on the card, with round handwriting, thank you Naruto-kun for your long-term care. What's inside? Ah! Hinata panicked. He had already opened the paper bag, and it was probably handmade chocolate. This seemed like the style of gift that Hinata would give, and the chocolate looked simple. He picked up a piece and took a bite, and there was a filling inside, probably fruit sauce. He never liked sweet things, but he still ate them one by one. The street lights were dim, and Hinata was a little nervous walking on the streets of Konoha. She was afraid that Naruto would not like her gift, after all, he had never mentioned it before. Suddenly giving a gift might offend him, or the gift might not suit his taste. If she gave him a gift that he was quite averse to. But later, Hinata saw from the corner of her eye that Naruto did not speak, but just put all the chocolates in the bag into her mouth one by one, and her face suddenly turned red. For her, this was more pleasant than any praise. Delicious. He ate all the chocolates neatly. It was so sweet that it was greasy, but he didn't want to take it back and continue eating, because he would probably forget it again. Hinata's white eyes were clear, and she had to turn her head away with a blushing face. It just so happens that I have a gift for you, he said. Hinata was stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked at Naruto. It's just a small gift, don't take it seriously. Naruto said, I should have given it to you a long time ago, but you were probably very busy during the New Year festival. As he spoke, Naruto took out the gift he had kept for almost a few months from the sealed space. He should have given it to her long ago, but he didn't meet her at that time, so he simply didn't give it to her. He had planned to postpone it until a suitable time as a return gift, but he cleverly remembered it this time and took it out. It was a small box with a delicate appearance. Hinata was stunned for a long time and didn't take it. It was still Naruto who helped her open it. It was a plain hair flower with a delicate appearance. Seeing that it was not a valuable gift, Hinata was relieved. Thank you. Chapter 279. A naive girl who had never seen the world. What are you, do you still want to drink? Even though he was busy with Sakura all day, Naruto didn't feel any fatigue. Standing steadily, without the slightest shake. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Hinata beside her, and seeing her nervous look of pulling her clothes, she probably didn't know how itchy this look was. I really want to bully her. Anyway, she is so easy to bully, she probably won't make a sound if she is bullied, even if her face is too hot, she will force herself not to make any sound. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? What? You just kept staring at me. Oh, it's okay, I want to bully you. Hinata's just written draft was washed away, and she was obviously frightened, looking at him with panic in her white eyes. Looking down at Fawa, her face was full of serious entanglement. I will return the gift to you, can you not bully me? No need to return it. Naruto stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek, and his slender fingertips slid down her face, feeling like playing with a work of art. Sliding all the way to the neck, the index finger circled around the beauty's collarbone. The wonderful touch from the index fingertip was a bit strange, just like the cool and smooth skin soaked in milk. Naruto-kun, if you do this, I will. Hinata's face flushed, she exhaled gently, and then took a few breaths, as if she was about to drown. What's wrong? He asked closer, his fingers resting on her shoulders. Someone will see. There were a few figures wandering in the distance, and the hazy figures could be seen under the street lights from afar. In fact, it was impossible to see anything from such a distance, but Naruto still let her go. Let's go eat, it's your treat. He said, gently and without hesitation. He reached out to gather her hair on her forehead, his expression was particularly serious. His eyes were also very positive, and even the 18+ things could be stared out as artistic in his eyes. Ino said that he looked at a dog with deep affection, which meant his positive eyes. Impartial, bright and clear, staring openly. In fact, he just let his eyes go blank, or when he concentrates on doing something, his eyes will focus habitually. But once he touches a specific thing, his eyes will blur subconsciously and focus again. If this process is captured by someone's eyes, I'm afraid that the heart will tremble 3 times. Okay. Hinata, who has never experienced the world, was so confused that her brain was about to smoke. She felt her legs were a little weak. After stammering, she said okay, and then she wanted to find a crack to crawl into. I was laughed at again. I had already made a small one at home before coming here. Naruto naturally didn't know Hinata's little thoughts. Even if he knew, he would just smile and not take it to heart. He was really hungry now, hoping that Hinata would not treat him to sweets. Perhaps the prayer worked, anyway, he had a full meal. Hinata ate very restrainedly, until she saw Naruto leaning back on the chair after eating, she smiled a little. Hinata was holding the cup and drinking the drink carefully. Naruto turned his head and looked at her. According to the plot of the book, he should splash the drink on her. Then he took her home with guilt on the grounds that the long skirt was wet, and tricked her into taking a shower under the pretext of drying clothes. With this, the plot of the book unfolded. The loose long skirt could not hide her figure, which was almost S. He finally knew why Hinata liked conservative clothes. He liked to lie down when he was full and had nothing to do. He looked at Hinata for a few times and then retracted his gaze and continued to empty his mind. He didn't think about Kaiba Inyazuka, nor did he worry whether Sakura had passed the news to Tsunade. If a person worries about this and that all day long, he will be exhausted. He has special confidence in Tsunade. After all, she is his direct female superior. If there is something that Tsunade can't solve, then he probably can't do anything about it. Naruto-kun, do you want to drink something? Hinata asked cautiously. The words suddenly brought him back to reality, and he remembered that he was still having dinner with Hinata. His Adam's apple rolled a few times, and he subconsciously wanted to say some wine. He didn't like to drink, he wasn't addicted, he just wanted to drink something stimulating to burn his throat. But thinking carefully, it seemed that he still needed a year or two to drink, and the words that were already at the edge of his throat were swallowed. He opened his mouth and finally said, "Soda." "Okay, but we don't sell it here, wait for me." Hinata's voice was lukewarm, and she really pulled out the chair and quietly ran out to buy him water. He wanted to forget it, but when he saw Hinata's flushed face when she stood up, he gave up the idea. Relationships are about giving and giving each other, so he could use this as an excuse to give her a gift next time. After a while, Hinata hadn't come back yet, and he remembered that there was a store opposite this store. He wondered where she had gone to buy something, so he simply got up and left his seat to pay the bill. After walking to the door and standing for a while, he looked around the street. He inexplicably thought of the Inuzuka clan and felt a little worried. Fortunately, within half a minute, Hinata's figure finally appeared from the left side of the long street. One hand was holding the hem of her skirt, and the other hand was holding a bottle of something. Without waiting for her to stop panting, Naruto asked directly. "Isn't there soda for sale across the street?" No, there's no orange-flavored soda across the street. I remember Naruto-kun likes that flavor." Hinata lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Seeing this, Naruto suddenly didn't know what to say. He didn't like orange-flavored soda. It was that the store near his home only sold that flavor, and he wasn't a talkative person. Later, he got used to taking that kind of soda wherever he went. The flavor of soda didn't matter to him at all. He just liked the cool sip in the summer, which went straight to his stomach. If you don't have it, you don't have it. It's not like you can't drink other flavors. He sighed. What else could he say? He touched her head and asked. "Where did you go to buy it? Is it far?" Hinata didn't say anything and pursed her lips. He sighed. "You said, I won't bully you. You, Yanaguchi that one, it's not very far, but I can't run fast in a skirt, I'll fall." She tightly grasped the bottle of soda, and the bottle mouth was cold and white mist was coming out. "You don't be angry, okay? I'm going to buy it myself, big deal, I'll let you bully me a little." Hinata's whole little body was shaking. Forget it, I won't bully you." Naruto held his forehead and looked at the night in the distance. "Let's go, I've already bought the bill, just give it as a return gift for your soda." "Go, where to go? Send you home, where else can you go so late?" Naruto couldn't bear it after all, and added, "Konoha is not safe recently, don't walk around outside at night." Naruto-kun, that soda, do you still drink it?" Chapter 280 A busy day ends, Jiraiya finally has news. "Drink it, why not?" Naruto took the soda, grabbed Hinata's wrist with his other hand, and walked back along the way they came. On the way, the two chatted casually. Most of the time, it was Naruto who started the topic, talking nonsense slowly and seriously. "Actually, the mission is very simple, but some clients are really disgusting. I didn't fish, they were the first to attack. Attacking ninjas is already involved in obstructing the mission. So I tied them all up, which is reasonable." Hinata wanted to laugh, her face flushed, and she tried hard not to make a sound. Along the way, listening to Naruto's strange things left and right, her uneasy heart gradually settled down. I can go back by myself," Hinata said in a low voice, looking at the Hyuga base not far away. Although she also wanted to walk back slowly with Naruto, like a couple in love, but she was still a little hesitant about the incident in the bamboo forest last time. If she was bullied like that by many elders looking at her, she would really be ashamed to stay in Hyuga. "It's too dangerous to walk at night. I'll take you home," he said without any hesitation, "and it's just a short distance. I might as well take you there, otherwise I won't be at ease." He was indeed worried. On the one hand, he was worried about Hinata's safety, after all, the Inuzuka clan didn't know what happened. On the other hand, he was afraid that he would be unsafe. What if Hinata remembered something halfway and returned to meet him to pick up Ino, how embarrassing it would be. Naruto, the clan leader, had a clear conscience, but he was just causing trouble for himself. After all, this kind of thing can't be called time management, it just happened to be scheduled on the same day. "But we'll be seen," Hinata said hesitantly. "Just see it, no one will say anything." He still insisted on sending Hinata to the door of the Hyuga residence, and looked back at him quickly before Hinata disappeared into the door. He stood there, the night wind blew, and the green leaves rustled. Hokage Building. After sorting out the last volume of information, Ino looked tired, and couldn't help but yawned with her hand. The whole office was brightly lit, and she was the only one left. Finally, all the information was sorted out before the beginning of the month, and the work was barely completed. The night was deep, and the office door was pushed open. Naruto walked in, without any sign of fatigue on his face, with the messy golden hair hanging casually, and the whole person leaned against the door and said lazily, "Let's go, I'll take you home. You're here." Ino was in a good mood, and the work was done. After working in the office for more than half a month, the business finally became proficient. In addition, even if you work overtime until late at night, there are people to pick you up. Even if you are tired, you still feel happy. Even Naruto could feel the good mood of the people around him when he was walking on the street. "Are you so happy?" With the dim light of the street lamp, he couldn't help but approach and ask, "See how you are still in a good mood after working overtime. Finally all the work is done, what is there to be unhappy about?" Ino was embarrassed to tell the truth, so she simply found an excuse that could not be exposed. "You are really a worker chosen by heaven." "What?" "Nothing, I'm praising you." Ino didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from retaliating. She pulled Naruto's hand and bit it hard. With a pig-like scream, a row of teeth marks were clearly imprinted on his hand. "Ino! Are you a dog?" "Humph, who told you to scold me? You deserve it." Ino bit him, as if releasing some kind of nature, and seemed to be in a better mood. "It's okay, I'll bite back next time." Naruto muttered. "What did you say?" Ino had sharp ears and heard a few words. She subconsciously thought of the last time he pressed her against the glass door and bit her. "Ah! I mean, I hope you're not angry." "Who would believe you?" Ino said angrily, but soon she seemed to remember something and said seriously, "Do you remember the wireless communication you mentioned last time?" "Well, what's wrong?" He looked away and leaned towards her. His voice was a little hoarse and absent-minded. "Are there any clues?" Tsunade-sama agreed, but was suppressed by the top management. Ino said, "Why don't I know about this?" He turned his head to look at Ino, with a look of surprise on his face, thinking that Konoha was under the jurisdiction of Archbishop Naruto, wasn't it? Tsunade, a mere little girl, didn't tell him. "What's the point of telling you?" The two major advisors insisted on opposing it. They believed that the ninja village should still develop according to tradition. Ino sighed and said, "More importantly, what they said makes sense. The situation in the 5 major countries is becoming increasingly tense, and the intelligence war may start at any time. If new communications are added, Konoha may be in a desperate situation of leaks. There will be no war." Naruto said firmly, thinking that since Otsutsuki has not come, he still has the final say in the ninja world, but he almost took a breath of cold air again. Why does this tone sound so familiar? What does leaking secrets have to do with communications? If those old guys object, it will be troublesome. Yet, Ino looked a little lonely. Could it be that's why your father transferred you from the intelligence department? Naruto turned his head and looked at Ino with a strange expression. If Ino was warned because Tsunade supported the communication reform plan, it is possible that Yamanaka Ino had to transfer his daughter away to avoid the limelight. Ah? Maybe. Ino had obviously guessed it a long time ago, hesitating, opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, so she simply stopped talking. "Forget it, you don't have to be discouraged. Maybe in a few years those old guys can't stand it anymore and will retire." Naruto patted her shoulder and comforted her. Konoha still belongs to the younger generation. When Kakashi-sensei takes over, maybe. "Thank you, Naruto." Ino knew he was just comforting herself, but she still raised her head and forced a smile, "I hope so." After walking for a while, Naruto asked again out of the blue. "Do you really want to do this?" "Well, a little." Ino lowered her head and could vaguely see her toes. The village's daily communications are actually very simple. It's hard to find a way to communicate with the village. People can only look for him randomly on the streets. Other small countries have already had convenient communication technology, and even the capital of the fire country has tried it on a small scale. Friends can contact and chat at ordinary times. I feel very envious. Ninjas are also human beings. I think the ninja world will always usher in peace. When that time comes, ninjas don't have to practice blood all day long. She actually felt that even if there was no mission at ordinary times, if she didn't go to find him, she would basically be disconnected. It could be as short as a few days or as long as a few months. Occasionally, during a mission, she found that people in a small country used communication equipment. Couples can hear each other's voices while taking a shower, and even connect via video. She tried to understand it. Being away is not complicated. If it is replaced with chakra communication, it can even be more stable and the performance can be improved. Don't think about peace in the ninja world. As long as there are people, there will be disputes. Naruto said, in fact, there is no need to think so far, just talk about the facts. Those old foxes just deliberately attributed the village's safety to the communication equipment. Even now, Konoha's intelligence is constantly leaking to the other 4 major ninja villages. The root organization is completely a private organization of Danzo. In this case, what does the security of Konoha's intelligence have to do with the new equipment? Yet. Ino smiled, hearing you say that, I feel much better. Don't listen to those old foxes, you don't know when you will be led into a ditch. He was going to say this, but he swallowed it back when it came to his lips. It's useless to say more, it's just a painless consolation. If peace in the ninja world is the basic condition for the development of new technology, then Ino can't count on it in this life. In peacetime, ninjas are mercenaries and private bodyguards, and the 5 major ninja villages are armed organizations with ninjas as the core. Tsunade intends to change Konoha, but she can't interfere with the trend of the 5 major countries. Konoha and Tsunagaku form an alliance, intending to recuperate and cultivate the next generation of ninjas will develop the economy. The Hidden Mist Village has just emerged from the shadow of the Blood Mist Village, and there is a lack of successors. The only ones who still want to expand are the declining but still proud Hidden Rock Village, and the powerful and ambitious Hidden Cloud Village, which still wants to stir up the ninja world. However, the great leader Naruto did not agree, and he was thinking about when to set up an evil god cult to destroy all the people in Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock, so that they would not be idle all day and jump around every day. And the Hidden Cloud Village had been slapped by him, and its face was swollen. If the 4th Raikage AI was still not convinced, he had plenty of ways to disgust him. But Naruto did not agree. Consumption cannot bring peace to the ninja world, it can only delay the arrival of war. Humans are complex creatures, and everyone has different ideas, but the only thing in common is probably the attribute of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. From this point of view, the ideas of the 2 pillars and the ideas of the Akatsuki organization are not wrong. They turned themselves into the ultimate villains, forcing the 5 major countries to unite and stop fighting. It's just that one is to make the world feel pain, and the other is to unify the world. No matter which one, it is too far away for Naruto now. He can't bet his second half of his life on seeking peace in the ninja world for a communicator plan. In the final analysis, if you can't solve the problem, just solve the person who raised the problem. Just let those old guys compromise, Naruto thought silently in his heart. Compared with seeking peace in the ninja world, he prefers to see where there is light. If you don't allow the window to be opened, just poke a hole in the ceiling. The lights on Konoha Street were dim, and the 2 of them were silent all the way. Ino wanted to speak several times, but seeing Naruto's thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but shrink back. Until they walked under the big green tree at the door of the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto stopped and suddenly said, "It's April? The trees are so lush." Hey! Ino had a tangled expression on her face. Is right, then, did what I said just now cause you trouble? No. Sorry. Ino bowed suddenly to apologize. Yes, it's all my fault. I said that kind of thing for no reason and put pressure on you. No, I didn't. Naruto waved his hand and was about to speak when Ino apologized again. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, I didn't really want to get that communicator. It was just a temporary interest. No. Ino hadn't raised her head yet, and she blushed as she listened to Naruto's lazily and low laughter. The dull atmosphere was like melting snow, and it disappeared instantly. Actually, you misunderstood. I didn't think of helping you, because I couldn't do it. Things like peace in the ninja world should be handed over to more capable people. Hearing this, Ino raised her head suddenly, grabbed Naruto's clothes, and said in shame and anger. Are you kidding me again? No, I never said that kind of thing. You just imagined it. He smiled indifferently, and inexplicably asked for a beating. You didn't talk all the way. I'm thinking about what to eat tomorrow. Liar. Do you want me to tell you the menu for tomorrow? Naruto put his hand on Ino's shoulder and hugged her with a smile. No. Ino pushed his hand away and muttered, I thought you. What did you think I was? He smiled and stood upright under the Kingsha street lamp. I'm not omnipotent, the 5 major countries you don't listen to me either. Of course I know. She said, I'm glad you didn't think that way. I'm just afraid you'll go to the higher UPS. But there's a way. Just keep doing what you need to do with the communicator. Naruto's shoulders slumped down and his voice was low. Ah. Ino took a while to react, but it's useless to do these things now. It will be useful soon. He raised his eyelids slightly. First of all, let me make it clear that I'm not just helping you. I mentioned this a long time ago, and this is what I want to do. And I can't do it alone. It will probably take some time. Anyway, the result must be good. Yet. Ino responded obediently. He was not omnipotent, but he did not persuade her to give up, but really listened to her seriously, which was enough to make her happy. Mid-April. With Sakura complaining, the half-month-long free mealtime ended, which also meant that her vacation was over. I had an expression on my face that I didn't want to go to work, which was exactly the same as Tsunade. Naruto ate the food made by Sakura for half a month, but fortunately he didn't faint, which was a blessing. He put the communication technology issue on hold and waited patiently for half a month. Tsunade seemed to have resolved the matter of the Inuzuka clan and did not notify him. He didn't care about these trivial things. It wasn't until late April that Tsunade suddenly sent someone to find him. When he arrived at the office, the secretary beside Tsunade had been replaced by Sakura from Ino. Sakura secretly showed a helpless smile, and then frowned again. Tsunade didn't beat around the bush with him, and said directly to the point. There's news about Jiraiya. Chapter 281. Next time, I hope to travel by Yamato instead of feet. The lecherous immortal has accepted another disciple. Naruto was stunned. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't make plans together, then I'm going to betray my master. What a mess. Tsunade said with her hands, feeling sore in her waist and back after being teased by him. She almost forgot what she was going to say. There's news about Jiraiya, he can't get away for the time being. The location is probably in the Land of Hot Springs. He wants you to meet him and prepare to start the investigation mission in the Land of Rain. The Land of Hot Springs? Isn't that where the soft girls take a hot spring bath? Naruto looked complicated. Can't get away? He wouldn't. He thought to himself that this old comrade had a complicated background. Could he have fallen and wanted to drag his apprentice into the water? That wouldn't do. He had principles. Tsunade couldn't listen anymore, mainly because she felt that Jiraiya really looked like someone who would do that. But she didn't believe that either of the master and apprentice could be a good person, so she said impatiently. Should I send someone to take you there? Or should you go by yourself? I don't know the way. He said with his hands spread out. Then I'll send someone to take you there. Tsunade made the decision, then frowned and added, it's okay that Jiraiya is always dishonest, you'd better be honest. Hearing this, Sakura stood behind Tsunade and snickered, licking her lips towards Naruto. Naruto's mouth twitched, thinking that Tsunade was too nosy, and his current strength had already surpassed the lustful sage. The Miyaboku mountain sage and the wet-bone forest sage should all change their masters. See Jiraiya again, he should let him call himself Naruto Sage. Okay, Tsunade-sama. He responded very sincerely. Naruto, I'm responsible for your escort mission, just call me Yamato. A jonin wearing a face guard similar to the second-generation Senju Tobirama said so. Why is it you? He looked up and down at the elegant and easygoing Captain Yamato. Short brown hair, wearing the same face guard as Senju Tobirama on his face. Lined with black combat uniforms, and a jonin green vest on the outside. A secret ninja famous for wood escape, Jonin Yamato. Do you know me? Yamato was confused. This code name was given to him by Lady Tsunade not long ago. Not long ago, he was in the Anbu directly under the Hokage, working under the code name of Tenzo. Ah, I recognized the wrong person. He looks too much like Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said jokingly. Really? Haha, you are the first person who said that I look like Kakashi-senpai. Yamato was obviously a little happy, we will meet often in the future. Okay. He smiled. After the two prepared, they set off. Without much talk, they just rushed to the destination of the Land of Hot Springs. Yamato is easygoing, but he doesn't talk much. Naruto didn't talk much along the way. He originally wanted to blackmail a bodyguard. Yamato's appearance did not surprise him, but made his journey several times easier. Even in the wild, he fell asleep in the wooden house built by Yamato at night. With Yamato around, who would want to sleep in the wilderness? After meeting Jiraiya, who knows what ditch he will sleep in to carry out his mission? Naruto is a very pragmatic person, he enjoys as much as he can. Although he didn't talk much along the way, he was always generous in saying good things whenever he could find a way to praise Yamato. It's just a matter of talking, and it doesn't cost money. At night, a sudden rainstorm hit the forest. Outside the window, there was wind and rain, lightning and thunder, and the noise was like the wailing of hundreds of ghosts. He saw trees that were more than a dozen people thick being broken, and they were roaring in the thunderstorm. Collapse. Only the wooden house stood still like a pin, and I felt that Yamato was more powerful. I fell asleep hastily, and the next day, the rain stopped, and the mountains and forests were washed green by the heavy rain. The dazzling green covered the sky and the smell of soil after the rain was everywhere. Captain Yamato, how far is the country of soup? He asked. Not far away, if you don't rest, it will take about a day. Yamato thought he was in a hurry to meet up with Jiraiya, and said after thinking for a moment. In fact, Naruto just didn't want to leave Yamato's wooden house. No, just keep going normally, I'm not in a hurry. He shook his head like a rattle. Captain Yamato has arrived at the land of hot springs, how about we take a hot spring bath together before we go? After finding Master Jiraiya, I will go back to report. Yamato thought Naruto was being polite, there are other tasks in the village, and we can't delay. Suddenly Naruto had nothing to say, he couldn't let Yamato be carried around as a pendant. Even if Yamato was easy to deceive, Jiraiya would see through it. After resting for an hour, the two continued to move. On the way, Captain Yamato, can you make a flying machine? He suddenly asked, throwing out a nonsensical question. Flying machine? Yamato was a little dumbfounded, do you think I'm a wishing well? Yes, since Captain Yamato's wood release can transform into various things, it should be no problem to imitate a flying machine. Naruto said. This if you are familiar with the structure, there is really no problem. The main thing is the power source. Although Yamato thought Naruto's words were outrageous, he still analyzed it seriously. You can also develop it. What era is it? Ninjas still have to travel on foot. Naruto sighed, next time, I hope to take the Yamato aircraft. Okay, I'll try. The good old man Yamato said with a stiff upper lip. While feeling outrageous, Yamato more or less listened to Naruto's words. More importantly, Tsunade-sama seemed to have said something similar. The equipment of ninjas needs to be upgraded. Keeping the hard lifestyle of ninjas does not mean that they have to be conservative all the time. Even ninjas can enjoy a better quality of life. For example, improving the combat capability of individual soldiers in the Anbu and the ability to run long distances requires the introduction of auxiliary equipment. The biggest advantage of doing this is to retain the combat power of weak ninjas and avoid meaningless death. In other words, the future era is the era of ninja tools. Even if the ninja world war breaks out, there will be no outrageous things like one person destroying 10,000 people. If there is a heaven-defying existence, just use super strong ninja tools to kill it. Shaking his head, Yamato threw away all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Those things will be thought about when he returns, and for now, the escort mission should be completed first. 2 days later, Naruto and Yamato arrived at the land of hot springs smoothly. Obviously, Yamato did not regard him as a chunin, leaving Naruto alone to find Jiraiya, and Yamato returned to the village first. Looking at Yamato's departing back, Naruto was also thinking about the aircraft. That is not a castle in the air, and it is still possible to squeeze Captain Yamato. It is even not impossible to let him make a wood escape version of the Iron Man suit. For scientific research, it is just a matter of losing billions of hair. Captain Yamato, who was already rushing back, did not know that his thick brown hair had been targeted by someone, but he subconsciously felt a chill and shivered for no reason. The land of hot springs is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. The local characteristics are various hot springs, and various soft girls with milk skin. There are a few love streets, which are bundled with hot springs. Naruto didn't know which store Jiraiya was in to persuade the prostitute to change her ways, so he could only look for them one by one. Like a young bird entering the mudflat, it startled a flock of gulls and herons. Seeing a boy like Naruto, their eyes almost lit up, and they twisted their willow-like waists one by one. Pulling down clothes to reveal smooth skin, they didn't even charge money. Come on, sister will definitely serve you well. Men of this age are the most delicious, and the smell of men mixed with sweat is even more delicious. One bite will make you want to stop. Come in and play a game with sister, rock paper scissors, and the loser has to. Yes, yes, must be. As the successor of the new era, the Archbishop of Konoha Pure Love Church. His will is as hard as iron, and he completely ignores those who stick to him. Madam, please respect yourself. Don't come close, I'm pure love, damn it. Gauze Minotaur. With a bang, Naruto finally found Jiraiya drinking wine in a store. Seeing him drunk and talking dirty to a woman, his face suddenly turned black. You lecherous immortal, damn it. You use my name to fool around in a love street? Too shameless. Jiraiya was startled by the movement at the door, but he quickly calmed down when he saw Naruto. He waved his hand to send the woman away, and Jiraiya showed a familiar smile on his face. Hey, Naruto, long time no see. Stop changing the subject. Naruto walked over unhappily and ate all the appetizers on the table. How do you explain? I didn't use your name. Jiraiya took out the Intimate Paradise and pointed at the name of the protagonist and said, the name of the protagonist in my work is Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto's face twitched, and he was shocked by the old comrade's trick of asking knowingly. Stop showing off, isn't it just the Imperial book? Naruto sat down, looked at Jiraiya again and said, you are in a hurry to find me, have you figured it out? The investigation mission in the Rain Country is indeed dangerous. Jiraiya alone will die if he runs in without any intelligence support. But before that, Jiraiya still looked stubborn and insisted on going through it alone. I don't know what happened, the old comrade changed his mind again. What do you mean by figured it out or not? You are so disrespectful. Jiraiya took a sip while drunk. We'll talk about the investigation in the Rain Country later. I'll reveal a big news to you first, don't be surprised when you hear it. Hearing Jiraiya's familiar fishing tone, Naruto became alert, thinking what bad things this old guy is thinking? He is not going to drag himself into some prophecy. Wait, I think it has nothing to do with me, so there is no need to leak it to me. Naruto got up and was about to leave. Since I'm here. Jiraiya pulled him back, listen to it first before you go. Sexy immortal, be kind, are you setting a trap for me to jump into? Naruto frowned, looking at Jiraiya and said dissatisfiedly. I am the only genius in the Uzumaki clan, you can't do such immoral things, you will be struck by lightning. What nonsense, am I that kind of person? Jiraiya felt a little guilty, but quickly adjusted himself, how could I hurt you? Generally, murderers will argue that they are innocent at the first time. Naruto looked at him coldly and shook off Jiraiya's hand, don't drag me into what you have done. I just took the 9 tails out of my body, and I haven't had a good life for a few days. Don't impose some weird things on me, otherwise I really don't recognize your master-disciple friendship. Okay. Jiraiya coughed to hide his embarrassment, I, Jiraiya, will never cheat my disciples. Things have to start from. In the next half an hour, Jiraiya told all his experiences in the past 6 months. Stop. Naruto rubbed his forehead and couldn't listen anymore. So you found the child of prophecy, but found that he was in the hands of Orochimaru, and now Orochimaru has disappeared. To be precise, he should have been killed by Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and said. So what are you going to do? He asked. He knew that Jiraiya was almost convinced of the old toad's prophecy. Even if he spent half his life looking for the child of prophecy and still found nothing, he never questioned the authenticity of the prophecy. Now that the clues are broken, it is natural to solve the important things in the village first. Jiraiya said, in 2 days, you will set off with me to investigate in the land of rain. Sexy immortal, why do I always feel that you are preparing to cheat me? Naruto didn't answer him. How could it be? Jiraiya took a sip of wine strategically, before, you were the one who kept clamoring to go to the Rain Country, and now I agreed, didn't I? The trip to the Rain Country is dangerous, and my current strength is not inferior to yours. Naruto said slowly, I want to act with you, not because I am afraid that you will die there. Sexy immortal, don't be ungrateful when I protect you, you don't know who is the teacher and who is the disciple in the future. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned green. You are disrespectful. Hat. I also asked about something while I was there. Jiraiya said without giving up. Naruto glanced at him sideways, feeling a little reluctant, but seeing that he promised to solve the troubles of the Rain Country as soon as possible. He still nodded reluctantly, motioning him to continue. Who is the disciple and who is the teacher, the seniority has been reversed. But Jiraiya didn't mind and continued. I have traveled all over the country over the years, and I found one thing, that ninjutsu seems to be gradually declining. Maybe ninjas will disappear in the future, as if they have never appeared. It's declining. So it's declining. Naruto leaned back on the chair heartlessly, looking up, and said, it was fine before there were no ninjas. You lustful immortal, if you have that spare time, you might as well develop technology. To put it bluntly, ninjutsu is unstable after all, and blood limit determines success or failure. What do you know, ninjutsu is irreplaceable. Jiraiya retorted. Tisk. He leaned back in his chair and stared at Jiraiya. Ninjutsu is originally a power that appears out of thin air. It's not surprising that it disappears one day. The third Hokage is known as a ninjutsu doctor, but ninjutsu is endless. No matter how many ninjutsu you learn, no matter how strong your power is, you will die and turn into a handful of dust. Jiraiya was stunned, and the words of someone in his memory reappeared again. Naruto, Orochimaru, if ninjutsu must have an end, it is immortality. Chapter 282. Thousands of miles away, even the sound is the same. Jiraiya is willing to accept the identity of the bishop. Jiraiya sobered up immediately and broke out in a cold sweat. Do you really think so? What idea? Eternal life. Jiraiya looked serious. Not interested. Naruto waved his hand. I'm only a few years old, just talking casually. Oh, by the way, I am not very interested in ninjutsu either. What interest can there be in using a cheat? You will get bored after a while. Not to mention eternal life, he originally, even though he was a stranger, death was a thing of the past for him. After all, he had died once, so there was nothing to be afraid of. What's more, he knew that the source of ninjutsu in this world was Otsutsuki. The immortality that Orochimaru pursued did not exist, unless he took over the body of Otsutsuki and constantly resurrected with the wedge reincarnation. Scorpion's puppet core and Orochimaru's corpse reincarnation also proved that the consciousness of a ninja could actually be constantly transferred like Otsutsuki's wedge. The road to immortality is to abandon the human body and constantly purify to become an Otsutsuki. But Otsutsuki is not immortal, and there is a god at the end of Otsutsuki. Ashura and Indra are just Otsutsuki's filial sons. The end of ninjutsu is to become an alien Otsutsuki and go to the deep space of nothingness. He saw the end of ninjutsu at a glance, and with the system constantly adding deep blue points, he naturally transcended the world. Not to mention immortality, if it is not necessary, he is not very interested in ninjutsu. As the saying goes, who is the peak at the end of ninjutsu? Once you see the system, everything becomes empty. No matter how strong you are, the system will add points to the deep blue, and he will crush all the mess in the future. Jiraiya, although I want to remind you not to follow the old path of Orochimaru, you are too negative. There's nothing wrong with being negative. Not everyone wants to keep getting stronger. Lecherous sage, if I were really positive, you probably wouldn't see me. Naruto paused deliberately and said in a low voice. You can find the child of prophecy or take in a new apprentice. I don't care, but don't get involved with me. Lecherous sage, to be honest with you, I don't believe what the Toad Sage says. You don't believe it? Do you know how long the Toad Sage has lived? Jiraiya took a sip of wine. Its predictions have never been wrong. Does living long mean it's right? Naruto showed a disdainful expression on his face, looked around to see that there was no one, and lowered his voice again. If you let it live a second life, I will believe it. What nonsense! Jiraiya stretched out his hand and flicked Naruto. Don't look at the Toad Sage's face, that his time is coming, he may be able to outlast you. Tisk, what's the difference between a man and a toad? When Naruto stood up, he looked at the sliding shoji door and spoke. Perhaps you can live a second life in the future, lecherous immortal. There is still a long time, don't be too confident. However, some people are destined not to live to that time. Let's go, Rain Country! He shouted, and seeing Jiraiya behind him did not say anything, he could not help but look back. Jiraiya looked hesitant, as if he was struggling with his conscience. What? Changed your mind again? He frowned and said. No, are you hungry? Do you want to find a place on the street to eat first? Jiraiya asked. I don't. He noticed something was wrong and touched his chin. You didn't order something weird, did you? 2 hours. How is it possible? Finally, Naruto dragged Jiraiya away with a sneer on his face. What a joke, waiting another day for that kind of thing. He couldn't wait a moment, and he wanted to pull out Nagato's oxygen tube immediately. The master and apprentice, one old and one young, hurried on their way. Jiraiya sighed and groaned, and Naruto's ears were calloused. He thought to himself, this old man is so annoying, didn't he just interrupt his collection of materials? Is it necessary? Sexy immortal, I don't say anything about you collecting materials, but it's too much to pick the owner of a love shop as your material. He couldn't bear it anymore and said, your behavior is always quite explosive. What does a little brat know? Jiraiya muttered, don't meddle in adults' affairs. Let's not talk about anything else, sexy immortal. Now we are nominally master and apprentice, but considering that my strength is not inferior to yours, you'd better respect me a little. Naruto sneered and said unceremoniously. When we get to the land of rain, when I come to rescue you, we'll talk about our own affairs. If necessary, you have to address me as Bishop Naruto. Dream on, I haven't used even 1/10,000th of my ability as the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain, how can you, a little Genin or Chunin? I'm already a Chunin. Oh, how can you, a little Chunin, be so arrogant? I've already killed 4 members of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto added, by the time when you, an old comrade in your 50s, take action, the opportunity will be gone. Whether the ninja world is in chaos or not still depends on me. Arrogant. Jiraiya felt a chill on his face. Don't worry about whether I'm arrogant or not, just wait and see whether I kill the leader of the Akatsuki organization or not, and don't stop me when I take action. Why should I stop you, what a crazy thing. Jiraiya said, with a slight smile on his face, and his mood was inexplicably comfortable. Over the past few decades, he has accepted many disciples. There are stunning disciples like the 4th generation, and there are also tenacious disciples like Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. But only this annoying disciple who is good at making jokes and joking is the most popular with him. Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan are too serious. Naruto is very similar to him. They are more like friends than master and apprentice. The older people are, the fewer people they can talk to. It takes about 2 days to travel from the land of hot water to the land of rain. Jiraiya is not like Yamato who does things in a methodical manner. He is not in a hurry to travel. He found a small market town to live in before the sun sets. Collecting intelligence is also a very important part of the mission. Don't underestimate these details. Jiraiya packed himself up and prepared to go out with a happy face. You go, I'm too lazy to go. Naruto lay on the sofa in the hotel, looking listless. He already had enough intelligence. You are really boring. Jiraiya closed the door. The light in the room disappeared, and a corner of the sofa was swallowed by darkness. Naruto covered his eyes with his hands and lay there for about 10 minutes. He reached out to touch his waist. There was a slapping sound from the sofa, and he took out a simple gadget similar to a micro-communication, about half the size of a palm. A simple box covered the electronic components inside, and the red and green short lines were rough, connected in all directions, without any beauty at all. Even so, he still held it carefully and pressed the only red button. The only tiny red light on the surface of the device flashed rhythmically, as if it was breathing. In the dark living room, the red light flashed for several minutes. Naruto stared at the red light without moving, and time passed slowly, as if a century had passed. 5 minutes later, the flashing red light suddenly got stuck, and turned green quickly after 1 second. A hoarse sound of electricity came, echoing in the empty living room. The sound of electricity lasted for half a minute, and then suddenly became quiet. His breathing could be heard throughout the living room, the lines of his jaw were smooth, and his chest rose and fell slightly with his breathing. According to Jiraiya's evaluation of him, he looked like a handsome yellow-haired guy when he didn't speak. Of course, the premise is that he was not 1,000th as handsome as the immortal of Myaboku Mountain back then. The climate in the small market town is humid. It was April, and water vapor lingered on the wall. It condensed into water droplets along the exquisitely decorated tiles of the hotel, leaving small streams of water on the wall. On the red sofa in the center of the living room, a thin and clean boy held an extremely simple small device. He opened his mouth, cleared his throat and asked. Eno. There was a crackling sound, and then there was another sound of electricity. Then it fell into silence. He waited patiently, when he wondered if this thing had failed. There was another sound of electricity, and then a clear and cautious voice. Well, it's me. Ino was alone at home, the lights in the living room were off, and she was alone in her room upstairs. A small pile of electronic components was scattered on the side, and she kept writing and drawing under the desk lamp. Father was busy with work, and he was even busier during this period. Mother was also busy running the flower shop, and sometimes she would go to the intelligence department to accompany her father, as if only Ino was redundant. It was obviously a movie for 3 people, but she could never have a name. In her opinion, her parents were busy and loving, at least her father would not take the initiative to work overtime. She occasionally learned from her mother that her father worked overtime just for the family. After the vacation, she basically half hung in the Hokage's office. Most of the time, she didn't have to go to work. She definitely couldn't go back to the intelligence department, so she stayed at home and focused on researching new technologies. It was not as difficult as she imagined to step into a new field. After putting in some effort, she still achieved some considerable results. This included the simple communicator she gave to Naruto, which used chakra technology to maintain communication and had a delay of about 10 seconds. She had already taken a shower and was planning to continue studying on the chair, with her wet hair hanging down. Suddenly, she saw that the communicator placed in the most conspicuous position on the desk was lit up, and her breathing became rapid. She pressed the button carefully, and also waited for a long time. Amid the crackling sound of electricity, a voice finally came from the other side. Ino. So crisp. Will a boy's voice change after going out for a trip? In fact, his voice did not change, and his tone did not change. It's just that Naruto was not sure whether the broken thing Ino made was useful, so he was cautious with his tone. It seemed that if the sound was louder, it would immediately shatter this thing that was even more crude than an old car. In fact, that thing was much stronger than the old man's wheelchair. She could imagine what he looked like just by the sound. Based on her understanding of Naruto, he was the kind of person who would rather lie down than stand. At this moment, he was probably wearing loose clothes, lying comfortably somewhere, in a small space where he was alone, and pressed the button of the communicator. He leaned his head against a certain place, with a clear jawline and a prominent Adam's apple that she had bitten. His eyes were careless, as if they had no focus, and looked a little cold and heartless. With just one sentence, Ino presented the whole state of Naruto speaking in her mind. It was as if the person was right in front of her, separated by a thin membrane. Can you hear it? Naruto asked. Yes, sure. I'm in a small market town, and I'll be on a mission soon. I can't rest easy without hearing your voice. Ah. Ino was still trying to find a topic, but she didn't expect the other party to go straight to the point. The words she had prepared in her mind suddenly collapsed, and there was another round of chaos. I don't know what to say. She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Every time at this time, her mouth becomes clumsy. Isn't she usually very good at speaking? She is polite to every customer, and no matter how dull the customer who comes to buy flowers is, she can still say a few words. But when the words came to her lips, Ino realized that some people are special. Just hearing his voice, or even a thought, can make her lose her armor. Then start with the simple ones. The voice on the other side became lazy, unhurried, and with a hint of smile. Okay. Ino held the communicator, her heart pounding. This was something she agreed with Naruto to do, to test the stability of the communicator. That night more than half a month ago, Naruto asked her to concentrate on making the communicator. Don't worry about the top management, he will help her test it. The two agreed that Naruto would contact her with the communicator far away from Konoha to test whether the communicator's functions are complete or have any defects. Can you hear me? Yes. Then I'll start. Yeah. Do you miss me? Ah. Ino's heart was shocked, and a layer of sweat oozed from her palms. From that moment on, she knew that she would never be able to play with him. Jiraiya came back in the middle of the night with a smell of alcohol, and he didn't complain. He just washed up and fell on the bed, and slept until noon the next day. The next day, when Jiraiya was telling Naruto how much information he had found about the Land of Rain, he found Naruto's disdainful look. What's that look? Sexy immortal, is that all the information you found? What do you think, Archbishop Naruto? Jiraiya's face twitched, and he wanted to hang him up and beat him. The rain in the Land of Rain cannot be touched. It's best to get a ninjutsu to block perception. Naruto said, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is named Pain. Pain's 6 paths have different abilities. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Land of Rain only doesn't rain on Sundays. If there is no means of blocking, it's best to enter the Land of Rain on Sundays. Jiraiya was stunned. Such detailed information didn't seem to be made up. Have you investigated it a long time ago? Almost. Naruto neither admitted nor denied it, looking like an old fisherman sitting on the fishing platform, with a smile on his face. I have more detailed information. He did not reveal information such as the Rinnegan and Nagato, just waiting for Jiraiya to take the bait. Jiraiya felt that there was a trap, but he couldn't help asking. Naruto, what news? Archbishop Naruto. Chapter 283. After 3 years of odd jobs, Teiwa's heart has become as cold as the knife in his hand. The 6 paths of pain have different abilities, share vision, and are essentially puppets. Naruto was very satisfied with Jiraiya's attitude and said leisurely. One of them has a special ability, called Hungry Ghost Path, which can absorb ninjutsu chakra. In other words, simple ninjutsu can't do anything to him. Hungry Ghost Path. Jiraiya looked at Naruto again. Where did you get this specific information? Of course I risked my life to investigate. Do you want to wait for you, the lecherous sage? Naruto lied calmly and said without thinking. You fought with pain. Jiraiya was slightly shocked, his eyes narrowed immediately, obviously not easy to fool. When did you fight? Why are you asking so many questions? Naruto was a little dissatisfied, interrogating me? The Rain Country mission has been delayed for so long, who can go if I don't go? I don't mean that, I'm just curious. Jiraiya smiled and changed the subject in an instant. If what you said is true, then things will be troublesome. If they are immune to ninjutsu, what can we use to deal with them? I can't do anything, it's still up to you, the lecherous sage, to take action. Naruto walked to the bathroom to brush his teeth and looked in the bathroom mirror towards the door. Only you can make natural energy. If you eat too much of that stuff, won't it be easy to turn into a stone frog? Just fill it up. Is it reliable? Jiraiya was picky. He brushed his teeth early in the morning and made tea. The white mist rose and covered half of his face. Don't question the great leader Naruto. Give me some time. I am the reincarnation of the first generation. He said vaguely with white foam in his mouth. 100% true, believe me. Speaking of natural energy, after completing this mission, do you want to go back to Myaboka Mountain and try again? Jiraiya asked worriedly. Try what? How about continuing to practice the sage mode? Forget it, a forced melon is not sweet. I have tried many times and failed. Naruto gargled and said perfunctorily. Besides, I don't want to eat insects anymore. When he thought of the insect feast on Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya's face turned green. Although the insect is essentially just a ball of protein, you can eat it even if you twist off the head. But that thing is green and plump, and it's disgusting just by looking at it. Not to mention that it melts in the pot. Looking at the thick soup that is greener than Wudalan's hat, you can vomit bile. After all, Bear Grylls Paradise is a hunting ground for real men. Naruto and Jiraiya packed up and went downstairs to check out. Seeing the scorching sun hanging in the sky, Jiraiya took Naruto to a random restaurant on the street to have lunch. Hiding in the cool shed, they had a full meal in 2 days. You just talked about the Hungry Ghost Path, where are the other 5 people? Jiraiya pretended to wipe his mouth elegantly with paper, and wiped his shoes halfway. Let's talk on the way. Naruto wolfed down the food, and he didn't have to pay for it, and he insisted on ordering the most expensive one. Roadside stall. Jiraiya waited patiently, wiped his shoes 3 times, and finally waited for Naruto to finish eating. He put down the tissue, stood up and walked quickly to the boss to pay. On the way, Naruto walked forward slowly, holding his bulging belly, feeling that he was going to vomit in the next second. Jiraiya's face was full of black lines, and he looked at his wallet that was almost empty again and again. How much did you eat? Verb. I barely ate enough, the taste is average. Naruto said, I'll take you to see someone next time, the lecherous sage, you should be interested. Who? Jiraiya asked, the girl from last time. No, the other one, from the Hyuga family. Jiraiya, you little brat, you've fallen in love with someone else so quickly, tisk. What are you talking about? I mean I have to take her to see you, but eating other things is too expensive, why don't you treat us to ramen next time, just to be full? Ramen. Jiraiya thought for a moment, how much is a bowl of ramen? The top configuration is no more than 100 taels. He replied. If it's only 100 taels, it's still a good deal. Jiraiya murmured, let's talk about it next time we meet, it's good to meet. Oh, by the way, does Tsunade know about your affairs? She hates philandering people the most, you'd better keep it a secret, otherwise you won't know what happened when you got beaten up for no reason. Probably I don't know. He touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, Konoha, sooner or later I will have the final say. You're talking nonsense again. Jiraiya ignored him. By the way, the most difficult of Pain's 6 paths are the Hungry Ghost Path and the Heaven Path, 1 attack and 1 defense, and the Heaven Path's ability is to use chakra to create gravity. Naruto took up the topic that he hadn't finished at noon, starting with the Heaven Path, and naturally didn't reveal the fact that the Heaven Path was Yahiko. It's probably the suction and pushing force, repeated continuously, which can not only deflect the ninjutsu attack like Kaden, but also attract people heavily. Another jutsu that can deflect ninjutsu. Jiraiya was surprised. Yes. Is it feasible to use natural energy? Jiraiya asked again. How should I know? I don't know any magic. You can just try it when the time comes. Naruto said, Sexy Sage, I can't beat them, but you can. If the information is detailed, even if there are 6 people, maybe it can be done. Jiraiya frowned and said seriously, the information about the Hungry Ghost Path and the Heaven Path is roughly understood. What about the others? There are still 4 left. I will tell you slowly, Naruto argued bit by bit, emphasizing, in the battle, the threats of the Shura Path and the Animal Path are a little bigger. In the end, we still have to fight 6 people, or more, with 2 people. So tricky. Jiraiya's face became heavier, it's no problem if I'm alone. If I can't beat them, I can just run away. But if I take you with me, I'm not sure if I can run. You worry about me? It's better to worry about yourself. You are old, Sexy Sage, can you do it, old grandfather? Naruto paused. Xiuan has talked too much recently and almost couldn't hold it. There is no way out of the mouth, and an old guy almost blurted it out. I have been in the ninja world for many years. How can I live until now without some tricks to save my life? Jiraiya looked proud, to be honest, I can't guarantee a 100% win. But in terms of the ability to save my life, among the people I have seen, only Orochimaru is better than me. Is there a possibility that Orochimaru is not dead? Naruto suddenly added, turning his head to look at Jiraiya, who was obviously stunned, and his face became more and more serious. Outside the Hidden Rain village. Heavy rain covered and thunder rolled. About dozens of people were densely scattered in the bushes more than 10 kilometers away from the Hidden Rain village. They wore miscellaneous forehead protectors and raincoats. They were all from some small ninja villages. That's the Hidden Rain village. Do we really want to go in? A fully armed young man asked with endless fear on his face. Even if the commission for the mission is high, isn't the risk too high? Another young boy with a fair face hesitated. Investigation mission. Who cares? We are here. How can we retreat? The sturdy male ninja said in a low voice, reprimanding them righteously. We have already accepted the mission. If we retreat halfway, how will the employer see us? With a rumble, the rain became heavier, and mist began to spread around. The sturdy male ninja in front was still making an impassioned speech. Below, someone raised his head, revealing the face of a freckled girl under the raincoat. She squinted her eyes and looked at the rain curtain, then looked at the male ninja who was still encouraging people, and a look of contempt appeared on her face. Boring. After saying that, she lowered her head and looked around, and found a figure beside her. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she reached out and patted the man's shoulder. The fingertips were startled by the cold rain, and she immediately retracted her hand. Yin! She called out softly. The person under the raincoat beside her raised her head, revealing a beautiful young girl's face, but her eyes were a little indifferent. Looking back at the freckled girl, Taewia asked. What's wrong? Yin is Taewia's code name. In this small mercenary organization, she is also a newcomer with good strength. The person who called her earlier the freckled girl was considered familiar with her. But just half a year of getting along with her was not enough to make her trust the freckled girl. It was not her own choice to take on this mission. I'll tell you a secret, Yin. Hunkei quietly pulled Taewia over and said in a low voice in the rain, someone wants us to die in this mission. Where did you hear that? Taewia's face did not show panic, and there was not even any emotional fluctuation. You can't believe everything you hear when performing a mission outside. Don't worry about it. I have my own intelligence channels. This is a secret. Hunkei stretched out a finger at her lips and said with a mischievous smile. Oh. Taewia was unusually cold. Yin, why don't you ask a few more questions? Hunkei was a little dissatisfied. It makes me unable to continue talking. It's so embarrassing. Aren't you quite talkative now? Taewia looked unconcerned. Originally, she was just an orphan, picked up by Orochimaru while wandering in the battlefield. After that, even though Orochimaru used them as test subjects, she had no objection. In her heart, Orochimaru always had a favor to her. The lives of war orphans were worthless, and anyone could step on them, and even step on them to death if they were in a bad mood. Anyway, in the end, no one cared about her, and she ended up with a corpse. Orochimaru gave her the power and belonging to protect herself. Until she was abandoned by Orochimaru, she still leaned towards Orochimaru. However, because of a certain guy, she made one wrong step and then another. She was never afraid of death. At that time, she didn't know what happened. She was obsessed with getting that money. She had never been so eager for money. But later she found out money didn't seem to be that important, but that guy disappeared without a trace. She was extremely bored, so she started working for the gold exchange. Later, for some unknown reason, the gold exchange was closed for a while. It was during that period that Taewia joined some grey organizations of different sizes. Most of the members were rebel ninjas, and they called each other by code names. For example, Taewia's code name was Oten, and the freckled girl's code name was Red Sparrow. This organization was the third one she had been in. The first two organizations all dispersed after the mission failed. The mission failure rate was too high, so these wild organizations could not receive missions. No missions, no commissions, and no employee remuneration. The boss ran away with the money, and the organization naturally dispersed. The organization of wandering ninjas could not go through labor arbitration, otherwise Taewia would have to kill the two souls who owed wages. It is only natural that debts should be paid with blood. For Taewia now, doing odd jobs in the wandering ninja organization has become the norm. She is not short of money, but she subconsciously wants to make money. After 3 years of odd jobs, her heart has become as cold as the knife in her hand. You look so cold when you talk, Yin, Wivu. Hunkei covered her face and secretly looked at her through the wide gap between her 10 fingers. If you have something to say it quickly. Taehu also glanced at her and said in a cold tone. Oh, the interior of the Hidden Rain village is very dangerous. If you go in, you may not be able to get out. Hunkei stretched out a finger and whispered, let's sneak away now. No. Taehu was very rational, I don't believe you. Hunkei was really embarrassed, so she turned her head and didn't say anything at all. Taehu didn't think it was too much, just calmly looked at the heavy rain in front of her, silently thinking about the purpose of this mission. Unlike the past, this mission was mainly a conscription mode, not a voluntary participation. Taehu was selected because her strength was quite eye-catching among the newcomers. Even if she didn't use the power of the curse seal in front of people, she was still much stronger than the average Chunin. The second stage of the curse seal, the strength is about the level of Jonin. The Hidden Rain village. To die. She glanced at Hunkei with her peripheral vision, frowning slightly. The heavy rain was still falling, and the sky and the earth were covered with white. 2 tall figures wearing raincoats were lurking silently outside the Hidden Rain village. With a splash, Jiraiya pressed the captured hostage into the puddle with his backhand. Are you a ninja from the Hidden Rain village? Let me go. Damn it. The girl gritted her teeth, half of her face was pressed into the puddle, and her body was still struggling. But no matter how she struggled, she desperately found that she could not break free from the old man's control. Her neck seemed to be slowly contracted by an iron clamp, suffocating a little bit. Me. Wow. As soon as the girl opened her mouth, a mouthful of muddy water poured in. Soybean-sized raindrops kept hitting her head and face. The cold feeling and the pain from her body made her mental defenses collapse little by little. I haven't completed the S-level mission assigned by the angel, and now I have to lose my life. I really don't live up to the angel's expectations. Looking at the tongue that Jiraiya was holding, Naruto squatted down and took a closer look at the girl ninja, and suddenly laughed. Oh, it's an acquaintance. What acquaintance? Jiraiya relaxed a little, looked up at Naruto in surprise. Do you know her? I know her, she doesn't know me, I remember her name should be Hydrangea. Chapter 28 Chapter 4 Unlucky Hydrangea, Yuyan clears the intruders, Konan takes action coldly. Do you really know him? Jiraiya asked again. Well, let him go. Naruto nodded, and in the relief on Hydrangea's face, he added, let me do it. This is escaping from the wolf's den and falling into the tiger's mouth. Just when Hydrangea was ready to die, Naruto suddenly asked. Did you accept an S-level mission? Hearing this, Hydrangea was shocked, and her face pressed in the puddle changed slightly, and her pupils dilated slightly. This performance was taken into Naruto's eyes, and he already had the answer in his heart. I guessed it. Guessed? Hydrangea felt a little regretful. Her reaction just now was probably seen by that person. It was all her fault for being too immature and exposing herself too early. But how did he know about the S-level mission? Jiraiya withdrew his hand and stood aside with his hands behind his back, looking like he was watching a show. The two had intended to sneak in quietly, but they were lucky enough to catch a tongue. I guessed it, so stop struggling. Naruto glanced at her, his hand still strong. You dare to accept a mission to die, waiting to be made into a puppet. What did you say? Isn't it clear enough? The S-level mission is just a cover, just to let you die. You are talking nonsense. Angel She. Forget Angel, there are no angels these days, they are just ninjas. Naruto had already let go of her and gently pushed her. Jiraiya noticed that Naruto seemed to have done something to the impulsive young ninja. Although he was curious, he did not ask directly. After being apart for too long, even Jiraiya, as a master, did not know much about the methods of his eccentric and talented disciple. Hydrangea almost suffocated, and suddenly fell into the mud pit and gasped for air. A pair of eyes looked at him coldly and hatefully, as if they had a deep hatred. Naruto was quite satisfied with this. This is the behavior of a normal person. If a naive ninja suddenly turned against him, it would be terrifying. What you said? Impossible. It's not true. Well, just believe it yourself. Naruto withdrew his wet hands, and the rain dripped on his fingertips, looking like he didn't care at all. Damn it! Hydrangea felt that her faith was being blasphemed, but she had no way to deal with the old man and the young man. The other party could kill her with just a wave of their hands. You can kill me, but you are not allowed to slander the angel. Hydrangea stretched out her hand to make a seal, but before the seal was completed, it was interrupted by a sudden big hand. Naruto, wearing a raincoat, interrupted her seal casually, picked her up, and then threw her out. With a bang, Hydrangea fell heavily into the puddle. She got up again and made a seal. With a bang, she was hammered out again. Even Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore. Why bully a genin? Just knock him out. Hydrangea struggled to get up again, but was slapped away again in an instant. Suddenly, she had no strength and fell heavily into the puddle. What angel? Those who pretend to be gods and ghosts are probably hiding something dirty behind their backs. Naruto clapped his hands, looking down at Hydrangea, and before leaving, he didn't forget to step on her feet. He and Jiraiya turned around and walked away with a murmur. Jiraiya looked back at Hydrangea in the puddle with a bit of sourness, and asked in a low voice. Do you have a grudge against her? No, it should be the first time we met. First time meeting? You tortured me like this for no reason, do you have any strange hobbies? Jiraiya glanced at him and asked. What do you know, lustful immortal, this is love. Accompanied by words like you are out of date, the two figures disappeared in the heavy rain. Hydrangea raised her head with difficulty, trembling all over. The rain curtain blocked most of the sight, and it can be roughly judged that the two were heading towards the direction of the hidden rain village. I have to notify Angel-sama. She sucked in a breath of cold air, and stood up despite the pain of bruises on her body, ready to rush back to the village. Even if the S-level mission has failed, she must return to the village at this moment. Rain curtain. Jiraiya and Naruto squatted on a high ground outside the village, looking at another group of people who were also planning to enter the hidden rain village in the distance. Did you do something to that woman just now? You actually found out. Naruto pretended to be stunned, and coaxed the old comrade into a daze. Of course, your little trick can hide from my eyes. Jiraiya looked proud, but soon lowered his voice. You use it to save your life? Is it reliable? Of course it is reliable. His eyes never left the group of people in the misty rain in the distance, thinking about how to attract more firepower to that group of cannon fodder. He just beat up Hydrangea on purpose, pretending that the two of them were about to enter the village. Waiting for Hydrangea to tip off, so that the group of people could attract a wave of hatred first. It was a bit insidious, but it was also a good use of resources. It's okay to be reliable. Jiraiya reached out and patted his shoulder. According to your intelligence, the 6 paths of pain may be a little tricky to deal with. When it comes to risking your life, you should pay more attention. I may be a little overwhelmed. Naughty. Hey? What did you say? Jiraiya also some dissatisfaction. How did you talk to the teacher? You insisted on coming here, saying that the Hidden Rain village has great fortune. But what does fortune mean? It means good fortune. What does good fortune mean? You keep saying some inexplicable things, are you out of your mind? Jiraiya frowned and asked. Good fortune means that there are advantages to be taken, and you can pick up a big advantage. Naruto said perfunctorily. Yon, do you really want to go in? Hunkei pulled the corner of Taewia's clothes. Yet. Taewia ignored her, responded coldly, and walked towards the direction of the main force, following them with 1 foot and 1 mud mark. She is not a fool. In this temporary team of wandering ninjas, there is no real friendship. The men who approach her at most want to sleep with her. If they are women, they can't be sisters. The team went all the way in and entered the village along the edge of the Hidden Rain village. The site was a steel jungle, with abandoned towers and buildings everywhere, and wet and bumpy streets. The team consisted of 20 to 30 people, divided into 8 groups of 4. Hong Qiao was still pestering Taewia, and formed a team with 2 other male ninjas. The 4 entered the village from the sewer system of the Hidden Rain village, and climbed out from another place in the village. The rain above their heads had stopped. The bright puddles on the ground reflected the surrounding towers, and the dark buildings made people feel depressed. Towering electric poles can be seen everywhere, and messy wires crossed the grey sky. The sky of the Hidden Rain village was divided by wires and buildings, looking messy and square. There seemed to be hidden sights everywhere in the gaps of the buildings, but a closer look revealed that it seemed to be an illusion. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? The male ninja in the team of 4 whispered. Illusion. Taewia rarely spoke up. I think someone might really be watching us. Hong Qiao said with a smile. Yet. Duayu ignored her and continued on her own. Even though she had sensed the danger, she still chose to calm down and move forward. It was too late to retreat now. She was being targeted anyway, so it was better to move forward than to retreat. She didn't trust the other 3 people in the team. The damp air around her was a bit stuffy, and Duayu looked up at the tallest tower in the hidden cloud village. The tower stood in the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist. In the tower, Tiandeo, one of the 6 paths of pain, was standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Hidden Rain village. He made a seal, and the originally grey sky suddenly darkened. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, this is one of Pain Tiandeo's ninjutsu. Use the huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body to condense rain clouds and mix chakra into rain. When the rain fell, the rain established a connection with Pain's chakra. As long as there were outsiders in the village, it was abnormal chakra. Pain could detect it immediately, like a fully covered eye in the sky. Intruders 10, 19, 34. Pain Tiandeo muttered to himself. Just clear them all. For the time being, we can't know their real purpose of approaching the Hidden Rain village. Xionan stood aside with a cold face. The rain fell down, reflected in her indifferent pupils. From beginning to end, Xionan didn't look at Pain Tiandeo, like a dead person with an empty heart. The raindrops in the sky fluttered like silk threads, and the cold wind blew outside the window. I'll deal with the invaders in the west. Xionan said, her face fell like paper, and her whole body turned into pieces of paper floating out of the window. Then let's get rid of the annoying bugs first. Pain Tiandeo said with a cold face, these bugs must all die. The first group of people to enter the Hidden Rain village had already bumped into Konan. Seeing the flying pieces of paper and the gradually taking shape of the cool and beautiful woman with light blue hair, several people were immediately frightened. What is that? Paper. Ah! Be careful of that piece of paper. Countless pieces of paper came like arrows through the wind and rain, piercing into a person's chest and abdomen, and the blood suddenly seemed to explode. The man's chest and abdomen exploded and he died instantly. The other people retreated one after another, trying to avoid the pieces of paper that were attacking them. Some people were frantically forming seals and spewing powerful fire escape from their mouths. The blazing flames passed through the rain, steaming up a white mist. Unfortunately, the fire went out the moment it touched the pieces of paper, and it was impossible to ignite Conan's body. Fire escape doesn't work on her. Run! The man who used fire escape heard his companion's reminder and turned around to run, but it was too late. The rustling paper was like a butterfly, floating in front of his eyes for a moment, and directly wiped his neck. The remaining paper pieces continued to bombard the other people. With a loud bang, the other two exploded and died. Chapter 285, Taewya was in danger. Facing Xionin, the master and disciple met in silence. Xionin had no expression on her face, and her eyes were extremely cold. It seemed that the four people just now were not killed by her, but four ignorant insects who were accidentally crushed. Invading the hidden rain village, you must be prepared for death. After the matter was done, the blood-stained paper pieces fell off and became snow white again. Slowly returned to Xionin's side, and a pair of huge paper wings took her into the air. Next. On the other side. The two groups of people who were walking separately bumped into each other after a while. After discussing for a while, they decided to walk together. However, before they walked far, they looked up and saw Pain Shuridu, who was wearing a black coat with a red cloud bottom. Pain Shuridu was transformed from the body of a puppeteer. His whole body was covered with mechanical weapons, from cold weapons to hot weapons. He was burly, bald, and full of iron rods. The 8 wandering ninjas looked a little arrogant when they saw that there was only one person on the other side. A man stepped forward and was about to say a few harsh words, but before he opened his mouth, he saw the other person's figure disappear in an instant. The man's reaction was not slow, and he retreated immediately, but he was still a step slower. I saw a pair of big hands attacking like lightning, with great momentum and rolling wind-breaking sounds. Changing fists into palms, smashed his throat heavily. With a wow, the man knelt in the rain, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and died. Instant kill. Shuridu's power was beyond everyone's expectations. It was just a simple physical technique, without any fancy ninjutsu. A wandering ninja was instantly killed by a broken throat, which brought a stronger visual impact. Pain Shuridu showed a smile of pleasure on his face, and the remaining people's scalps suddenly tingled. Feeling the endless murderous intentions of the other party, several people realized that they could no longer retreat. A wandering ninja decisively attacked, and the wind escape ninjutsu came out of his mouth. The wind blade, like a blade, with a fierce breath, chopped heavily at Pain Shuridu. In an instant, the other 6 people also moved, and all used their strongest tricks. Fire light, water escape ninjutsu, wind blade, earth escape ninjutsu all went into battle. Shuridu Pain did not retreat but advanced, with a faint smile on his face. His whole body suddenly appeared 3 heads and 6 arms, like a weapon armor wrapped around his whole body. The head mechanism opened, and the laser cannon continued to accumulate energy. The wrist suddenly broke, and a long missile kept flying out from the broken end, shooting at several people. Pain Shuridu rushed forward at an unimaginable speed, with flames all over his body. Laser cannons and missiles fired simultaneously, directly killing 7 people. Amid the violent explosion, the blazing light was grand, and a small explosion beam lit up above the hidden rain village. The nearby raindrops were evaporated instantly and washed away by the falling raindrops. The huge explosion also attracted the attention of other teams of wandering ninjas, but they were no longer able to care about others. Several pains appeared in front of the invading team one after another, cutting off their way. Pain of the animal path summoned the split dog and the hell crab, cruelly slashed the chests of several wandering ninjas, and then violently crushed them directly. Ninjutsu hit their hard skin without making any splashes, and the next moment was a ruthless hunting moment. All members of another team were taken out of their souls by Pain's human path, and their memories were read by the way. In the end, they threw all the bodies on the ground like throwing dead dogs. Pain of the hungry ghost path blocked all the attacks of a team and sucked out all their chakras. Hell Pain pulled out the tongues of a team of people and swallowed them hastily. Leaving the bodies on the ground, he turned and left. In just 1 hour, 6 of the 8 teams had been killed. The remaining 4-man team of Taewya was lucky enough to survive, and the other team was hiding in a building from the beginning. They seemed to have been in trouble. A person hiding in the building carefully withdrew his eyes from the window and said tremblingly. The light in the abandoned building was dim, and the ground was full of wet mud footprints. Extending from the end of the stairs, leading to the deep downstairs. What should we do? Another person was pale. I should have known that I should not have come in. No matter how high the commission is, you have to live to spend it. Shut up, you are here, what discouraging words. The third person shouted in a low voice, just like the sturdy man who was encouraging people before. But at this moment, the screams and explosions coming from outside the rain curtain still made him, who was full of vigor and vitality, a little scared. The shadow of death was approaching, and reason seemed irrelevant. There were 5 people hiding in the building, and the other 2 looked tense and looked around. Even if there was a little strange noise downstairs, they would be scared out of their wits. Hide for a while, and try to escape after the storm is over. The sturdy leader said. Before that, everyone shut up. Otherwise. Before he finished speaking, an emotionless voice suddenly sounded from the dark corner. The rat who stole life turned out to be hiding here. Who? One person shouted in horror. Who's there? Come out. Another person had already formed a seal and sprayed a fire escape directly over. The fire shot out in a straight line, but after touching the darkness, it bounced out at a weird angle. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, with orange hair and a cold face. And that terrifying black stick all over his body. Who am I? Pain Tend repeated the ninja's question and stretched out his hand to point at them. Damn it! Go to hell! One person instantly launched a ninjutsu, and a raging fire burst out, rushing straight towards Pain Tend. The other 4 people had also completed the seal, and their respective ninjutsu continued to go towards Pain Tend. But they soon fell into despair, and all the ninjutsu were bounced off by that person. In the aftermath of the splashing ninjutsu, Pain Tend slowly spoke. I am the god who maintains order. One person was sucked over, and Pain Tiandeo twisted his neck. Another person wanted to run, but was sucked over again, and his entire heart was pierced. All 5 people died in despair in this abandoned dark building. Blood was spreading on the rough floor and flowing down the stairs. Of the 8 teams, only the last team was left. Taewia and the other 4 were blocked by Konan, and the 2 male ninjas were killed instantly by the paper. The 2 bodies that were pierced like hedgehogs fell straight into the puddle. Everything was done in a flash, and Taewia didn't say anything nonsense, and directly cast a seal. Hongqiao didn't react, but smiled, walked to the side and said. Finally exposed, Yin, I guessed your identity a long time ago. Yet. Taewia was also very cold at this time, glancing at Hongqiao and then retracting his gaze. Hongqiao's face suddenly froze, and finally tore his face, and said angrily in an instant. Why don't you react at all? You don't ask anything, as if you don't care about anything. I hate people like you. Why are you pretending? Yet. Taewia picked up the flute, staring at Xionin all the time, not paying attention to the barking red bird at the side. It has already happened, and she doesn't want to know the cause and effect. From the beginning, she was prepared to be framed, and simply wanted to see what would happen. But Taewia didn't expect the enemy to be so tricky, and the chance of escape was slim. But you're going to die now. Haha, I really want to see the desperate expression on your face, you red bird was hysterical on the side. Angel, hurry up and get this woman before she finished speaking. Redbird gulped and suddenly found that she couldn't speak. Her neck was cold, as if something was flowing out. The world in front of her was spinning, and with a bang, she fell into the water. Taewia didn't want to entangle with Xionin and wanted to run. Over the years, she has experienced many dangers, and running away is always the best choice. She knows that this is someone else's place, and the other party's people can surround her at any time. Without any hesitation, Taewia summoned the puppet with the sound of the flute to pounce on Xionin, and she herself fled without thinking. A sharp roar came, and Taewia was sucked back by the sudden killing of pain. She wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't move at all. She could only watch the hand continue to enlarge in her pupils, and the target was her throat. While struggling in vain, Taewia realized that she might be in trouble this time. Under the shadow of death, her heart was unexpectedly calm. It is inevitable to fail in a mission, but it is just a death. Memories flashed back like a revolving lantern, and it seemed that there was no particularly happy time. Regrets, it seems that there is nothing to regret. If you have to say there is one, there is probably only one. That guy said he would come back, but there was no news for 3 years. She didn't expect it in the first place. She never thought about living an ordinary life. That's not what she wanted. From childhood to adulthood, The only skill she learned was fighting. Apart from completing missions, she seemed to have nothing else to do. So, she felt inappropriate. But before she died, she still had a little delusion in her heart, wanting to see the bastard who had led her life astray. If she could see him, she would definitely punch him hard. Seeing that Taewia's throat was about to be pinched by pain, a figure fell from the sky and covered the top with a raised nan. Without giving Tend a chance to dodge, the invisible flying thunder god Kunao instantly changed its position and pressed directly on Pain Tend from behind. Chapter 286 On the verge of breaking out, mouth-to-mouth critical hit plus silence. Pain was hit hard and flew out, with a bang, the whole person was like a broken pencil bent in the middle. The moment he landed, a big pit was smashed heavily. The ground was cracked, and the huge spider web-like cracks were shocking. Pain Tend's Wangxiang Tianyan was interrupted, and Taewei landed lightly. Her body was still a little limp, and she sat in the wet mud and looked up blankly. The back figure in the rain, the raincoat slipped off, revealing a familiar head of golden hair. At that moment, the raindrops could not get close to him, and the white and wide ones were not so amazing. But at a certain moment, it seemed so irreplaceable. The heart that had long been cold began to beat again, perhaps because it survived the disaster, or perhaps because the rain was heavy again. In short, the moment that person turned his head to look at her, all the resentment in her heart was suddenly relieved. Some love is like winter snow can't see summer flowers. But some people can always cross the sea of people and forcefully pull through the 4 seasons, like a scorching sun shining openly in winter. Melting all the ice and snow, he walked in front of her. When will you pay back the money? He smiled at Taewia in the puddle, without any intention of reaching out. Taewia was stunned immediately, and the nameless anger swept away the remaining touch in her heart. If she hadn't been unable to stand up, she would have ridden on him. No. I won't pay you back for the money I earned with my own ability. She gritted her teeth and said. Then can I spend your money? I have no money now, and I even have to walk to get here. Naruto asked with a smile. Okay. Taewia's face turned red unconsciously for a moment. The next second, she was pulled up, and when they passed each other, Naruto lowered his voice and said. I'll tell you to run later, so run to the west and don't look back. I have strong external aid and nothing will happen. When you get out, go home and wait for me. Yet. Daehu didn't know what to say, and her heart was in a mess. The rain was getting heavier, and Pain Tendu climbed out of the puddle and looked in the direction of Naruto. Konan was floating in the air with a pair of paper wings, and the other 5 pains all surrounded her. Taewia was nervous for a moment, and Konan gave her great pressure. Pain Tendu almost crushed her as soon as he appeared, and now there were 5 more similar people. The raindrops as big as soybeans kept falling, and the dim light made the already not bright light blurred again in the rain. Tendu Pain stood in the distance, and the other 5 pains slowly approached. Taewia was wet all over, and her eyelashes were wet by the rain. Naruto was in front of her, protecting her behind him. Facing the encirclement of pains, he still looked calm. The hidden rain village is notoriously closed, and few people dare to set foot here. Ding! Option 1, destroy Pain 6 paths. Reward, Death God's Sword, a rule-based reward, the Death God hands over the sword, causing soul damage to the enemy. Option 2, persuade Pain 6 paths to put down the butcher knife. Reward, Shiki Fusion, perfect version, the Death God praises you, no need to sacrifice the soul. The panel popped up, and Naruto took a quick look. Apart from the options, in terms of rewards, the rewards of options 1 and 2 are almost the same. Whether it is Death God's Sword or Shiki Fusion, they make up for his shortcomings of insufficient mental damage. Death God's Sword is more inclined to combat ninjutsu, and Shiki Fusion is a sealing technique. The perfect version of Shiki Fusion means that he can forcibly extract the opponent's soul for sealing in the future. Sealing techniques are indeed domineering and unparalleled, and almost all of them are forbidden techniques. From this point of view, there may be more terrifying forbidden techniques in the peak period of the Whirlpool country. But turning his head to look at the options, Naruto had almost nothing to hesitate. Mouth persuasion has never been his strong point, let alone in front of the paranoid Nagato. Even if Jiraiya showed up, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being beaten and killed. In contrast, Naruto, who thought he was just a stranger, still had some ideas in his mind. He now had only one choice, which was to destroy the 6 paths of pain. Nagato was dead, and it was very important for him to not have the Akatsuki organization. Choose one. With the clear direction of the system, Naruto was relieved. He didn't rush to do it, but just stared at Pain Tendu silently and spoke slowly. Should I say a few words before I do it? This was very rogue. When he was sure, he always fought quickly and decisively, and there was no such thing as making harsh words before the battle. But when he was not sure, he was used to delaying time. Nagato was obviously confident in himself, perhaps thinking that Naruto and Teiwa were already fish on the chopping board, and the rest of the fate was at his mercy. So, Nagato controlled Pain Tendu and spoke. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki. I'm not, so who are you? Naruto shrank his body, controlling puppets. Let me guess in which dark corner you are hiding and living. Tendo's face was expressionless, and he looked at Naruto in silence. You, Konoha, are a big country, relying on the tailed beasts to start wars and wantonly destroy small countries. Your death will serve as a warning to all countries. Only by using the tailed beasts to bring pain to arrogant people can the world be truly peaceful. Only pain can make the world grow, and only after experiencing pain will we cherish the hard-won peace. I have long transformed from this pain, no longer a mortal, but a god in the world. Sooner or later, I will let Konoha carry several floors with a bag of rice. Listening to the familiar words, Naruto always felt that there was something itchy. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Pain Tiandeo and spoke. The more paranoid you are, the more you want to become a god. This is a symptom of the late stage of Chiyunibiu. I suggest you see a doctor as soon as possible. By the way, I have a license for Chiyunibiu doctors. You'd better be careful when you speak. In front of God, you have no ability to resist. In the face of overwhelming power, any resistance is meaningless. Pain Tiandeo said coldly. Apart from strength, your so-called theory that pain brings peace is simply untenable. Naruto began to talk back little by little. You know very well that this will not work at all, but unfortunately you are not firm in your beliefs. You are powerless to move forward, and you dare not retreat. You are walking on a road that is doomed to fail, constantly paralyzing yourself. You keep saying one thing after another, and peace is impossible to achieve. Shut up. God's path cannot go wrong. You are the ones who are wrong. The arrogant 5 major countries never take the lives of small countries seriously, and you start wars for your own selfish interests. Pain Tiandeo finally showed a trace of emotion, which is what Naruto wanted to see. Really? If it's not wrong, how could Yahiko die? He narrowed his eyes, and the real purpose was revealed in the heavy rain. All the high-sounding rhetoric before was just a cover-up. It was not until now that the killer move was exposed, not for debate, but to attack the heart. World peace has nothing to do with him, and it's okay to continue fighting. With him, the ninja world will not be in chaos. Whoever riots can be directly wiped out. He will become a man who surpasses Hashirama. As for the future, who cares so much after death? There is no permanent peace in the world. The only lesson that mankind can learn from history is that mankind never learns any lessons. This is a historical necessity and a general trend. But peace is always the main theme, and war is also for better peace. Wars have been breaking out in the ninja world for decades, mainly because the power of ninjas is too overwhelming. When ninjas cannot be suppressed, they will inevitably become weapons of war. The problem arises from the unbalanced power, and power stimulates people's desires. If you want real peace, there must be only a powerful existence like Hashirama Senju can break all laws with one force. You can be as strong as you want, but you are not as strong as me. Whether it is the tailed beast or the blood limit, they all have to bow down in front of the Buddha. Once the power is unbalanced, the order is broken. Nagato's mistake is that he is not strong enough. He can neither suppress the ninja world like Hashirama, nor let go of hatred and grow into an idealist like Jiraiya. The greatest pain of a person comes from the gap between reality and ideal. Yahiko's death proves that the concept of Akatsuki is wrong. Nagato just understands the importance of strength. But unfortunately, he is still not strong enough. Not as strong as Uchiha Madara, not as strong as Otsutsuki. Peace requires the power of arbitrary power, so all the peace ideas he proposed will fail without exception. In short, just as there is only one disease in the world, which is poverty, Nagato failed because his strength is not enough to support his ideals. On the contrary, Naruto is never confused. Either it has nothing to do with him, and he puts his hands in his pockets and watches the show with a smile. Or he adds points to the deep blue and cuts the grass and eradicates it. He was not in pain because his mind was clear and he had a system. He understood that in front of strength, all truth seemed so insignificant. Whether it was the Akatsuki organization, the Hidden Cloud Village, or the Hidden Rock Village, whoever wanted to destroy his peaceful life should die. No matter what justice you hold, you will be killed. Tsunade taught him a lesson a long time ago. In this world where the strong are respected, there is only one kind of justice, procedural justice. I am strong and I am right, and I will beat you until you are convinced. You. How do you know Yahiko? Pain-Tend was obviously a little impatient. Who cares how I know? Naruto sneered, and Teiwa, who was calm, moved closer to him and looked at Pain-Tend and said. I am too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Nagato, who was controlling pain, felt that he couldn't breathe out, and his blood pressure, which was not high, soared directly. On the top floor of the tower, on the throne shrouded in darkness. The skinny Nagato was pale, holding his breath and gritting his teeth. He thought, you started to reason, but I said a few more words, and you are too lazy to reason? You don't deserve to listen? Damn it! You'd better die. Just as Nagato was controlling pain and preparing to take action, Naruto turned his head and looked at Konan floating in the air, and spoke again. Yahiko's path is correct, and maintaining stability and regulation is the important means to make peace in the ninja world. The mistake was that you were too weak at the beginning, and your strength was not enough to support your ideals. In a sense, Yahiko died for you. Do you think what you are doing now is what Yahiko wants to see? What is the meaning of your existence like this? Revenge? Or continue Yahiko's ideals? The so-called pain in your mouth is because your evil is not thorough enough, and it has nothing to do with kindness and enthusiasm. Peace is just an excuse to cover up the guise of revenge. In this regard, you are not even as good as someone I know. If you want revenge, just do it easily and happily. Kill the salamander Hanzo, why not kill Danzo as well? God or angel, it's just a mask. You are just a bunch of cowards, sewer rats. Drag the ideal entrusted to you by Yahiko into the rotten land, and manipulate his corpse to pretend revenge. You are talking nonsense. Konan is easier to break than Nagato. Naruto's words are always about Yahiko, and every word is deeply inserted into her heart. The pain of more than 10 years, a little bit of memory, seeped out. The never-ending heavy rain in the Hidden Rain village completely extinguished the flower of hope in her heart. It also extinguished the boiling ideals in her heart, the family affection and love that were within reach. Lies paralyze people, and the truth is a sharp knife. Zionin didn't know how that person knew what happened back then, but this clear and straightforward description almost put the truth in front of her naked eyes. The soul of that boy was always so tough and hot, and he would not hesitate even if he chose death. He was a person who would cry with his face up at any time, but he liked to show off. You are so clumsy that you would be discovered even if you stole food, but you shamelessly said that you wanted to conquer the ninja world. You are just a war orphan, and peace is simply an unattainable ideal. You are also a crybaby, how could you say such a thing? Konan said softly, Yahiko, if you cry once you taste the bitterness, you will not be able to change anything in the future. Teiwa, who was hiding behind Naruto, was confused and didn't know how he knew so many strange things. But seeing that he performed normally, he actually made those people silent and broke their defense, and she couldn't help but admire him. She also understood that this person just liked to rub salt into other people's wounds. He looked serious on the surface, but he was full of bad water in his stomach. While Nagato and Konan were lost in their memories, either silent or with tears rolling down their cheeks, he reached back and squeezed Teiwa's palm, and when he turned his head slightly, he winked at her. Get ready to run. What? I said get ready to run. Naruto's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, leave here, don't look back, go home and wait for me. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and he had already prepared. He left the spot in an instant, and suddenly attacked. The heavy rain was blurred by the huge force. Naruto blasted Human Path Pain away with a Raise Nan. Human Path, one of the dead pains, had no blood flowing out. His body disintegrated instantly under the tearing force of the Raise Nan. The head was not a head, and the hands were not hands. There were pieces on the ground. Looking for death. Pain Tiandeo moved, and a body flash technique came to Naruto. Konan also reacted, and countless pieces of paper emerged from the air, and were about to shoot at Naruto from a distance. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded. Toad oil. Jiraiya jumped down from the high building, and the moment he spit out the toad oil, he summoned Gamabunta with his backhand. Chapter 287 Jiraiya showed his true ability, Senjutsu. Gomen, the battle to clean up the door. The toad oil immediately wrapped Konan, and immediately stuck all the scattered papers together. Suddenly, Konan could no longer use ninjutsu. Jiraiya's appearance was just in time, and Pain and Konan's attention was completely attracted by Naruto. Just when they wanted to chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs, Jiraiya fell from the sky. Gamabunta drew his sword in an instant and smashed Heldo Pain. The surprise attack was successful, and together with Naruto, he killed Human Do Pain who collected souls and Heldo who revived other Pains. Teiwaya turned around and ran away without any hesitation at the moment of the battle. She knew that staying there would be a burden, so she glanced at Naruto and ran away. In an instant, Naruto changed his position and the lava escape suddenly rose. The flames boiled rapidly in the rain, and the molten magma was burning, drying up the heavy rain falling on his side. With the help of the invisible flying thunder god, his body movements were like a ghost, and his body appeared beside Shuridu, but Shuridu dodged it in a weird posture. At that moment, the missile in Shuridu's body was released at close range to his face. The heavy explosion broke through the rain curtain and illuminated a corner of the Hidden Rain village. The villagers of the Hidden Rain village looked at that corner of the village, which was gorgeous and dazzling, with blazing flames rising to the sky. The remaining 4 Pains shared the view, and the loss of 2 Pains also meant that it was easier for Nagato to control. Naruto could not get it again, so he could only retreat quickly. The Heavenly Path Pain had already broken through Jiraiya's attack, and the Animal Path summoned 3 huge summoned beasts, the chameleon, the 8-foot bird, and the split dog. The chameleon can make the pain swallowed in its mouth invisible, the split dog keeps splitting and can't be killed at all, and the 8-foot bird drops explosive eggs from a high place. The hungry Ghost Path Ninja approached Naruto and Jiraiya with a grin, waiting to fight them. Jiraiya did not use ninjutsu, but just cooperated with Naruto to dodge. It was a pleasant surprise that the sneak attack could kill 2 Pains, and Naruto didn't want to risk his life. It's not that Pain has no weaknesses, but he is extremely difficult to deal with. The shared perspective of the 4 is a bit tricky no matter how you deal with it. What's more, Pain's chakra is at its peak now, so it's not worth it to just use it. Naruto turned around, his figure kept disappearing, and he was circling between the 4 Pains. Jiraiya dodged all the attacks of Shuridu, and he couldn't avoid the tracking bullet, so he used a toad oil fire escape to block it. It took a long time, and the 2 of them had basically fought with Pain. When they had some ideas in their minds, they exchanged glances. There was a bang, and white smoke rose up. Taking advantage of the gaps in the smoke and the heavy rain, the 2 used their own means to escape. Jiraiya used ninjutsu to get into the toad's body and went directly into a building. The weird thing is that the toad was wearing a small raincoat, and threw away the raincoat the moment he jumped into the building. Pain Tiandao's Rain Tiger Free technique blends his own chakra into the rain, and any place that is contaminated by rain can be detected by him. But things are not so absolute. As long as we take precautions, we can effectively isolate this death detection. Naruto was even more straightforward. He took advantage of the chaos to sneak into a building and threw his clothes out. He instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and activated the Flying Thunder God mark that was previously left on Hydrangea. The next moment, Naruto, who was stripped down to only a pair of pants, suddenly disappeared. At this time, in the bathroom of Hydrangea's house. With a plop, Naruto appeared out of thin air in the laundry basket next to the bathtub. And he was quick-eyed and quick-handed. At the moment when Hydrangea in the bathtub was about to shout, he reached out and covered her mouth. "Shut up, or I'll throw you naked on the street." Hydrangea struggled violently, and was immediately frightened by this threat that was more vicious than 300 times of threats. Thinking that she was beaten today, she was inexplicably let go. In the end, it was not a life after death. After finally reporting the news of the invaders, I just wanted to take a hot bath with my tired and painful body when I got home. Who knew that he would not let me go? He is simply a devil. Woohoo! I don't want to live anymore. It's too unfair. What's the point of staring at me, a genin, and torturing me all the time? Tears of humiliation flowed down Hydrangea's face and overflowed from Naruto's fingers. On the high tower, Pain Tend and Konan looked at the panoramic view of the Hidden Rain village. The rain was still falling heavily. Below was a group of genin and chunin from the Hidden Rain village. A group of people stood in the rain with serious expressions. Jiraiya and that man's traces disappeared. They seem to have been prepared. Nagato said through Pain-ten's mouth, with a cold expression. I know, you are worthy of being Jiraiya teacher. You probably got our information from somewhere. Konan said in a cold tone, and his eyes swept across the rain curtain. Well, Jiraiya has become stronger over the years. Pain Tiandeo said, this time we want them to stay here and kill they can do it. Jiraiya used toad oil to suppress Konan as soon as he appeared, and the psychic toad Bunta beat the hell path Pain to death. The means were clean and neat without any drag. On the other hand, Pain Six Paths and Konan seemed to have maintained the situation in an instant, but in fact they were just being led by the nose. The other party obviously had a plan and carried out a targeted sneak attack. And when they fled, they were able to throw away the rain-soaked clothes calmly. It was really hard to believe that they were not prepared. A dense set of combined techniques actually beat Pain, who called himself a god, and Konan, who called himself an angel, so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. Immediately, Nagato and Konan put away their contempt in their hearts, thinking that the old ones are still the best. After many years, Jiraiya's strength is still unfathomable. If they had continued to fight with Pain, Nagato and Konan would not have been so panicked. But Jiraiya and the other person had such a clear purpose, they just ran away after the fight. The two did not even leave the slightest trace, just like a fish entering the sea and a bird entering the forest, only a dead silence, without any echo. This made Pain and Konan have to think about what Naruto said. It seems that their strength is really not invincible, and they can't even surpass their former teacher. They developed secretly for more than 10 years, but were seen through by their own teacher in one day, and they were like guiding students' homework. They didn't leave a word, and ran away after the fight. And the matter is far from over. In the next period of time, they must remain highly alert. They must search them out and prevent sneak attacks. The feeling of cat and mouse identity reversal made them feel uncomfortable, even a little humiliated and unwilling. The Chunin and Genin of the Hidden Rain Village received orders from God and the Angel to search for traces of invaders in a carpet-style manner, and must not let go of any corner. The crowd retreated and ran around in the rain. Jiraiya hid in an underground pipe and carefully changed into clean clothes. With his means and the information he knew, he could deal with Pain with his real ability. If Naruto had raided the battlefield, he would probably have won the battle. But Naruto's words before the plan started woke him up. If he could win the battle at a lower cost, why risk his life? What's more, even if he beat all his former students, it might not change their minds. And Naruto stood there and talked to Pain and Konan, not just to delay time. Jiraiya hid in the dark and heard their conversation clearly, and his heart was even colder. He didn't know what happened, how his students who were originally dead survived by chance, and how they became like this. But in any case, what they did was intolerable to Jiraiya's morality, which ran counter to the philosophy he taught them. Jiraiya had to stop his disciples from continuing to do evil. Naruto's solution was also simple. The best way to pull the blackened middle school boy out of his delusion was to shatter his self-confidence and defeat him from all aspects. Let them know that the so-called gods are just delusions, and they are still human beings. Face the reality, and their ideals with their own hands, and let them understand that the idea of making the world feel pain will not work. Just one teacher can beat them to a pulp, let alone others. The means are direct and cruel, but it sounds very effective. The two chose to deal with it separately and look for opportunities secretly. The Hidden Rain Village is so small that they can know the approximate area of each other's activities as long as they fight. As for Naruto, he took a hot bath in the bathroom of Hydrangea's house with peace of mind. He even didn't forget to make himself a cup of coffee and lay comfortably on the sofa. Hydrangea was tied aside, with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth, kneeling on the carpet and looking at Naruto with resentment. That guy not only used her bathroom, but also ate her food. Woo, damn it, that was the lucky snack she bought for luck. Naruto, who occupied the nest of the cuckoo, was leisurely. He glanced at Hydrangea and said with a smile. Thank you for the hospitality. I feel at home. Woo. Hydrangea twisted her body desperately, but it was in vain. Be quiet, I'll leave after a while. Naruto said seriously, holding the coffee in his hand and blowing a breath of hot air, and slowly sipped it. He really kept his word. In the middle of the night, he heard some noise downstairs. Naruto stood up from the sofa, untied the rope for Hydrangea, and threw her into the sealed space neatly. The 4 elephants were the prison, and the 2 wooden men had another cellmate. Air was injected into the sealed space, and with a cellmate, life in the prison would not be too monotonous. Hydrangea had special abilities, and Naruto planned to let her go from the beginning. The ninjas downstairs slowly went upstairs to search, 2 people in a group, with tired faces. As soon as they went upstairs, Naruto quickly twisted their necks. Taking advantage of the night, he hurried downstairs. His target was Pain outside the Hungry Ghost Path. At present, Jiraiya was the only one who could deal with the Hungry Ghost Path. If he met him, he would just run away. His Flying Thunder God's method had been adjusted to the maximum level by the system, and his marking was even more amazing. Be prepared, and it would definitely not be difficult to run away. He left 2 invisible Flying Thunder God Kunao on the road, climbed over the building alone, avoided the rain and lightly touched the side of several ninjas, and twisted his neck with a snap. After some investigation, he touched the side of the animal path Pain, threw the Flying Thunder God Kunao and quickly changed his position to approach the animal path Pain. One-handed violent he rolled a raised Nan with all his strength, and with the help of Flying Thunder God, he passed through the rain curtain without getting wet, and pressed heavily on the body of the animal path Pain. The Pain was disturbed by the sound of the Kunao breaking the wind, and actually dodged in advance. The raised Nan only crushed one of his arms and flew out heavily. At the same time, the other 3 Pains also learned of Naruto's location and were quickly surrounding him from other places. All the Pain sites were shared. At present, there were only 4 of the 6 paths of Pain. The other human path and hell path had been destroyed by him and Jiraiya, and Nagato was too late to find a puppet. If the hell path was not destroyed, even if the other Pains were destroyed, they could still be perfectly repaired after being recycled by the hell path Pain. The only thing consumed was probably chakra, but Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, did not lack this chakra. As long as he was given some time, the chakra could be restored immediately. The tricky part of the 6 paths of Pain is here. The hell path Pain has perfect endurance, and the hungry ghost path Pain has perfect defense. At present, Pain's endurance function has been damaged. As for destroying the human world, it is mainly because Naruto does not want Jiraiya to face mental attacks. Jiraiya can restrain the hungry ghost world, and Naruto himself restrains the animal world. No matter what kind of summoned beast it is a younger brother in front of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The animal world Pain barely summoned a split dog with one hand. The huge split dog had not roared yet, and was pinned down by Naruto with a diamond seal. In one go, Naruto urged the power of melting escape in his body and directly melted half of the animal world Pain. After dealing with the animal world Pain, he did not stop at all, while taking off his clothes and escaping into the darkness. On the other side, the heavenly world Pain and the absolutely defensive hungry ghost world Pain were rushing from the sewer to the place where the animal world Pain had an accident. At a corner, Jiraiya suddenly appeared and punched them both out. Tiendao Pain stopped, and 3 pairs of eyes lit up in the smoke. Senfa! Gomen! Tiendao Pain sensed that Jiraiya's chakra surged, and the natural energy almost reached a terrifying peak. Footsteps sounded slowly, and Jiraiya walked out of the smoke. At this time, there was a toad standing on Jiraiya's left and right shoulders, one of which was the 2 great sage couples of Myaboku Mountain. His face also showed toad-like patterns, and his cheeks were bulging. The imperfect state of the sage looked even more bizarre in this dimly lit sewer. The strange sage mode, the natural energy that was so rich that it was about to overflow. Even Nagato, who thought he had surpassed the gods, couldn't help but be cautious. His teacher seemed to be much stronger than he thought. Without saying anything, Jiraiya was ready to show his true skills without saying a word. He stared at the hungry ghost path Pain, and the chakra moved to his feet, and he threw off his shoes directly. The solace of his feet swelled up rapidly like a toad, and stuck to the ground tightly to deal with the attraction of Tendo Pain. The substantial murderous aura spread in an instant. Chapter 288. As expected of a master and apprentice, they are equally shameless, and the white lines intersecting in the rain. Teacher Jiraiya, the power of God is not something you can resist. Nagato spoke through the mouth of Pain Tendo, and he was old and second year. As the owner of the Samsara Eye, Nagato can clearly perceive the extraordinariness of his teacher. The murderous aura is even more intense than natural energy, and he is almost determined to fight with the determination to kill. No one can underestimate one of the former 3 ninjas, even if Jiraiya is old. Nagato has enough confidence in the Samsara Eye, controlling Tendo Pain and Hungry Ghost Pain to stay put, and Animal Pain has just been destroyed. The light is dim in the intricate sewer system, and a beam of fire as thick as a wrist cuts through the darkness and roars away, instantly forcing out the water vapor in the air. The fire escape with red light went straight to Heavenly Path Pain, but he didn't expect that Hungry Ghost Path Pain would appear halfway and raise his hand to catch the fire with confidence. With a loud bang, the sky-high fire poured all over Hungry Ghost Path Pain. Hungry Ghost Path stretched out his hand to slowly absorb the ninjutsu, with a look of contempt on his face. But soon, Hungry Ghost Path Pain noticed something was wrong. This was not a fire escape ninjutsu, and the surging natural energy continued to flow into his body. The unstable natural energy instantly made Hell Path Pain's cheeks swell, and the next second his clothes were burst. The eyes were not eyes, but huge toad eyes. The solace of the feet swelled and turned into toad claws, and the toad's skin covered the whole body. But the natural energy was still pouring into the body of Hungry Ghost Path Pain. The body absorbed too much natural energy, and Hungry Ghost Path Pain directly turned into a stone frog. Another pain was smashed. At the moment, the only pains that Nagato could control were Tendo Pain and Shurido Pain, who was covered in weapons. At this time, Shurido Pain was chasing Naruto in the rain with Konan. Nagato thought that the situation was still under his control. He was surprised that the yellow-haired kid could break 2 pain puppets. But he didn't think that the yellow-haired kid relied on strength alone. He relied more on the information provided by Jiraiya to launch a sneak attack. He was really cunning. After he controlled Shurido Pain to kill that man, he could still deal with Jiraiya. His confidence came from the Samsara Eye and the vast chakra in his body. Even if his body was like a candle in the wind, but if he is given some time, he can still recreate the 6 paths of pain. In the sewer system, in order to force the Heavenly Path Pain to have no time to take action, Jiraiya simultaneously detonated dozens of super detonating talismans that he got for free from Naruto. Boom! Boom! The entire Hidden Rain village felt the vibration brought by the explosion, and the explosion flames with golden edges directly destroyed a quarter of the sewer system of the Hidden Rain village. The flames were like a giant lava beast rising from the ground, and the explosion broke through the rain curtain at this moment. The awakened residents and ninjas of the Hidden Rain village opened the windows and looked at the horizon. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the golden explosion beams mixed with the flames were terrifying. What is that? The nearby Hidden Rain village ninjas rushed over there, and some curious residents of the Hidden Rain village even dared to stand on the roof and look far away in the rain. It's God. Angel. Angel and God are also going there. What is that thing running in front of Angel? Is it an invader or something else? Oh my God! How can it be so fast? Invaders. There are 2 of them. Hurry. Ignore the yellow-haired one. He's too fast to catch. There's also an old man with white hair over there. The dark sky was like an upside-down bowl, and the rain was drizzling, blurring the vision in all directions. A foot stepped heavily into the mud pit, splashing water, and wet mud spots were thrown straight onto the back. The owner of the foot was unaware and ran on the empty street. The boy was running so fast that he almost ran out a faint white line in the rain. His figure was as agile as a silver dragon, and the air was shaken and roared as he ran in the rain. Compared to this, the speed of the rain falling was almost like 10 times slower. Even though there were ninjas from the Hidden Rain village standing in front of him, trying to intercept him. But Naruto had no intention of slowing down. Behind him, Konan was flying low in the sky to catch up. Several tracking missiles from Shura Road were chasing him non-stop. How could he stop? The Hidden Rain village ninjas obviously underestimated Naruto's speed. Before he could throw his kunai, Naruto arrived in an instant. A hand seemed to be casually pressed on his chest, and his chest collapsed suddenly. With a light press, there were dull and tooth-grinding sounds of broken bones and painful wails. Several Hidden Rain village ninjas flew backwards in an instant, and their injuries were difficult to treat. The remaining group of Hidden Rain village ninjas who wanted to intercept Naruto were stunned, and the momentum of shouting and killing disappeared instantly. Seeing several colleagues flying backwards like sandbags, they were suddenly silent. That was a Chunin from the Hidden Cloud village, and he was just pressed to death by that kid so lightly. That was too scary. What kind of monster was that? That man was not only fast, but also had terrifying fighting power. He died with just one press. If he was hit with one punch, wouldn't he explode and die? Everyone's heart sank immediately, their blood ran cold, and even the kunai they touched in their ninja tool bag was icy cold. Naruto was still running wildly in the rain. The Shurido Pain and Konan following behind him were both long-range weapons, which exploded at any time. They were really difficult to deal with. And he didn't want to fight head-on, so he turned around and ran away. He was going to make some noise to attract Jiraiya and spit a mouthful of essential oil sap on Konan. At the other end, Jiraiya was also running wildly in the rain. Tendo Pain was too tricky, and Jiraiya planned to attract Naruto, the little bitch. The noise of the sewer explosion just now was loud enough, and those dozens of enhanced detonating tags almost took him away in Sage mode. Although he deeply suspected that Naruto had given him the detonating talisman on purpose and even pretended to remind him that the detonating talisman was quite powerful, Jiraiya always had a hunch that the bastard was just trying to trick him. He was so treacherous at such a young age. With a bang, Tend had already rushed out of the ruins. Following behind, as if he had eyes thousands of meters away, he chased Jiraiya directly. It's over. Jiraiya turned around and his face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and sped up. With the blessing of the Sage mode, his speed was almost terrifying. The majestic natural energy in Jiraiya's body burned crazily, and was replenished like a tide with the blessing of the two sages on his shoulders. Jiraiya rushed in the rain, his clothes humming in the air, and he ran out a faint white line along the rain. Breaking the wind, there was a terrifying power hidden in the rush. At a smooth bend, the two white lines in the rain finally met. The moment they passed each other, both of them were a little confused. But soon, they understood the meaning of running towards each other. Jiraiya saw the tracking missile coming towards him, and Naruto turned the corner and saw such a big Tendo Pain was about to launch the Tensei, and they both cursed. Shameless old thief! Shameless child! Naruto and Jiraiya turned the corner and ran to the same place tacitly. The two paths in the rain changed from crossing to running parallel and side by side. The rain whistled and slapped the faces of the two coldly. Lecherous immortal! You want to harm me? You traitor! Always thinking about pitting the master. Don't shout, think of a way quickly, aren't you an immortal? Solve them quickly. Naruto gritted his teeth and sped up, don't hide it, use your best skills quickly. The faces of the immortals Fukasaku and Shima on Jiraiya's shoulders were a little helpless. It's true that there are masters and disciples. These two are not good people. I know. I know. Stop arguing. Jiraiya clapped his hands, ready to launch a ninjutsu. Tendo Pain subconsciously reached out to Jiraiya and Naruto in front of him and suddenly activated the Tensei. Jiraiya and Naruto immediately flew uncontrollably towards Tendo Pain's palm, their feet sinking into the ground to resist. Fortunately, Fukasaku and Shima stood on his shoulders, and even if they couldn't move their hands, they could move their mouths. Fukasaku-sama. Shima-sama. Please. Leave it to us. At such an old age, still doing this kind of thing, it's really a bit. Mother of the child, now is not the time to be willful. The two great sage toads opened their mouths at the same time, and the chorus of frogs suddenly sounded. This is Jiraiya's shortcoming, illusion. And the magic toad singing of Fukasaku and Shima just makes up for this shortcoming. The strongest illusion used by the tacit duet of the two great sages. Those who hear the magic sound will be immediately pulled into the illusion. The spirit of the person who is in the technique will be bound and pulled into a different space. The devil sound descended, and in an instant Naruto directly activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared in an instant, returning to the downstairs of the Hydrangea family. There was an explosion in the distance. Naruto turned his head to take a look, and then rushed over. In the distance, Shurado Pain, Tendo Pain, Konan, and a group of Jonin from the hidden cloud village who followed were all frozen. Konan suddenly opened her eyes and found that everyone was blocked. They were blocked in a huge square water barrier composed of 4 giant sword-wielding toads wearing the immovable Hades, and they could not move at all. Tendo Pain and Shurado Pain were both killed by Jiraiya with the sword in the stone, and several Chunins were killed, leaving only Konan's life alone. In fact, Jiraiya knew that the so-called Pain was just a puppet, and only after destroying the puppet could he see the mastermind behind the scenes. Yahiko and Konan have both appeared, and it is obvious who is hiding behind the scenes. When Naruto returned to the battlefield excitedly, Jiraiya, who had released the Sage mode, was holding the sword in the stone and looking at Konan lying on the ground, looking like an old father with a melancholy look. Senran Fukasaku and Senran Shima stood aside without saying anything, and they didn't know what to say. The former Jiraiya had grown old, and became as old as them. It is impossible for a person to have everything he wants at such an age, and there will always be troubles. Whether it is a traitor or a setback, he can only figure it out slowly by himself. In the distance, there was an excited cheer. Senran Fukasaku. I knew you could do it. Naruto's voice was loud, with a gloating excitement, "They've killed them all, it's really hey, there's still one left." Hearing this, Senran Fukasaku and Senran Shima looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. As if to say, well, there's still one troublesome apprentice left. "Little Jiraiya, the child's mother and I are leaving first." After saying that, with a bang, the two great immortals took the initiative to cancel the spiritual communication, and with a bang, they turned into white smoke. "How dare you say that? You just ran away." Jiraiya recovered, put away the sword in the stone, turned around and gritted his teeth and shouted, "Trick the master! What are you talking about? Human potential is unlimited." Naruto felt no guilt in his heart. "Lecherous immortal, you should pay attention to this battle. You broke through yourself." "Nonsense, I almost died here, how can I not break through myself?" Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and the old comrade was speechless, thinking that he had been tricked at such an old age. Originally, he was thinking of leading the heavenly path pain to Naruto and letting him temper him. If it really doesn't work, there is still this old comrade to scout the battle on the side. But who would have thought that Naruto also thought so? But that guy didn't think about protecting the road and scavenging the battle, and I don't know what method he used to run away directly. Jiraiya was furious when he saw Naruto running away and then turning back to watch the fun. Although Naruto arrived very quickly, even if something unexpected happened, he might be able to sneak attack from behind. But this person is really sinister and does nothing all day long. The bad news is that the apprentice is a sinister person, lying down and thinking about forcing the master to make progress all day long. The good news is that this person is shameless and lives a long time, and it is likely that this only child has a harder life than himself. Thinking of this, Jiraiya became more melancholy and even wanted to have a cigarette. The disciples he accepted were more and more amazing, and he suddenly missed Minato. Any excellent ninja would be inferior to Minato. After all, he is a perfect ninja, unless that person is his son. However, how could Minato have such an amazing son? "Don't kill this person." Naruto pointed at Konan, who was slowly waking up on the ground, and asked knowingly. "What do you think?" Jiraiya was too lazy to pay attention to him. Between life and death, his potential was indeed stimulated. This man, who was obviously already on the decline, was forced to be passionate. Konan woke up and found Jiraiya and Naruto looking at her. Not far away, the bodies of Tendo Pain and Shirito Pain were scattered, and the corpses were completely damaged. The arms of the Chunin who came together were shattered by the crushing force, and some of them had their bodies broken, and their necks were bent in a weird posture. Teacher Jiraiya Konan was a little collapsed, and the belief she firmly believed in her heart collapsed, saying that she would flatten the ninja world and bring pain to the ninja world. But a 50-year-old ninja broke all their fantasies. The 6 paths of pain were destroyed. Without her help, Nagato could not find a new corpse for a while. Even if she could escape from Jiraiya, what was the point of continuing to rebuild pain? Even teacher Jiraiya, a flash of lightning passed, and the rain stopped suddenly. The sky washed by the rain released a ray of light. Naruto was stepping on the corpse of Yahiko's puppet with one foot and removing the black in its body with one hand. The iron rods were pulled out, and they looked like they were picking up equipment. These black rods were left by Uchiha Madara. They can transmit the user's chakra, and can interfere with the enemy's chakra when inserted into the enemy's body. Compared with Kakashi's broken sword that can transmit chakra, Naruto instantly realized that this rod was also a good thing. Uchiha Madara has a lot of good things. On the high tower, Nagato's eye sockets were sunken and his bones were thin. The whole person was panting, and behind him was an iron rod extending from the outer path demon statue, piercing straight into his body. Relying on these iron rods, Nagato, who was on the high tower, was able to use the power of the Samsara Eye to control 6 corpses at the same time to fight, and share vision. But now, everything has been destroyed by Jiraiya. Chapter 289. There are always people in this world who want to be evil. You can do it, but I can't. Jiraiya pretended to let Naruto cast a seal on Zionin, restraining her chakra to prevent her from suddenly performing ninjutsu. Konan looked indifferent, like a puppet being manipulated by others. Naruto didn't know any Fengjin-jutsu, so he just slapped Konan and left it at that. After all, she didn't even look at Yahiko's body. The greatest sorrow is the death of one's heart. The people of Yuyin village were in panic, and everyone looked at the tower where the god lived. On the tower, Jiraiya and Naruto took Konan and met Nagato, who had infinitely overdrawn his life. The embarrassed master and apprentice met and looked at each other in silence. The pitch-black space was extremely simple. Nagato, whose upper body was as thin as ribs, had dim eyes and sat on the stone seat with a dejected look. Half of his face was hidden between his long hair, his beard was untidy, and he had lost the ability to walk. The clusters of black iron bars behind him connected his body, like a huge monster sitting behind Nagato, staring at the invader with his mouth open. When did Yahiko die? Jiraiya said dully, and his mood didn't seem very good. In that war, Konoha's people framed us, Hanzo held me hostage, and Yahiko died to save. Konan paused for a moment, and continued in a calm voice, he took the initiative to die. Hearing this, Jiraiya sighed, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Naruto stood aside and did nothing the whole time, without the slightest intention of speaking. After all, it was a matter of the past, and how to deal with Nagato and Konan was Jiraiya's idea. As long as the Akatsuki organization disappeared, it would be fine. Just when Naruto thought that things would end in such a peaceful atmosphere between master and apprentice, the silent Nagato suddenly asked in a low voice. Teacher Jiraiya, where were you when Yahiko died? The first half of the voice was cold, and the second half even Nagato himself didn't notice that the voice had a hint of crying. Jiraiya, who was standing aside, suddenly choked and opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Konan's heart was clenched, and she silently looked away. She didn't dare to say that she didn't have any complaints against Jiraiya back then. Yahiko died, and she was more painful than anyone else. She hated everyone she could hate. But time counted the sands and diluted all obsessions. Yahiko's death can only be blamed on them being too weak and too naive at the time. Not everyone in this world wants peace. Hanzo, that guy, he never wanted peace at all. He just wanted to control the Rain Country. Nagato's voice was trembling, Yahiko. Yahiko believed in Jiraiya's words of peace, so he believed Hanzo so easily. When Yahiko died, he asked Konan and I to live no matter what. He said I'm the savior of this world, but what kind of savior am I? This world is basically dirty and filthy. Yahiko died, and I will make this world feel pain. What's wrong with that? Why do you have to stop me again and again, teacher? Jiraiya was silent for a long time, turned his head to look at Konan, and then looked at Nagato, who was neither human nor ghost on the stone seat. He sighed again and said, I heard that you all died in that war. Nagato didn't say anything. Konan's hand joints were white from pinching and her lips were trembling. She turned her head and stared at Jiraiya, not daring to move her body, and her voice trembled as she suppressed her emotions. Teacher Jiraiya, did you go back to look for our bodies later? I went, but I didn't find them. Jiraiya looked serious, half of his face was hidden in the darkness. The rain in the Rain Country is too heavy, I'm worried that the wild dogs took the bodies away. Of course Jiraiya went to look for them, and he looked for them several times, but to no avail. The heavy rain in the Rain Country extinguished half of the light in his heart. Who could believe that the legendary ninja, one of the 3 ninjas, would be so obsessed with looking for wild dogs all over the mountain? He found a corpse pit, which was densely packed with the bodies of the ninjas of the hidden rain village, and the bottom of the pit was filled with poisonous gas. He jumped down and searched, but the bodies were soaked and rotten, and he couldn't recognize them at all. It is only natural for the disciple's ninja way to be passed on to the master. I taught Yahiko so well, he will naturally practice his ideals. Even if he knows there is danger, he will still go. How could he retreat? If he really retreated, he would not be Yahiko. Jiraiya's words seemed to be spoken to himself, and his voice became firmer little by little. Nonsense. If it weren't for Jiraiya's nonsense, Yahiko would not have died at all. Nagato roared. With a bang, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Now beside Nagato. Using the invisible flying thunder god to change positions, taking advantage of Nagato's unstable mood, he rushed to his side in one fell swoop. With a heavy punch without holding back, Nagato's face collapsed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his nose was also crooked. Nagato! Konan said excitedly, and was about to take action but was stopped by Jiraiya. He is also my disciple. Before I knew you were still alive, he was my only living disciple. Jiraiya said, as an introduction. I didn't want to get involved, but I really can't stand it anymore. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, then turned to look at Nagato. I'm in a hurry to go home, how long are you going to make trouble? Even a handsome boy like me knows one thing, this world is complicated, and justice exists. There are always people who don't care about the consequences, and they keep fighting for the justice in their hearts. I said, blame you for being too weak. The world is so big, how many people are willing to listen to your reason? The momentum is too strong, the ideal is too high, and it is natural to be shot down. Nagato's eyes were cold. Then what you said is right? We deserve to die, we are obviously not wrong, why are there always people obstructing us? This shabby world is full of holes. Since Yahiko's path cannot pursue peace, I will turn it over. Naruto's eyelids twitched, thinking to himself, turn over your brother-in-law, what should I do if you turn over the ninja world? Accumulating anger, he yelled back at Nagato. What are you trying to turn over? Try turning over now? If you had the ability, you would have turned over long ago. What's the point of planning for so many years? Just stay here. Why do you say that? Have you ever felt pain? Naruto yelled at him at the same time, go to your pain, you have a brain disease, only when I turn over this day, the world will be truly peaceful. Peace your sister. The world has been rotten for a long time. If you can talk so much, why don't you do it yourself? Naruto, I have to be a good person. I can't be a bad person. You can't be a savior. There will always be someone who wants to be a bad person. Naruto pointed at Nagato and yelled, who wants to be a savior? You can do evil, but I can't. I just want to suppress you and make you unable to turn over. Nagato yelled, you are looking for death. Naruto, come on. Trash. Chapter 290. So, will the bionic black Zetsu dream of electronic spots? Nagato released a black chakra stick. At such a close distance, it was too late to dodge. Even Jiraiya was worried for Naruto. He was about to reach out to stop it, but saw Naruto throw the black stick into the sealed space. The flying black stick disappeared silently like a drop in the ocean, and completely cut off Nagato's control over the chakra black stick. Seeing this, Jiraiya was shocked for a moment. If he was not mistaken, it should be the 4-symbol seal, but if you look closely, the 4-symbol seal is slightly different from it. Naruto stared at Nagato and said nothing, but just spit on the ground. It was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Even if Nagato was interrupted by Naruto before he finished speaking. He said coldly, what peace, what ideals? Without the lecherous sage, you would have died in the war of Yuan. Don't talk about pain. Those civilians who died in the war without being seen have no chance to speak. I am helping Yahiko build an ideal world of peace. Is that wrong? Nagato asked angrily with his head down. Now all his means have been almost exhausted. Pain's mask was torn off and he was defeated by Jiraiya. On this high tower, he suddenly found that he couldn't even do anything to a yellow-haired kid. Whoever came here would have his heart broken. The ideal world collapsed, and he was taught a lesson by the iron fist of reality. He turned from a powerful god into a madman who was neither human nor ghost. Jiraiya's heart was a little complicated now. He watched the two disciples quarreling and didn't want to get involved for the time being. Konan didn't react, and seemed to be planning to wait and see. Your ideal world is to continue killing people. Naruto glanced sideways. This is a necessary sacrifice. Only pain can make them give up war and cherish peace. Nagato said. I understand now. You are not capable enough to suppress all enemies like Hashirama Senju. So you are just trying to be tough, right? You are just picking the weak ones. Destroy the world indiscriminately and on a large scale, let ordinary people die. Create fear, so that the remaining people cannot start a war. This is the only way I can think of. Nagato raised his head, as long as we follow this path, peace will surely come. Naruto turned his head to look at Konan and said. What about you? Do you think so too? Konan frowned and said nothing. A bunch of psychopaths. Naruto murmured in a low voice when he lowered his head, and then raised his voice again, I say, you can fool Konan, but don't fool yourself. What did you say? Nagato frowned and asked. Look at yourself, and then look at Konan. Do you know what you have been doing all these years? Naruto pointed at Nagato and then at Konan. Did you have any doubts at all? Yahiko's death was not an accident. What if someone deliberately planned it? And how did you get your eyes? Do you know the true use of the samsara eye? Continuous debate is the worst strategy, the truth is a sharp knife. He has been holding the knife tightly, starting from dealing with pain, thinking about the future 7 steps ahead. In the final analysis, what pierces people's hearts is never justice, but the naked truth. Nagato and Konan's breath was choked, and they turned their heads to stare at Naruto. What do you mean? Speak clearly. I can't be completely sure, it's just a guess. Naruto sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change. Have you never doubted it? Such a pair of powerful eyes appeared on you inexplicably. The blood of the Uzumaki clan does not have the blood limit of the eye technique, but the Samsara eye and the Sharingan do have some origins. These things can be found out if you check them carefully. It's just that you don't want to think about it. Revenge is like a tight chain, which will break if you stop. So, in the final analysis, if you set up an organization to take revenge, I don't bother to care. Naruto glanced at the dazed Nagato. But you shouldn't involve everyone in your justice, revenge in the guise of peace. No matter how you look at it, it feels cowardly and incompetent. Ding! The option is reached, Death God's sword, rule system reward, Death God hands over the sword, soul damage to the enemy, has been delegated. The mechanical synthesized sound sounded in his mind. Naruto lowered his eyes, and finally felt a little confident. Sure enough, the good things are behind, and it was right not to choose Kato's spiritual transformation technique before. The spiritual transformation technique is the physical body, and the soul leaves the body to attack and strangle others. In the final analysis, there are still some risks. Once someone sees the weakness, it is easy to be destroyed by humanity. In addition to being able to communicate with the soul, he can't think of any additional benefits. Even if he practices to the extreme, he can't reach the realm of immortals, meditating with the physical body, traveling hundreds of miles to visit friends with the soul, and returning in high spirits in the wild on a moonlit night. Long before, he knew that his soul's strength was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary illusions and possession are useless to him. He estimated that only the illusions of Tsukuyomi and the two-toed immortals can fight against his soul. However, the indestructible soul does not mean that he can actively attack others. In fact, like Jiraiya, his weakness is that he is not good at illusion. In the evaluation system of ninjas, illusion is also a very important indicator. Although he has not been strengthened in illusion now, it is not bad to get the means of critically attacking the soul. According to the experience of Orochimaru, if the soul is damaged, the body will also die. The death god cuts the soul with one sword? Next time, use Black Zetsu to test the power. After a long time, seeing the silence and depression, Naruto couldn't help but add a few more words. In fact, how to deal with it depends on the will of the lecherous sage. I have been eyeing you for a long time. Whether to kill or keep you today is entirely decided by the lecherous sage. I don't want to participate in or listen to what happens next, that's it. Naruto did nothing and let Nagato investigate and get closer to the truth. Nagato has not yet carried rice over Konoha, and for the time being, the two have not reached the point of fighting to the death. At the beginning, his purpose was also very clear. Disband the Akatsuki organization and continue to live his leisurely life. Whether it is Nagato, Obito, or Uchiha Madara, they are just a tool in Black Zetsu's toolbox. Even if Naruto kills Nagato and takes the Samsara Eye, he will have to face Obito and Black Zetsu. When Obito and Black Zetsu find out his strength, they will definitely put aside their grudges and unite to target Naruto first. At that time, Naruto can't expect to have a peaceful daily life. After killing Obito, there are Uchiha Madara and Kabuto Yakushi. If Black Zetsu escapes by chance, there will be Uchiha Sasuke or other troubles in the future. Otsutsuki, aliens, endless. It's a pity not to take the Samsara Eye. Anyway, when Obito and Black Zetsu realize Nagato's betrayal, they will definitely find a way to kill Obito and take back the eye. But if he takes it, Obito and Zetsu will have to harass him. Since the Samsara Eye can't do anything to Naruto, for him at this stage, the Samsara Eye is not a sweet cake but a hot potato. In the final analysis, the best solution is for Naruto to get himself out. Reveal half of the truth, let Nagato investigate, let them fight among themselves. When Black Zetsu notices something unusual, he will definitely not sit idly by. After all, Black Zetsu has 3 requirements to save his mother, which are: 1. Find the container of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and have the Samsara Eye at the same time. 2. The container activates the infinite moon reading and recovers Kagaya's chakra. 3. Black Zetsu is the key to unlock the seal. In essence, Black Zetsu is like Kagaya's wedge. The Otsutsuki clan has a way to reincarnate, which is to digitize themselves and resurrect them by injecting the wedge into the new container. Orochimaru's corpse-free transformation is the localization of the wedge. And the reason why Orochimaru can do this is probably because the ninja's own chakra attribute comes from the power of Otsutsuki, which can be regarded as a kind of pollution to some extent. Or look at the problem from another angle. The characteristics of ninjas that are different from ordinary people are chakra and ninjutsu. And this power comes from the sacred tree of the Otsutsuki clan, which is pollution. The polluted humans have extraordinary powers, and this group is different from ordinary humans. They call themselves ninjas. The blood of ninjas is mixed with the impurities of Otsutsuki. While gaining power, they also gain a characteristic, deification. Deification provides a fundamental theoretical basis for Orochimaru's immortality. If the consciousness cannot be taken away from the body after reincarnation, then immortality is nowhere to be found. Ordinary people naturally cannot reincarnate because they lack the ability to digitize their consciousness. Only ninjas with the blood of Otsutsuki in their bodies can do all this. So after the ninja is reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, the consciousness will be retained at the time of death. Before. The principle is probably similar to the data no longer being updated, frozen in that era. If the biological black technology of the ninja world is developed enough in the future, after catching a living Otsutsuki and obtaining the Otsutsuki's technology, there may be electronic ninjas. So, Bionic Black will never dream of electronic Madara? Similarly, blood is like surging data, and it will produce a certain degree of mutation while being passed on. Just like gene mutation, data will also have similar problems. So, bloodline limit began to appear. The purer the Otsutsuki bloodline, the stronger the power of the bloodline limit. Like the descendants of the Six-Path Sage, Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan. Correspondingly, the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra's chakra is also a manifestation of a wedge. The so-called son of prophecy is nothing more than the Six-Path Sage seeing his sons and brothers killing each other, and fearing that such a thing will happen to their descendants in the future. So he gave Ashura's reincarnation more power, and used the reincarnated Ashura to suppress the reincarnated Indra, which was later the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the process of Kagaya's resurrection was not resurrection. In essence, it was the same as Orochimaru's corpse transformation, just an act of possession. Black Zetsu was Kagaya's wedge, and the container was Uchiha Madara. The activation of the infinite moon reading to recover the young woman Kagaya's chakra was the process of pulling reincarnation. But when Uchiha Madara opened the Samsara Eye, he was already in his twilight years, and he could only use Obito to let him resurrect himself. Just as Uchiha Madara planned Rin's death, Obito used Nagato and planned Yahiko's death for him. Obito is indeed not innocent, and Nagato is not innocent either. Naruto doesn't care about their lives, and he only wants to let dogs bite dogs by keeping Nagato. Even Obito would feel tricky when facing Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye and is on guard. He was not used to being blamed for everything, which was the face of a savior. If you take the Samsara Eye, you have to bear the consequences. Perhaps Obito will invade Konoha, or take away the people he cares about as a threat. He didn't want this to happen, so he took himself out. It was Jiraiya who blew up Nagato, this is a fact. Nagato's Samsara Eye is still on him, but the difference is that Nagato's attitude has changed. Yahiko's death is in doubt. As long as Nagato is not dead, he will definitely investigate. As for how Obito and Black Zetsu should deal with it, that is his own karma. In short, he is not innocent, this is what he deserves. Once Nagato is really in danger, Naruto will not sit idly by. Nagato is the sword in his hand, he hopes that Nagato will grow up and it would be better to create a stronger organization. The more trouble he creates for Obito, the happier he is. Naruto squeezed out Ashura's reincarnation wedge with the system and stripped the 9 tails from his body, just because he didn't want to be a savior. If you take all the troubles on yourself, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Leaving Nagato as a time bomb for Obito, Naruto picked up a wave of chakra black sticks left by Uchiha Madara and took away the hydrangea. Rain Village crossed mountains and seas, and several months passed. He buried Yahiko with Nagato and Konan and planted the seeds of the immortal flower. He also accompanied Jiraiya to several places and found out some things. Finally, the situation in the Rain Country was stabilized. The world still has not ushered in peace, and the Rain Country still has heavy rain all year round. But the difference is that the Rain Village will not usher in war again, and there are signs of peace. Nagato was a little resistant at first, but when Jiraiya said that a world of mutual understanding will surely come, Nagato soon felt relieved. Summer passed in a flash, winter snow is coming, hot springs in the land of hot springs. After running for more than half a year, the master and apprentice finally ushered in a short rest. After taking a bath, it also means that the two will be separated again. Naruto was ready to return to the village, and Jiraiya continued his journey to find the child of prophecy. The hot spring was filled with mist, and the two of them felt refreshed. The tiredness of half a year melted away in the hot spring water, and they felt a lot lighter. Naruto, you will be almost an adult after the new year. Jiraiya leaned against the hot spring pool with his bare chest, a white towel on his head, and a chopping board on the shore. Some food was neatly stacked on it, and there was a small wine pot. The light from the side of the hot spring extended forward a foot, just hitting most of Jiraiya's back. That's about right. Naruto leaned against the other side of the hot spring pool with his head tilted up, and the folded towel covered his eyes. He looked a lot stronger, but he looked thin, with his long arms and legs hanging in the water. He looked lazy, as if his bones were really soaked. Chapter 291. The boy is always passionate and has unlimited scenery, but the wind chimes make him panic. You are really— Jiraiya laughed dumbly, and took another sip from the wine flask. Sometimes I really can't see what you want. I don't know, people don't necessarily want the same thing, they want different things at different times. What do you want now? Lie down. Naruto relaxed his muscles in the water and took off the towel covering his eyes with one hand. Go home and lie down peacefully, rest for a month before making plans. After resting for a month, maybe there will be something else you want. This is something you would do. As for me— Jiraiya paused while drinking, I don't seem to know what I want either. Nagato's matter made me reflect on whether there is something wrong with the way of education. You and I have completely different ideas, but now I think it's not bad. If you can live a stable life, it will be a good ending. The lecherous immortal, you sigh all the time, that's really old. Naruto said with a smile, I'll go back to my village, you go your way to find your son of prophecy. He stretched out his hand to raise the towel, looking up at the misty wooden roof, his eyes bright as stars. The road is high, each has its own choice. You seek a peaceful world of mutual understanding, and I go home to stay with my friends, which is also a kind of scenery. Who can say what will happen in the future? No one's words count, only when you find it yourself and see it, that's the truth. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and smiled, thinking that this was something Naruto could say. The blazing sun has its own beauty, and the bright moon has its own character. Everyone has his own destiny, either born glorious or in the dust. Walking in the world, no one knows what the future will look like. People with glory may live on thin ice, or they may be extremely well fed. But people who have experienced hardships may not be unable to live out their own glory. Jiraiya has accepted disciples like Minato who are as gentle as jade and as blazing as the sun, and excellent disciples like Yahiko, the gentle Konan, and the introverted Nagato. He never defines the life of his disciples, but tries his best to teach his own ideas to them. It is natural for disciples to inherit the ideas of their masters. But after what happened to Nagato and Yahiko, he hesitated and was at a loss. After worrying about his thoughts for several months, he finally dared to talk about it casually with jokes. But Naruto's words made him understand that what he insisted on was not wrong. If the sun goes out, try every means to light the fire. If the mountains and rivers collapse and the world is destroyed, then dig a comfortable grave for yourself. There are always things worth running for, and there are always some lives worth not letting down. The scenery of the future is always on the road, and the enthusiasm of the young is open and unrestrained, and the scenery is unlimited. Individuals may be small, but always believe in hope. This is Jiraiya's ninja way. The so-called ninja refers to people who can endure. In any case, what is more important than superb ninjutsu is the perseverance of never giving up. Even in the face of setbacks, still move forward firmly and never break your oath. Naruto inherited his ninja way and had his own ideas. The future is unlimited, no matter how embarrassed, try your best to toss. Even if you are stuck in a mud pit, your heart is still a weed, and a little spark will burn the sky. Minato has a good son. Jiraiya seemed drunk, talking to himself in a low voice. Naruto, who was leaning on the side, actually heard it, but didn't take it to heart. The land of hot springs, the two parted ways. Jiraiya continued his journey, and Naruto was not in a hurry to go back. He went to the land of hot springs to play around, spending money everywhere to stock up. Then he went to the land of grass and had a lot of fun again. He didn't forget to replenish resources for the two guests in the sealed space. In addition to the personal freedom, it seems that they were not treated unfairly in prison. He had other uses for the hydrangea, and the two Yukatos were imprisoned to suppress the hidden cloud village. Later, they would have clashed with Kumagakura and Uegakura long ago, so keeping them would be very useful. When the new year was approaching, he finally returned to the Land of Fire and rushed to Tansho Street in one breath. He remembered that Teiwaya was still waiting for him, but he was not sure whether she had returned. The situation was urgent at the time, and it was really inconvenient to not have a communicator in these days. The most prosperous area of Tansho Street was crowded with people and the winter was bright. There were still too many people in the market during the day, and the crowds were bustling. There was a thin layer of ice outside the small building that belonged to him and Teiwaya, and snow hung on the protruding eaves. He tentatively looked from. He took out the key from the sealed space and opened the door. The moment he pushed the door, he saw the pair of slippers that belonged to him at the entrance. Bending over and gesturing, he found that they were too small to fit his feet. But there was no dust on the shoes. They were old but clean. Time was covered in dust in his memory. It turned out that 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. After the new year, he was an adult, and his original shoes were too small to fit. The old-fashioned TV screen in the living room was on, and there was no one on the sofa. The white noise of the TV echoed in the living room on the first floor. When he went up the stairs, he was almost startled by his loud footsteps. Originally, he remembered this staircase is not so noisy, and going up and down the stairs does not make so much noise. Every time you climb a step, the footsteps will give a warm response. In the empty house, the crisp footsteps seem harsh. The two adjacent rooms on the second floor are closed, one belongs to Teiwaya, and the other belongs to him. To be precise, he only lived there once, but it did leave traces. He stood in front of the two doors and subconsciously reached out to open Teiwaya's door. But when his hand touched the door handle, it retracted as if it was burned. Maybe she has gone out and hasn't come back yet. It's not polite to do this, he murmured. So he reached out and pushed open the door that belonged to him. The moment the light came on, the room gave him a strange yet familiar feeling. The bed and the floor were very clean, almost spotless. On the table were his used towels, toothbrushes, and clothes for changing, all in transparent boxes sealed up. At that moment, Naruto finally understood what the familiar feeling that flashed through him in this strange room was. Looking at the clothes in the box that were too small to wear, he couldn't help but reach out and touch them. He walked around the room and found a clean quilt. Pushing open the window, the dazzling sunlight poured in, and the wind chimes on the balcony tinkled. The wind chime was almost exactly the same as the one in his old house. Did he remember it after visiting it once, so he bought it? He casually pulled the wind chime slowly along the thin line, held it up and looked at it for a while, and the warm calmness he tried to maintain was instantly broken. A line of tiny words was engraved around the wind chime, Teiwaya and Naruto's wind chime. He let go of the wind chime and let it swing over and tinkle. Subconsciously lowering his head, he opened the transparent box and began to check the items inside, but there were no more words. As if he had thought of something, he left the room quickly, forgetting to close the door. He hurried downstairs, and the footsteps sounded like dense drum beats. He turned over the doll on the sofa, and a ribbon was tied on the back, with his and Teiwaya's names written on it. The pillow, TV, cup, and dense notes made him a little panicked. Why does this person believe everything he says? Chapter 292. So, are you still leaving? He sat on the sofa for a while, thinking about the wind chime, feeling a little depressed. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, and always felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, this uneasiness did not last too long, and the door was opened from the outside. The cold wind poured in, and Teiwaya was wrapped in a thick white cotton jacket, holding food in his hand. The lights were on at the entrance, and the shadow was cast on the half-open door. Perhaps it was still broad daylight, and she was stunned for a moment when she suddenly saw a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the dark light. She looked around and subconsciously hid the food in her hand. The entrance and the living room were at a 90-degree angle, and the situation in the living room could not be seen. Teiwaya stood there blankly for a while, then turned around and closed the door quietly. After quickly changing her shoes, she hid the food behind her and quietly walked into the living room. The moment Naruto heard the sound, he lay down on the sofa on the first floor and pretended to sleep while listening to TV. He didn't open his eyes until he felt a dark shadow pressing over him and the smell of barbecue filled the air. Taewia's long fiery red hair was scattered, and she leaned down as if looking at him. Her golden pupils were shining with a faint light, as if they would be cursed in the next second. She didn't react when she met Naruto's eyes. The two stared at each other for about 10 seconds, in an almost static atmosphere. Taewia reached out and touched Naruto's face, and then she showed a faint smile. With a rustle, a large bag of barbecue was taken out directly from behind her. Because she was too strong, a few drops of hot oil spilled on his face. "Naruto, ah. For you," she said. He wiped a few drops of oil off his face, put the food aside for the time being, pointed to the room on the second floor and asked. "When did you buy the wind chime?" 4 years ago, I bought it when I saw it looked like the one in your house." Taewia had nothing to hide, and stared at him for a few more times. "That day, how did you escape?" She should be referring to the time in the Hidden Rain village when Naruto asked her to escape quickly. Pain was indeed powerful, and Taewia naturally thought that he must have spent some effort to jump out. "Oh, you found a way to escape." He followed the topic and said, "After you escaped, did you go home directly?" This Taewia felt a little guilty. "You looked for me." He was about to say no, but swallowed the words when they reached his lips. No Time Will Come frowned and asked, "Why didn't you go home directly?" "Didn't I tell you to go home directly? I didn't think you would come to me." Taewia lowered her head and put her legs together. "Forget it." Naruto stood up and pulled her down, pressing her on the sofa. "Let's eat something first, the trouble in the Hidden Rain village has been solved." "Oh, did you escape smoothly?" She understood the solution as a smooth escape, and she didn't think that pain had been completely dealt with. Pain's pressure was indeed terrifying, and all the people they brought died there. Duayu had no doubt that if Naruto hadn't appeared at that time, she would probably not survive. She was very satisfied to survive smoothly. Although she didn't understand the meaning of life, it was better to be alive than to die. When she thought about being alone after death, she felt that it was better to be alive. It was quite interesting to join the Wandering Ninja organization to play around. She didn't understand many things, so she killed batches of people who wanted to harm her. Not really, the solution means that the gang has been beaten to pieces. Naruto made a gesture of wiping his neck, bit a bite of food, and said greasy. Anyway, the Hidden Rain village has changed a lot. Maybe a new group of people have changed. The situation is a bit complicated and it is hard to explain at the moment. It sounds great. Taewia nodded. She was actually very smart, but she knew that sometimes she didn't need to delve into a problem. Others told her that boys don't say it on the surface, but they also like to be praised. When a boy shares something with you, it is easy to win the other person's heart by praising him appropriately. "Indeed, I am still quite good," Naruto said with a smile. This is different from what she has learned, and she didn't know how to continue the topic for a while. After thinking carefully about the group of sisters, Taewia leaned against the wall outside the bathroom door, biting her lower lip and looking hesitant. She was embarrassed to tell Naruto the truth. After escaping from the Hidden Rain village, she did not go directly back to the Tansho street in the Land of Fire, but found a group of sisters in the Land of Hot Springs to consult about adolescent troubles. The sisters seemed very charming and seemed to be good people. When they knew that they were going to spend money to solve their doubts, they were all very enthusiastic and no one took her money. To capture a man's heart, you need to learn some skills. Skills are not important, what's important is I think my sister is just right. The enthusiastic discussion brought a warm breeze, and listening to the unscrupulous and explicit words, Taewia's mind was directly confused. She blushed for a while, and she couldn't remember much. The suggestions of Ying Ying and Yun Yan came in overwhelmingly. Even the female manager who was standing aside and preparing to urge them to work made an exception and stood aside, watching the excitement with a smile as if she was watching something strange. Among the rouge, someone suddenly said, "Look at her, she doesn't even know how to kiss, right?" Another person said frankly, "We don't seem to know either." The lively scene was completely chilled by a word, and the couple fell into silence. Their faces were numb for a moment, and no one spoke again. The bathroom door was opened with a click, and Taewia's thoughts were interrupted. "Why are you here?" Naruto was startled, his natural blonde hair was wet, and a white towel was hanging around his neck. I want to take a bath too." Taewia was panicked and didn't know what to say. "Why take a bath in broad daylight?" Naruto stared at her. "You want to catch up on sleep too? But didn't you just buy food? Didn't you sleep last night?" "Yeah, I didn't sleep." With that, Taewya trotted past him and entered the bathroom. In the steamy bathroom, Taewya held onto the bathtub and exhaled. She skillfully opened the bathtub to test the water temperature, and her heart warmed up a little bit. She couldn't remember how long it had been since her heart beat so fast. The lingering thoughts in her mind made her heart beat violently unconsciously. She entered the water with a splash, and huddled in the bathtub, thinking about a mess of things in her mind. Many things were hidden in her heart, and there was no answer. She didn't want to live here anymore. For the first time, she felt bored with this place. Let's make sure of some things, and then just leave here. In the room, Naruto almost fell asleep with his head down while hugging the quilt. He didn't hide anything in his heart. He had to put aside the biggest things. He ate when he should eat, drank when he should drink, and slept when he should sleep. So he slept very soundly, from day to midnight. It snowed heavily at night. Naruto opened his eyes vaguely and suddenly found that the bed was a little crowded. When this thought came into his mind, he suddenly felt absurd. What he lacked the least was money. When he bought the bed, he didn't choose a small bed. Turning around, he saw a person curled up beside him, who seemed to be sleeping. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto reached out and pulled open a corner of the quilt. Taewya? Well, it doesn't matter if they attack him during the day. He is an adult anyway, and he is not afraid of the gaze of the heavenly beast, not to mention that he is wearing clothes. He was about to pinch the quilt back, but Taewya opened her eyes hazily. The pale golden pupils seemed to have no focus, but still scared him. With a tremor in his hand, he pulled the quilt down a little. Taewya was lying on her side curled up in his direction, with large clumps of white greasy scattered in a shockingly smooth semicircular shape. Naruto thought to himself, fuck it, his hand trembled again, and he pulled the quilt several times but failed to pull it up. Instead, he touched the girl several times, and the scene was extremely embarrassing. That I didn't mean to do that. My hands were shaking. He explained. She looked at Naruto for a long time, and her eyes gradually became focused, as if she had woken up from a deep sleep. Staring at Naruto's face, she smiled. She gently rubbed it, and slowly moved forward, stretching her small body. She hugged him tightly through the only layer of clothes. In the darkness, only the moonlight on the windowsill was reflected brightly. There must be a thick layer of snow outside, so the temperature in the house is so low. The girl in his arms was hot, as if lava was about to boil. A faint light enveloped the big bed in the room, and Naruto was lying on the bed. The man gently hugged her back. After an unknown amount of time, the girl in his arms raised her head and struggled. She didn't care about the power of the rubbing, and lay on his shoulder. The milky white skin was smooth, and the collarbone was like jade. The pale golden pupils stared at him quietly, and soon lowered her head again, biting his shoulder lightly like a kitten. I'm so hungry. In the kitchen, Naruto skillfully made some simple food. Taewya was wrapped in a quilt and thrown on the sofa. For some reason, the two of them tacitly did not suggest wearing clothes. The sisters told her that clothes are sometimes armor and sometimes a burden. The lights in the living room were dim, and Naruto warmed the food in the pot. He turned and walked to the sofa, picked up Taewya and went to brush his teeth together, and didn't care about the quilt dragging on the ground. At 3:30 in the middle of the night, the whole town was quiet. Standing in the bathroom with the heater on, the two of them brushed their teeth in front of the mirror, one taller than the other, and their mouths were full of bubbles. After rinsing their mouths in a hurry, Naruto took Taewya back to the living room. After quickly swallowing the food, Naruto lay down on the sofa on the other side to rest. Taewya curled up in the sofa wrapped in a quilt, with only one light on above her head. In the dim light, the whole living room slowly became silent. She raised her head, and the weak light above her head flickered in her pupils. Most of the ceiling was still shrouded in darkness. The only light flickered, as if it would go out at any time. Taewya glanced at him, but didn't say anything. She ran to him in small steps wrapped in a quilt. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her a few times, and she was also observing Naruto's eyes. If Naruto frowned, she would wrap herself in a quilt and go upstairs to her room. Maybe he would leave again tomorrow, and then she would leave too. Anyway, no news would be left, and it didn't matter where to go. I didn't want to stay here. Fortunately, Naruto had no expression, just staring at her. He seemed to be asking, "What are you doing?" He was calm and leisurely, and looked fearless. She opened the quilt, pulled the corner of the quilt and pounced on him clumsily. The two hot bodies were not skilled in stacking on the sofa, with their hearts pressed together. With a snap, the life of the only lamp on the top finally came to an end, and it broke with a bang. The living room fell into darkness, and Naruto reached out and hugged Teiwaya from the back. The back was a little slippery, and the touch from the fingertips was soft like a ball of cotton. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm leaving." Teiwaya hesitated for a long time and said in a muffled voice. "Where to?" Hearing this, Teiwaya's mood suddenly became a little strange, and she fell down uncontrollably. Why didn't he seem to be nervous at all, and didn't care at all? She hoped that Naruto would ask her a few more questions, even if he asked her angrily. Anyway, things that have been decided cannot be changed. But when she leaves, at least she will feel better. "I don't know anyway, I don't want to stay here anymore." Duayu said, "The TV in the living room has broken down several times in the past few years. I bought 3, which are so expensive. There are 2 broken ones in the utility room. I can't fix them. I want to save some money by waiting for you to come back and fix them. But now they may not be able to be fixed. Even if they are fixed, I don't know which one to watch. Although I don't watch it normally, I just turn it on all day long. I asked them, and they said it can't be turned on all day long, it's easy to break and can't be fixed. I put one in the bathroom, it broke when it got a little water, and then I put it away again." She talked a lot, counting everything like the back of her hand. There are traces of her life in every corner of this house, a lonely little one. "I don't want it anymore, all 4 TVs are given to you, and I'll take some money." Duayu whispered, as if she had already planned it. "How much money did you make?" 80 million taels. She answered, "Originally it was more than that, but I spent it carelessly. I'll leave you 40 million taels, and then I'll keep 40 million taels. Did you calculate it so clearly? Have you thought about it long ago?" He asked with a smile. "Well, I don't want to stay here anymore." She repeated again, her voice full of determination, "Wait, I'll give you the money back." As she spoke, Duayu was struggling to get up. But her hand was pulled back, and the whole person was wrapped back up as soon as she got up. "I want all 80 million taels." "No." She cried a little, "That's my money." "Are you still leaving?" "Go." She repeated. "I like you." "Then I won't leave," she said in a panic. Chapter 293 I have traveled thousands of miles, and the scenery is you, so I like it very much. The light in the living room was dim, and there was a rustling sound outside the window, and it soon became quiet again. "I won't leave. Can I stay here?" 2 bodies were lying on the sofa, hugging each other. The girl was as delicate as a pink lotus in the rain, with hot dewdrops on her tip. She cursed herself in her heart, as she had already decided on it. She looked at him with a pleading look, tears were about to fall. The 5 Otanin died, leaving only her. Orochimaru also died. She had no home by then. She didn't like staying in Tansho Street either. She wanted to go somewhere bigger. She also knew that Naruto was not a good person. He had been lying to her since they met, and he lied again and again. But she didn't want to stay in Tansho Street. Anyway, he had already decided to leave. However, when he heard the word like, his defense line collapsed instantly. Hearing this, Naruto didn't seem to be as happy as he expected. It was good for the girl to be obedient. No one didn't like the girl's private property, but he didn't expect that Teiwaya would really compromise so quickly. After all, he didn't seem to do anything special for Teiwaya all the time. Like was just a casual remark. At the beginning, he just wanted to leave a way out for himself. After all, Tsunade had just come to power at that time, and he was not sure if he could continue to stay in Konoha. It happened that Teiwaya had nowhere to go at that time, and she didn't understand many things. So he played the emotional card and tricked Teiwaya into living in Tansho Street. Over the years, he didn't come back to maintain it. It was mainly related to Teiwaya's frequent outings, probably doing black market ninja tasks for the gold exchange in private. Over time, he himself couldn't tell whether he liked it or possessed it. But it didn't matter. He didn't think about those boring philosophical questions at all. After all, ninjas are different from ordinary people. Few of them can successfully reach the shore and die of old age. The values of ordinary people are not applicable to ninjas who lick blood on the tip of a knife. And pure love, no explanation is needed. The only thing he cares about is Teiwaya's mood. He never thought that Taewia would compromise with him and beg him so humbly. He was not so happy, but a little distressed. Are you really not leaving? Taewia's face was a little tangled, and he gritted his teeth and said. I want to leave, but you said you like me. I think I should not leave. Although it's a bit boring here, I can stay. You believe everything I say? Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Naruto held her shoulders, pushed her a little distance away, and asked half jokingly and half seriously. I'm afraid, I don't know myself. Taewia opened her mouth and wanted to say something else, but when she looked down and saw her body's unreserved clean appearance, she didn't want to say it anymore. I just don't understand a lot of things, but I'm not stupid. I know you lied to me, just don't bully me. Naruto pulled her over and hugged her, his hands wandering over her hot skin. Looking at her sullen red face, it was as if she had swallowed a mouthful of boiling hot soup and it was burning. He gently drew lines back and forth on Taewia's back, his eyes were a little wandering, as if thinking about something. Taehu didn't say anything either, trying to be patient, quietly waiting for him to reply. She was a little uneasy, her heart pounding in this dark environment. There was a hint of sourness in her mouth, and her slender body was a little tense. Various emotions slowly rose from the bottom of her heart, and it seemed that a lot of grievances were piled up in her stomach. When I was in Konoha before, I was just curious at first when I performed an undercover mission for the first time. After all, I didn't experience the life of a normal person, and I became a wandering orphan in the village after being undercover for a few days. Suddenly, a wild yellow-haired nine-tailed Jinchuriki appeared in front of me. At that time, Lord Orochimaru's plan did not include the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. In her and the rest of the sound ninja, the yellow-haired guy was just a free sucker. After a few contacts, I don't know when the feeling changed again. After many twists and turns, many things happened later, and I don't know how many seasons it has been. It's all my fault that I shouldn't have lied to him at the beginning. Later, I was deceived by him and finally returned here. However, Naruto's tricks to deceive Taewia were not very clever, and some of them were just made-up nonsense. He never spent time to deceive, but the effect was good. You have been here for 6 years, there is no need to shrink here. He said carefully. The temperature in the living room slowly dropped, and it was the lowest time of the day. He tightened the quilt covering the two of them and moved his hand down. Taewia froze, blinked quickly, and bit his lower lip. Actually, I didn't stay for 6 years. I usually was out on missions. Really? Then you shouldn't stay here. Naruto remained calm, his other hand around her waist, and the two of them clung to each other on the sofa. This place is not attractive to you, and you probably don't like staying in the peaceful land of fire. Where do you prefer to be active? Tell the truth, I'm just asking casually. Taewia's mind was a little confused at the moment, and she didn't have the energy to think even if she wanted to lie. Just understanding what Naruto said was difficult enough. She could only answer in detail, small country things tasks more interesting, more free. Then I still don't want to stay here. No. Taewia felt like she was going crazy, her whole body softened, she hugged Naruto tightly, and said in his ear, if you want, I'll be here. There was silence inside and outside the window, leaving only the slight mechanical ticking of the pendulum. The hot breath sprayed in her ears, she seemed particularly tired, even her voice was a little hoarse. Do you want me to stay here? I don't know for the time being. He pulled out his hand and fiddled with the pendulum in his arms casually. It's too sudden. I have to think about it. I've been staying here for the past few days. Hearing this, Taewia blushed, buried her head in his arms again, and hummed softly. The slender fingers were completely dry, and she grabbed Taewia's hand and interlocked them skillfully. Give me some time. He said. Okay. Taewia hugged him tightly. Heavy snow fell on Tansho Street, and the New Year festival was spent in a lively atmosphere. Unlike the fully armed Konoha, the festive atmosphere on Tansho Street was heavier. Perhaps because this is a market town, the business is prosperous, and there are hungry businessmen everywhere. Men and women from the surrounding villages came in with their wallets full. Even with light snow in the sky, the crowds were still one after another. There were long queues in front of various food stores and stalls, and the scene was unprecedentedly prosperous. Naruto and Taewia were trapped in the crowd, unable to move forward or backward. The two were wrapped in thick scarves and hats, with only their eyes showing as they smiled at each other. He had not originally planned to go back to Konoha for the new year, as the festive atmosphere there was not strong. His friends all had things to do, not to mention that they were all adults, so they must have more things to do. It was definitely impossible for the second generation to be as carefree as before, and the only one who had plenty of time to remember his original intention was Naruto, the yellow-haired man. Naruto also knew that if he went back before the New Year festival, there was a high probability that his home would not be too deserted. But it was not lively, and Ino might have to squeeze out a little time to sit for a while in her busy schedule. And he didn't want to bother them at the special time of the New Year festival. With his personality, he would definitely not be able to stay idle, and they didn't have time either, and then they would inevitably feel guilty again. After thinking about it, he simply stayed in Tansho Street to celebrate the New Year, and everyone would feel at ease. Besides, he didn't care about the New Year festival. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary festival. Just like before he traveled through time, all festivals on Blue Star except the New Year were canon festivals. Even Qingming Festival can be a gun-cleaning day for the dam lovers. Fortunately, he is an honest man. In this world, all holidays are treated equally. Even their birthdays, he would pay attention to Ino's birthday at first. Later, he found that she was also very busy on her birthday, so he simply gave her a more expensive gift every year. The same is true for Hinata's birthday, he never attended. Dam nobles, their daughter's birthday is almost like a cocktail party. A group of old men are there bragging and drinking, or doing some interest exchanges. Sakura's birthday is much simpler, but it is basically a family dinner, so it is basically perfunctory with gifts. Although he is not short of money, there are also some rules for giving gifts. The gifts he gives are just right and what they want, and they can't refuse them. But he won't give some gifts that are beyond their spending power and make them feel pressured. In comparison, gifts between boys are much simpler. Give whenever you want, except cheap and expensive ones. Anyway, those second generations are not short of money. If you give too much, he will really treat you as his godfather for a long time. But it was just a joke, no one took it seriously. They knew that Naruto had money even though he didn't take the mission, so they were relieved and didn't have to go around to help him. This was also one of Naruto's goals. Although wealth should not be exposed, it is unnecessary to have too much money. Besides, he just didn't want people to worry about his financial situation to avoid making a mistake. Fortunately, Taewia never thought about such problems. She always had a smile on her face these 2 days. She was smiling when she changed her shoes at the entrance when she went out, and she was smiling when she came back. Snow fell heavily on Tansho Street. He patted the snowflakes on Taewia's shoulders and asked helplessly. What's so funny? Since that day, he didn't do anything further, and stopped at that step every night. It was like a little secret between the two of them. Taewia seemed silly and happy. It's not that he has any quirks, but he just habitually thinks about filling her heart before filling her body. The 6 years of missing had deceived her several times, which was retribution. Some words were too far away to be remembered clearly, but after all, some fragmented memories were remembered. Those emotions that had been trapped in the memories for a long time and could not be released were gradually poured into the heart of the silly girl in front of her. It was like the light that stretched across the horizon at this moment, soaking her heart little by little. For the first time, she had a concrete feeling of beauty in her heart, an indescribable joy. She went to many places in the 6 years, including the mist of the land of water, the huge waterfall of the land of grass, the vast geothermal hot springs of the land of hot springs, and the endless sand sea of the land of wind. But the thousands of miles of scenery she had walked through were all eclipsed at this moment. I don't know, I just feel very happy. Taewia turned around and smiled, her long red hair fluttering in the cold wind. I like you too. Chapter 294. The rain hasn't stopped, someone will definitely love you. Well, I know. Naruto stretched out his hand and pinched her face. It's nothing great to like someone, no need to shout so loudly. I didn't shout. She was a little lacking in confidence. But she wanted to refute weakly, she couldn't hide her love, even if she could hold back from saying it, her eyes couldn't lie. She could feel the love in Naruto's eyes, so she was very happy these days. As for the rest, she didn't think so much, just being able to stay together all day was good enough. Although that man was a liar, she was willing to be deceived by him. Yes, for her, everything in front of her is good enough. She has eaten a lot of delicious food, seen many people and things, traveled thousands of miles, and has someone she likes. If she is more extravagant, she hopes to be deceived for a lifetime. Naruto didn't think so far ahead. The mission of the Hidden Rain Village was over, but the troubles of the Akatsuki organization had not been solved. But he didn't pay attention to it, and had an attitude of waiting and watching the development of the situation. It doesn't matter, someone will take action. I'll give you a good thing. At a certain moment, he suddenly said to the girl in his arms while sitting on the sofa, I think you should be useful to you. What? The chakra stick left by Uchiha Madara, the person who is as famous as Hashirama Senju. Naruto casually pulled out a black iron stick from the sealed space. What stick? I don't know, but it's very useful for stabbing people. Basically, even a god will find it difficult to stand after being stabbed. Naruto picked up a lot of garbage from Nagato, and generously pulled out 4 sticks and gave them to Teiwa. You should be able to use it. After all, it is something used by people of that level. Think about it. The means of combat must be updated, and you must keep a hand occasionally, otherwise it will be unsafe to travel outside. He wanted to say traveling around the world, but he was afraid that Teiwa would not understand, so he simply swallowed it back. 4 chakra iron rods are just right, and they can be replaced if they are broken. Teiwa has always used the flute as a weapon, and her means are a bit single. Unless she is in a dangerous state, she basically will not open the curse seal. With this chakra iron rod, she can at least fight 2 jonin. It is about 0.8 Kakashi, barely bursting a combat power, and a little more is probably 1 Kakashi. Okay. Teiwa responded dully, knowing that he was doing it for her own good, so she kissed him boldly, and then she was turned back and pressed into the sofa. The curtains were drawn, and the dim light of the TV could only illuminate a corner of the living room. Teiwa felt that her heart was pulled by a string, floating up and down, ebb and flow. She weakly put her arms around Naruto's neck and asked. Can I ask you a question? Naruto put his hand on her, wiped it casually on her waist, shook his hand and it was dry. He looked thin, and his body was tight and strong. He looked serious and skilled, with an inexplicable sense of taboo. Tell me. Do you have someone else you like? Yes. He did not hide it, and was frank. What's wrong? Nothing, I just want to know. Teiwa slowly climbed up on him, leaned on his shoulders, and whispered warmly in his ear. I didn't think about it before, but in the future, I hope that even if I'm gone, someone will love you. The living room was quiet, and Naruto's heart paused, as if many people had said this. He didn't have an answer in his heart, and felt a little stuffy in his throat, and wanted to drink water. He tilted his head, and his eyes didn't find a cup of water in the dim living room. Tansho Street was lively and small, and his restless heart sank here, and he got a little comfort. Not long after the New Year festival, Naruto left. Back in the village, the first thing he did was to find Tsunade to report. In the office on the top floor of the Hokage building. Tsunade was lying in the corner in a semi-retired and lazy manner. Kakashi, who had not been seen for a long time, was sitting in the position of Hokage and was busy with his afterimage, which surprised Naruto's mouth and made an O shape. Teacher Kakashi, when did you become the 6th generation? Does Danzo have any objection? It's just an internship in handling official documents. Kakashi's voice was a little tired, and it was obvious that he was working overtime. He saw that Naruto was busy and pointed to the corner and said. The 5th generation Hokage is there, I am only responsible for official documents. Oh, Teacher Kakashi, no, the 6th generation, just got it. Naruto made a cheering gesture and ran away quickly. Kakashi looked confused and thought to himself, cheering for the hammer, do you think I am volunteering? It was all because Konoha fought too hard in the Third Ninja World War, fighting several big countries in a row, and finally Konoha was completely wiped out. Those genius ninjas died or defected one by one, and there were not many Jonin who survived the battlefield and are still active in Konoha. As for him being targeted by the association and being trained as the future 6th generation, it can only be said that it was all thanks to the support of his peers. With a sigh, for a moment, Kakashi really regretted not dying on the battlefield. If he could have died before Rin, he probably wouldn't have to live like this now. Well, I really want to stop the work in my hands and read a few chapters of Intimate Paradise. By the way, hasn't Jiraiya-sama released a sequel yet? It was clearly said that it would be released after the new year. Forget it, let's go to the bookstore after get off work. The future 6th generation has no worries, and my thoughts have begun to drift away. It's been a long time since I saw Tsunade. Naruto didn't call anyone, but honestly poured her a cup of tea to test her mood. Tsunade was obviously in a good mood, touching a comic book and having fun. "You are so old, what kind of comics are you reading? Oh, shit, the content is a bit..." He glanced at it and quickly retracted his gaze, fearing that Tsunade would find out that he had acquired her little habit. After pouring the tea, he coughed again. Tsunade noticed it, and calmly pulled out the comic book behind the comic book and shook it into her arms. "When did you come back?" She also coughed and asked. "Just now." Naruto came to tell Tsunade about the news of the Akatsuki organization, and Jiraiya probably also sent back news, but it would not be too detailed. After all, Jiraiya likes to be simple and direct, and will not make a big fuss about intelligence. This shows that cumbersome intelligence is not suitable for fast and safe transmission. "Have you received the information about the lecherous immortal? I did the mission of the Hidden Rain village with him, and I want to make a detailed supplement." He said straight to the point. "Well, I received it, but you have to wait a while." Tsunade threw the comic on the table, and then naturally reached into her arms to take out the hidden 18+ comic and threw it into the drawer beside her. "Go to Shizune and tell her that she will be responsible for recording." She stood up and said. "Okay." The information supplement was recorded for a while, and the process was very similar to recording a confession. He said almost all the details that could be thought of. Nagato's betrayal changed the trajectory of some things, but the world is still spinning and will never stop because of these trivial things. Uchiha Sasuke is still walking more and more steadily on the road of hunting his brother, and has summoned the Eagle Squad in the southern and northern bases. In the mileage plan, a plan to kill was added. It was the man who set fire everywhere under his name, and his hunting index was second only to Uchiha Itachi, who killed the entire clan 1 against 7. Obito and Black Zetsu were having a headache about how to recover the Samsara Eye. Nagato's sudden betrayal caught them off guard, but with their personalities in the Akatsuki organization, they couldn't gather the scattered members of the organization. Danzo was getting more and more impatient, and tried to break out of the ground. Chapter 295. You don't want Ino to know, do you? The 3 disciples that Jiraiya took in the Rain Country didn't die. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, looking a little headache. "That kid was originally the most silent, but I didn't expect that he actually had an eye as dangerous as the Samsara Eye. He also founded the Akatsuki organization and was able to organize S-level rebel ninjas. The lecherous sage is good at judging people." Naruto said with a smile. "He can get the Samsara Eye from any disciple he accepts, but that thing shouldn't appear on an orphan. I know it even if you don't say it. The problem is that Jiraiya said that this thing seems to have something to do with Uchiha Madara, which is the real headache." Tsunade put away the pen cap, snapped it shut, and opened it with a snap. Her thoughts were wandering, and her hands repeated an action unconsciously. After a moment, she looked up and asked. "What do you think?" "No idea." He told the truth, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Besides, the Samsara Eye is still on someone else. Do I have to dig out Nagato's Samsara Eye for Tsunade-sama?" A pack of tissues was thrown over, but it missed and passed over Naruto's head. "Stop being so slick." "Oh. I don't think it's necessary to care. The lecherous sage will handle it himself." Naruto stepped on the ground with his long legs, and pulled them up restrainedly, and said carefully. "Nagato's affairs are closely related to the whole body. Who knows if Uchiha Madara is still alive? Besides, Konoha is currently in a state of panic." Tsunade could see that the boy must know some inside information but was unwilling to tell it. He gave some half-truthful opinions, which were still of some reference value. Uchiha Madara, if that kind of giant in the ninja world hadn't died yet, the matter would not be a simple and difficult one. Seeing that Tsunade was still frowning and thinking, Naruto didn't get impatient, and leaned back on the chair. He didn't want to get involved, and Konoha would have its own strategy to deal with it. What his opinion was actually not important. Moreover, Tsunade's words didn't count. Tsunade is so anxious to train Kakashi as the successor, most likely because she wants to die together with the old guys in the upper echelons and step down at the same time. Most likely her main target is still Danzo. The 5th generation clears the obstacles for the 6th generation to rule, which is also a kind of inheritance of the will of fire. Apart from anything else, Tsunade is worthy of being the Senju princess. She is ruthless, scheming, and tolerant. In the past few years, she has marginalized the root and promoted Kakashi. But these have little to do with him, and Naruto has never thought of intervening in everything to make him look awesome. There are always people outside people, and there are mountains outside mountains. He can't be better than everyone in all aspects. When it comes to calculating people, Tsunade is still good at managing the largest ninja village in the ninja world. The conversation lasted until late at night, and the three of them were so sleepy that they broke up halfway through the conversation. Save your life, there will be next time to talk, and there is only one life. Shizune and Tsunade are going to wash up and spend the night in the Hokage building. Naruto yawned and slipped away, stepping on the moonlight at the end of the new year and returning to his long-lost home in the cold wind. He took a quick shower and completely forgot that there was a nine-tailed fox at home. Anyway, the nine-tailed fox didn't need to pee, and he would lie on the sofa and balcony drinking all day. Even if it snowed in winter, it couldn't freeze that turtle to death. The tailed beasts are just tough. Until he walked out of the bathroom with wet blonde hair, while drying his hair and looking for a hair dryer. Suddenly, a pair of fat paws handed the hair dryer to him. Here. The nine-tailed fox had a flattering smile on his face. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had seen a ghost, and he could actually see a flattering expression on the face of a dog. To be honest, the nine-tailed fox smiled quite obscenely. "Oh, what's the matter?" He took the hair dryer and asked casually. The nine-tailed fox was not so kind at all. He would not pay attention to Naruto at all. He was the ultimate snob among the tailed beasts. This time, he was so considerate and took the initiative to hand over the hair dryer. There must be a purpose. That whine. Kyuubi rubbed his paws. "We agreed last time. I've thought about it and it's okay." "What did we agree on?" Naruto was a little confused. He pressed the button of the hair dryer, and the humming sound broke the silence of the bright living room in the middle of the night. He didn't mean it. It's been too long and he really forgot. "How could you forget? Where's my wine?" Kyuubi was immediately anxious and reached out to touch Naruto. "Take it away, what are you touching?" He reached out and slapped Kyuubi's paw away. At this time, he also remembered the cause and effect of fishing Kyuubi before. At that time, the Rain Country mission had not yet started. Naruto found Hinata and got a bottle of Hyaga's privately brewed wine. He made up a pretext of ancestor worship in front of Kyuubi and fished Kyuubi as a sandbag. But Kyuubi was not a fool. When he was frantically trying to pull, Jiraiya suddenly sent news again. At that time, he left in a hurry and completely forgot about the nine-tail. But now the problem has been solved, and the wine used for fishing has been given to Tsunade, and the nine-tail is completely useless. We agreed. Who made you hesitate? Naruto didn't indulge it. The special wine of the Hyuga clan was not something it could easily drink if it wanted to. Now that he gave it face, it would be even more difficult to control in the future. The nine-tail was unhappy, but he couldn't beat him, so he had to give up. He didn't dare to say much. After all, Naruto was still its nominal owner. Naruto dried his hair, and his body was hit by fatigue. He didn't have time to care about the nine-tail and fell asleep directly. The next day, the knocks on the door came one after another, and Naruto thought it was an auditory hallucination at first. After all, he just returned to the village yesterday and went straight to the Hokage building without going anywhere. It was also a special day just after the New Year festival. Almost all the people he knew were busy, so who would have the leisure to knock on his door early in the morning? Bang, 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 there was another knock on the door, the sound was clearer. This time he was sure it was not hallucination, and reluctantly opened his eyes, with bloodshot eyes. He stared at the ceiling to regain his consciousness, and reluctantly stood up and walked out of the room, standing at the entrance. "Stop knocking! Who is it?" Naruto quickly opened the door with a bang. The door opening syndrome was cured by time, and he was almost done with Uchiha Itachi. On a spring day, the pink-haired girl wrapped in a slim-down jacket looked at him with a smile. Kuro Sakura knew how to dress up, and the whole person looked light and agile. When she stared at him, her eyes were like melted maltose that could be pulled out of threads. "Why are you here? Can't I come to see you? How do you know I'm back to the village?" Naruto asked puzzledly. Tsunade and Shizune were with him all yesterday and they broke up late at night. "Oh, that's because I live next door to you," Sakura said with a smile on her back. The faint fragrance on her body swept into the cold wind, lightly blowing. "So you live next door, hui?" Naruto opened his eyes, no longer sleepy. "What did you say?" "I bought the second floor of the building next to you." Sakura's face was full of a clear smile, the kind of smile that can only be seen in spring. So, Naruto-kun, we are neighbors now. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes curved like a pure crescent. The balcony is also facing each other, and it is illegal to attack at night. Are you crazy? Naruto almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The floor next door is not worth much, you will lose a lot if you buy it, you. What's wrong with you, Haruno Sakura? Spend so much money to buy a broken house. I think it's worthwhile, and besides, didn't I say it a long time ago? Sakura said with a smile, not caring about Naruto's rebuke. Who would take that seriously? Damn it. He felt a little depressed for a moment, and couldn't understand what this person's brain circuit was, spending so much money to buy a floor of a house with a bad location. But he soon reacted, she lost money, what does it have to do with him? Is there anything? If nothing, I'm going to sleep. Naruto grabbed the door with one hand and glanced at her with a little boredom. If you have something, tell me quickly, I'm going to sleep too. So shy, are you implying that I can only enter the door unless I sleep with you? Sakura made an outrageous interpretation and squeezed into the door like a fish. Naruto was a little helpless, took a look at the cold wind outside the corridor, and could only close the door first. After being tossed by her like that, he didn't have much sleep left. He simply went into the bathroom and started to wash up, ready to go back to bed to find the feeling of sleeping. After washing up, he saw breakfast on the dining table with some surprise. He couldn't help but look at Sakura. Sakura was still smiling, but the difference was that her hands were placed in front. It turned out that she had her hands behind her back just now because she hid her breakfast behind her. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't act pretentiously. He sat down at the dining table and prepared to enjoy his breakfast. Sakura ran to his side again, leaned over quickly and blew hot air into his ear. Welcome back, master. This made Naruto's hair stand up, and he took a breath and turned his head to look at her. You. Don't you like it? She asked, and took out a book of intimacy from her arms, opened it and murmured to herself, this is what the book says. Do you want to call me daddy? Naruto ignored her and lowered his head to eat breakfast in big mouthfuls. He thought to himself that you are not dressed right, and it is useless to shout anything. After breakfast, you can catch up on sleep after she leaves. He finished his breakfast. Sakura had no intention of leaving. She lay on the table, looking at him tenderly. He scratched his face, and Sakura got up and made him a pot of tea. What do you want? He asked. Send breakfast. She said, holding her face. The two of them were separated by a breakfast table. Well, you should have seen it, I'm done. Naruto pointed to the empty breakfast box on the table, and the white mist of the freshly brewed tea was curling. I saw it, but it would be strange to leave at this time. After all, I'm the first one to see you. Awesome, right? She said. What's strange? Naruto reached out to grab the hot tea on the table, and suddenly heard Sakura speak. It's like I've spent the night with you. You don't want Ino to know, right? He stopped his outstretched hand and looked up. Chapter 296. So, in the golden dusk, it's normal to skip work for you. He felt that he should have stayed up late and didn't sleep well, and now he has auditory hallucinations. Or is he dreaming? He didn't wake up at all. He has always been the only one who coerced others, how could he have been threatened by others? What is the tail le speech? If you know, then you know. It doesn't matter. Naruto spread his hands, as long as you are happy, you can say whatever you want. Foul, the usual scumbag speech, too skilled. Sakura made a big X with her hand in front of her, but her expression was still happy. But soon, she changed her tone and said. It doesn't matter, I won't destroy your relationship with Ino, even if it's Hinata. I just want the third place, I don't need the complete Naruto-kun. Why? Naruto picked up the teacup and blew it, a little absent-minded. Fortunately, Sakura didn't think about anything else after all, and smiled, because I only have one half, so I only need to have one half of you. He didn't mention Temari or Teiwa. What the first place, no one took it seriously. In this kind of thing, whoever takes it seriously will lose, and he didn't think about it in the future. In Konoha, he is alone and has nothing to worry about. He doesn't need to worry about so many things when he is an adult. Of course, he has a bottom line. Sakura is very confident in what she says, but she will shrink back immediately when she really gets serious. So, it's better to just listen to some words. Then third place, can you stay in the living room quietly for a while? I want to go back to my room to catch up on some sleep. He stood up and pulled out a chair and said. Okay. Sakura smiled very well. Remember to cook lunch at noon, thank you. He turned around and went back to his room to sleep. I slept until noon, and when I got up, I found that there was another person beside my pillow. Looking at Sakura, who was neatly dressed in the quilt, a helpless look flashed across his face. Is she really asleep? Forget it, I won't call her. He got up and walked out of the door, and Sakura woke up and chased him out quickly. Why didn't you react? What reaction do you want? Naruto rolled his eyes. You were sleeping there with your whole body covered tightly. I was really afraid that you would die peacefully while sleeping. Have you made enough trouble? If you have nothing to do, return the house. It's not worth it. I didn't buy it. Sakura thought for a while and said, that is an ownerless building. It's gloomy. I actually saw you in the Hokage building yesterday, so I knew you were back. That's good. He said. Do you want to cook? She had already skillfully taken out the apron and put it on, looking at Naruto innocently. Forget it, let's go out to eat. He waved his hand, I'm too lazy to cook, I'll treat you. Okay. Sakura didn't have any objections. Naruto hadn't been home for too long, and there was no food in the refrigerator. She just put on the apron on purpose to show him, and the tight sweater outlined her beautiful figure. What should we eat? I remember there's a delicious restaurant near the hospital. She walked towards Naruto, but suddenly stopped when they passed by. How could you have another woman's? Before she finished her words, Naruto pulled her over and pressed her on the sofa. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face, staring at her with dead eyes. Don't lie to me anymore, aren't you bored? I'm worried, aren't I? She muttered, her face flushed, and turned her head away. Let me go first, and go eat something. Naruto let her go, but didn't take advantage of her. The two wandered around the streets of Konoha and found a store to have lunch. After lunch, Sakura didn't stay any longer. In fact, she ran out to take some time out of her busy schedule. After a few days, he finally rested enough, and the fatigue on his body was swept away. He asked around and found the intelligence department where Ino worked and said hello. Her father later transferred her back to the intelligence department, but did not allow her to mention the communicator again. In the final analysis, the old guys in Konoha did not trust the emerging communicator. Yamanaka Inoichi did not want Ino to be targeted by the old guys too early, at least until they stepped down. So, Ino has been working step by step since she was transferred back to the intelligence department. Knowing that the reform of the communicator would bring trouble to her father, she simply did not mention it. But she was still researching it privately, and the technology had been innovated to 5.0. She remembered what Naruto said, if the road ahead is blocked, then find a way to take off. People cannot be trapped by the road, it doesn't matter how high you can fly, I will accompany you. Ino feels that if you like someone, it must be clear, not just a feeling. It is visible and tangible, and can give hope immediately when frustrated. He and she have been testing the communicator secretly, hiding it from everyone. That day, after Naruto said that, Ino almost had the urge to marry him. But she quickly came to her senses, and the communicator was not yet made. When did you come back? Ino seemed very happy, with a smile on her face. Yesterday. He lied without changing his expression, and his eyes swept around, and found that many eyes were on the two of them. While thinking that Ino was very popular, he openly pulled her aside. While thinking silently about how to cut off the thoughts of those animals, he asked without thinking. Why are you all looking here? What? Ino was obviously used to it a long time ago. She felt the sight behind her when she turned slightly to the side. After a moment of stunned, she said, don't care about that kind of thing. Oh. He dragged out the tone. Ino blushed and hit him directly. She turned her head and looked behind her. After hesitating for a moment, she tiptoed to his ear and whispered. Sit there for a while and wait for me to get off work. I have encountered some difficulties with the communicator, and I want to discuss some details with you. Okay. Naruto agreed, and he wanted to laugh in his heart. He knows nothing about technology, and he knows nothing about communicators. Ino was just making an excuse, although only the two of them knew about the communicator. After saying that, Ino ran back to her post. Naruto did not wait here, but went out to buy a drink and came back. Outside the corridor was a golden dusk, as if the golden sunset was falling in large pieces. A slightly cold wind blew in, and Naruto sat aside and waited silently. About half an hour later, although it was not time to get off work, Ino ran out alone. Seeing Naruto wanted to call her from a distance, she was so scared that she waved her hand to signal him not to make a sound. "Oh, sneaking out, skipping work is shameful. Don't shout." Ino walked up to him, reached into his warm cotton jacket and twisted it. "Do you want me to be discovered? What are you doing? Go away." Chapter 297 Hiding Emotions Secretly, but forgetting that eyes can speak. Someone in the intelligence department found that Ino was secretly skipping work, but they were not surprised. After all, they often do this. In fact, as long as you are not caught, it is not a big deal. At most, you will be scolded, and even your salary will not be deducted. The main reason is that the talents in the intelligence department are too rare, so there are some invisible special treatments. If others do this, it is not strange, but it is rare for the flower of the intelligence department, who has always been popular and abides by the rules, to do this. Someone noticed that Ino skipped work today and left with a young man in an intimate manner. Who is that person? The intelligence department has a batch of newcomers, and they are not very old. The rumors about the fox demon ended 6 years ago with Tsunade's intervention. In recent years, Naruto has been doing field missions. He usually stays at home or does missions outside for a year or two. The village has changed a lot, with new people replacing old ones, so not everyone knows him. Some newcomers don't know the dirty things of the top leaders at all, and the depth of their information circle is limited to the old seniors who work with them. He has a big background, it's normal that you don't know him. A young man in his early 20s, holding a thermos cup, leaning against the edge of the desk, recalled in the tone of a senior. "Which big family is he?" The newcomer muttered and complained. "If you really think so, then you are wrong." The young man opened his mouth and wanted to brag a little, but suddenly remembered that they had kidnapped the princess of the intelligence department, so why was he pretending to be a cold rice fork here? Thinking of this, he suddenly seemed to have entered the sage mode, and waved his hand without desire or interest. "Anyway, just don't provoke her." The 20-year-old senior sighed, shook his head and walked away sadly while holding the thermos cup. As for which Sabi really provoked Naruto, he didn't care. Anyway, it wouldn't cause any big trouble. There are people who have pursued Ino in these years, but those second generations grew up together. What can they use to pursue? A group of idiots thought that Ino was usually kind to everyone, so they just went for it. But they didn't think that she was the beloved daughter of the head of the Yamanaka clan, Hiki, and a princess of the Yamanaka clan. She treats people with enthusiasm, not with low vision. Every New Year's festival, who doesn't know that the second generation Ino Shikajo can completely hold the scene alone? Also, although there are ninjas graduating from the ninja school every year, the most outstanding class in recent years is undoubtedly that group of second generation ninjas, and they have even been ninjas for several years. At this time, Naruto didn't know that he was being talked about. He was walking with Ino on the street, chatting casually, and wandered to Konoha Street. In the golden dusk, the street looked deserted. "Do they know you're back?" Ino glanced at him. "They?" Naruto looked casually at the shops on both sides of the street, his long legs moving regularly, at a moderate speed, just pulling Ino forward half a step. "Shikamaru, Koji, and Hinata." Hearing this, he realized that something was wrong. He had just chatted so much casually, but it turned out to be just a prelude. The cold wind in early spring was so strong that the entire golden dusk seemed to be frozen. After saying that sentence by accident, Ino also felt a little regretful, and she said it carelessly. At that moment, her senses became sensitive, and her heart was beating like a drum. The sounds around were infinitely amplified, and the rustling footsteps sounded lightly. "Shikamaru," he said calmly, "of course I will find you first when I come back. I can't contact them unless the communicator comes out in the future. Besides, why would I find them? When I come back, I will naturally find you first." Naruto secretly thought that Sakura didn't count. After all, she came to him on her own, and he was completely unaware. So to be precise, apart from reporting to Tsunade, the first person he contacted was indeed Ino. "Really?" Ino glanced at Naruto dimly, and was not disgusted by his pretending to be confused. Instead, she looked up and smiled in this frozen golden dusk. Hearing you say that, even if you lied to me, I am very happy. Let's go, find something to eat. How could he let Ino go so easily? She learned to be jealous at such a young age. There must be some price to pay, so that she would not be jealous everywhere in the future. So you think I found Hinata first, and then came to you? He asked directly, turning to look at her. Do you think I like Hinata more than you? When did I didn't mean that. Do you really care about this? Naruto's face flashed a trace of astonishment. Ino's face flushed slightly. People are like this, they hide their emotions in their hearts and want others to notice them, but they are really noticed. Once they say it out loud, it seems as if they have done something wrong. Is it obvious? She glanced at Naruto quickly and asked in a low voice. Yet. The New Year festival had just passed, and Naruto was not wearing much. He was wearing a thin, slim-fitting black sweatshirt, and his blonde hair was soft and casual. Thanks to Master Cardo, he had never lacked money since he was a child, and his nutrition was fully guaranteed. After the age of 18, he was a tall, thin blonde boy, and he was cold and quiet when he didn't speak. The two of them walked together, and the youthful atmosphere was overwhelming, and they attracted the attention of some passers-by along the way. Occasionally, Ino glanced at the boy she liked with her eyes sideways, whether talking or quarreling, and couldn't help thinking that if the two were together in the future, he would be the only one who stood firm in the bitterness and sweetness of life. Looking at Naruto walking in front with his hands in his pockets without saying a word, she couldn't help but poke his waist and asked. What would you do if I said that I was really jealous of Hinata? He tilted his head to glance at Ino, thinking silently in his heart that Ino looked more like a girlfriend in love. She would be jealous, act like a spoiled child, and pour out endless love without reservation like the scorching sun. Such a character can only be cultivated in a family atmosphere of honey jars. Everyone loves her, so she also learns how to love seriously. Then I have to go find Hinata, he said. Soon he got a response, and the soft flesh around his waist was twisted heavily. Ino snorted, and the whole person almost fell on Naruto and said. Can't you pretend? You know me, I never lie. He said calmly, reaching out to embrace Ino. Are we lovers? How is it possible? Ino blushed and suddenly became incoherent. I. That's it. Naruto patted her head. If we are not lovers, you are so lenient with me that you can't even see friends? I didn't say that. Ino was choked up, but she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't say it for a while. Seeing that Naruto had already walked forward, she could only follow him sullenly. She muttered words like cunning and shirking, as if she had figured out the guy's intention. The two walked all the way and found a random store to eat something. At the table, Ino didn't mention any jealous topics, but kept talking about the chakra communicator. She wanted to do that, with both her selfishness and her ideals. The selfishness was that even if the two were not together, they could still contact each other. The ideal was for the development of the village, and the early inclusion of the communication system could promote the innovation of Konoha's chakra communication technology. For her, ideals and selfishness are not contradictory. Let me tell you, Ino had fair skin and a smooth jawline, and ninjas were originally it is a profession that requires a lot of physical training, so the body shape is naturally good. Passers-by outside the store, just by looking back and glancing at the face and vague figure in the window, know that the real owner is a real beauty. They probably didn't expect that Naruto, who was sitting opposite Ino, didn't know much about technical matters. Listening to Ino's excited talk, there was no impatience on his face. Even if he didn't understand it very well, it didn't prevent him from looking very interested. Even if he didn't listen to it, in order to appear real, he would still pick out a few sentences and occasionally interrupt and ask a few questions. When this person talks, he is still quite dog. Suddenly, he asked where to go tonight, and whether to go to my place on vacation. One sentence after another, it's hard to guard against. Ino didn't fool, and she avoided suspicion when she grew up. If she had a clear conscience, she wouldn't have to do this, but she just had a guilty conscience. She was sure that if she went to his place now, she might have been she didn't want to have a child so early, and she wasn't mentally prepared. 2 years ago, she almost couldn't help wanting to give birth to a child in the store, which became an itch that would come out from time to time in Ino's heart. When she thought of him, she would feel a heavy breath blending with her eyes when she closed her eyes. Even though she wouldn't say these words, and even carefully hid her emotions. She forgot that her eyes could speak. By the way, I'm going to see my grandmother in a few days. Are you going? What? Naruto was startled. Did the topic change a little too quickly? Meeting the parents now? Wasn't it a bit too sudden? No, the parents seemed to have met, so there was no pressure. Don't you have time? Ino asked, holding her face. Not really, it's just a little strange. He touched the water cup on the table, his eyes began to wander. Why do you suddenly want to ask me if I'm going? Your parents should go too, right? No. Ino shook her head. I used to go alone, and every year after the New Year's festival I would find an excuse to secretly visit my grandmother. Naruto noticed a word, secretly. He thought, no wonder Ino was like invisible every New Year's festival, always elusive, and you couldn't catch her shadow at all. There is also this layer of relationship and feelings, secretly. However, isn't Ino's grandmother the mother of Mrs. Yamanaka? Is there a conflict? So it's a conflict within the big family, and the relationship has always been so tense? Even Ino can only visit secretly. He can even imagine the dignified little old lady sitting there with the crutches, looking down on everything. Chapter 298 Drowsy, so kissing is like this, searching for each other's breath. Will you accompany me? Ino's words brought his thoughts back to reality, and his expression seemed very nervous. Yet, he agreed almost instinctively. Whether it was to meet the old lady or to meet Yama, Ino had to agree first since he asked. Hesitation would only lead to defeat, as for whether it was free or not, that was another matter. Really? You're so nice. Ino seemed to be really moved by Naruto's unhesitating agreement, and her eyes were red and she almost wiped tears. Why are you still swearing? Ah, I didn't. You said I'm a good person. Are you happy only if I call you a pervert? Not really. He raised his hand, running around all year round, but he still had a magical cold white skin. Ino also found this a bit strange. But when I thought about how he usually liked to stay at home and lie down, I could not help but think that this guy would find a place to stay when he went out to perform a mission. If that was the case, then he was really guilty. It was not him who committed the crime, but Konoha who committed the crime, and he was born as such a peerless monster. If Ino knew that he was really slow in performing the mission and liked to find someone to blame, she would probably be shocked again. After dinner, the two found a pub and drank some wine, but they did not drink too much. The decoration style of the izakaya, with the dim light, they gathered together and whispered some things. The two people's eyes collided, and they melted together in an instant, and the tacit understanding of nothing happened moved away and gathered together again. It was like winter snow melting into spring water, melting each other. There were small dishes on the table, and the wine was clear. The two sat side by side, like a counter, with high stools placed at a distance, and the atmosphere was charming. You asked me last time. Ino was already a little drunk, buried in his neck like a puddle of water, giggling, do I miss you? Do you want to know the answer? Yes. Not at all. She murmured in a daze, with a slit in her eyes. Oh. Naruto was tolerant to alcohol, supporting Ino, occasionally responding to her like coaxing a child, thinking about when to trick Koji out to eat dog food. Forget about Shikamaru's words, this guy is too smart and can see through his plan early. Either stand him up or take Koji with him to share the damage. He drank slowly, not much. There was a soft girl lying on his body, and his thoughts were emptying little by little, thinking about Jiraiya of the Rain Country and Obito. Ino squinted her eyes and lay on Naruto as if hugging him, like a pendant. My head was stuffy and I felt like I was dreaming. It felt like she was asleep for a while, and then the scene of the successful development of the communicator flashed in her mind. Various pictures were mixed, absurd and magical. She sobered up a little and opened her eyes in a daze. She felt like she was lying on a stove, and subconsciously followed the warm breath. The smell of Naruto entered her nose without reservation. The smell was very clean, and the hormones carried a hint of warm wine. This almost made her slowly lose her mind. She touched her hands randomly, and was pressed back by Naruto. He was thinking about something, lowered his eyes and stared at her, frowning slightly. He was so absorbed in thinking that he forgot that there was another drunk person, and pulled her up. You are drunk, let me take you back to the flower shop. Not drunk. Ino opened her eyes, raised her head and said, I want to eat takoyaki. Yeah, let's eat takoyaki tomorrow. He had lowered his head and started to pack, ready to take Ino up. Let's go. If it's too late, her parents will worry. Not tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Ino narrowed her eyes again. Yes, yes, the day after tomorrow. He continued to follow her words, and finally helped her up, carrying her handbag and putting it into the sealed space. Ninjutsu is indeed convenient. At least now he only needs to concentrate on sending Ino home. No need to carry the bag in one hand and support Ino with the other hand. Ino was always moving on the road, so Naruto carried her on his back. On a cold night, he walked steadily on the streets of Konoha, and his steps were so steady that he didn't look like a drunk. Ino smelled the smell on his neck, and the whole person was a little confused. She jumped off his back, stretched out her hand to hook Naruto's neck, and said to him half awake and half confused. Let's kiss. You're drunk. Naruto rubbed her face and sighed, you've never drunk before, why did you drink so much for the first time? I'm paying for the wine, but you don't have to drink to death. I'm serious. Ino blushed and looked up at him stubbornly, if it were any other time I wouldn't want to, are you willing? The streets were sparsely populated, and the old trees were cold. The street lights were dim, and Ino drunkenly pulled off the red hairpins on both sides, and her dense golden hair suddenly fell down. In the night wind, the golden hair swayed slightly. She stood in front of Naruto, squinting her eyes and looking up, looking like she was ready to take what he wanted. This time Naruto couldn't stay calm, looking at Ino under the street lights, his heart was extremely hot when the cold wind blew. All the alcohol that had just been drunk in his stomach evaporated immediately. Forget it, I can't care so much. He lowered his head and slowly leaned over. It was like ordering a bowl of jelly on a hot summer day. It was cold at first, but warm in the mouth. Ino's body suddenly stiffened, and her brain felt numb as if it had been electrified. She didn't know what kissing felt like. She only felt it was superficial from what she read in the book, and the words didn't tell her depth. When she experienced it herself, she felt that the book was too shallow. Instantly, her mind was groggy, the world was spinning, and her heart was beating like a drum. The back of her head felt like it was hit by a stick, and it was pricked by a needle and then slowly swelled. Faced with Naruto's dominance, she could only swallow it all vaguely. She was exhausted and panting, and her heart was beating wildly under the influence of alcohol. After a long time, the two separated under the tree. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the figure, looking at the clean and neat face, and couldn't help but smile. She finally knew that kissing was about finding each other's lips. Under the influence of instinct, she felt dazed and comfortable. Accept everything when you can't tell who you are, or what the darkness is like. Under the streetlight, the light was dim. Looking at Naruto's slightly depressed eyes, Ino suddenly understood something, and her face turned red. She was half sober, and said hesitantly. I can't, now, at least not now, if you really can't help it. When are you going to see your grandmother? He asked. Ino came back to her senses, but found that the other person's eyes had regained clarity, and she was a little dumbfounded. Ask you? Oh, let me think, the day after tomorrow. She said, her mind was a little confused, should she really not insist on it? Chapter 299 Alcohol and Sex Hurt People, Quit Drinking Today, Lin Daiu's first show in the ninja world. It's not that Naruto is pure and unselfish, nor is he very conscientious, it's just his personality. Even if he knew that if he continued at the moment, he would probably be able to take Ino home and eat her up. But Ino's unconsciousness doesn't mean he is unconscious too. 6 years have passed, and there is no need to rush. Ino is special and proud to him. He just hopes that the girl in the flower shop can keep her pride and always have the upper hand. Whether it's mist or flowing clouds, don't get close to her. Seeing that Ino was almost sober, he simply supported her and slowly sent her home. Ino was still savoring the kiss, and her breath was a little messy. After feeling comfortable for a while, it seemed like she was bullied. But then she thought about it, it seemed like she asked for it, and she blushed immediately after she reacted. She lowered her head, as if she really approached. But that was drunk, it should be drunk, but in fact, she was still conscious when she was drunk. It's just that she didn't dare to say it normally, but now it's better, even more shameful. Why did she sober up so early? The book clearly said that if you are drunk, you will open your eyes the next day. Not right, the next day after opening her eyes, she should have done the kind of things that adults would do. But she was also a little entangled, because she heard that doing that kind of thing would most likely result in having a child. Thinking of this, Ino secretly glanced at him and asked with courage. Do you want to have children? Hey? What? Naruto thought she was drunk, and after hearing it clearly, he said perfunctorily, yeah, 5. Ah. Is that too much? Ino's face turned pale when she heard it. Then have one. Naruto didn't care and said perfunctorily. She was thinking about having a child just after kissing. Sure enough, she was drunk. Is her alcohol tolerance so bad? Children in the future, bah, how did she get confused? Is one too few? Ino asked seriously. The two walked on the way home, and the cold wind rustled. What you said is wrong, what does one is too few? He thought Ino was drunk and was talking nonsense. With more children, love will be scattered. For example, is there only one child in your family, or is it your uncle? You. Don't talk about my father. Ino pinched him, probably because she was drunk and had no strength. Pinching her waist was warm and soft, like a caress. Okay, I won't say it. I respect my uncle the most. I'll give him something that my uncle likes later. He was absent-minded and fooled around, leading Ino all the way home. Drunk Ino was a little willful, sometimes she didn't want to walk, and he had to carry her all the way back. In the snow, he watched Ino standing at the door of the flower shop and taking out the key to open the door. Seeing her poking the key for a long time, mumbling something there, I didn't know what to say, and when he got closer to listen, he realized that this man was dazzled. When did my mother secretly change the door lock behind my back? Forget it, let me do it. Naruto was a little speechless. He reached out from behind her and took the key. He wrapped her in his arms and opened the door with his long hand over her shoulder. The clothes rubbed against Ino's neck. He could feel the heat from her neck through the thin sweatshirt. After all, he was used to opening doors. He picked up the key with his slender fingers. He shook it casually and poked it directly into the keyhole. The continuous sound of metal teeth biting was unusually loud in the silent night. But Ino was not honest at this time and hummed in her nose. Naruto's hand trembled and he looked down at Ino suddenly. He thought that Yamanaka Hai might be listening upstairs at this moment. You are going to kill me. Fortunately, Ino stopped moving soon, opened the door and went in dizzy. Before closing the door, she turned back with a drunken look on her face, smiled at him and said. You are awesome. Fuck. Naruto's soul almost flew out of his body, and he always felt a chill on his neck. Could it be that his father-in-law was really spying on him secretly? Would he wait for Ino to come upstairs and then use ninjutsu on him? Damn it. Alcohol and sex are really not good things. From today on, I still have to stop drinking. Listening to Ino going upstairs, he habitually stood downstairs for a few minutes. After a while, a window on the second floor was suddenly pushed open, and Ino waved at him drunkenly. The next day, after waking up from a nap, Naruto went downstairs and wandered around for a while. And solved lunch by the way. Passing by the takoyaki stall, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Suddenly I remembered that I still have a dog at home, so I stood still and thought for a while, and then stood aside and queued up honestly. I plan to bring one for the 9 tails, anyway, it will be useful in the future. I was bored in the queue, and happened to see Hinata walking by carefully with her hands in her hands, and I immediately became energetic. I shouted Hinata from a distance and waved to call Hinata over. Naruto-kun, you are back? She asked in a low voice, too shy to turn her head to look aside. As an adult, Hinata has long hair, a slender figure, and jade-like skin. She hasn't grown much taller, but she feels more oppressive in some ways. But her temperament is still as gentle as ever. When she looks at people, her eyes can't focus for 3 seconds, and she blushes at the slightest provocation. She also walks with her head down, her back hunched, and her chest hunched. I'm really curious about how she sees the road. She can't see her toes, so it's no wonder that a ninja falls every day. Fortunately, he has long been accustomed to Hinata's actions and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he was a little curious about what Hinata was doing with such a worried look on her face. Ah! By the way, I have a mission. Hinata blushed and said in a daze, Naruto-kun, I have to go first. Mission. In theory, even if he is a senior executive, he has no right to ask about the content of the mission. So he skipped this topic very obediently and nodded. Then you should be careful. After saying that, he pulled her over and straightened her hair in the long line of more than a dozen people. Naruto-kun Hinata seemed a little embarrassed. Naruto was a seasoned man. He looked indifferent and indifferent under the gazes of more than a dozen people. Well, go ahead. After she left, Naruto also got his takoyaki. On the way, he saw the leader of Team 8, the Jonin Akane, walking absent-mindedly on the road from a distance, and he couldn't help but stop. Strange, why are Team 8 so weird? Everyone is so worried. Are they going to fight with Uchiha Madara? His wife is like this, doesn't Asuma ask? I don't know if Sarutobi Mirai is born. Is Asuma still taking care of his daughter at home? After standing at the intersection and thinking about it for a while, he finally came to a conclusion: don't meddle in other people's business. Then, he went home happily with the takoyaki. In the living room, Kyuubi was holding the takoyaki and eating it slowly, while Naruto was lying on the sofa absent-mindedly flipping through the comics he got from Tsunade. Ninja's mission? It's a bit interesting, accepting the teachings of female ninjas. The lines are also very bold, and it's a borderline reading material. What kind of people would read this kind of comics? Half an hour later. Naruto. The cover is so vulgar, and it turns out to be a ninja's mission? Send. The master's order, but the result is to become the #1 ninja in the ninja world? Damn it. He threw the comics aside, and the whole person was a little angry. Pants half taken off, reading this? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Naruto lying on the sofa suddenly, walked to the comic book on the ground, bent down and picked it up. First, he carefully removed the cover of the book, and then put the adapted comic book of Intimate Paradise on it. After doing all this, he went to bed contentedly. Uzumaki Naruto, wake up. When he woke up again, Uzuki Yujao, who had not been seen for a long time, was standing by the sofa, wearing an animal mask and the clothes of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Where did you come in from? He rubbed his eyes and asked. The balcony. Uzuki Yujao took off the mask and said concisely. Although it doesn't matter much now, I still hope you can go through the door next time. Naruto leaned on the sofa. I'm an adult, and occasionally well, you should understand. I know. Uzuki Yujao blushed slightly, but soon suppressed it. Tsunade-sama is looking for you, go to the Hokage building. Hokage building. When Naruto pushed the door in with the comic book, Tsunade was not there. The documents on the table were piled up like a mountain, and Kakashi, who looked exhausted, lay on the table to rest. Naruto, I have a task for you. He said. Teacher Kakashi? Why is it you? Where is Lady Tsunade? Naruto asked in surprise. Lady Tsunade. Kakashi had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he was very resentful. She is busy. She should be drinking somewhere at this time. Hearing this, Naruto looked at the table beside him. There were only a few comics thrown in the hole of the table. So he silently threw the comic in his hand into it and asked calmly. 6th Hokage, what is the task? Don't call me 6th Hokage. Kakashi had a pair of dead fish eyes. I regret agreeing to Lady Tsunade now. I am a little too busy now. After coughing, Kakashi said. The 8th team's guidance Jonin encountered some troubles. There is no suitable manpower in the village at present. Lady Tsunade recommends you to support. What happened to Mr. Hong? He asked. It's okay for now. It seems that we have encountered some tricky things. This mission originally belonged to Team 8. Kakashi flipped through the documents and said slowly. But the progress of the mission seems to be a bit difficult. The specific situation is in this file. You will know after reading it. Naruto took the file printed with ink, lowered his head and glanced at it roughly, his eyes fixed on the name in the first line. Kurama Yakumo. He raised his head. Well, the kid's mental state is a bit unstable. Kakashi crossed his fingers on the table and said lazily, the Kurama clan has always been famous for illusions, and there are not many people left now. This is the report on Kurama Yakumo issued by Hong 10 years ago. Take a look. Kakashi specially fished out an old file and handed it to Naruto. After he took it, he read it carefully several times, and then he figured out the ins and outs of the Kurama Yakumo incident. It is roughly the same as the original plot, the only difference is that the timeline is delayed. However, the progress of the mission of the adult Team 8 has made no progress, and Kurama Yakumo is probably no longer the Lindei of the ninja world who nurtures the inner demon. But he didn't care, and the problem probably lies in the illusion. Kurama Yakumo's blood limit illusion is a little bit against the sky, and its effect is to control people's 5 senses, and the injuries in the illusion will be the real world really exists. The so-called powerful illusion is against the sky because it interferes with reality, as if Lin Daiyu in the ninja world took the magic pen Mal Yang's pen to draw a small moon reading world. The sealed archive records Lin Daiyu Kurama Yakumo and Yui Kurene's bad fate. 10 years ago, Kurama Hakumo was still a genius little loli. The Kurama clan had waited for decades to revitalize the whole clan. Unfortunately, she was born as Lin Daiyu, whose life was thinner than paper, and she took 2 steps. Her parents were chicken babies. Kurama Yakumo found that his body was not suitable for ninjas in his infinite expectations. It's like Lin Daiyu traveled through Lin Pingzi, if you want to practice this, you must castrate yourself first, but when you turn around, you find that your body is not compatible. In a rage, you go crazy and become a demon, turning into an evil sword fairy to kill people everywhere. And the inner demon Ito she raised is the incarnation of Kurama Yakumo's evil thoughts, and it will jump out as long as she goes crazy. Her parents also died in Ito's accidental loss of control, and died at the hands of her own inner demon. But Kurama Yakumo blocked this memory in the self-protection mechanism of the brain, mistakenly believing that the 3rd generation of Hokage sent someone to kill her parents. 10 years ago, Yui Kurene was just her tutor. Later, seeing that her student went crazy, she sealed the inner demon Ito on the order of the 3rd generation. Perhaps it was because Yui Kurene did not slack off and did her job well. Ito, who should have been unsealed in 2 or 3 years, was delayed until now. The current situation is not chaotic if we sort it out a little bit, generally speaking. The 10-year period has come, and the evil sword fairy Ito is about to return. Yui Kurene, a mature young woman, is involved in it, and she cannot tell her husband a secret. Naruto withdrew his eyes from the file, raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself that it should not be a problem to deal with a little girl. If he moves quickly, he can complete the task in 1 day, and it will not delay the trip of his grandmother who has an appointment with Ino the day after tomorrow. Oh, I know. He returned the file and left the Hokage building. In the Konoha hospital, he found the dog who was recovering from the injury. Tsukeki. Looking at the bandaged Inyazuka Kaiba, Naruto suddenly remembered what happened to the Inyazuka clan 2 years ago. It was probably related to the White Zetsu invading the village disguised as Inyazuka Kaiba. He was busy at the time and didn't pay much attention to the follow-up. He only knew that Tsunade sent the Anbu to deal with it. And in order to prevent the Inyazuka clan of the Hokage from being held accountable by the top leaders, they used some means to suppress the matter and destroyed all traces neatly. Is he dead? Naruto gently kicked the head of Inyazuka Kaiba's bed, with an impatient look on his face. What for? Inyazuka Kaiba gritted his teeth. Nothing, I heard that you were sent to the hospital by a little girl, so I came here to make fun of you. Naruto said meanly. You're sick. Inyazuka Kaiba complained, if you can do it, go ahead. I'll go ahead, then I'll go ahead. Naruto's true intentions were exposed. Where are Hinata and the others? Chapter 300 Woo, you bastard sent by the Hokage, stop it. It was already noon when Naruto saw Kurama Yakumo. The disabled but strong-willed Inyazuka Kaiba gritted his teeth and hopped on 1 foot to lead him to the Kurama clan's villa. How did you lose? Damn it. Inyazuka Kaiba was anxious and angry, and he wanted to remove the bandage on the spot. This person is really a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. He rubbed salt on the wound and brought up all the issues. Why are you asking so many questions? That's right, it will be over soon anyway. One more question, Hinata and the others are all in there, right? After getting the correct answer, Naruto strode in. Inyazuka Kaiba looked at Naruto's back with a complicated look in his eyes, and couldn't help but shouting. Be careful of her illusion. He waved his hand, which was considered a response. In the villa where Kurama Yakumo was imprisoned, Yui Kurene was talking to Kurama Yakumo, Hinata and Shino stood by with nervous faces. The ninja world's Lin Daiyu was obviously not very stable and refused to talk. It was the 3rd Hokage who killed my parents. Yakumo, calm down. Naruto stood there silently with his hands interposed, as if watching a play, first glanced at Hinata and then turned back to look at Kurama Yakumo. Ding! It was just the right time, a mechanical synthesized sound came from his mind. Option 1, Tame Ito, extremely difficult. Reward, Ito Prophecy, once, note, when used, the great demon Ito can break time and space, rewrite life and death, and transcend dreams. Option 2, Seal Ito, easy. Reward, water escape waterfall technique. Naruto-kun, why are you here? Hinata asked somewhat unexpectedly, but due to the mission, she could not move around freely. Yet, Lord Hokage asked me to help. He said perfunctorily, scanning the pop-up system panel again and again. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people present changed. Among them, Kurama Yakumo had the ugliest face, staring at Naruto. The word Hokage was like a taboo in her heart, and he would have to pay a price if he said it out loud. And from just now, the illusion seemed to have been activated. But he didn't pay attention, and kept staring at the options on the panel, not knowing whether he should spit in his heart. Water escape waterfall, these two options are completely different. And it is not an easy task to seal Ito, after all, it is an invisible spiritual body. In this way, the reward of option 2 is a bit watery. It is indeed a water reward, and it is watery. In contrast, even if he doesn't know how to complete the task of option 1, he will never give up option 1 for the reward of option 1. Ito's prophecy, another weird reward. Damn, it was either the evil god or the god of death some time ago, now it's a monster. But no matter how much he complains, he still has to get the reward. First he has to tame Ito. The fewer words are used to describe this kind of task, the higher the difficulty. Hinata has suffered from Kurama Yakumo's illusion, so she is naturally worried about whether Naruto will be in danger. She and Shino have learned how to resist illusions, but Naruto. Shino has discovered the loophole of the illusion, and the bugs will not be disturbed by the illusion. In her heart, she silently guided the bugs forward and headed towards Kurama Yakumo's feet. Yui Kurane had already noticed that Kurama Yakumo had launched the illusion in advance, and her brows were furrowed. She knew that the seal in Kurama Yakumo's body had been opened long ago, and even she could not resist Ito's illusion. Ito's illusion can even affect reality, which is far beyond the scope of illusion. Not to mention that she had never heard of Naruto learning illusion before. In other words, Kurane Yui had no expectations for Naruto's support. While Ito hadn't come out yet, she wanted Naruto to take Hinata and Shino out as soon as possible. At this time, more people might not be useful. Naruto, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you can, please take Hinata and Shino. Kurane Yui spoke to stop her from getting closer. However, Naruto turned a deaf ear and slowly walked towards Kurama Yakumo. In an instant, the beams on all sides caught fire and collapsed without warning, the flames burned, the sky and the earth changed color, and the space was distorted. The wall disappeared, leaving only the distorted starry sky. Naruto was completely isolated, and Kurane Yui, Hinata, and Shino felt that their eyes were dark, and the space was completely isolated from each other. They could only hear voices, but could not see people. Perhaps the original position has not changed, the brain has accepted the illusion, and now what you see may not be true. If time is longer, I am afraid that even the sound will be deceived. You are just a scumbag sent by the Hokage. Now I will let you. Pa. A crisp slapping sounded. You actually. Why didn't you fall for the illusion? Kurama Yakumo's shocked and angry voice came, and Yui Kurane and the other two couldn't help but look up. What's going on? A crisp slap sounded again, and Kurama Yakumo screamed again. The three never heard Naruto's voice, and could only detect Naruto's disgust for screaming from the increasingly dense slaps. Pa pa pa. Ah. Trash. You trash. Stop it. The only response to her was the slap, which directly distorted her voice, probably because her face was swollen. The voice was also a feeling of holding it in her throat. Don't hit me anymore, will you? No. Don't. Please. Stop it. Originally, the illusion space that was supposed to be full of dangers was filled with only Kurama Yakumo's screams. She originally thought that she could quickly deal with Naruto and then deal with the other three. However, the current situation was beyond her expectations, so Kurama Yakumo had no intention of attacking Yui Kurane and the other two. Woo woo woo. Pa pa pa. Listening to the tooth-grinding slaps and begging for mercy, even a cold-blooded Shino couldn't help sweating on her forehead. If they continued to fight like this, someone would die. If this continues, that thing will come out. Yui Kurane was worried. Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded in the illusion space. With a murderous aura that made people's scalps numb, the roar was long and endless. Not good. That guy is out. Hinata. Shino. Find a way to leave here. Yui Kurane said. It's too late. Kurama Yakumo sat on the ground with his whole body limp, his face swollen like a pig's head, forcing a smile. Teacher Hong, what is that? Hinata asked subconsciously. The bug sensed a demonic aura. Shino added. On the other side, in the space where Naruto was, Ito had already appeared, with a green face and fangs, and red eyes. Naruto did not stop, as if he was completely immune to illusions. Facing the fireball sprayed by Ito, he casually slapped it and it dissipated instantly. Go to hell. Ito spoke in human language, his voice was as sharp as a knife cutting glass. The next moment, Ito, who looked like a demon, rushed towards Naruto with a kunao in his hand, at an incredibly fast speed, and the kunao poured down like raindrops, breaking the wind with every move. Naruto tilted his head and dodged continuously, without any hesitation, and slapped Ito hard with his backhand. Ito was stunned instantly, and the movement of his hand stopped for a moment. Kurama Yakumo was also stunned, looking at Naruto as if he had seen a ghost. You, how could you? This is my space. Ito roared. Oh. With a snap, he slapped Ito again, and directly slapped Ito out and smashed him hard on the ground. Ito climbed up in a mess, and one of his fangs was broken. Why can you touch me? This is impossible. Hearing this, Naruto stepped forward and gave him another beating. Compared to teaching Kurama Yakumo a lesson, Ito was completely beaten beyond recognition, with her entire face collapsed, her arms broken, and her legs bent. Kurama Yakumo, who was slumped on the side, didn't dare to turn her head to look. Ito looked too miserable, and she was afraid that she would also be broken by that cruel guy. Ito's painful howls resounded in the illusion space. Yui Kurane, Hinata, and Shino were stunned, watching Naruto toss Ito over and over as he pleased. Kunari, it's Naruto-kun, hee. Hinata couldn't say anything. The illusion curtains around them were still there, and the three of them couldn't see clearly at all. Maybe he is gifted. Yui Kurane was also a little dumbfounded. Through the illusion curtain, she didn't know what happened to Naruto, she could only roughly know that Naruto was in an advantageous position. But it was hard to say how much advantage he had. After all, Kurama Yakumo's illusion was too powerful. Even if she was a senior ninja famous for illusion, she could only rely on her mouth to try to convince the other party. After all, she might win a small victory in an illusion duel, but if she accidentally forced Ito out, the whole village would be affected. Combined with the sounds heard so far, it is not difficult to deduce the beginning and end of the matter. Kurama Yakumo was probably beaten by Naruto, and then Ito came out and seemed to be beaten too. Thinking of this, Yui Kurane was full of black lines, thinking that this did not seem to be blinded by illusion. Kurama Yakumo was not as for the bad taste to such an extent, creating these illusions to play tricks on them. After all, the screams were too real. But this also pointed the facts to an almost impossible direction. Even if she was knowledgeable, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that Naruto was really not affected by illusions? If so, either he practiced some mental ninjutsu, or Naruto's illusion level was higher than everyone present. But Yui Kurane couldn't find any traces of learning illusions on Naruto, so she first ruled out the second possibility. Finally, she came to a conclusion. It is more likely that Naruto has practiced mental ninjutsu and is resistant to certain illusions. With a bang, Naruto stepped on one of Ito's legs. This is my technique, you can't kill me. Ito was still stubborn, staring at Naruto with hatred. Naruto paused for a moment, then continued to punch. One punch smashed Ito's palm, and another punch hit its face. Ito's wailing echoed in the illusion space. Everyone was very nervous at first, but later time passed by little, and listening to the miserable wailing was a little tired. Even Kurama Yakumo, who was frightened to the ground, was no longer afraid. He sat on the ground with his knees hugged and watched Ito being beaten. With a bang, Naruto crushed almost all the breakable parts of Ito with his fists. But he found that Ito went from roaring at the beginning to being silent later. A monster is a monster. His endurance is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Naruto squatted on the ground, rubbing his chin and thinking. He had already tasted the difficulty of the option 1 task for the first time. Looking at Ito lying limply on the ground, the illusions around him seemed to become unstable. He couldn't help but frown. This couldn't go on. The task of the system option 1 is to tame Ito. If the illusion curtain disappears, and Yui Kurane comes and seals Ito for 10 or 8 years, then he will really cry to death. After thinking about it, Naruto picked up Ito and slapped her hard again. Now, go back to where you came from. Then, hide well. Don't let others find you, or I will torture you twice as much. He said coldly, his tone was dark, like the whisper of an evil god. Wait for me, I will come back to find you. Ito raised his swollen eyelids, and there was a trace of fear and despair in his eyes. But seeing that Naruto was still going to do it, he could only turn into a wisp of green smoke and return to Kurama Yakumo's body. The illusion dissipated, and Yui Kurane came over with Hinata and Shino. Seeing Kurama Yakumo with his face swollen like a pig's head, Naruto stood aside unscathed with his hands folded, looking like he had nothing to do with it. What happened just now? Yui Kurane glanced at Kurama Yakumo, confirmed that he had not become a fool, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata ran to Naruto's side, quickly lowered her head, and asked in a low voice. Shino, who was standing aside and became a background board, was speechless after hearing this, thinking that the guy could have done something wrong. Anyone with eyes could see that Naruto beat Kurama Yakumo. My finger is broken. Naruto raised his right hand and said shamelessly. Let me see. Hinata was so concerned that she didn't react for a while and actually reached out to pull his hand, wanting to take a closer look. What's her situation now? Kurane pointed to Kurama Yakumo squatting on the ground with some embarrassment, looking worried. It's okay for now, Ito has been sealed. Naruto spoke to Kurane, and his other hand pressed Hinata's outstretched hand and pinched her little hand directly. He added to Kurane, if you are worried, you can check her again. After all, teacher Kurane is your disciple. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pulled Hinata over, pinching her face casually. I lied to you, you believe everything. Hinata didn't feel wronged, and her eyes were still on his hand. She was a little shy and didn't dare to look at his hand again. She looked at him with a reluctant look and found it a little funny. There's no flower in my hand. He opened his hand helplessly. His palm was clean and intact, and there was no wound. That's good. She said. Hong really went over to check. Kurama Yakumo wanted to resist. Naruto glanced at her and she shuddered and became obedient instantly. Sure enough, after making up for a complete childhood, Kurama Yakumo looked much more pleasing to the eye. Yui Kurane made a seal and pressed her hand on Kurama Yakumo's forehead. After a little exploration, she didn't find Ito's figure, and her expression eased.